Chapter 1. Revelries await. As the moon sets in the west, silence envelopes the world. The pavilion of Su Lin is shrouded in silvery moonlight. The candles in the southern courtyard have all extinguished, and faint murmurs drift from the adjoining chamber. Clothes and ornaments lie scattered across the floor, and two silhouettes entwine upon the bed. A large hand brushes aside damp strands of hair, revealing a delicate face, flushed with a delicate hue. Zhu Zheng is enveloped in a haze of obscurity. She finds it difficult to breathe, as if a heavy stone presses upon her, radiating heat. She strives to push it away, yet her hands are shackled, and after several attempts, her breath grows shallower. Her lips remain sealed, and an overwhelming warmth spreads through her, rendering her limbs weak and devoid of strength. A refreshing scent of cold plum blossoms wafts to her nostrils, invigorating yet elusive. She yearns to capture it, but it slips through her fingers. As consciousness fades, a singular thought lingers in her mind. That cup of wine, which she knew was laced with a drug, should not have been downed in one gulp. As dawn breaks, the mist in the pavilion dissipates, and the sun casts its crimson reflection upon the lake. Zhu Zheng awakens from a nightmare. In her dream, flames engulfed her as she ran frantically through a snow-laden landscape, surrounded by ominous black banners, the thick snow tainting the endless night. She ran endlessly, yet the path ahead seemed to narrow and darken. A piercing sound shattered the air as a long arrow shot forth. In an instant, a sharp glimmer pierced her heart, and crimson blood flowed profusely. She fell back into the snow, blood seeping out until it froze, draining her of sensation. In that moment, she felt lighter, detached from her corporeal form, like a wisp of cloud drifting in the air. Below, a throng surged, clad in iron armor, and one figure pushed through the crowd, stumbling towards her. It was her sister, resembling the moon above the clouds, her only kin in the world. Her sister, scantily clad and smeared with blood, knelt in the snow, cradling Zhu Zheng's lifeless body, wailing to the heavens. A towering black horse stood at the forefront, a man clad in dark armor upon its back, emitting a peculiar laugh as he carelessly gestured with his spear. "Ladies and gentlemen, indulge yourselves." With these words, a pack of wolfish soldiers closed in, instantly engulfing the slender figure in the snow. Zhu Zheng jolted awake, her dream abruptly halting. As her eyes fluttered open, icy tears lingered at the corners, and she was greeted by a blinding expanse of white. The gauzy curtains adorned with pearls shimmered in the soft morning light, gradually washing away the crimson memories of her previous life. The term previous life sent a wave of disorientation through Zhu Zheng. Just a day prior, she was but a wandering spirit, lingering for a decade by her sister's grave. Yet inexplicably, she found herself back in the pavilions of Lanyu, amidst the lively bustle, her maid Ming Chui diligently styling her hair. This was the poetry gathering of 12 years ago. After a long period of confusion, regret, and tears, Zhu Zheng found herself kneeling on the ground in Ming Cui's astonished gaze, fervently bowing 3 times. First, she expressed gratitude for the heaven's mercy. Second, she thanked the king of hell for his leniency, allowing her to retain her soul. Third, she offered thanks to the unknown deity who had granted her a second chance. The poetry gathering took place in the 17th year of the Qingli era, 2 years prior to the fateful arrow that pierced her heart. The one who loosed that arrow was none other than the crown prince, Gong Xiao. Zhu Zheng had long pondered a singular question. Why did the crown prince seek her demise? Of course, a capricious man like the crown prince could slay anyone without justification. Yet, in her final moments, Gong Xiao had declared with gritted teeth that she must die, as though he harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. But why? Reflecting on her unremarkable life, Zhu Zheng could find no reason compelling enough for her to deserve death. She barely recognized Gong Xiao. She had only learned to pronounce his name in her dying moments, having memorized it out of spite. She had only heard whispers that the Zhu family had fallen, reduced to a mere remnant of their former glory, with nothing left but an elderly matriarch and 2 lonely daughters, making them prime targets for rebellion. She could not accept such an explanation. It suggested that the Zhu family had merely encountered misfortune, leading to their tragic end. It was akin to affirming her grandmother's incessant warnings. If you do not marry soon to find a protector, you will not know how you will perish. How absurd, how utterly ludicrous. The royal family, viewing human life as trifling, could so whimsically snuff out her entire lineage. An impotent rage surged within her. Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow and instinctively pressed a hand to her aching heart, only to feel warmth. She had not donned her nightclothes. A splitting headache throbbed, and her body ached all over. After a while, her awareness gradually returned, and she recalled how she ended up in this place. Ah, yes, last night, she had seized a cup of celebratory spring wine from her grandmother, and, like an object, found herself in the embrace of a stranger. At the previous poetry gathering, celebrating her 17th birthday, Zhu Zheng had reveled without a care, neglecting to notice her sister's absence. The following day, she learned that the third miss of the Zhu family, Zhu Qing, had spent the night with the sixth son of the one family, when Xiao, in a drunken stupor. Her grandmother, accompanied by a throng, confronted the Wen household, demanding an explanation. The gathering was renowned for its decorum, inviting only the most esteemed families. In truth, the Zhu family, impoverished and desolate, was an unlikely candidate, having entered only through her grandmother's generous bribes. Yet, the outcome was scandalous. Or perhaps, the gathering was intended to incite such a scandal after all, who in Shengjing was unaware that the old matriarch of the Zhu family would inevitably mention her too. Granddaughter's marriage prospects within 3 sentences? Rumors abounded. Days later, when Xiao was compelled to propose, yet it turned into a farce. For in his proposal, he insisted that his affections lay not with the third miss, Zhu Qing, but with the fourth miss, Zhu Zheng. This turning of the tables created an uproar. If successful, it would bring ridicule. If unsuccessful, it would be a futile endeavor. Once more, the already infamous Zhu family became the subject of public mockery. The ill-fated proposal was met with scorn from noble families. Fearing any association with the Zhu name, in the ensuing power struggle, they were left isolated, their family condemned to become mere sacrifices. As Zhu Zheng found herself trapped in this predicament, she reflected back. The Duke of the State had remained neutral during the Crown Prince's rebellion, untouched by the turmoil. Should her marriage be secured, whether out of fear or alliance, the Zhu family would not be treated with the same disregard as in her previous life. Reborn before the poetry gathering, she had yet to devise a long-term plan. Last night, at the banquet, she had snatched the cup of intoxicating wine from her grandmother's hand. She had orchestrated much, infiltrating the southern courtyard and delivering her hazy self to this room, to this bed. Ironically, having grown up ensnared within the confines of her home, she despised the notion of marrying a man only to be confined within another household, spending her life, resisting such a predetermined fate. Yet, she had met with a fate that shattered her heart. Now, starting anew, she possessed nothing of significance. Only her appearance remained her most tangible asset. Zheng leaned against the bed railing, her eyes betraying a chill that lingered within her. She hastily wiped away the tears that stained her face, striving to reclaim her garments. As she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, the first thing that caught her attention was a wrinkled, pale yellow spring dress, carelessly draped at the foot of the bed. This was a special creation from her grandmother, meticulously made for an upcoming banquet. Beside the spring dress hung a robe, entangled with her own attire. The deep purple robe was adorned with intricate silver embroidery, while the turned collar showcased a depiction of a qilin embracing bamboo. The silver buttons bore finely engraved swirling cloud patterns, reflecting a faint, cool gleam. Its dignified cut clearly indicated that it was an official robe. But wait, something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that the esteemed young master had yet to hold an official position and had donned a simple white long shirt at the poetry gathering. So whose imposing official robe could this be? Chapter 2. So, do you recognize who I am? Zhu Zheng's lips curved into a stiff smile as she turned her head to glance at the man lying beside her. The figure on the bed had his eyes closed, breathing shallowly. His dark hair spilled across the pillow, revealing a hint of a fair chin, the exquisite contours barely visible. A wave of dizziness surged through Zhu Zheng. Her hungover mind felt as though a taut string had snapped. Everything had gone wrong. Every move she made on the chessboard was meant to avoid repeating past mistakes. She had consumed that cup of wine at the banquet, sneaked into the southern garden at midnight, each step meticulously calculated. Why was the person on the bed not Wen Xiao? But that was not the most pressing concern. The most urgent question was, who had entered when Boichio's chamber. Could it be her sister? The mere thought sent a chill through Zhu Zheng, as if an invisible rope were tightening around her neck, pulling her sister, and the entire Zhu family back into the same abyss. Zhu Zheng rolled off the bed, hastily gathering her clothes and glancing out the window to check the daylight. Confirming that no one was around, she reached for the door. Just as her fingers brushed the latch, a sudden force gripped her waist, yanking her backward until her back collided heavily with a solid chest. Zhu Zheng felt as though she had been struck by lightning. An unfamiliar chill enveloped her, and the gaze from behind felt like a cold blade pressed against her neck. "Good morning," she barely managed to utter, her voice faltering. A faint acknowledgement came from above. After a long pause, a hoarse voice, imbued with an indescribable tone, lazily replied, "So, do you recognize who I am?" His voice was deep, tinged with the huskiness of morning, and quite captivating. Before her lay a path to freedom. Yet a hand firmly pressed against the door latch, the faint scent of cold plum blossoms lingering in the air, ensnaring Zhu Zheng in an invisible web. Zhu Zheng lowered her gaze to the embroidered cuffs of the deep purple robe. She recognized this official attire. In De Yong, purple signified nobility. Apart from the royal family, only the influential Grand Tutor, Rong Xing, would wear such garments. In the streets, a popular nursery rhyme lauded him. Lotus face, ministerial bones. De Yong is fortunate under the heavens. This rhyme celebrated his exquisite talents, his every decree a blessing for the people, upholding the state, as though he were a celestial star reincarnated, selflessly devoted to the realm. Your esteemed reputation precedes you. Naturally, I recognize you, Zhu Zheng stated calmly. The Zhu family wielded little power in the court, relegated to a corner during official banquets, and had little interaction with Rong Xing, save for a past incident where she had inadvertently bumped into his carriage. The Grand Tutor, burdened with countless duties, likely would not recall such a trivial event. Yet, unease settled within her as she tentatively asked, "Do remember me?" After a moment of silence, the man responded, turning to face her. Zhu Zheng shut her eyes briefly. There was no escaping this confrontation. Even if she could burrow her way out, she would likely be caught before she could emerge. Taking a deep breath, she slowly turned to face him. What met her eyes was startling. The young man before her had a face as refined as jade. His attire relaxed and unrestrained. Beneath his deep-set brows, his eyes held a hue reminiscent of translucent amber, adding an air of noble aloofness. In her hazy recollections, Rong Xing had always been a distant figure, a chilling name surrounded by flattery. Never before had she encountered such an approachable demeanor. It took a considerable moment for Zhu Zheng to realize she had been staring, and she cleared her throat, forcing a smile. Seeing her smile, Rong Yan's brows slightly furrowed, as if he were about to speak. "Excuse me." A sudden, bright voice interrupted from outside the door, shattering the tense atmosphere. "May I inquire if the esteemed guest has awakened?" Zhu Zheng trembled at the sound. It was her sister's voice. "What is it?" Rong Yin replied coldly. The voice continued, "I apologize for disturbing the esteemed guest. I merely wish to ask if you had a good rest last night. Were you disturbed in your peace?" Zhu Zheng stiffened. She had never anticipated her sister would find her here. The situation was a tangled mess, and she could not let her sister become entangled in it further. Biting her tongue to regain composure, she instinctively glanced at Rong Yin, who regarded her with an unhurried demeanor, lightly tapping the latch with his fingers. Just moments ago, she had hoped he would release his grip. Now, she feared he would let go. Zhu Zheng's hand clutched the latch tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Outside, Zhu Qing had yet to hear a response. "Esteemed guest, are you still listening?" Rong Yin seemed about to respond, but Zhu Zheng, feeling a sense of urgency, suddenly pressed her hands over his mouth. This act was undeniably audacious, yet Rong Yin showed no sign of struggle, his expression remaining impassive as if he tolerated her boldness. Zhu Zheng, disregarding everything else, realized he had acknowledged her. If he remained silent now, Zhu Qing would not leave. She could only implore him to weave a lie for her. "Outside is my family's maid. She must not discover my presence here, or I shall face severe consequences," Zhu Zheng whispered, placing her finger over her lips. Her eyes pleading. Grand Tutor, I beseech you to protect me. Rong Yin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if granting silent consent. Zhu Zheng released her grip. The figure silhouetted against the doorframe was her beloved sister, whom she had not seen for over a decade. Her emotions surged, and tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes. A single droplet trailing down, gliding past the small beauty mark on her right cheek before vanishing along her delicate neck. Rong Yan's gaze fell upon the tear-streaked path, and he raised a hand, gently resting his fingertips on her cheek. Why are you crying? His touch was light, yet his voice carried no whisper. Zhu Zheng started, unable to evade his gesture, just as a voice from outside inquired, "My lord, who are you speaking with?" Chapter 3. Are you really going to leave like this? Rong Yin stood close to Zhu Zheng, so near that he could see the glistening tears in her dark, luminous eyes, reflecting his indistinct silhouette. After a brief silence, he spoke softly. I have never seen this before. Outside, the stillness lingered for a moment before the tone of his voice noticeably dropped. I apologize for the disturbance. As footsteps faded away, Zhu Zheng tilted her ear to listen until they vanished completely, allowing her shoulders to sag slightly. Rong Yan's gaze remained lowered, his deep-set brows shrouded in shadow, concealing the emotions hidden within his eyes. What is your name? He inquired. Zhu Zheng, still in a state of emotional turmoil, hesitated. What? Your name? Ming. She instinctively began to utter the name of her maid, Ming Shui, but abruptly changed her words. Kuiyu. The esteemed Grand Tutor's finely arched brows furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction with her response. Last night, I had 2 cups of wine, and unfortunately, I was too indulgent and lost my composure. I'm grateful for your kindness in taking me in. In truth, I am quite resilient, and spending a night on the outer corridor would not have been a problem. Zhu Zheng maintained her composure, fabricating a whimsical excuse. Although her words were a cover, they concealed her genuine questions and grievances. She could not fathom why, having mistakenly entered the wrong chamber and sought the wrong person, Rong Yin did not simply throw her out, choosing instead to wade through this murky situation. After all, it was she who had consumed the spiked wine, not him. Yet she was not foolish enough to press for answers. The hypocritical Gong Xiao, with his eccentric and violent temperament, was Rong Yan's direct student, and one could not rule out the possibility of inherited flaws. Thinking of Gong Xiao, Zhu Zheng's expression grew colder. Rong Yin was a confidant of the Crown Prince and must not be associated with him in any manner. The Grand Tutor, under suspicion of improper conduct, was currently staring intently at Zhu Zheng, his gaze resembling an ancient Stillwell, causing her heart to flutter with unease. She bit her lip and shifted the topic. By the way, was not young master one supposed to be resting in this room? Rong Yin replied in a calm tone. Which one? Zhu Zheng responded. Young master one from the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, when Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Rong Yan's expression remained unchanged, but a layer of indifference settled in his cold, moon-like eyes, casting a frost over her face. In her previous life, Zhu Zheng had harbored resentment towards her grandmother for belittling her sister, but in retrospect, she realized that marrying Wenlu was the best and only option. Wenlu was a distant relative of the Duke of Zhengguo, known for his gentle demeanor, and it was clear to any discerning individual that he was easily manageable. If she were to marry him, even as a concubine, the Crown Prince would inevitably think twice, never daring to humiliate the kin of the Duke of Zhengguo on the battlefield. Her grandmother must have seen through this, forcing them into this predicament, using her sister as bait to create a scandalous trap. Unfortunately, fate had not favored her, and this devious path had not borne fruit in her past life. Now, given a second chance, she had inadvertently stirred up a mess. Did young master win change rooms with you? Zhu Zheng continued. Do you know where he is now? Rong Yin raised his eyes. Are you eager to find him? That was indeed a pertinent question, reminding her that locating Xiao was now futile. It appeared that today's events were indeed a misunderstanding. She had inadvertently trespassed and would keep her lips sealed, ensuring that not a word would escape to tarnish his reputation. Zhu Zheng did not press further, offering a courteous smile. I shall not trouble you any longer. I must take my leave. After delivering this lengthy monologue, Rong Yin remained unyielding, his hands acting as iron bars, binding her in place. Are you truly planning to leave like this? What other choice do I have? Zhu Zheng replied, her smile stiffening. Do you have any matters to attend to? Rong Xing shifted his gaze slightly downward, his long lashes partially concealing his mesmerizing eyes. Zhu Zheng followed his gaze downward, first noticing the creases in his garment, then the loosely fastened collar, finally resting her eyes on a faintly visible section of his collarbone. On his alabaster skin, there was a conspicuous ring of faintly red marks, unmistakably a bite mark. Could it be? Surely not. Zhu Zheng swallowed hard, forcing a smile. This is. At that moment, she was not feigning ignorance. The effects of her grandmother's wine were a mystery, and after a single cup, she remembered nothing. Only upon seeing the bite mark did fragments of last night's memories claw their way back. The lingering scent of cold plum blossoms entwined with the present scene caused her cheeks to flush. Indeed, it was her fault. Zhu Zheng deftly retrieved her small purse of silver coins, offering it with both hands. Please use this to purchase some quality healing ointment. It will heal within a day. Though the purse contained scant funds, it was sufficient for medicine. Rong Yan's lips twitched slightly, hinting at a smile. As he lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes deep and inscrutable as a frigid pool, while her intentions were earnest in making amends. Her act of offering money felt akin to an outrageous humiliation. Zhu Zheng realized what she was doing, swallowing hard and retracting her hand. Rong Yin lightly furrowed his brows. Why do you not give it? Though she could not recall the specifics, Zhu Zheng could surmise what had transpired the previous night. Uncertain of how to navigate Rong Yan's character, she chose to remain obstinate, unaware that the Grand Tutor was intent on confronting her. Perhaps her probing gaze was too direct, causing Rong Yin to frown deeper, raising his hand to close his collar. What does the esteemed gentleman desire as an explanation? Zhu Zheng, regaining her composure, ventured. Shall I offer my life as an apology? Rong Yin frowned. Is that the only solution you can conceive? Zhu Zheng hesitated then. What would you suggest? Rong Yan's gaze darkened, as if pondering, yet his ambiguous response suggested that he had an answer in mind but was withholding it. I have not yet decided. Zhu Zheng, feeling the weight of the moment, noted the gradual lightening of the sky beyond the window. Distant voices began to stir. Continuing to engage in this circular dialogue would only result in her grandmother discovering her in this room. Since she was not immediately facing punishment, it appeared that this scholarly figure valued reason. Rong Yan's demeanor seemed somewhat accommodating, leaving room for negotiation. Please take your time to consider whatever explanation you seek. I shall comply and guarantee your satisfaction. Her heart raced, and she quickly added, My young mistress must be anxious. I must return to serve her. With her head bowed, she earnestly performed a respectful bow, her trepidation genuine, knowing her grandmother would arrive shortly. If both she and the Grand Tutor were discovered, that was simply unacceptable. She could not allow this situation to worsen than it already had. The faint morning light streamed through the window, enveloping both of them. As the Grand Tutor stood against the light, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. He glanced at Zhu Zheng's tightly clenched hands before shifting his gaze back to her flustered face. After a long pause, he finally spoke, abruptly releasing the door latch. It seemed the Grand Tutor was more amenable to gentle persuasion than force. Had she known, she would have knelt to plead for his mercy, avoiding such unnecessary verbal exchanges. Zhu Zheng stood momentarily in shock, thanking him before turning to open the door. Wait. The brevity of his words caused her spine to tense up like a drawn bowstring. Rong Yin intercepted her, withdrawing the purse from her grasp. This token I shall accept. Chapter 4. What use is beauty? Before dawn, the distant mountains appeared as mere shadows, and the pavilions shrouded in mist glimmered with a soft azure light. Zhu Zheng stood alone at the entrance of the Nanyuan, hesitating as she glanced back. Prior to her departure, she had firmly believed she was merely intoxicated, perhaps having stumbled through the wrong door in the darkness. Yet now, she realized that the room indeed lay at the end of the Nanyuan. Earlier, she had checked the guest list, confirming that the room at the eastern end belonged to young Masterwin. What gone awry? Zhu Zheng almost considered going back to clarify, but paused, regaining her composure. Having finally extricated herself from a precarious situation, she could not afford to act impulsively. The immediate concern was not to entangle herself with inconsequential individuals, but to locate her sister first. Suddenly, a sharp twist at her ear jolted her, and Zhu Zheng instinctively pleaded for leniency. The technique was all too familiar. A glimpse of a cerulean dress sent her heart racing, and before she could turn, tears welled in her eyes. In the next moment, a face strikingly similar to her own appeared before her, gazing at her with a mixture of reproach and affection. You are quite the challenge to find. Zhu Zheng stood frozen in place, her eyes wide and unblinking, seeing the tears at the corners of her eyes. Zhu Qing quickly released her grip. Did I really grasp too hard? As soon as the words left her lips, Zhu Qing was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace, causing her to stagger back. The familiar warmth of her sister's hug overwhelmed Zhu Zheng, releasing a torrent of emotions that had been bottled up since her awakening, flooding her with a profound sense of rebirth. It hurts. Ajia, I feel like I might die from the pain. Zhu Qing, bewildered by this reaction, repeatedly apologized. All right, Ajia is sorry. I will change this habit of mine. In the past, when Zhu Zheng was mischievous and quick-witted, Zhu Qing would lightly twist her ear when she was annoyed, to which Zhu Zheng would only pout and playfully resist, leading to the formation of this habit over time. There's no need to change anything, Zhu Zheng murmured, shaking her head against her sister's shoulder. You can twist my ear as you please. I would gladly give it to you. Zhu Qing sighed in exasperation. You're being nonsensical. As Zhu Qing gently patted her back while glancing down, she noticed Zhu Zheng's tear-streaked face, her hair disheveled and falling over her shoulders, still clad in the pale yellow dress from the day before, wrinkled and mismatched. The faint smile on Zhu Qing's face faded as she pushed her sister gently. Where did you spend the night? Zhu Zheng remained silent, tears continuing to fall. I went to your guest room this morning and found you missing. I asked Ming Shui, but she couldn't provide any answers. Zhu Qing's voice grew more urgent. I searched the entire north courtyard. Now confess, where have you been hiding? Zhu Zheng had not anticipated that her sister had searched so many places. She propped herself up slightly. This misunderstanding. Once I left that room, it became a secret known only to the heavens and earth. I had resolved to forget it entirely. I mustn't let Ajia find out. Seeing her sister's red-rimmed eyes and her silence, Zhu Qing's worry intensified. Has someone bullied you? Absolutely not. Zhu Zheng denied vehemently, sniffling and wiping her tears on her sister's clothing. I just miss you terribly. Enough with the nonsense. Zhu Qing lightly tapped Zhu Zheng's head. It has only been a day. How could you miss me so much? Zhu Zheng pressed her lips together, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Don't change the subject. Zhu Qing wiped Zhu Zheng's tears, insisting, Now tell me where you have been. Zhu Zheng recognized the seriousness in her sister's tone and realized she could not easily brush this off. She quickly concocted a story in her mind. Zhu Qing, observing her distressed expression, began to doubt. Could it be that you genuinely don't remember? I remember. Zhu Zheng hastily wiped her face. I drank too much fruit wine last night, felt dizzy, and couldn't find my way back. When I woke up, I found myself having slept outside on the corridor. Outside? Zhu Qing interrupted, alarmed. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the air, startling both sisters. Zhu Zheng turned to see the matron of the Nanyuan approaching with two maidservants, her expression stormy. So it's you two. What are you doing here? Zhu Qing quickly pulled Zhu Zheng behind her and offered a polite smile. I heard many noble guests became intoxicated at last night's banquet, and our grandmother asked me to bring some hangover soup. It is rather inconvenient to come alone, so I brought my sister along. Only then did Zhu Zheng notice the food box in Zhu Qing's hand. For an unmarried young lady to appear in a male-dominated place like the Nanyuan without a valid reason would certainly raise eyebrows. The matron scrutinized Zhu Zheng, her disheveled appearance barely concealing her scorn. Zhu Qing remained composed, deflecting the matron's scrutinizing gaze. My younger sister just had a fall and spilled the soup. I was just scolding her. Please forgive my clumsiness. Don't blame the old servant for being talkative, the matron said sternly. Miss, you truly do not know who resides here. Save your unnecessary thoughts and refrain from such attentions. Otherwise, if you provoke someone, I will also bear the brunt of it. Zhu Zheng bowed slightly, removing a jade pendant from her own adornments. It is our recklessness that has troubled you. We shall take our leave now. The matron's expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile breaking through her wrinkled visage as she reached to accept it. However, Zhu Zheng swiftly snatched it away. Matron, may I inquire? Which noble guest occupies the room at the East End? The East End? That would be young Master One from the Duke of Zhen's residence. How could that be? Zhu Zheng whispered, incredulous. Was there no change of guests? The guest list has been arranged well in advance. How could they possibly be shuffled? The matron replied. That is true, Zhu Zheng thought. The poetry gathering was an annual grand event of the highest order, with the guest list finalized 6 months in advance. Special arrangements for transportation were made, and there was simply no room for casual alterations, especially for someone of such stature. Zhu Zheng frowned. Then do you know if? Just as she began to ask further, the jade pendant was suddenly snatched from her grasp by Zhu Zheng and pressed into the matron's hand. We shall take our leave now. Zhu Zheng bowed in farewell, softly urging Zhu Zheng, let us step outside. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Once they were out of earshot, a nearby maidservant craned her neck to observe. Matron, which family do these 2 young ladies come from? The matron tucked the jade pendant into her waist. The Zhu family. That explains it. The maidservant's eyes brightened, exclaiming, they are truly stunning. The Zhu sisters were renowned throughout the capital, known for their exceptional beauty, one gentle as an orchid, the other vibrant as a peach blossom. Seeing them today, they indeed resembled dazzling pearls, captivating all who beheld them. What use is beauty? The matron scoffed, rolling her eyes at one of their retreating figures, born into this world. They have already brought misfortune to their father and brothers. What good are they but a harbinger of doom? Zhu Zheng was dragged away by Zhu Zheng, swiftly ushered into a carriage, thus concluding their attendance at the poetry gathering prematurely. Their grandmother had coerced them into this social affair under the guise of seeking suitors, and Zhu Zheng was more than eager to escape this place of gossip. Once inside the carriage, Zhu Zheng meticulously checked Zhu Zheng from head to toe. After a night filled with turmoil, Zhu Zheng could not have rested well. Fatigue washed over her like a wave as she relaxed. Only after confirming her sister was unhurt did Zhu Zheng breathe a sigh of relief, noticing Zhu Zheng's incessant yawning. If you're tired, you should get some rest. Zhu Zheng nodded and softly muttered that her sister treated her like a child again, then rested her head on her sister's lap, her eyelids drooping. The green dress worn by her third sister was made of the finest cloud gauze, embroidered with a fashionable golden orchid, symbolizing purity and elegance. Zhu Zheng recalled how delighted she had been when their grandmother sent someone to fetch the attire for her, as donning this garment seemed to connect her to the noble connotation of those 4 characters. It was only on such occasions that their grandmother remembered they shared the surname Zhu, always treating them as mere decorations, ensuring they appeared splendid to avoid tarnishing the already dwindling reputation of the Zhu family and the long-forgotten lineage. The once illustrious Zhu family, which had fallen into the realm of jest, could hardly acknowledge its past renown. The family had risen to prominence through military accomplishments, with several noteworthy generals emerging from successive generations, gradually building their fortune. In the generation of great-grandsons, there was a remarkable young man named Zhu Xiaoming, bold and exceptionally gifted. His career was a meteoric rise, and at the height of his youth, he was appointed as a general, triumphantly riding a white horse alongside the late emperor, greeted by throngs of admirers in Shangjing. In a moment of unparalleled glory, he returned home with an entire convoy laden with gold and silver rewards. Accompanied by a beauty with raven hair and crimson lips, her striking features radiating brilliance. This enchanting woman was Zhu Zheng's biological mother, known as the Qin Shi. Chapter 5. The Star of Misfortune in Principle. Heroes are often paired with beautiful maidens, a tale that is indeed rare and precious. However, over recent years, the Zhu family had dwindled in numbers. Following the passing of the elder Mr. Zhu, the household was left in the hands of the elder Mrs. Zhu, who hastily arranged for her grandson Zhu Xiaoming to wed his legitimate wife, Zhou, with whom he had 2 sons, Zhu Xian and Zhu Long. Although Zhu and Zhou may not have been deeply affectionate, they maintained a respectful relationship. On the day the Qin maiden entered the household, Zhou vehemently opposed the arrangement, causing quite a stir. Ultimately, the elder Mrs. Zhu intervened, allowing the Qin maiden to stay, for she was already 3 months pregnant. This scandal quickly spread through the streets. Yet Zhu Zhaoming remained indifferent, reveling in his newfound fortune and wishing to flaunt it even more. Half a year later, the Zhu family welcomed a precious daughter, celebrating with an extravagant feast. The full moon banquet, held in honor of the victory over bandits, led to the naming of the child as Zhu Qing. From that moment on, Zhu Zhaoming and Zhou became completely estranged, his heart and mind consumed solely by the Qin maiden. Zhu Zhaoming lived in bliss, never leaving the Qin maiden's side. Meanwhile, Zhou grew increasingly despondent, her health deteriorating, as she devoted her entire being to her 2 sons. The eldest son, Zhu Xian, possessed a strong physique and a composed demeanor, resembling his father in many ways. For his 16th birthday, Zhou gifted him a fine steed, hoping he would achieve great success like his father. Zhu Xian dedicated himself to rigorous training, spending countless hours in the martial arts arena. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, after a torrential downpour, Zhu Xian went to the stables to practice as usual. Unexpectedly, his horse went wild, throwing him from its back and resulting in a fatal neck injury. Upon receiving the news, Zhou fell into a daze, alternating between tears and laughter, until a sudden surge of anger caused her to spit blood and succumb to death, joining her son in the afterlife. The Zhu household was plunged into mourning as they prepared for 2 funerals. Before these arrangements could be completed, an imperial edict summoned Zhu Zhaoming to the northern front. On the eve of his departure, he learned that the Qin maiden was once again with child, leaving her with a promise to return and name the baby. Little did he know that this hurried farewell would mark a permanent separation. The Qin maiden went into labor one stormy night, coinciding with the arrival of the news of Zhu Zhaoming's defeat at Jilin Mountain. The army was annihilated, and no bodies were recovered. The family received only a few letters and garments as remnants of the lost commander. The contents of the letters remain a mystery. All that is known is that upon reading them, the elder Mrs. Zhu dragged the Qin maiden from her bed, choking her and berating her as a blood-sucking demon. Before dawn, the Qin maiden, clutching the letters, jumped into a well. The child born without parents was named Zhu Zheng. At the age of 6, she finally received her name, secretly chosen by Zhu Qing upon learning to read. Before the age of 6, her name was merely 3 words, the star of misfortune. As a child, Zhu Zheng did not grasp the meaning of these words. She only knew that she was not favored by her grandmother, no matter her actions, and was often met with harsh punishment. She attempted to behave and obey, yet her grandmother would not even spare her a glance. After the tragic loss of the eldest grandson, the grandmother's attention became entirely focused on the remaining Zhulong. However, lacking in talent and suffering from indulgence, Zhulong soon grew into a spoiled and reckless young man. By the time Zhu Zheng turned 10, her beauty had become apparent. Zhulong began to intrude upon her and her sister's private quarters. Every night, the sisters would huddle together, locking the doors and windows securely, yet sleep remained elusive. Living under the same roof, it was inevitable to encounter Zhulong, whose lewd gaze was unmistakable. Look, my 2 little sisters have grown even more enchanting. When these 2 peaches ripen, be sure to let your brother taste them first. We can't let some outsider pluck them away. Zhulong's words dripped with oily insincerity, inducing nausea in Zhu Zheng. You pig, she retorted. Dear sister, I am your blood brother, he replied with a lewd grin. Zhu Zheng shot him a glare, insisting, I'm nothing like you. Zhulong laughed heartily, his chubby hands grasping her face, warning her to keep the door locked, lest she find herself transformed into something akin to him. Overwhelmed by Zhulong's foul presence, Zhu Zheng could only curse him to die soon. Then, at the age of 12, Zhulong truly met his demise, found dead in the arms of the most renowned courtesan in the Jinxiang Tower. The courtesan immediately reported the incident, and when the officials summoned the elder Mrs. Zhu to identify the body, a throng had already gathered outside the establishment. With shaky steps, she pushed through the crowd, her attendant distributing coins to disperse the onlookers. Yet the more she gave, the more people gathered. Zhu Zheng squeezed through the masses, Gazing into the opulent hall where a narrow bamboo bed held a figure resembling a bloated pig, stiff and exposed, without even a scrap of cloth to cover it. At that moment, Zhu Zheng could barely comprehend death. She could only see her grandmother's trembling figure, as if the sky itself had fallen. Unsteady on her tiptoes, she was knocked over by the crowd and gasped as her grandmother suddenly turned to her, eyes filled with a chilling hatred. Instinctively, Zhu Zheng felt she had done something wrong, but before she could understand, her grandmother had pushed through the throng and seized her by the hair. Zhu Zheng stumbled, barely regaining her balance, when a resounding slap struck her face, leaving a bloody scratch from her grandmother's long nails. Pain surged through her, and as blood filled her mouth, a ringing in her ears drowned out everything else. All she could hear was her grandmother's voice shouting. She strained to listen and discerned only 3 words. Star of misfortune. Grandmother, Zhu Zheng uttered in a daze. The elder Mrs. Zhu's face twisted into a grotesque mask, her white hair disheveled, gold and silver ornaments scattered about. Do not call me grandmother. You are a star of misfortune, just like your ill-fated mother. What have we, the Zhu family, done to deserve such calamity? Must you bring about the death of every member of this household? If you seek to end my life, then do so. The murmurs of the crowd varied, and the cacophony quickly engulfed Zhu Zheng. Suddenly, she recalled the incident from her childhood when her grandmother had struck her on the head with a drumstick, leaving her dazed for days. The voices around her faded in and out. Covering her ears, she looked up to see her sister's sorrowful gaze. Her grandmother, still fuming, raised her hand to strike again, but Zhu Qing rushed forward, clinging tightly to their grandmother's waist. Run, Zhu Zheng. Zhu Qing hoarsely urged, get outside. Do not look back. Zhu Zheng pushed through the crowd and fled the Jinxiang Tower, running until darkness fell. She dared not return home, finding refuge in a brightly lit alley, climbing a tree at its end to hide for the night. As dawn broke, she had not dared to close her eyes. While sitting in the tree, tears streaming down her face, her sister found her. Each time, her sister could always locate her. The tears soaked Zhu Qing's skirt as Zhu Zheng slowly closed her heavy eyelids. The familiar scent of orchids enveloped her, and suddenly, she could not recall her age, feeling as though she had returned to her earliest days, when, after every grievance, she would lay in her sister's embrace. Her elder sister gently patted her back, softly whispering words of comfort in her ear. Sleep well, and when dawn breaks, all misfortunes will be mended. Zhu Zheng fell into a deep slumber, and when she awoke, a new day had dawned. She was returned to her own boudoir, where the light filtered through the window, casting a warm glow upon the jade-embedded sandalwood bed. The embroidered canopy above shimmered with vibrant colors. Clearly, Zhu Zheng's share of opulence was not due to favoritism. Within the Zhi household, this was considered modest. After all, her grandmother held great reverence for reputation, even ensuring a grand burial for Zhi Long, despite the manner of his death. Alongside her father, whom she had never met, his first wife, and her long-unseen brother, Zhi Xian, they all lay in eternal rest within the ancestral grave of the Zhi family. Entombed beneath the earth were also the decades of fortune and glory that had graced the Zhi lineage. Towers may topple, and feasts must eventually disperse. Henceforth, only an aged matriarch and 2 unwed daughters remained in the Zhi household. Although their wealth had not been squandered overnight, it resembled a tower with its beams removed. Everyone knew it was destined to collapse, yet no one could predict when that calamity would occur. Perhaps a century hence, or perhaps as soon as the morrow. Her sentiments towards the Zhi family were so intricate that she hesitated to contemplate them. Yet to protect her sister, she must safeguard the Zhi household. Upon this reflection, Zhu Zheng felt an emptiness within her. She found herself upon an invisible chessboard, where every step she took and every move she made could determine whether she and her sister would survive the aftermath. What of reputation and fame? They were mere illusions. Even if she wagered everything she could, how much leverage truly remained in her hands? At the poetry gathering by the waterside, she had acted impulsively, taking reckless risks from the very outset, inadvertently entangling herself with Rong Xing. This predicament could lead to unforeseen complications. Zhu Zheng lowered her head and sighed softly, irritably running her fingers through her hair. Before long, She heard Ming Shui gently push the door open and cautiously speak. "Fourth Miss, the matriarch requests your presence." Chapter 6. Beware of your demise. Upon entering the main hall, a wave of heat enveloped her, mingling with the warm scent of incense, leaving Zhu Zheng somewhat breathless. Her grandmother sat regally in a high-backed chair, fanning herself with a golden-patterned fan while sipping tea, her eyelids barely fluttering at the sound of Zhu Zheng's arrival. Zhu Zheng offered her respects with utmost decorum. Her grandmother emitted a dismissive grunt, acknowledging her presence in a rather perfunctory manner. "The third girl has been searching for you at the poetry gathering," her grandmother spoke, her voice laced with a languid air of privilege. "Pray, what mischief has arisen this time?" The wine had been personally delivered by her grandmother's confidant, Granny Gui Xiang, who undoubtedly reported on who had indulged too freely. "At the banquet, I may have indulged in a few too many cups, causing you concern, grandmother," Zhu Zheng replied, her gaze fixed on the floor, half-truths slipping from her lips. "After becoming inebriated, I was feeling quite unwell when Granny Gui Xiang came to escort me to the guest quarters. I knew it was at your behest, as I had just been discussing with Ming Shui how you were too considerate of us younger ones." Before she could finish, her grandmother abruptly placed her hand on the table, the jade ring clinking sharply against the surface. "I have no time to listen to your idle chatter," she interjected, her tone unwaveringly oppressive. Zhu Zheng dared not retort. She maintained her calm demeanor, understanding her grandmother's intentions were merely to alleviate the worries of the Zhu household. A heavy silence fell upon the hall, the incense curling in the air, dense enough to suffocate. Zhu Zheng's grandmother scoffed lightly. What burdens could you possibly lift? Naturally, as her grandmother presumed, it was to seek a suitable husband. With a dismissive huff, her grandmother continued to stir the tea leaves without lifting her gaze, her derision unmistakable. Zhu Zheng was well aware that her grandmother had always pinned her hopes on her third sister. For no reputable family would dare to marry the harbinger of misfortune that was Zhu Zheng. You have no one from your maternal family, and with your disposition, even if you could marry into a prominent family, would you not still be subject to humiliation if you err? Her grandmother refrained from outright belittling her dreams, instead considering her words, which made Zhu Zheng feel an unexpected flicker of empathy. Zhu Zheng's grandmother was of diminutive stature, often adorned in flamboyant garments. Her hair impeccably styled and bedecked with lavish jewels. She rarely smiled, and every gesture exuded an air of authority. In Zhu Zheng's childhood memories, only when facing Zhu Long would her grandmother's face soften with a hint of affection. In contrast, when in Zhu Zheng's presence, her expression was perpetually cold. At times, her grandmother would ignore her altogether, while on worse days, Zhu Zheng would find herself abruptly dragged from her room to kneel before the ancestral shrine. Little Zhu Zheng spent much of her childhood kneeling in the shrine, often gazing up at unfamiliar names on the tablets, concocting fanciful tales about her ancestors. As she grew older, she overheard servants gossiping about how the fourth young miss resembled her late mother more closely than the third. Perhaps this was why her grandmother's resentment was so palpable when she looked at her. In that moment, Zhu Zheng realized that obedience and meekness would never earn her kind words. Ultimately, she would find herself kneeling before the shrine anyway. She might as well speak her mind, if only to feel a sense of relief. Soon, she honed her tongue, retorting with remarks like, "Keep your distance, lest I be the cause of your demise." Or, "What of your grandson? Do you wish to visit the Golden Fragrance Pavilion to collect his remains once more?" The words flowed effortlessly from her lips. Frequently, her grandmother would become so incensed she would clutch her chest and hurl objects in her direction. Now, as her grandmother sat before her, healthy and vibrant, Zhu Zheng scrutinized her rosy complexion, noting it was far more youthful than she remembered. Perhaps seeing family, even a grandmother who had always been distant, stirred a sense of guilt within her. Perhaps her grandmother's final illness in a past life was not entirely unrelated to the grief she had caused. "Isn't there still the third sister in your grandmother?" Zhu Zheng reasoned, striving to express herself in a manner that would please her elder. "I am young and impetuous, but I have come to understand the weight of household responsibilities." Her grandmother let out a cold laugh. "You were born with your wits about you, it seems." Zhu Zheng faltered, instinctively wanting to retort, but choosing to remain composed. Today's purpose was not to engage in a battle of wits with her grandmother. With no intention of small talk, Zhu Zheng proceeded directly to the matter at hand. I was not deeply intoxicated yesterday, and shortly after arriving at the guest room, I fortuitously encountered a gentleman with whom I shared a remarkable connection. Oh, who did you meet? The sixth young master of the Duke of Zhen's residence, Wen Xiao. The tea that had been idly swirling in her cup was finally set down as her grandmother lifted her gaze to Zhu Zheng. Her attention peaked. Grandmother, it is time for me to consider a suitable husband as well, Zhu Zheng stated evenly. Her grandmother narrowed her eyes. Your sister has yet to be engaged. What gives you the right to consider such matters? Where her grandmother mentioned her sister, Zhu Zheng steadied her resolve. Her sisters were the last cards the Zhu family had to play. Their purpose since childhood being to attract a suitor from an unknown place to the Zhu household. Unfortunately, the Zhu family's reputation was well known, and no one dared to propose. With the passing years, her grandmother's actions at the poetry gathering began to resemble the desperate measures of one seeking a remedy in a time of crisis. Today, her grandmother did not express her displeasure directly, blaming Zhu Zheng for disrupting her plans. It was clear that, upon reflection, even if a match were found, her grandmother would harbor a sense of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction was precisely what Zhu Zheng intended to gamble on. There were only two chances. She smiled enigmatically. Isn't it worth fighting for a better match for my sister? Preposterous. Her grandmother seemed to hit a sore spot, hurling the fan in her hand at Zhu Zheng. How dare you presume to make arrangements for the Zhu family? As Ming Chui anxiously awaited at the door, she finally saw her mistress emerge, this time with a smile gracing her features. It was a stark contrast to her usual countenance, which often bore anger or stubbornness, with tears barely held back. Ming Chui hurried to her side. What has brought about your laughter, miss? Zhu Zheng casually replied, My grandmother is in good health, and, as her granddaughter, I am pleased. Given Zhu Zheng's usual demeanor, such words were laden with sarcasm. Miss, Ming Chui's eyes widened with concern as she noticed the redness on Zhu Zheng's forehead. Did the old lady strike you again? Is she trying to beat you senseless? It was just a light slap from the fan. Zhu Zheng replied with a faint smile. It hardly hurt. Ming Chui immediately produced a small blue and white porcelain bottle. Having developed a habit of carrying various salves since she had witnessed her mistress endure countless beatings and punishments, often adorned with bruises, she hurriedly applied the ointment to soothe Zhu Zheng's pain. Zhu Zheng looked at Ming Chui with heartfelt gratitude and suddenly embraced her. Thank you, Ming Chui. Ming Chui was taken aback. Why are you thanking me, miss? It is simply a joy to see you, Zhu Zheng replied, her heart heavy with memories of a life once lost. Having grown accustomed to Zhu Zheng's whimsical musings, Ming Chui chose not to press further, allowing her mistress to hold her for a moment before recalling, Ah, miss, the report you requested has returned. Before meeting her grandmother, Zhu Zheng had asked Ming Chui to inquire with several servants at the waterside pavilion about whether they had seen the Grand Tutor during the poetry gathering. According to the report, although the Grand Tutor's name was indeed on the guest list, he was arranged to stay at the imperial residence and had not been assigned to the family quarters in the southern garden. Furthermore, he had not made an appearance during the day and only arrived unexpectedly in the evening. After that, no one saw him again. During the poetry gathering, while Zhu Zheng had focused on Wen Xiao, upon reflection, she realized she had indeed not seen the Grand Tutor. What could have drawn him there? And why had he been in Wen Xiao's quarters? After hearing this, Zhu Zheng's previously calm heart began to race with unease. Something felt decidedly amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. She instructed two trusted attendants to remain vigilant, one to continue investigating the matter of the poetry gathering at the waterside pavilion, and the other to keep watch near the residence of the Grand Tutor, ready to report any movements. She particularly emphasized that those stationed nearby must take meticulous note of all occurrences at the Grand Tutor's estate. This was not only to guard against any sudden reminiscence of their fleeting romance that might prompt him to seek her out, but also to closely monitor his whereabouts, lest fate conspire to bring them face to face in an unfortunate encounter. In the following days, the reports received were predominantly trivial. They merely indicated his comings and goings, departures from his residence, and entries into the palace, all rather mundane. The sole deviation from this monotonous routine was the visit of His Highness the Crown Prince, who spent an entire day at the Grand Tutor's abode. As Zhu Zheng perused this report, a chill gripped her heart, and she instinctively clenched her fist. Chapter 7. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai, following the previous life's poetry gathering. Zhu Qing was in floods of tears on the carriage ride home. Zhu Zheng knew the cause of her sorrow. Ever since Zhu Zheng embraced her rebellious nature, she had been disciplined even more severely. Zhu Qing would spend her days either pleading on her behalf or enduring the punishment alongside her. Zhu Zheng had mistakenly believed that resistance could prove something, unaware that it only caused her sister sleepless, tearful nights. Although Zhu Qing rarely voiced her feelings, Zhu Zheng would surrender to their grandmother's demands whenever she saw the tears welling up in her sister's eyes. Before long, an unforeseen shift occurred. One sister possessed the virtues of knowledge and reason, while the other seemed incorrigible. Gradually, the former began to gain favor with their grandmother. Zhu Qing had suffered mistreatment during her time in the womb and had a frail constitution since childhood, making it difficult for her to withstand kneeling in the ancestral hall frequently. Zhu Zheng was overjoyed and sincerely thanked the ancestors in the hall, considering it a most fortunate turn of events. Even better things were yet to come. As autumn approached, Madame Zhu made arrangements to send her second grandson, Zhu Long, to the Four Seas Academy. It was the most prestigious academy in the capital, where nearly all the scions of prominent families were sent for education. Madame Zhu, never one to accept a subordinate position, naturally desired that the Zhu family's only heir bear the academy's name. At the time, Zhu Long had just begun to indulge in the pleasures of the town and adamantly refused to go. After much deliberation, Madame Zhu devised a plan to find someone to take Zhu Long's place. This person had to be obedient and discreet, aligned with the Zhu family's interests, and, most importantly, intellectually gifted to avoid bringing shame upon Zhu Long's name. Thus, Zhu Qing was disguised as a man and sent to the Four Seas Academy, while Zhu Zheng was enrolled in a girls' academy. The girls' academy primarily taught obedience and docility, which Zhu Zheng found utterly uninteresting. She eagerly awaited her sister's monthly return, learning new and exciting things from her. Zhu Qing was diligent and treated the books she brought back as if they were brand new, filling her notebooks with copious transcriptions and annotations. Through her sister, Zhu Zheng learned that the men's academy taught that the land was conquered by great men, who should aspire to high positions and understand the past and present. The young Zhu Zheng yearned for such knowledge, but was also filled with doubt. Was the land also conquered by women? Of course, Zhu Qing said, patting her head, but she did not finish her sentence. Sometimes, after finishing her lessons, Zhu Qing would recount her experiences at the Four Seas Academy. Most of them were trivial matters among classmates. Zhu Qing's personality was not particularly sociable, and because she was disguised as a man, she had not made many friends. Until one day, a name appeared in her stories, Ayin. The first time Zhu Qing mentioned this young master Ayin was on a rainy day by a bridge, where he was a boatman. Later, he had somehow transformed into her classmate. They became acquainted and gradually grew closer. He played the zither, loved to write poetry, and had a carefree nature. One day he would pick apricots in the spring, and the next he would steal lotus pods, yet he still excelled in all his studies. When Zhu Qing spoke of him, her eyes sparkled with joy. Zhu Zheng, having just purchased a new storybook from the street, teased her sister, "Sister, does this young master Ayin know that you are a woman?" Zhu Qing was silent for a moment. "He doesn't. Is Ayin a nickname? Did he ever tell you his full name?" Zhu Qing frowned and shook her head. "I think," Zhu Zheng said with a sly smile. "Could his surname be Liang? How did you know?" "Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai." Zhu Zheng intertwined her index fingers, singing in a drawn-out voice. "Of the 3,000 ailments in life, only longing is incurable." Zhu Qing pinched Zhu Zheng's ear, scolding, "Where did you learn such words, you little rascal?" From the storybook, Zhu Zheng pleaded, "You always say reading is beneficial." Perhaps it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. At that time, Zhu Zheng had not yet read the ending of the story, where Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai did not stay together. On an ordinary day, this young master Liang Shambua disappeared, as suddenly as he had appeared. Until Zhu Long's sudden death, when Zhu Qing left the academy, they never met again. Zhu Qing never mentioned this name again. She had experienced the stirrings of first love in a stolen moment, only to have it end without a trace. She kept her feelings hidden, never speaking of them, burying them deep within her heart. In her previous life, Zhu Qing was coaxed into drinking that cup of wine and, after waking up, was forced by her grandmother to demand an explanation from the Wen family. Surrounded by people, both familiar and unfamiliar, Zhu Qing lowered her head and remained silent, as if none of it concerned her. Only when she was on the carriage did tears finally stream down her face. Zhu Qing rarely shed tears for herself. She was always compromising, always yielding, always standing in front of her sister, accepting all arrangements. No one ever knew what she wanted. Fortunately, things were different now. Everything could start anew. In the backyard of the Zhu mansion, a dark-skinned, tall man was chopping wood, sweating profusely under the midday sun. Amidst the scattered wood chips, a pair of moon-white, pearl-embroidered shoes appeared, making a soft sound. He looked up, startled by the sight of the visitor, and his axe went wide. "Fourth miss?" Zhu Zheng saw his thick, dark eyebrows jump in surprise and smiled. "Are you changing?" Changing nodded hurriedly, throwing the axe far away and bending down to sweep the wood chips around Zhu Zheng with the hem of his clothes. "I've spoken with Steward Su. Starting today, you don't have to work as a laborer in the backyard anymore," Zhu Zheng said. Changing was stunned. "Fourth miss, did I do something wrong?" "Of course not." Zhu Zheng shook her head. "Don't worry, you'll be under my orders from now on." Changing wrung his hands, unable to understand what it meant to be under the fourth miss's orders. "Does that mean I'll only be chopping wood for the fourth miss?" "Change your clothes first." Zhu Zheng turned to leave. "Come with me." Although Changing was confused, he followed her dumbly. "Oh, do you know how to read?" Zhu Zheng asked. Changing said sheepishly. "Not much, fourth Mississippi." Zhu Zheng hummed. "It doesn't matter, you can learn slowly at the tea house." The reason for seeking out Changing dates back to this morning. When Ming Tsue brought in tea this morning, Zhu Zheng was at her desk, dozing off over a stack of account books. Shortly after her grandmother's death in her previous life, Gongyi Xiao set fire to the Zhu mansion, which burned for 3 days and 3 nights. After losing all her wealth, Zhu Zheng truly understood that most of the world's troubles revolved around money. Now that she had the chance to prepare in advance, she had to find a way to secure a worry-free future. Zhu Zheng counted the money she had saved over the years and subtly inquired with her sister. But the results were disappointing. Although she had managed to gather some money, it was still far from what she needed. So, she coaxed Zhu Qing into giving her the Zhu mansion's account books, hoping to find a way to extract some gold from the mountain of wealth. As she expected, all expenses, large and small, were personally controlled by her grandmother. Even if a mouse snuck into the accounting room, it wouldn't be able to carry away a single coin. This was quite difficult. Zhu Zheng looked at the mansion and Appo's splendor, imagining it all turning to ashes. She cooed and Appo's to prepare for the inevitable rain, which kept her up all night. During the day, she had a look at the account books, making her eyelids droop with sleep. She could only stay awake by drinking strong tea, wishing she could soak her nose and eyes in the teapot. Ming Tsue, having prepared the tea, entered the room and saw Zhu Zheng looking sleepy, as if her bones had been removed. She couldn't help but feel sorry for her, saying, "Miss, why don't you go and get some sleep?" Zhu Zhengqiang opened her eyes, declaring, "I am not sleepy." She pinched her arm and lifted the teacup, taking a hearty sip. The tea tasted slightly astringent and bitter, seemingly inferior to the delightful brew of previous days. After a couple of sips, she inquired of Ming Chui, "Have we switched teas? This is not the same as before, is it?" The young lady's palate was remarkably discerning, instantly identifying the change. Ming Chui responded with surprise and hastily explained that the usual tea supplier had recently been unable to deliver, necessitating a switch to a different vendor. "Which vendor do we normally procure from?" Zhu Zhengqiang asked. "Qinya Tea House," Ming Chui replied. Zhu Zhengqiang furrowed her brow. Although only the 3 of them remained in the household, their provisions were distributed in a hierarchy. The tea supplied to her grandmother was sourced from the eminent First Tea House, and neither she nor her sister had ever been afforded the same privilege. The name Qinya Tea House was familiar to Zhu Zhengqiang, renowned as the foremost tea house in the capital. Could it be that I mistakenly received the same tea as my grandmother? Zhu Zheng queried. That is not the case. The old lady has always received tea from the first tea house, Ming Shui assured her. But is not Qinya tea house the first tea house? Zhu Zheng pressed. Miss, the first tea house is actually Yulai tea house. Yulai tea house? The greenish tea reflected Zhu Zheng's puzzled expression. She vividly recalled that Qinya tea house was indeed the first tea house. How could this contradict Ming Shui's statement? Chapter 8. Unworthy Zhu Zheng had sent Ming Shui to inquire with the purchasing assistant about the recent events. It turned out that recently, Qinya Tea House had secured a significant order from Jiangnan, preparing over a dozen ships of tea. However, for reasons unknown, the transport vessel sprung a leak at the ferry, and by the time it reached its destination, the tea had spoiled. The tea house's manager was left in dire financial straits. After listening in silence at her desk, Zhu Zheng remained pensive for a considerable time. In truth, matters such as the ranking of tea houses had never piqued her interest in her past life. She ought to have had no memory of it. The only reason she was aware of this situation was due to a painful recollection she wished to forget. In her previous life, after her grandmother fell gravely ill, Zhu Qing vanished without a trace while seeking a physician. After 10 days of fruitless searching, Zhu Zheng's heart grew colder as she aimlessly wandered the street where Zhu Qing had disappeared. On a night of torrential rain, Zhu Zheng, having eaten nothing, fainted in the street from exhaustion. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in a tea house, where the tea house manager had just given her a few sips of hot tea. Without uttering a word, she attempted to leave immediately, and the manager did not impede her, instead offering her several tea cakes and an umbrella. As she stepped back into the rain, she turned for a moment to glance at the silk green banner that bore the bold characters Qinya, fluttering in the wind. Below the banner hung a large incense-wood plaque inscribed with the words, "The greatest tea house under heaven." This was her sole impression of Qinya Tea House. The memory of that bowl of hot tea was now shrouded in the chaos and darkness of her past life. Nearly forgotten until today's mention rekindled it. Having recalled an unfulfilled debt of gratitude, she resolved not to let it slip away unaddressed. Thus, she found herself seeking out Chong Ying at noon. Zhu Zheng brought Chong Ying a complete set of accountant-esque attire, which he clearly struggled to adapt to, his limbs awkwardly misplaced. Miss Forth, I cannot wield an axe dressed like this. Then learn to use an abacus. Miss Forth. Chong Ying scratched his head, confused, as he had only seen his master from a distance on a few occasions, and was still in shock from the sudden encounter. Zhu Zheng's next words bewildered him even more. Chong Ying, do you wish to marry? After much contemplation, he replied, no. Zhu Zheng suddenly smiled faintly, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. What about Ming Shui? Chong Ying's previously dark face turned a deep shade of crimson, rendering him nearly speechless. Miss, how do you know? How I know is unimportant, Zhu Zheng replied, her smile fading. If you spend your life chopping wood in the backyard, Ming Shui will never recognize you. Chong Ying lowered his head, indifferent to whether he was recognized or not. Zhu Zheng remained silent, believing that the miss was displeased. Chong Ying hastily explained, I possess nothing but strength. I am utterly unworthy of Miss Ming Shui, and I would never tarnish her reputation. Zhu Zheng nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. Chong Ying's head drooped even lower. Chong Ying, Zhu Zheng called him sternly, I shall now present you with two paths. First, you may change back into your old clothes, return to the backyard, and pretend I never came. Second, you may don this attire and go to the tea house to learn about business and abacus skills. The extent of your success will depend on your own abilities. Like a child, Chong Ying stared at his toes, hesitating for a long time before summoning a great resolve and finally uttering, I wish to go to the tea house. Having anticipated this response, Zhu Zheng finally broke into a satisfied smile and handed him a bundle of silver notes. Go today. Find a manager of Qinya Tea House at Jinchang Dock. Give him this money and express your desire to remain as an apprentice. He will accept you. Chong Ying accepted the notes, squeezing them in his hand, astonished. Does it really cost this much to be an apprentice at that tea house? These funds were saved by Zhu Zheng, of little use to her confined within Zhu Manor, yet they would be a boon to the tea house owner. The manager was a man of integrity. and Chong Ying would learn much under his tutelage. Zhu Zheng refrained from elaborating further, only saying, "So do not let my efforts go to waste." "Thank you, Miss Fourth." Chong Ying suddenly knelt, proclaiming, "My life is entirely yours. I will never let down the Zhu manor, even if it costs me my life." All right, rise," Zhu Zheng interrupted with exasperation. "No need for oaths. I trust you." Indeed, she had faith, for he had already proven himself. In her past life, Chong Ying had indeed spent his days chopping wood in the backyard until the crown prince himself led an assault on their estate. Zhu Zheng vividly remembered this somber servant wielding his axe, carving a bloody path as he fiercely fought to protect Ming Shui and her from harm, ultimately leading them to the estate's door. As he pushed them out, Zhu Zheng noticed that he had been grievously wounded, blood pouring from his abdomen. "Miss, you must survive," he urged. With his last breath, he slammed the estate door shut. "Ming Shui," he suddenly called from the other side of the door, his voice cutting through the horrifying sounds of battle. "Remember me. I am Chong Ying." That night, as the full moon rose, casting silvery light upon the ground, Zhu Zheng could no longer recall the last time she had enjoyed a peaceful sleep. A heavy stone seemed to hang in her heart. So she donned her clothes and ventured to the west courtyard. The long-neglected courtyard was overgrown with weeds, the mottled white walls covered in moss, the trees barren and flowers withered, exuding a sense of desolation. The only remnant was a stone lion standing valiantly in the southeastern corner, illuminated by the moonlight. The lion guarded a well that was sealed tightly. Zhu Zheng approached the well and sat against the stone lion, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the well's edge and the lion's shiny head. As a child, she often peered into the well. After being discovered by Zhu Long, he had pushed her a few times, mockingly suggesting she join her short-lived mother. Once, she had lost her footing and truly fell in. Fortunately, her sister had found a rope in time to pull her back to safety, thus saving her life. Of course, this was not the reason the well had been sealed. The family's affairs had become increasingly enigmatic in the neighborhood, eventually morphing into rumors that Zhu Zhaorong had forcibly taken a ferry from the mountains, bringing a curse upon the Zhu manor, resulting in everyone's tragic fate. These tales soon reached the ears of the old lady Zhu, who, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in the hall and summoned a Taoist priest to seal the well, placing a stone lion at its mouth to ward off evil spirits. From then on, the west courtyard fell into disuse, with servants preferring to take a longer route. This, however, suited Zhu Zheng perfectly, for it allowed her to remain hidden from prying eyes. She felt no fear of the stone lion. Her mother was not a malevolent spirit, requiring any form of restraint. The lion, with its discernible features, had become a source of solace for young Zhu Zheng. Over time, she developed a habit of touching the lion and whispering her troubles to it, as if her mother might hear her. On this night, the moonlight was bright as Zhu Zheng sat by the well, gazing up at the sky, saying nothing. At dawn, Zhu Zheng rolled over and fell into the well, only to discover she had fallen asleep while clutching the stone lion. Though her back ached and her waist was sore, it was the first good rest she had experienced since her rebirth. On her way back to her room, Zhu Zheng encountered a flustered Ming Shui. "Miss, where have you been? Granny Gui Xiang has been waiting for you at your door since early morning. I made an excuse that you had gone to find third miss. You must remember this later." Zhu Zheng frowned and asked, "What is the matter?" Ming Shui shook her head. She did not say. Zhu Zheng understood. Granny Gui Xiang was known for her strictness, having been by her grandmother's side for decades, and was notoriously tight-lipped. Upon returning to her courtyard, Zhu Zheng found Granny Gui Xiang standing with a maid, her thin face devoid of expression. "Why has the matron come so early?" Zhu Zheng's smile was faint, and she did not explain where she had been. The old matron, however, seemed indifferent. She surveyed Zhu Zheng from head to toe and remarked, "Fourth young lady, do attend to your grooming, lest you squander the time." "What time are you referring to?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "The old lady has made her arrangements," the matron replied, raising her hand in a gesture. "Upon arrival, the young lady will naturally understand." Chapter 9. Have we met before? Gui Xiang brought a beautiful apricot yellow skirt for Zhu Zheng to change into. The fabric, made of premium silk, was adorned with silver floral patterns on the soft hem. Her hair was styled with great care, decorated with numerous jingling pearls and jade ornaments. This familiar spectacle evoked a sense of wariness in Zhu Zheng. After a thorough grooming, she was taken directly out of the mansion. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Zhu Zheng found herself at a riverside dock. "You may board the boat now, fourth miss," Gu Xiang instructed, having exchanged a few words with the boatman before turning back to urge Zhu Zheng. "Where are we headed?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "To Yaoguang Island," came the reply. "Who awaits us there?" But Gu Xiang remained silent. This steadfast servant was always obedient, likely having received specific instructions from her grandmother. Zhu Zheng realized further questions would yield no answers, so she smiled nonchalantly and obediently boarded the boat. The vessel was an ordinary black canopy boat, with a low roof and a cramped cabin furnished with 2 bamboo chairs and a low table, upon which rested chess set. Gu Xiang stood at the bow, glancing at the sky, which threatened rain. "I will fetch an umbrella. Please wait here," she said, departing. Zhu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement, though the weather was not promising. With dark clouds looming overhead and the boat gently rocking in the wind, she soon found her eyelids growing heavy, succumbing to drowsiness. Just as she was about to drift off, the boat suddenly dipped, and the curtain was drawn back, the blinding light causing Zhu Zheng to shield her eyes. A young man in white leaned in, momentarily halting his movement, his handsome face reflecting surprise. Upon recognizing the visitor, she suddenly understood her grandmother's intentions. "Young master," the boatman called out, "this young lady arrived early. I thought you were together and allowed her aboard. Did you arrange this boat?" Zhu Zheng asked. The young man stood in stunned silence for a moment before nodding slowly. "I apologize. I shall disembark," Zhu Zheng said, rising. However, he did not step aside. "Why is fourth miss here?" he queried. Hearing him address her, an icy sensation washed over Zhu Zheng, but she feigned surprise. "You recognize me?" "My apologies," he stammered, quickly bowing. "I am Wen Buoqiu from the Duke of Zhen's residence." Zhu Zheng was well aware of his identity. The Duke of Zhen's family was renowned for its military prowess, yet Wen Buoqiu, a younger branch of the family, was a scholarly gentleman, seemingly delicate and unassuming. "Are you also going to the island, fourth miss?" he asked, blocking the entrance to the cabin, his tone losing its composure. "At this hour, there are no more boats. If fourth miss does not mind, you may accompany me." It seemed they would not be waiting for Gu Xiang's return. Zhu Zheng's grandmother clearly lacked confidence in anyone willing to propose marriage, viewing Zhu Zheng's striking features as a liability in such pursuits. A flicker of pity for her grandmother's anxiousness crossed Zhu Zheng's mind. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied, "Very well." The black canopy boat slowly set sail, with Wen Buoqiu remaining at the bow, engaging in casual conversation with the boatman. To be fair, Zhu Zheng did not harbor a favorable impression of him. Their initial encounter had been filled with uncertainties, causing her to harbor resentment. During her grandmother's reprimands, he had merely reddened in embarrassment, offering only vague defenses. Yet today, he seemed to be avoiding any impropriety, exhibiting a hint of the ancient gentleman's demeanor, which slightly softened Zhu Zheng's stance towards him. The journey to the island would take approximately half an hour. As they progressed, the wind picked up, causing ripples on the lake's surface, soon followed by a sudden downpour. "It's spring weather. It changes in an instant," the boatman exclaimed, hurriedly donning a straw hat. "Young master, you should come inside to avoid the rain." With nowhere to sit, Wen Buoqiu reluctantly entered the cabin, taking a seat at a distance. "I'll stay in until the rain stops," he said. "No worries," Zhu Zheng replied, her curiosity piqued. She suddenly recalled a few days prior at the poetry gathering at Lanhua Pavilion, where she had seen Wen Buoqiu. "Do you remember, young master? Were you present at the poetry gathering? Did you notice me?" Wen Buoqiu's eyes brightened. "I thought I would go unnoticed. You even inquired about me. Where did you spend the night?" Zhu Zheng pressed. "What? Was it at the inn of Nanyuan?" "Yes. I never left," he responded, confirming her expectations. Her gaze fell upon the chessboard, and an idea struck her. Someone had anticipated her moves, controlling her like a piece on the board, while she remained oblivious to the identity of the player behind it. "Why do you ask, Miss Zhu?" Wen Buoqiu's expression shifted slightly. "Nothing," Zhu Zheng replied casually, merely intrigued by the elegance of his name, which had caught her attention. Just as she spoke, she noticed when Boichio, averting his gaze, his head bowed. Upon closer inspection, she saw his ears were flushed crimson. Why this reaction? He had exhibited similar discomfort during their previous encounters, hinting at unspoken feelings that seemed far from trivial. Yet, Zhu Zheng had no recollection of him, and she could no longer suppress her curiosity, asking the question that had lingered across 2 lifetimes. "Young Master One, have we met before the poetry gathering?" When Boichio appeared taken aback by her sudden inquiry, pausing for an extended moment before hesitantly responding, 2 years ago. On the 3rd of March, at the Hua Hua Festival in Sudongling, 4th Miss dressed as the apricot blossom fairy. A flood of memories surged forth. Every year, Sudongling hosted a spring gathering, inviting the city's finest young talents and noble ladies. The women relished the chance to dress as the 12 flower goddesses, performing rituals on a grand stage. That day, a promised debutante had failed to appear, and Zhu Zheng had stepped in to fill the role of the missing apricot fairy. Finding the experience delightful, her wide-sleeved gown was resplendent, adorned with blossoms in her hair, and she recalled emerging just as someone began to play the flute. The sound was as delicate as silk, dancing with the falling petals, creating an enchanting atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. It was indeed a moment of unparalleled beauty. Back then, she had been carefree, and though only 2 years had passed, her outlook had transformed as if she had been reborn. When Boichio's voice pulled her from a reverie, "What blessing?" he inquired. He then produced a pouch from his jade pendant, extracting a simple yellow sachet emblazoned with a large character for blessing in vermilion. So that was it. Zhu Zheng recognized this object from her previous life when Boichio had sought her family's approval for marriage. His expression and words had led others to assume it was a token between them, yet she had never truly known him, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing Zhu Zheng's furrowed brow, when Boichio hurriedly clarified, "This sachet was distributed to everyone during the ceremony. I simply kept it for its auspicious connotation." His explanation was difficult to contest. He returned the sachet to the pouch with careful precision. Noticing Zhu Zheng's gaze lingering, he added, "I fear it might wear out." His careful treatment of the sachet, coupled with the significance it held in their past, stirred something within Zhu Zheng. It was no wonder she had been dressed so meticulously today. Her grandmother must have exerted considerable effort to arrange this. Rarely did her grandmother show such concern for her, and if she did not make a favorable impression, it was unlikely there would be another opportunity. As Zhu Zheng pondered how to seize this chance, the small boat glided closer to shore. In the distance, she spotted a row of intricately carved pleasure boats docked neatly along the bank. Is there an event taking place on Yaowang Island today? An ominous premonition crept up her spine as Zhu Zheng raised her gaze toward the shore. Amidst the shadows of the lotus leaves, she discerned a considerable gathering of people, all adorned in flamboyant attire, engaging in the elegant pastime of floating wine cups along the winding waters, creating a scene of lively merriment. Among the crowd at the forefront sat an individual crowned in silver, leaning gracefully against the railing, his deep crimson garments billowing in the breeze, while the drooping willows obscured much of his visage. With just a fleeting glance, Zhu Zheng instantly recognized the celestial being in attendance. Chapter 10. Indeed, do you remember who I am? The humble black-sailed boat glided languidly into the dock. Among the crowd, some began to look up and take notice of this inconspicuous vessel. This included the figure at the forefront of the throng. A person with deep-set features and an indifferent demeanor raised their gaze from the sea of white lotus. Despite being surrounded by a multitude, their expression was marked by an aloof weariness, as if perpetually detached from the cacophony, never fully integrated. Zhu Zheng suddenly crouched low, retreating into the boat's canopy, raising a chess table to shield her face. In her haste, she knocked over a chess bowl, and the jade pieces cascaded onto the wooden boat, creating a sound like a sudden downpour. As the boat neared the shore, more people heard the commotion, and a swarm of curious gazes turned toward her. The phrase "fate has a way of bringing enemies together" resonated all too well, as it occurred with alarming frequency. She had inquired about the Grand Tutor's whereabouts beforehand, but unexpectedly encountered him the moment he left the estate. Zhu Zheng pressed herself further down. attempting to obscure her presence behind Wen Bochio's figure. When he stiffened and swayed slightly, she looked up, only to realize they were uncomfortably close. "Miss Zhu," Wen Bochio stammered, instinctively stepping back, allowing Zhu Zheng to glimpse the distant figure in purple garb. She hastily pressed closer to him again. This back and forth was not a viable solution. "Mr. Wen, I suddenly feel unwell. The wind is too strong. I shall not go ashore." Wen Bochio's face immediately shifted to one of concern as he leaned closer, asking, "What ails you?" Zhu Zheng casually placed a hand over her abdomen. "It hurts," she admitted. Upon hearing this, Wen Bochio averted his gaze slightly, his face tinged with a faint flush under the sunlight. Zhu Zheng paused. Why would he blush at her mention of a stomachache? The boatman had disembarked to drop anchor, leaving the two no choice but to exit the vessel. Wen Bochio stood up, ready to step out first. As the curtain of the boat was drawn aside, the sounds of the outside world flooded in, and Zhu Zheng, in her haste, clutched at Wen Bochio's sleeve. "Wait, Mr. Wen." He turned back, his half-exposed figure frozen in an awkward posture. Through the gap in his sleeve, Zhu Zheng discreetly scanned the shore, recognizing several familiar faces. The eldest son of the minister's residence, Shen Duanming, the heir of the princely house, Gong Yishir, and the young lady of the inspector general's household, Lu Qinghe. The crown prince's faction was always a target of courtly favor. Compared to the suave Gong Yishio, the grand tutor was seldom seen in such gatherings. Yet, among the crowd, she only spotted Rong Xing, without a trace of Gong Yishio. This was indeed peculiar. Were they not inseparable? How could it be that only Rong Xing was present in this scenario? Zhu Zheng dared not be careless. Such an unusual situation meant she would not recklessly disembark. Perhaps her gaze lingered too long, for not far off, Rong Xing seemed to sense her scrutiny, suddenly turning to glance in her direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment through the fluttering fabric, and she quickly bowed her head. Do not worry, Zhu Zheng reassured herself. The daylight was bright outside. He was in the light, she in the dark. He could not possibly discern her. Preoccupied with her own concealment, she was oblivious to the fact that the person she clutched had turned as red as a roasted sweet potato. The boatman returned, lifting the bamboo curtain to invite the guests to disembark, and a flood of light poured in. Two young masters from the right minister's residence happened to be standing at the boat's bow, teasingly peering inside. "Mr. Wen, what a refined taste. Arriving so late. It seems you brought company." Startled, Zhu Zheng released her grip and retreated into the shadows of the boat, causing it to sway slightly with her sudden movement. The playful banter from outside was jarring. Finally, when Bochio realized Zhu Zheng's apprehension towards the crowd below, he casually picked up a nearby hat and placed it atop her head, shielding her from the prying eyes. Turning back, he addressed the onlookers, "Please excuse us. My sister is feeling unwell and cannot meet anyone." Fortunately, many in the crowd were accompanied by their own ladies, and when Bochio was not one to indulge in jesting. A few listeners chuckled at his words, brushing aside the matter without further insistence. Among a row of luxurious pleasure boats, this black-sailed vessel stood out for its simplicity. Since when Bochio had made his appearance, more people began to gather around, as if drawn by the allure of a performance. He could not maintain his aloofness and had no choice but to turn back, apologetically instructing Zhu Zheng, "Fourth miss, please remain on the boat. I shall return shortly." Zhu Zheng felt as if a great weight had been lifted, gratefully nodding at Wen Bochio. However, she soon found that this wait seemed interminable. It was rare to see the sixth master of one so sought after. Waves of inquiries about his studies, marriage prospects, and career plans bombarded him, one after another. Poor Wen Bochio found himself ensnared in a web of questions, his face quickly flushed. As the boat moved slowly and noon approached, Zhu Zheng, feeling faint from hunger, could no longer resist the urge to peek outside. The group of noble young lords had taken Wen Bochio further away, leaving behind merely a kaleidoscope of colorful silhouettes among the lotus leaves. She had thought she would remain hidden forever. A deep voice emerged from the side. "I thought you might stay there for eternity." Zhu Zheng turned towards the source of the voice and noticed someone seated in the octagonal pavilion at the bow. Unbeknownst to her until now, clad in a deep crimson robe with a silver crown, He held a long fishing rod, sitting upright as if engaged in a tranquil fishing endeavor. Zhu Zheng glanced into the distance and back again, her curiosity piqued. Why was the Grand Tutor not among the crowd? How had he suddenly appeared here? A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo thicket, the sound of spring whispering sweetly. The shadows of the bamboo danced across Rong Xing's figure, casting him in a half-light, half-dark silhouette. He cannot return, Rong Xing stated, fixated on the fishing rod. Who? Wenbuqiu? Zhu Zheng momentarily failed to comprehend whether he was speaking to her or why he had come to inform her of Wenbuqiu's absence. Nonetheless, receiving any confirmation was better than uncertainty, and she nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her understanding. Just as she contemplated this, Rong Xing turned his face slightly, his penetrating gaze sweeping over her. The pavilion was open to the breeze, the soft wind caressing his flowing garments, and the dazzling sunlight enveloped him in a gentle glow. In the interplay of light and shadow, he resembled a noble figure from a painting, brought to life. Zhu Zheng, however, had no heart to admire the beauty of the scene. She would rather never see this person again in her lifetime. His sudden appearance caught her unprepared for confrontation, causing her back to tighten in apprehension. Rong Yan's long, elegant fingers rested casually on the fishing rod, his gaze lingering on her for an extended period. She could only hold her ground, feigning calm as she returned his look. After a long pause, it was Rong Xing who finally averted his eyes, lightly tapping the boat's surface with the rod. Time to eat. Zhu Zheng lowered her gaze and discovered a food box had appeared on the deck, crafted from dark wood and adorned with intricate designs. Uncertain of his intentions, Zhu Zheng clutched the hat, revealing only her eyes, remaining vigilant. I haven't tea poisoned it, Rong Xing stated flatly. Zhu Zheng narrowed her eyes. His ability to see through her thoughts made her feel uncomfortable. She pursed her lips, forcing a faint smile. You jest. Grand Tutor. With a soft sound, Rong Xing set down the fishing rod, rising leisurely. His tall figure nearly filled the pavilion, the backdrop of lush bamboo swaying gently, casting shadows that danced around his delicate features, his eyes luminous under the sun. Indeed, do you remember who I am? Chapter 11. The Emerald Maiden. Even if this face were to turn to ash before her eyes, it would likely remain unforgettable until crossing the Naya Bridge and sipping the Mengpa soup. Zhu Zheng silently cursed while swiftly donning an appropriate smile. Growing up in the Zhu residence had honed her skill in feigning ignorance to perfection, allowing her to manipulate the curvature of her brows and eyes so that others might perceive her as simple-minded and inconsequential. Rong Yan's gaze lingered on her delicate features for a moment before he withdrew. Wait. Zhu Zheng's abdominal pain was a mix of genuine discomfort and exaggerated pretense. Having often gone hungry as a child, she developed a weakness for hunger, and this morning, under the relentless urging of Granny Gui Xiang, she had scarcely found time to drink a sip of water. Never mind, she was already insignificant before the Grand Tutor, so why bother pretending otherwise? After all, pride could not satiate her hunger. If Wenbuqiu did not return soon, she genuinely feared she might faint from starvation right there. Zhu Zheng retracted her head, extending a hand like a mouse stealing rice, quickly dragging the food box into the cabin. The heavy food box was filled to the brim, containing the renowned lotus flower pastries from Yaoguang Island, celebrated for their delicate sweetness, alongside exquisite delicacies she had never seen before. And a small pot of tea nestled at the bottom. Zhu Zheng tapped the teapot. It was still warm. She paid little heed to the food's elegance, as there was no need for formal dining etiquette behind the bamboo curtain. She devoured the contents in a ravenous frenzy, as if swept away by a tempest. Slow down, came a gentle admonition from outside. Zhu Zheng, too famished to heed the words, continued to stuff her mouth with the last lotus flower pastry when the Grand Tutor's voice echoed from beyond the bamboo screen. Emerald Maiden. Huh? Zhu Zheng nearly choked, coughing. Yes, what is it? A sound outside, reminiscent of a light chuckle, reached her ears. The silhouette visible through the bamboo curtain was indistinct, and Zhu Zheng momentarily froze, forgetting to chew her pastry. The two young ladies and the two young gentlemen of the Zhu family, Rong Xing stated slowly. I was unaware that one of your attendants is named Chui Lu. Zhu Zheng nearly choked on the pastry again. Not only did he know of the Zhu residents, but he was also familiar with the names of their maids. This seemed implausible. Her heart raced as she couldn't ascertain whether he was trying to deceive her or if he had genuinely sent someone to inquire at her home. After sipping some tea to steady herself, she cautiously replied, "That is her maiden name, known only within the family." "Oh, then why did you reveal it to me?" Zhu Zheng was caught off guard, sputtering as tea went down the wrong way. After a prolonged silence from outside, she leaned against the bamboo window, peering out. The Grand Tutor had turned his back to her, seemingly preparing to leave. He did not inquire further. Thus, she could feign ignorance. It was as if she had just choked to death. Zhu Zheng retrieved her handkerchief, gently wiping her mouth, and quietly tidied the food box before reclining on the boat, ready to take a brief nap. When would Bo Xiao return? A couple of knocks echoed on the canopy. "Disembark," Rong Yin commanded. Zhu Zheng closed her eyes and fell asleep. At some point, Rong Yin had approached closely, his long shadow cast through the bamboo curtain, enveloping Zhu Zheng. Had she exited the residence merely to accompany him on this boat ride? Zhu Zheng abruptly opened her eyes, realizing the absurdity of her situation. She finally comprehended the source of her lingering frustration. Ever since this morning, when she had been dragged by her arms and legs, dressed up, and placed on the boat like an object, she had resented that feeling. Since childhood, Zhu Zheng had despised being treated as a mere possession, and with Rong Yan's provocation, her rebellious spirit flared. Glancing through the bamboo curtain, she recalled her reluctance to disembark, stemming from her desire to avoid encountering the person waiting outside. Now cornered like a turtle in its shell, there was no need to deceive herself any longer. With a swift motion, she flung aside the bamboo curtain and elegantly emerged from the cabin. Outside, the lush trees flourished, bathed in the gentle spring light, and the fresh, rain-kissed air greeted her. Rong Yin stood on the dock, silhouetted against the light. Zhu Zheng looked up. Her petite frame appeared even more delicate compared to the towering Grand Tutor. Although the black canopy boat was not small, it seemed rather diminutive amidst the row of lavishly adorned vessels. Feeling dwarfed, Zhu Zheng turned back to retrieve her hat, not to add height, but to shield herself from any sudden encounters with acquaintances whom she did not wish to face. Noticing Rong Yin glance her way, she explained, "Just try to avoid the sun." Rong Yin lowered his gaze, sunlight filtering through the fine bamboo, casting a golden hue across her cheeks. He averted his eyes. After a pause, he unexpectedly extended a hand toward her. Zhu Zheng looked at his outstretched hand in confusion. It must be said that the Grand Tutor's hands were exceptionally well-formed, long, pale, and distinctly jointed, akin to jade sculpted with grace, perfectly complementing his refined features. Zhu Zheng found herself staring, though she could not recall if she had ever touched them. Yet, she felt as if she had once grasped them inappropriately, and at that moment, they seemed less cool than the memory of their scorching warmth, leaving an indelible mark. Realizing her thoughts had wandered to peculiar places, Zhu Zheng blushed furiously and deliberately ignored Rong Yan's hand. Without hesitation, she seized a nearby xiangfei bamboo and, like a monkey climbing a tree, scrambled onto the shore. The sight was undeniably ungraceful, yet she feigned nonchalance, brushing off the dust from her hands, ever mindful to present herself as a humble attendant of the Wen family. The more uncouth her demeanor, the more reasonable it appeared. Rong Yan's hand lingered in the air for a moment before he withdrew it slowly. The scenery was breathtaking, with vibrant flowers captivating the senses. Yaoguang Island was an oval-shaped paradise, hollowed in the center to create a lake, forming a remarkable spectacle of an island within a lake, and a lake within an island. Lush green bamboos flanked the narrow paths, creating emerald barriers that led to a picturesque transformation of views with every step. The lotus flowers in the lake were in full bloom, almost reaching out to tug at the garments of passers-by. Zhu Zheng followed Rong Yin, her head swiveling from side to side, mesmerized by the flowers. In truth, Zhu Zheng and Appo's nature was restless, thriving amidst gardens and nature, relishing the company of flora and fauna, and delighting in the embrace of spring. Yet now, she was preoccupied with furtive glances, intent on locating Bo Xiao, or at the very least, the boatman who had accompanied them. eager to escape this wretched place. Regardless of her intentions, she felt an urgent need to part ways with Rong Yin. However, the Grand Tutor seemed at ease, speaking little as they walked side by side in silence. Gradually, Zhu Zheng purposefully fell behind, and, as the distance widened, she resolutely turned away. "Why have you stopped?" Rong Yin inquired, seemingly sensing her withdrawal, turning back to face her. Zhu Zheng halted mid-step, awkwardly gazing at the sky, the ground, and finally at the blooming lotus pond. "Sir, look, the flowers here are in full bloom, truly captivating." Although her tone was exaggerated, it contained a kernel of truth. Yaoguang Island was a royal masterpiece, with each season offering its unique beauty. And summer was undoubtedly the best time to admire the lotus blossoms, their vibrant colors set against a backdrop of azure skies and verdant landscapes, a rare sight to behold. In her youth, she had come across a line of poetry. In afternoon dreams, a boat beneath the flowers, the fragrance fills the lake and mist. It had resonated with her, leading her to dream of slumbering amidst the lotus blossoms, enveloped in their scent. In truth, she had scarcely had the opportunity to inhale the fragrance of the lotus flowers, which always bloomed far in the center of the water, untouchable and sacred. Zhu Zheng recalled the sweet delight of the lotus pastry she had just savored, its flavor lingering delightfully upon her palate, and could not help but inquire, "Sir, do lotus flowers possess a fragrance?" "Indeed," Rong Yin replied nonchalantly. Zhu Zheng leaned over the edge of the pond, drawing closer to observe. "I have not taken the time to truly smell them. One would assume they ought to." Before she could finish her thought, a delicate pink lotus was presented to her, its petals gently cascading onto her shoulder. Zhu Zheng straightened, exclaiming, "How did you manage to pluck it? Go on, take a whiff," Rong Yin encouraged. Chapter 12. The young lady had encountered the Grand Tutor before. Perhaps the Grand Tutor adhered to the principle of seizing the moment, for Zhu Zheng did not hesitate to lean in and inhale the fragrance of the flowers. The delicate scent was ethereal, becoming more elusive the closer she approached. It bore a remarkable resemblance to the fragrance of a certain individual. "So this is the scent," she mused, feeling a sense of longing. She decided to remove her conical hat and hung it around her neck, burying her face in the blossoms, inhaling deeply. Close to the flowers, she detected only a faint grassy aroma, but a few steps back revealed a subtle lotus fragrance, mingling with the sweetness of grass and earth, hinting at the scents of cedar and sandalwood, profoundly refreshing to the senses. It was no wonder they said their fragrance was distant yet pure. Zhu Zheng realized that the words in the book were indeed truthful. The lotus, the size of a jade platter, enveloped Zhu Zheng's delicate face within its petals. The flowers pinned in her hair had long been askew due to her hat, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, causing her damp hair to cling to her fair, slightly flushed cheeks. Rong Yin seemed momentarily distracted, and after a lengthy pause, he remarked, "This flower is called Oriental Dawn." The pale petals, tinged with a hint of red at the tips, resembled the sky at dawn, painted with the soft blush of morning. Zhu Zheng savored the name and looked up at Rong Yin, exclaiming, "What a graceful and fitting name." He merely responded with a non-committal mm. As she gazed up, it was the first time she closely observed the contours of his brows and eyes. His irises were lighter than most, refracting the sunlight like exquisite amber. Casting her reflection back at her, the lotus swayed gently in the breeze, and the distant chirping of cicadas in the willows seemed to suspend time, leaving only the clarity of his eyes in her racing heart. In this stillness, Rong Yin suddenly raised his hand, drawing nearer to her face. The rush of wind startled Zhu Zheng, causing her to instinctively recoil a step. His hand hesitated, hovering near the flower's stamen. Zhu Zheng quickly rubbed her face, the tender yellow pollen adhering to her palm. She opened her hand and blew gently, scattering the pollen into the sunlight, where it danced like golden threads, some clinging to Rong Yin's garment. Taken aback, Zhu Zheng hurried to brush the pollen off his clothes, her actions almost childlike. Realizing her abruptness, she instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, her arm was grasped, and Rong Yin steadied her, drawing her closer. "You might fall," he stated. "Oh, thank you, Zhu Zheng stammered, stepping back sharply again. her words tumbling forth. Actually, it wouldn't matter if I did. I swim quite well. A little water wouldn't drown me. Good heavens, what was she rambling about? Zhu Zheng felt her face flush, whether from the sun or embarrassment. She couldn't tell, and she quickly pulled her hat back on. Isn't it stifling? Rong Yin inquired, peering down at her. Better to be stifled, Zhu Zheng retorted silently, burying her face in the lotus to cool herself. Clearing her throat, she haphazardly introduced a new topic. The lotus smells wonderful. Have you ever smelled the white lotus? Its color is so pale, and its fragrance is lighter than the red lotus, isn't it? Rong Yin leaned down, feigning to pluck one of the white lotuses from the shore for her. Sir, Zhu Zheng tentatively ventured, pointing towards a distant bloom. Could I have that one? Following her finger, Rong Yin spotted a white lotus nestled amid the red ones. Very well, he consented. That flower floated in the center of the lake, and reaching it would require traversing the winding bridge, perhaps even finding a small boat. Zhu Zheng, merely caught in a moment of whimsy, had not anticipated his prompt agreement. As she watched him disappear into the flowers, likely seeking an attendant, the heavy shadows of blossoms soon separated them. Halfway through, Rong Yin suddenly turned back to look at Zhu Zheng by the bridge. A gentleman stands here, poised and ethereal. He mused. So striking, one could commission an artist to capture this moment. For reasons unknown, he lingered there, and Zhu Zheng, fearing he might return, immediately offered an encouraging smile and pointed at the flower. Finally, he resumed his path. Once he was completely out of sight, Zhu Zheng spun around and dashed away. The wind whistled past her ears as she sprinted along Yao Guang Island, nearly breathless when she finally spotted a figure clad in white beneath a tree. "Young Masterwen," she called out, her voice, usually clear and melodious, now tinged with a hint of exasperation and urgency due to her exertion. When Xiao turned at the sound, and Zhu Zheng realized that obscured by the Xiao flower tree, he stood before a circular viewing platform, surrounded by a gathering crowd. A wave of laughter erupted. It turned out he had indeed brought his family. The speaker was the eldest son of the Shun family, who jested, "Beauty can lead one astray." Even Brother Xiao has resorted to fibbing. Clearly, when Xiao's earlier claims about having a younger sister were no longer credible. After all, who would refer to their younger sister as young Masterwen? When Xiao's face flushed crimson as the crowd encircled him, stammering, "No, you misunderstand, please don't say that." It was truly vexing. In this situation, it would be better not to explain at all. Zhu Zheng stepped forward, grasping Wen Xiao's arm to pull him out of the throng, turning to retreat in the opposite direction. After a hurried 10 steps, Wen Xiao suddenly halted, causing Zhu Zheng to stop as well. She turned in confusion, only to hear him say, "Grand Tutor." Aside from Rong Yin, who else could be addressed as the Grand Tutor? Did the Grand Tutor possess the ability to fly? She had run quite a distance to find Wen Xiao. The view from beneath her hat was poor. She slowly lifted it, and the sight of a dark purple robe filled her vision, causing her heart to sink. Oh no! This truly placed her in a predicament. An attendant approached Rong Yin, inquiring, "My lord, have you been picking lotuses?" It was only then that Zhu Zheng noticed the bouquet of lotus flowers he held, the hem of his garment stained with water, deepening to a rich purple. Had he personally gone to gather them? What audacity did she possess to have a court official handpick flowers for her, and to vanish without a trace? Zhu Zheng dared not meet Rong Yin's gaze. Moments later, a figure clad in a blue official robe approached, sporting an exaggerated beard. This was Minister Chen Xiuqing, whom she had seen at the palace banquet, and she held a vague impression of the elegant gentleman with the flowing beard. At least Lord Rong has some decency. Not abandoning this official to return to the ship alone, he jested. Zhu Zheng stood frozen, hesitant to move, when Xiao, believing she did not recognize the figures, softly reminded her, "That is Grand Tutor Rong, and this is Minister Chen." After a long moment of indecision, she steeled herself and performed a respectful bow. The young lady greets the Grand Tutor and Minister Chen. Minister Chen nodded, but Rong Yin remained silent. Given Rong Yin's usual demeanor, such silence was not surprising, and no one found it odd. The crowd's attention remained fixed on Wen Lu and Zhu Zheng. Even with the hat obscuring her features, her graceful form was evident. and one hand clutched the sleeve of the sixth son of the one family, resembling a lost lamb caught in a wolf's den. Why is the young lady so bashful? Hiding behind her lute? Does she believe that aside from her beloved, no one else deserves to behold her true beauty? This tone instinctively caused Zhu Zheng to frown, and she had no intention of engaging in conversation. Presently, a single dilemma had transformed into two. She initially needed to shake off Rong Yin, and now she also had to evade this crowd. She had to devise an excuse. Just as she found herself in this quandary, Rong Yin suddenly spoke. "Take your seats." Zhu Zheng barely registered his words before the crowd erupted into a flurry of footsteps, the noise gradually receding until silence enveloped them. It was time for the contest of the 6 arts of the gentleman. In a hushed tone, when Xiao explained to Zhu Zheng that although it was merely a playful affair, today both the Grand Tutor and the Minister of Personnel had arrived, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to shine, hence they were all waiting for the Grand Tutor's appearance. It turned out they were waiting for Rong Yin, and she felt a twinge of regret. Had she known he had pressing matters, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to divert him. After the crowd dispersed, only Zhu Zheng and Wen Xiao remained standing, and Wen Xiao quickly found a corner to invite Zhu Zheng to sit down. The observation platform, nestled beneath a grand purple cloud flower tree, was adorned with a gentle breeze and falling petals, creating an exquisite setting. Once the Grand Tutor and the Minister settled in at the head of the table, a young man soon took the stage to perform a throwing game, earning resounding applause. However, it was evident that Rong Yin was preoccupied. Aside from his initial seating, he had not uttered a single word. On the low table before him lay several pristine white lotuses, blooming splendidly, and among them seemed to be a solitary pink one. Could it possibly be the one she had inadvertently dropped while fleeing? Just then, Rong Yin glanced over. Through the crowd, Zhu Zheng's gaze suddenly met his, and a shiver ran down her spine, making her feel akin to those pitiful lotuses, enduring the scorching sun's relentless gaze. Lowering the brim of her hat, Zhu Zheng shrank behind Wen Xiao, hoping to conceal herself, too afraid to look up again. She sat uneasily for quite some time, still sensing a gaze upon her. Finally, unable to resist, she fabricated an excuse to admire the lotuses and asked Wen Xiao if he would accompany her. Wen Xiao responded with great enthusiasm. Thus, the two of them left their seats, evading the crowd to seek a secluded spot. To prevent him from wanting to return to the grand platform, Zhu Zheng made a concerted effort to engage in conversation, discussing everything from vendors selling eggs at the east gate to coffin makers at the west gate, and from the top scholar at the north gate to the newly widowed at the south gate. Her mouth grew parched as the sun dipped below the horizon, and only then did Zhu Zheng dare to suggest they head back. Upon returning to the ferry terminal, they found that all the painted boats had departed. The terminal was merely a few clumps of reeds, and in the encroaching twilight, a waning crescent moon began to rise, casting its reflection upon the still lake, creating an emptiness all around. Wait, emptiness, were their charming little black canopy boat. Chapter 13. The many facets of humanity and the ever-changing heart having arrived on the island, yet lost their means of departure, was akin to a thunderclap on this otherwise sunny day. Their boatmen had audaciously forsaken their agreement, seemingly unperturbed by the ire of the Duke of the State. Zhu Zheng glanced at Wen Xiao's unhurried demeanor. Offending the Duke was untenable, yet offending Wen Xiao could yield unforeseen consequences. Indeed, Wen Xiao soon spoke, inadvertently implicating Miss Zhu. Zhu Zheng, taken aback, stammered. It was merely alas, never mind. The daylight gradually waned, and the river bore no sign of vessels. Their search around the island yielded no available boats. The only vessel in sight was a lavishly adorned pleasure boat, aglow with flickering candlelight. Thus, Wen Xiao led Zhu Zheng to the boat, seeking assistance and inquiring whose vessel it was, hoping they might take them aboard. As the words left his mouth, the coral-beaded curtain swayed, revealing a tall figure. Zhu Zheng felt her heart plunge. She had spoken too soon, and this was indeed the final thunderclap. Minister Tai Fu, it is your boat. Wen Xiao expressed relief, explaining to Rong Yin that the day had grown late, and he was troubled by their inability to return. As the boatmen had been paid in advance, but had inexplicably broken the agreement. Rong Yan's gaze, though directed at Wen Buoqiu, seemed to penetrate through him, landing squarely on Zhu Zheng, offering a cryptic remark. Humanity bears many faces, and the heart undergoes myriad transformations. A chill ran down Zhu Zheng's spine as she discerned the underlying meaning. Her actions had been so clumsy that she had anticipated offending Rong Yan. His words, ostensibly about the boatman, were in fact a veiled critique of her naivety. Suppressing a stiff smile, Zhu Zheng subtly stepped back behind Wen Buoqiu, seeking to avoid Rong Yan's scrutiny, and murmured, "Perhaps we should refrain from troubling Minister Tai. Fu remaining on the island overnight appeared a safer option than boarding Rong Yan's vessel." In a soft voice, Zhu Zheng suggested to Wen Buoqiu, "Shall we wait a little longer?" Before Wen Buoqiu could respond, Rong Yan unexpectedly cautioned, "Be wary, gentlemen. There are many vipers on the island, particularly at dusk." Zhu Zheng felt a surge of dread. In her life, she had feared nothing as much as snakes. "Is that true?" she inquired. When Buoqiu nodded, "Yaoguang Island is lush with vegetation. It is inevitable that snakes and insects abound. Let's board the ship at once." Zhu Zheng exclaimed. Inside the cabin, candlelight flickered as the trio gathered around a modest tea table. The proximity allowed Zhu Zheng to catch a faint scent of cold plum emanating from Minister Tai Fu, reminiscent of a winter's cape where a lone plum tree blossomed in the courtyard. In her youth, she would often pluck a branch to grace her room, its fragrance surpassing that of incense. When Buoqiu rose to pour a cup of tea, breaking the silence that had enveloped them since boarding. "Thank you, Minister Tai Fu, for your assistance," he said politely. The candlelight danced in Rong Yan's eyes as he squinted, taking a considerable time to accept the teacup, which he then placed on the table, retrieving a deep purple handkerchief from some hidden pocket to wipe his jade-like hands. A heavy silence fell over the tea chamber. When Buoqiu managed a gentle smile, though his discomfort was palpable. "Water does not escape one's grasp," Rong Yan remarked coolly. "Forgive me, I am unaccustomed to this." Zhu Zheng empathized with Wen Buoqiu's awkwardness. Rumors suggested that Rong Yan had been appointed Minister Tai Fu by imperial decree, ascending the ranks at a young age. And even his aloof demeanor could not conceal his innate nobility. Unlike her and Wen Buoqiu, who seemed to have been born into esteemed families, they were in truth beholden to the whims of others, constantly gauging their expressions. Though she had faced her share of hardships, she had always been shielded by her sister, fortunate to grow a protective armor of resilience. Wen Li, born into the Duke's household, likely lacked such a guardian, cultivating a disposition marked by indifference. Zhu Zheng felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, recognizing their shared plight. Should she ever find herself within the Duke's estate as she had planned, she might impart to him the art of maintaining a delicate balance of softness coupled with a sharp edge, ensuring that even in moments of submission, one could still inflict a sting. Lost in her thoughts, Zhu Zheng was roused when Rong Yan poured her a cup of tea. "This is too much for a mere minister," she protested, pushing the cup away, cautious not to soil her hands. Only then did she realize her words had been hasty, forgetting the stature of the man before her. As she raised her gaze, she found Rong Yan's indifferent eyes fixed upon her with an inscrutable expression. Perhaps sensing her attempt to defend him, when Buoqiu hastily took the cup, saying, "I am parched, thank you, Minister." Rong Yan pressed down on the cup's edge, asserting, "It is hers." When Buoqiu, embarrassed, set it down again. The moment stretched uncomfortably, and feeling their eyes upon her, Zhu Zheng boldly lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing her unrestrained act, when Buoqiu gently admonished, "You were unwell earlier. Take your time." His voice, subdued in the presence of others, was imbued with warmth and concern. "Thank you, young Master One," Zhu Zheng replied with a smile. As they exchanged pleasantries, Rong Yan suddenly rose, prompting both to look up, yet before they could inquire about his intentions, the boat unexpectedly lurched, either having struck an unseen object or encountered a wave. The violent jolt caused the candlestick to topple, sending it crashing to the floor. And Zhu Zheng found herself tumbling sideways, only to be caught by a firm embrace that enveloped her in the faint aroma of cold plum. In the dimming light, she discerned the features of the man who had caught her. How unfortunate! She had fallen into Rong Yin's arms. Had she known this would occur, she would have preferred to fall unceremoniously instead of enduring the embarrassment of being tenderly handled by Minister Tai Fu. When Xiao, having also stumbled, took a moment to regain his footing before instinctively searching for Zhu Zheng. "Are you all right?" Zhu Zheng, startled, quickly scrambled to her feet and placed a hand over his mouth, exclaiming, "Wishing you good health." She nearly revealed their secret. Inside the cabin, an unusual stillness settled. Though the candles had yet to be relit, the bright moonlight streamed through the windows, casting silvery shadows upon the three figures. Zhu Zheng felt a chill at the nape of her neck and slowly turned to find the lake's shimmer illuminating half of Rong Yin's face. His gaze icy enough to chill one to the bone. "Minister Tai Fu, I did not mean it. It was truly unintentional," Zhu Zheng stammered. "Come here," Rong Yin commanded in a low voice. Zhu Zheng hesitated. "Come where?" The tea room was small, with only half a person's distance separating them. Had she not already been here? Before she could comprehend his meaning, a sudden force pulled her backward. With a soft gasp, she felt her hand ensnared, the silken handkerchief wrapping around her fingertips. Zhu Zheng looked up at Rong Yin, puzzled as to why he was wiping her hand instead of his own. The handkerchief brushed against her skin, their fingertips inadvertently grazing, sending a shiver through her. In this ambiguous situation, her first thought was of how cold his hands were, long and distinctly jointed, akin to a piece of jade. Zhu Zheng attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it impossible. "Do not move." Rong Yin tightened his grip. Fearful of drawing Xiao's attention, Zhu Zheng stifled her instinct to struggle, her anxiety leading her to let her wide sleeves fall, concealing their clasped hands. However, this action seemed to mislead Rong Yin, who abruptly ceased his gentle wiping and, with a forceful grip, took hold of her entire hand. Zhu Zheng's hand was meticulously enveloped in his palm, a thin layer of fabric stretched between their fingers, twisted into a chaotic mass that isolated the coolness from his grasp. It strangely conveyed an unspoken intimacy. The boat continued to sway, mirroring the unrest in Zhu Zheng and Appo's heart, partly due to the firm grip on her hand and partly from the fear that Xiao might detect the peculiar tension. Rong Yin adjusted the chair, turning Zhu Zheng around, his tall figure effectively shielding her from Xiao, creating an impenetrable barrier. Outside the boat, the sound of water resembled the beating of drums, while the cold moonlight cast a silvery glow, outlining the ethereal contours of the person before her. Rong Yin furrowed his brow slightly. His piercing gaze seemed to repel strangers, as if brewing hidden turmoil beneath the surface. Suddenly, a moment of clarity pierced through Zhu Zheng's muddled thoughts. Rong Yin brushed against Xiao, and she too had inadvertently touched him, as if Xiao were something to be avoided at all costs. The esteemed Grand Tutor was typically composed and orderly, never revealing disarray over any matter. This was the first time she witnessed such palpable emotion on his face. Could it be that he had a past grievance with Xiao? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Their conversation appeared noticeably strained, and if they indeed had a history, it was unfortunate that they were now thrown together on the same vessel. Soon, attendants entered to report encountering turbulent waters, relighting the candles one by one. Yet, Rong Yin still did not release her hand. Zhu Zheng sat rigidly upright, while onlookers merely assumed she was seated a bit too close to the Grand Tutor, her clothing brushing against his, utterly unaware that beneath lay a pair of hands tightly intertwined. Xiao remained oblivious to any oddity, since Zhu Zheng had covered his mouth. His face had turned the color of a boiled shrimp, frozen in place, as if he had lost his soul. In a moment of despair, Zhu Zheng closed her eyes. Today was truly ill-fated for an outing. It had been a continuous performance from dawn till dusk, leaving her utterly exhausted in body and spirit. The night was heavy and silent, with shimmering reflections dancing across the water as the boat neared the shore. The waves gently parted, only to close again, sending ripples that faded into the distance. Each of the three was lost in their own thoughts, and no further words were exchanged. Chapter 14. So this is where you were hiding in recent days? Zhu Zheng had been enjoying a sense of tranquility. As for the matter regarding Yaoguang Island, She was uncertain how Guixiang Granny had reported to her grandmother, but it seemed the old lady was in remarkably good spirits. One could attribute this to Wenbuqiu. With the matriarch in good humor, the entire household thrived. However, just days later, Zhu Zheng stumbled upon a harsh reality. The 15th of this month marked the customary imperial banquet. The great Yong dynasty cherished the joy of its subjects, and the emperor, who regarded his people as his own children, maintained a tradition of inviting various clans and households to the palace for a grand feast on the 15th day of each month, symbolizing the emperor's blessings and the unity of the realm. In her previous life, Zhu Zheng had faced numerous calamities and had scarcely attended such banquets. She vaguely recalled that, due to a confrontation with her grandmother, she had ended up kneeling in the ancestral hall, accompanied by her sister, and neither of them had attended. Yet, perhaps due to her recent calm demeanor, she had unexpectedly regained her status as a member of the Zhu family, and was awakened early by her sister and grandmother to prepare for the banquet, being ushered into a carriage to join the gathering at the Zhu residence. As the carriage glided towards the majestic palace gates, the golden door nails shone solemnly in the sunlight. Zhu Zheng's heart raced uncontrollably. She clutched Zhu Qing's hand, striving to quell the unsettling emotions that surged within her. Zhu Qing noticed the beads of sweat trickling down Zhu Zheng's forehead and inquired, "Why are you sweating so much?" Zhu Zheng released her clenched fist and hastily wiped her face, muttering, "Is it perhaps just the heat?" Zhu Qing lifted the curtain to let in some air. Zhu Zheng peered outside, witnessing the colorful banners fluttering in the palace, the grandeur glistening with gold and jade, and the fragrant aroma of spices wafting through the air. Courtiers lined the sides, some gazing respectfully, while others regarded the approaching carriage with disdain. Zhu Zheng's heart pounded relentlessly, as if it would leap from her chest. In her previous life, she had met her demise right here. "Sister, can we not go?" she pleaded. "Why not?" came the reply. Because she was unprepared to confront the very architects of her blood feud. Each time she closed her eyes, the haunting images of carnage and despair would flood her mind, leaving her trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Qing, observing her sister drenched in cold sweat, asked, "Are you unwell? Shall I inform grandmother?" Zhu Zheng grasped her hand, saying, "Let us wait until the carriage stops. Otherwise, grandmother will scold us again." Before the carriage had come to a complete halt, Zhu Zheng abruptly lifted the curtain, stumbled out, and rushed towards the flower bed, bending over and retching violently. "What is the matter?" inquired a lady in splendid attire, covering her mouth in concern. "The servants of the household cannot endure the carriage ride." Zhu Zheng's grandmother observed her distress with a scowl. Gritting her teeth, "You unfortunate creature, hurry back and stop embarrassing yourself here." Wiping her mouth, Zhu Zheng turned to her sister. "Can you accompany me back? Are you going to make yourself sick? Where did such pampered behavior come from?" "Grandmother." Zhu Qing stepped forward to soothe the old lady, discreetly squeezing Zhu Zheng's hand. "Find a place to rest. I will find a way to come back for you." Zhu Zheng managed a bitter smile, nodding gratefully. As she was about to retreat, a new carriage arrived, from which Du Yushi and his family alighted. Zhu Zheng's grandmother immediately pulled Zhu Qing forward to exchange pleasantries. After a brief exchange, Du Yushi's eyes widened slightly as he called out to someone in the distance. "Your Excellency, the Grand Tutor." Rong Xing, in a hurry, paused briefly, glancing at the crowd from the Du and Zhu residences. "I remember there is still a young lady in your household." His words were directed at Zhu Zheng's grandmother, not phrased as a question. Zhu Zheng's grandmother, taken aback by the Grand Tutor's attention, quickly donned a cheerful expression. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, our fourth young lady is unwell and could not attend today, so we are deprived of your grace. Did she not set out?" A voice interjected from the crowd. Rong Yin lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the newcomer. Just as the Duke of the State's carriage came to a stop, when Buoqiu descended from it, Zhu Zheng's grandmother turned, recognizing the young gentleman, her smile broadening. "Our fourth young lady has fallen ill unexpectedly. To avoid disturbing His Majesty, I allowed her to." "Unexpectedly ill? Is it serious?" when Buoqiu asked, interrupting her mid-sentence. Realizing his rudeness, he quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, I was too hasty." A few chuckles arose from the crowd, and Zhu Zheng's grandmother, unfazed, smiled in return. With a considerate young man like you worrying about her is indeed a blessing for our fourth young lady. After the pleasantries, Zhu Zheng's grandmother turned back, only to find that the Grand Tutor had already departed. It was easier said than done to roll back home after being scolded by her grandmother. The palace was heavily guarded, and entry and exit required an imperial edict. Zhu Zheng could not simply come and go as she pleased. She had to find a way to avoid the crowd for the time being and wait until it dispersed before returning to the carriage. She evaded like a thief, finally finding refuge behind a decorative hill, idly feeding fish with flower petals. After a while, the sun's heat began to make her drowsy, and suddenly a shadow enveloped her, blocking the sunlight. So this is where you were hiding. A chill ran down her spine, and she slowly turned her head. The first thing she noticed was a pair of embroidered palace boots, followed by a bamboo-patterned robe shimmering with silver, and a tall figure standing straight like a flourishing pine in spring. The Grand Tutor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the golden koi in the pond eagerly snatching at the petals. Zhu Zheng could hardly believe her eyes. It seemed that wherever she went, she encountered him. Reluctantly, she rose to salute him. "Your Excellency." Rong Yan's gaze shifted from the fish to her, preoccupied with avoiding Gong Xiao. Zhu Zheng suddenly realized that running into Rong Yan at the banquet would be equally troublesome, though she could not fathom how the Grand Tutor, who was perpetually engaged in the affairs of state, managed to find her with such precision. Evading him had become imperative. Zhu Zheng hurriedly stood, covering her mouth and nose as she coughed. "Your Excellency, please keep her distance. I have contracted a dreadful chill, and I wouldn't want to pass it on to you." As she spoke, she began to back away, but Rong Yin suddenly grasped her sleeve. Zhu Zheng stumbled, realizing she was precariously balanced on the edge of the koi pond. One more step back, and she would fall in. "You cannot swim here," Rong Yin said. Zhu Zheng recalled her previous nonsensical remarks by the lotus pond. A bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "Thank you for the reminder." Backlit by the sun, Rong Yan's expression was inscrutable as he scrutinized her face. "The physician will arrive shortly." "What? The physician?" Zhu Zheng's heart tightened, and she quickly tugged at her sleeve. "I am perfectly fine." Rong Yan's gaze remained fixed on her, his grip on her arm tightening. A dreadful chill indeed. Fortunately, there is a capable physician to treat it. Zhu Zheng. Fearing eavesdroppers, Zhu Zheng dared not argue with him in public, worried that her sister might stumble upon this scene. Thus, she followed him to a guest hall. The hall was elegantly arranged with a rustic charm, incense wafting gently, creating a serene atmosphere amidst the bustling palace. Zhu Zheng, unable to afford the luxury of distraction, remained tense and close to the door. "Sit and wait," Rong Yin instructed. "I wouldn't want to trouble you," Zhu Zheng replied empathetically. "The physicians at the Imperial Medical Bureau are quite busy. There's no need for them to make a special trip for me." Rong Yin rolled up his sleeves. "Let it be my responsibility." It was said that the Grand Tutor was well versed in the art of medicine. He had once cured Gong Xiao of a childhood ailment that left him with impaired vision. Zhu Zheng hesitated, suddenly more willing to wait. Not long after, an elderly man with a grizzled beard entered, carrying a large peachwood medical chest and panting heavily. "Your Excellency," he greeted. "Dr. Wen." Rong Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Dr. Wen's eyes quickly scanned Zhu Zheng before returning his attention to Rong Yin. "I came as soon as I heard the urgent summons." "What seems to be the matter?" "It is her," Rong Yin replied succinctly, a chill. The esteemed physician Wen felt a momentary daze as he hurriedly responded to an urgent summons at the Imperial Medical Institute, believing it to be a matter of life and death. He had brought along both the Ngong Niu Huang Wan and the Shi Quan Bao Ming Dan, only to find that the issue at hand was merely a case of wind cold. Steeling himself, he addressed the young lady. "Pardon me, my dear. Allow me to take your pulse first." Zhu Zheng, caught off guard, reluctantly extended her hand. The young lady from the lawn tie appeared pale, her vitality wavering, which did not suggest a cold affliction. After a brief moment, as one stroked his beard, he discerned, however, the pulse of the spleen and stomach is in turmoil. "Have you perhaps consumed something potent that induced vomiting?" Truly, this physician was remarkable in his expertise. Zhu Zheng's complexion shifted slightly as she replied, "No." when furrowed his white brows, clearly puzzled. "Might I trouble you to present your other hand?" Reluctantly, Zhu Zheng withdrew her hand, and as she lowered her sleeves, around, dark cake tumbled from within. Heavens! She immediately bent down to retrieve it, but Rong Yin was quicker, holding the cake up for examination. The dark, circular object bore a noticeable bite mark, a clear indentation that stood out prominently. Chapter 15. Why not come and court the young lady? Nearby, Dr. Wen leaned in to sniff and exclaimed, "This is, oh, soap cake." Truly, Dr. Wen possessed an extraordinary sense of smell. Zhu Zheng was overwhelmed with a headache. She had feigned illness earlier that morning, yet her grandmother had disregarded her entirely, insisting that as long as she could breathe, she would be packed into the carriage. With no other choice, she had taken a soap cake from the bathing room as a precaution, never expecting it would actually save her in the end. This method had been something she overheard on the street in her past life. If a child accidentally ingested something harmful, a bite of soap cake could induce vomiting. Zhu Zheng felt fortunate that it worked. In the palace, one could not carelessly discard miscellaneous items, so she had no place to store it and had tucked it in her pocket. Had she known she would be caught on the spot, she might have preferred to toss it into the pond instead. The group exchanged glances while Rong Yin gazed down at her, his expression inscrutable. "Why?" he inquired. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Zheng found herself at a loss for a convincing excuse and decided to speak the truth. She simply did not wish to attend the banquet. "Why do you not wish to go?" he pressed. To avoid me?" she stammered. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his unexpected deduction. If it were not for her own unresolved inner turmoil, she would not have belittled herself in such a manner. However, she could not confess the reality of her feelings. So the best course was to allow the esteemed tutor to indulge in his own misconceptions. Thus, she tentatively nodded. Having just vomited vigorously, she lacked energy, and her nod was lethargic, her striking black and white eyes gazing up at Rong Yin with an air of timidity. Rong Yan's gaze darkened as he scrutinized her for a while before suddenly reaching out, pressing his fingertips against her cheek with a gentle pinch. Zhu Zheng was startled. Just as she was speaking, his sudden movement left her bewildered. Dr. Wen, who had been standing idly, suddenly flushed with embarrassment and buried his head down. His principle in the palace had always been to focus solely on his medical duties, avoiding personal matters. Rong Yin withdrew his hand and turned to pass the soap cake to her, cautioning Dr. Wen that this item was cold and harmful to the spleen, requesting a warming medicine for her. "Ah, certainly, I shall prepare it at once." Before he finished, a hurried footstep interrupted, and a servant rushed in with an anxious report. "Sir, the emperor is already awaiting the banquet and has inquired about you, eager for your arrival." After expressing gratitude to the doctor, Rong Yin instructed a palace maid to ensure she took her medicine, leaving her with a promise to return before he finally departed for the banquet. Zhu Zheng felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Her tense limbs finally relaxed. As a thought crossed her mind to step out of the hall, she was gently but firmly retained by Rong Yan's attendants. With no choice but to respond with a forced smile, she began to pace back and forth within the hall. The interior of the palace was not excessively adorned, yet the quality of the furniture was evident. The bookshelves and tables were crafted from fine rosewood, and the deep crimson drapes, paired with white jade pearls, created an elegant atmosphere. This aesthetic seemed too fitting for a certain individual. Was it possible that this exquisite guest chamber was reserved specifically for Rong Yin? Though the esteemed tutor held a position of power and privilege, the royal family's particular favoritism towards him seemed rather peculiar. Furthermore, as Rong Yin had no known parents or siblings, existing as a solitary star, it raised the question of what hidden truths lay beneath the surface of such royal affection. Under the intricately carved wooden window in the northeast corner stood an ancient guqin, sunlight streaming in, while petals from the flowering trees outside occasionally drifted down, landing softly on the strings. Zhu Zheng approached the guqin, brushing away the fallen leaves, only to notice behind it was a concealed alcove, reminiscent of an altar, veiled by sheer fabric, revealing only a patch of green tiles and an old bamboo plaque. Upon the plaque, two characters were inscribed with a vigorous stroke. Ching Yi. Zhu Zheng silently repeated the name, although her nature was carefree. She possessed the decorum not to pry into others' private matters. Having reached this point, she dared not glance further and settled into a corner to wait quietly. Before long, fatigue began to overcome her, and leaning against a small couch, she closed her eyes. Noticing she had fallen asleep, her maid called her softly to encourage her to rest on the couch, but Zhu Zheng remained unresponsive. After some time, the maid quietly slipped out to fetch the medicine. As soon as the door clicked shut, Zhu Zheng opened her eyes, swiftly turning to climb out the window with fluidity. Just as she stepped out, an impulse compelled her to glance back at the name of the hall, which gleamed with 3 golden characters. Cheng-Yi Hall. Was Cheng-Yi a name or a place? What was its connection to Rong Xing? Although Zhu Zheng was curious, the answers to these questions were evidently not of immediate importance. Her priority was to leave this place hastily. On her way back to the carriage, she passed through the pear garden, where the sounds of lively chatter and singing drifted through the air. She paused briefly, peeking through the dense foliage. Before she could discern the play being performed, a startled cry erupted from behind her. "Miss Zhu!" Startled, Zhu Zheng immediately covered her face, exclaiming, "I am not Miss Zhu. You must have mistaken me." However, the person was not to be deceived. Brimming with delight, they continued, "I thought Miss Zhu was truly too unwell to come." Recognizing the familiar voice, she lowered her sleeve to reveal Wen Buoqiu's cheerful face. "Young Master Wen?" The music of the qin resounded, the melodious songs flowing like water. On the stage, the flower lead, cup in hand, danced gracefully, her fingers as delicate as orchids, her voice reminiscent of a sweetly singing oriole. Those who performed for the royal family were exceptional in every aspect of their craft, and Zhu Zheng squatted among the flowers, captivated by the performance. Thinking this trip to the palace was indeed worthwhile, Wen Buoqiu stood behind her, also gazing at the stage. "Why are you not accompanying your family to their seats?" Zhu Zheng inquired, puzzled. Wen Buoqiu chuckled, "In the court, everyone seeks to curry favor. My family hardly notices my absence." As a fellow seeker of favor, Zhu Zheng felt inexplicably targeted by his words. On stage, a classic piece from Butterfly Lovers was being performed, recounting the tale of love between 2 students over 3 years of companionship. Zhu Zheng felt a stir in her heart and suddenly turned to ask, "Young Master Wen, among the talented heirs of noble families, is there anyone by the name of Ain?" Wen Buoqiu pondered briefly before responding, "I do not believe so. What about a name that includes Ain? Not that I have heard of. And what of close attendants in various households? Is there anyone referred to by the character Ain?" Wen Buoqiu shook his head, "I have no recollection of such a person." Zhu Zheng nodded, realizing that this Ain truly existed in obscurity. Nevertheless, no matter how elusive he was, since he attended the Four Seas Academy, he must be a young man from the capital. By tracing the ranks and families one by one, surely she could uncover his identity. Observing Zhu Zheng lost in thought, Wen Buoqiu hesitated before speaking, "Is Ain the one you hold dear, Miss Zhu?" Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "Ah? No. Then, does Miss Zhu have someone she cherishes?" Zhu Zheng stuttered. "Ah, no." Wen Buoqiu responded with a brief acknowledgement, then hesitated before continuing, "Miss Zhu, regarding the matter mentioned in the letter a few days ago, have you given it any thought?" I. Listening to him stumble over his words, Zhu Zheng's usual faint smile gradually faded. She had never seen any letter. It was likely intercepted by her grandmother, so she naturally had no knowledge of what was proposed, in comparison to a certain someone who shrouded his intentions in mystery. Wen Buoqiu seemed like an open book, every emotion clearly written on his face, easily discerned by anyone. At times, she felt disdain for this transparency, as if she were exploiting his vulnerability. For instance, at this moment, Zhu Zheng could easily surmise that he was probing her regarding marriage. To rescue Wen Buoqiu from his jumbled speech, she remarked, "Young Master Wen, you are someone worthy of trust." Wen Buoqiu was momentarily stunned, as if Zhu Zheng's directness had rendered him speechless. His eyes sparkled brightly, and a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his brow, glimmering softly. "There is something I must first bring to your attention." Zhu Zheng's expression was somewhat serious. Although De Yang's customs are open-minded, remarriage seldom attracts criticism. However, Wen Buqiu was raised amidst the archaic doctrines of noble families, and it is not unreasonable for him to seek a lady of impeccable lineage. Though it was not her desire, she had not contemplated the effort required to conceal the events of the poetry gathering at the water pavilion. After all, one cannot hide fire beneath paper. Since she desired a stable contract, all uncertainties must be probed in advance. Should he retreat in the face of difficulties, she would have alternative plans. I once, Zhu Zheng carefully chose her words, had a past romantic liaison, therefore. She did not continue, feigning hesitation. Given Wen Buqiu's intelligence, it was unnecessary to articulate her meaning explicitly. He should comprehend it. Indeed, the light in Wen Buqiu's bright eyes flickered, the sparkle gradually fading. Was it an affair from youth? Zhu Zheng shook her head, then nodded. Compared to the convoluted truth, interpreting it as a youthful misstep seemed more reasonable. Moreover, there were matters that he ought not to know. Her vacillation and indecision appeared to Wen Buqiu as a lament for youthful regrets, words left unspoken. For a moment, Wen Buqiu found himself at a loss for words. Observing his silence, Zhu Zheng reflected that human emotions often involve mutual benefit. If he could not accept it, she would not press the issue. Rising to her feet, she said, "Young Master One, I suddenly recall that I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Fourth Miss. Zhu Zheng was startled by his loud exclamation. Wen Buqiu continued, "Since the feelings are mutual, why is he not here to seek your hand in marriage?" Zhu Zheng, she echoed, bewildered. When had she ever spoken of mutual affection? Chapter 16. He is dead beyond life and death. There lies no greater matter. Thus, Zhu Zheng perceives the poetry gathering with remarkable clarity. She and Rong Xing are, after all, mere strangers who could not be further apart. That brief moment of intersection has already been regarded as the price for a rebirth, leaving no room to discuss matters of courtship. Wen Buqiu, however, flushes crimson, evidently having conjured notions of misfortune and betrayal. Zhu Zheng pauses, offering a dry laugh. He is dead. Upon uttering this, she realizes the inappropriateness of her mirth and hastily suppresses her smile. To Wen Buqiu, this appears as a forced grin, concealing her inner sorrow. From afar, the melancholy strains of the opera locking the lattice bag waft through the air, singing of a splendid past that dissipates like a dream, and the remnants of life that are tossed amidst turbulent waves. The lingering echoes are both haunting and enchanting, further enveloping the atmosphere between the two in an air of elusive complexity. Wen Buqiu, with his head bowed, remains silent for a considerable while, before suddenly whispering, "My mother once said, the deceased can never compete with the living." The playful yet bitter lyrics from the stage drown out Wen Buqiu's voice, prompting Zhu Zheng to inquire, "What?" Wen Buqiu elevates his tone, continuing, "Or perhaps the fourth miss intends to remain loyal to him?" Zhu Zheng scoffs, "What are you talking about? What loyalty? If the illustrious Grand Tutor were to tragically pass, those rushing to uphold loyalty would likely fill the entire realm of Daong, leaving no room for me in the queue." Wen Buqiu's nonsensical words, coupled with the noisy opera, leave Zhu Zheng's mind in a whirl. "In any case, I have no intention of concealing anything. If it troubles you." She shifts back to the subject at hand. Wen Buqiu's expression darkens. "How could I possibly have a standing to be troubled?" Then, Zhu Zheng easily comprehends the implication in his words, gently responding, "Would you desire such a standing, Mr. Wen?" Wen Buqiu's countenance shifts slightly, incredulously asking, "Miss Zhu, what do you mean?" "I just stated that you are a man worthy of trust. Our recent interactions, with their myriad transgressions, must have led you to ponder much. I can now candidly confess that I have no desire for trivial affections. All I seek is a shelter from the wind. And presently, my interest lies with the Duke of Zhangguo's household." Zhu Zheng's expression remains composed, her tone equally steady, wrapping her intentions in both obscurity and clarity. "Due to certain unspoken difficulties, I can only say this much for now. As for the implications and consequences, I leave them for you to ponder." Wen Buqiu appears as though he has wandered into a fog, dazed by Zhu Zheng's words. His countenance shifts through several expressions, ultimately resulting in him grasping her sleeve in a moment of confusion, only to release it hastily. Very well, I shall. I will consider this carefully. Zhu Zheng casts a glance at the crowd in the distance, where old Madame Zhu is engaging in lively conversation. Two young masters of the household are entangled in misfortune, one dead from a fall and the other afflicted with illness. It is perplexing how her grandmother manages to find so much to say. A group of onlookers observes the elderly woman, their eyes filled with amusement or sympathy. After a brief silence, Zhu Zheng adds, "What we have discussed today is merely based on my faith in your character, Mr. One. Should I hear otherwise from another, I shall not acknowledge a word of it, nor shall we meet again. I am trustworthy. When Boichio assures earnestly, I would never let you down." Having completed the customary exchange, Zhu Zheng finds herself unexpectedly melancholic. Had there not been a misunderstanding, marrying when Boichio in this lifetime might not have been an unthinkable destiny. Yet now, this fleeting sorrow dissipates quickly. The intertwining fates of their two lives suggest a tenuous connection, leaving little to lament. Zhu Zheng has never relied on marrying someone for security. She seeks the shelter of the Duke of Zhonghua merely to navigate the impending turmoil surrounding Gong Yixio's rebellion. As for future protection, she is acutely aware that seeking help from others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. Indeed, Zhu Zheng nods, offering him a faint smile. "Now do return." He obediently turns away, taking a few steps before looking back, earnestly declaring, "Miss Zhu, within 5 days at the latest, I shall visit you." Zhu Zheng takes a secluded path, casually glancing at Chongqing Hall as she passes. There, upon the red steps, stands a solitary figure, his garments fluttering gracefully in the breeze. He halts, his gaze locking with Zhu Zheng's. The Grand Tutor's enigmatic expression grows even more austere, his brows furrowed, his eyes calm yet piercing, as if they could freeze the very air around them. Instinctively, Zhu Zheng feels that this is the visage of Rong Xing in anger. The distance between them is not great, and Zhu Zheng is startled, instinctively turning to flee. Just as she takes a step, her arm is seized from behind, abruptly pulled into an embrace, the faint scent of wine enveloping her. "Sir!" Zhu Zheng's mind momentarily blank. She finally finds her voice. "Have you been drinking?" Rong Yin responds with actions rather than words, his body leaning slightly, as though he has lost his footing completely, relying entirely on her petite frame. "Where you been?" His voice is somewhat slurred, echoing in her ear. As the saying goes, one should not engage in debate with a drunkard. Zhu Zheng feels a strange relief that he is not entirely sober. This makes her escape considerably simpler. She attempts to liberate herself from his grasp, but he clings tightly, murmuring, "Let me lean for a moment. I feel dizzy." Zhu Zheng can hardly envision Rong Yin, with his ethereal appearance, indulging in excessive drinking at a banquet. In her imagination, the Grand Tutor needs merely to sip the east wind and drink the dew, entirely untouched by the indulgences of revelry. With such a fanciful notion, Zhu Zheng cannot help but wonder whether he has been drinking alone to drown his sorrows or has been pressured into drinking by others. Rong Yin nods, his chin brushing against her cheek. Though she had posed a question, he merely responds with a non-committal sound. The proximity between them renders the air around them electric, and his husky voice, tinged with intoxication, brushes against her ear, igniting a faint, tingling sensation. "Where is your attendant? Why is he not with you?" Zhu Zheng feels compelled to ask, recalling a stout, round-faced young lad who often accompanied him, perpetually smiling, known as Lu Feng. Yet Rong Yin seems oblivious to her inquiry, as if he has succumbed to complete inebriation. She tentatively pushes him away, but his tall frame wobbles, threatening to topple backward. Behind him looms a jagged rock formation, causing Zhu Zheng to hastily grasp his arm, pulling him back with all her might. Once again, he collapses against her shoulder, fully enveloping her in his embrace. In the midst of this predicament, Zhu Zheng contemplates simply releasing him and letting him fall. However, she quickly dismisses the thought. Not only would she risk becoming a criminal in Daong should something unfortunate happen to him, but even if she merely left him to sleep here, he would awaken to find her as the last face he saw, potentially harboring resentment against her. Today has truly proven to be a day one ought to have remained at home. It is often said that carrying a drunkard is akin to bearing a mountain. Zhu Zheng struggles mightily to create some distance between them, managing to prop him against her shoulder as she strives to stand upright. Yet, Rong Yin continues to slide downward, compelling her to grasp his waist tightly for support. This mountain is no ordinary one. It is a mountain made of exquisite glass and jade. Zhu Zheng's progress is painfully slow, her every step fraught with the fear of misstep that could send him tumbling. But the grand jade mountain remains blissfully unaware, nearly entirely collapsing against her, as though intent on crushing her at any moment. The distance to the guest hall is still considerable. Zhu Zheng must endure his weight, dragging him unsteadily forward. At long last, they reach Cheng Yi Hall, and with great effort, she manages to pull him to the edge of soft couch. The moment she loosens her grip, the glass and jade mountain crashes down upon her with a resounding thud. Zhu Zheng's mind goes blank. Dragging someone so far has already left her fatigued, and now she has nearly been crushed beneath him. After a long moment, she finally catches her breath. The side of her neck brushes against his straight nose, the warmth of his breath enveloping her ear. The crisp fragrance of plum blossoms intertwined with the aroma of wine enveloped her entirely, as if she were amidst an endless expanse of snow-capped mountains. Sipping from a flask beneath a cold plum tree. "Why?" he suddenly spoke, his voice as ethereal as a gentle breeze. A tingling sensation brushed against Zhu Zheng's face, prompting her to lower her tone. "What do you mean, why?" he murmured. "Why can I never find you?" For a moment, Zhu Zheng felt a pang of guilt. She contemplated offering a sincere explanation, but quickly realized he might not be receptive. Thus, she gently pushed him away, leaving only the words, "Please, take care of yourself." As she attempted to stand and depart, Rong Yin unexpectedly seized her wrist, pressing her hand back onto the couch. A tightening sensation gripped Zhu Zheng's heart as she struggled to free herself, but his grip remained resolute. The effects of a wine had reddened Rong Yin and Amp. Appo's eyes, his somber gaze fixed intently upon her. "Do not be with him." "With whom?" Zhu Zheng inquired, bewildered. He closed his eyes briefly, long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, and with furrowed brows, he rubbed his brow heavily, as if enduring some unseen torment. Noticing his silence, Zhu Zheng tried to withdraw her hand, softly arguing, "I am not you. I can choose who to be with or not." Yet he tightened his hold on her. "I am not that much older than you." His seemingly nonsensical statement stirred a flurry of memories within Zhu Zheng, reminiscent of youthful encounters and casual conversations among peers. The once formidable figure of Rong Yin, whom she had regarded as a seasoned statesman, suddenly appeared less distant. A warmth surged within her. "Not much older? What does that even mean?" Rong Yin closed his eyes again. "I do not know." Zhu Zheng, puzzled, responded, "How could you not know?" He remained silent for a moment before softly reiterating, "I do not know." "Chapter 17, please," she implored, but reason could not penetrate the intoxication that enveloped him. Zhu Zheng gently pushed his hand, signaling him to release her, yet Rong Yin remained unmoved. His hand was astonishingly warm, and under the influence of alcohol, his usually refined features were tinged with a faint blush, the color around his eyes and brows hinting at a rare vulnerability amidst his usual stoicism. A spark of mischief ignited within Zhu Zheng as she ventured, "Do you not wish for me to leave?" Rong Yin's furrowed brow gradually softened, clarity returning to his gaze. He nodded, his expression uncharacteristically dazed and foolish. Seeing this, Zhu Zheng felt a playful urge rise within her. She boldly patted his head, a sly smile curving her lips. "Perhaps if you plead with me, I might consider staying a little longer." Without a moment into Appo's hesitation, Rong Yin obediently complied, uttering please. Zhu Zheng and Appo's long lashes fluttered in surprise. His unexpected compliance left her momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Rong Yin, his eyes half closed, softly repeated, "Please, do not go." It was only then that Zhu Zheng realized she had been gazing at him in a daze. Today, he seemed to relish the act of repetition, his voice laced with drunken warmth, almost like a tender murmur. Enough with the pleading, she cleared her throat. "I shall not leave." Rong Yan's expression shifted slightly, his hands still firmly clasping her delicate wrists, his gaze slowly descending to her face as if he were meticulously sketching a portrait. After a lengthy examination, he unexpectedly reached out, gently pinching her cheek, his touch warm yet insistent, caressing her skin with a deliberate tenderness. Zhu Zheng recalled the small scar located there. A faint blush, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. The atmosphere grew subtly charged, prompting her to break the silence. "It's just a mole. I burned it away when I was a child." The warmth of his fingertip sent a distant heat coursing through her face. "Does it hurt?" "Not anymore." "What about back then?" He pressed further. "Perhaps a little, but I cannot clearly recall," Zhu Zheng replied, her gaze averting. "It was better that it became a scar. The fortune teller said that this mark would bring misfortune to my father, husband, and brothers." "Did you believe him?" Zhu Zheng remained silent, for her belief was of little consequence. What mattered was that her grandmother believed it. Two maids had held her down, forcing her head against the edge of the well, while her grandmother used a slender gold hairpin to pierce her tender flesh, scorching it over incense until it became a scarlet mark. What was she thinking at that time? Ah, yes. She had been relieved that the fortune teller had only claimed this mole brought misfortune to others. Had he said that merely breathing could bring calamity, her grandmother would have undoubtedly thrown her into the well without hesitation. "Do not believe such nonsense," Rong Yin insisted, grasping her chin to compel her gaze to meet his. Zhu Zheng's memory was a fickle companion. Amidst the myriad of monumental recollections, this incident had nearly faded into obscurity. Even when she looked in the mirror, she often chose to overlook that minuscule scar. How astute Lord Taifu was to notice such a detail and, with such earnest simplicity, seemed to offer her comfort. She pressed her lips together, offering a soft smile. "All right, if you do not wish to believe, then I shall not force you." This was the first time Zhu Zheng revealed a genuine smile in Rong Yan's presence, her dark, luminous eyes curving into crescent moons. Rong Yan's gaze darkened, his hand lifting slightly from her chin. Suddenly, he leaned closer, his lips grazing her cheek, leaving a trail of fleeting sparks. The sensation ignited a warmth that cascaded down Zhu Zheng's spine, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, as if branded by fire, quickly flushing her entire face. Dare she confirm whether it was an accidental brush or an intentional kiss? The very notion sent a wave of absurdity through her. His breath brushed against her ear, the heat radiating from her cheek clouding her mind, and she involuntarily recalled fragments of that fateful night at the poetry gathering. The long night had begun with a face of shock and anger, her body pinned beneath his as he tenderly explored every inch from her forehead to her brows. From the corners of her eyes to her lashes, from her nose to her chin, saturating her with the cold fragrance of plum blossoms. Or perhaps it was merely a dream, a fleeting memory washed away upon waking. She could not afford to repeat the past. With a sudden burst of energy, Zhu Zheng pushed against his shoulders, attempting to free herself from his serpentine hold, but the inebriated man effortlessly ensnared her waist with one arm, rendering her immobile. The poor Zhu Zheng, having only been intoxicated once, remained oblivious to the strength of those who drank, if indeed they all possessed such force. It was no wonder Rong Yin had not pushed her away that night. Perhaps he wished to, yet she had coiled around him like a serpent, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Her previous prejudices against Rong Yin began to waver amidst this inexplicable resurgence of feelings. Yet just as swiftly, a nagging suspicion arose that this was perhaps Rong Yan's deliberate act of reprisal for her earlier lightheartedness. Zhu Zheng immediately grew wary, casting a suspicious glance at Rong Yin. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze intensely fixed upon her lips. She noticed his throat bob as he swallowed, inexplicably mirroring his action. Rong Yan's eyes grew increasingly shadowed. Under his penetrating gaze, Zhu Zheng felt an ominous premonition wash over her, instinctively pressing her lips together, wishing she could swallow them whole to hide her anxiety. The hazy eyes before her sparkled with a hint of mischief. His smile was not one of broad amusement. Rather, it was a subtle curve at the corners of his lips, while his brows remained aloof, yet it imbued his ethereal features with a hint of earthly vibrancy. In an instant, Rong Yin leaned closer once more, his deep, languorous breath enveloping her face, muffled as he uttered a single word: thirsty. Zhu Zheng clearly heard his words. Fearing he might take advantage of his intoxication and misinterpret her body as a vessel for his thirst. I shall fetch you some water. He shook his head, refusing. Are you not thirsty? She pushed him gently, but he frowned, his long limbs entwining around her waist, securing her in an unyielding embrace. I do not wish for water, he reiterated. How can one quench their thirst without water? Rong Xing buried his face in her neck, his prominent nose brushing against her soft cheek. My foot, Zhu Zheng exclaimed in exasperation, delivering a light punch to him. If you refuse to drink, you might as well suffer from thirst. He chuckled softly at her blow, nuzzling in her neck in a manner that was decidedly unrefined, completely disregarding any semblance of decorum. As he sprawled over Zhu Zheng, enveloping her completely. This man, when intoxicated, truly was utterly bewildering, Zhu Zheng thought, struggling to find the words to describe him. The fragrant incense burning in the hall wafted in rich, lingering tendrils. After several rounds of playful tussling, Zhu Zheng finally succumbed to exhaustion, locked in Rong Yan's embrace. Her head growing heavy as her eyelids gradually descended, surrendering to a profound slumber. Chapter 18. Get out the young attendant, Lu Feng, swept into the Qingyi hall like a gust of wind. Today, he was indulging in a feast with the common folk, and his master had dismissed him from attendance. He savored an extravagant meal, but suddenly, someone rushed in to inform him that his master was drunk and unresponsive, urging him to come quickly. His master, who could drink countless cups without faltering, must have consumed an extraordinary amount. As Lu Feng pushed the door open, half of his body entered, and he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could there be two people on his master and Appo's couch? His master was holding someone in his embrace, almost entirely obscured, with only a faint glimpse of a light crimson skirt beneath a richly embroidered robe. Good heavens! Could it be that she is still a maiden? Lu Feng's mouth hung open in shock, since he had been serving the Grand Tutor. He had never witnessed his master indulging in romance. What was happening now? His mind raced with thoughts of palace dramas he had read, and he wondered if this was a setup. Over the years, the beautiful and noble women who had sought his master and Appo's affection numbered at least 80, and now, having neglected his duties, he had let his master fall into a trap. Fortunately, he had discovered it in time. Otherwise, a throng of spectators would soon descend, demanding an explanation from his master. He stepped forward, eager to identify the audacious young lady, when a soft pillow came flying toward him, striking him squarely on the head. Dazed, Lu Feng looked up in the direction from which the pillow had come. Rong Yin was propped up on his arm, his amber eyes sparkling, appearing far from intoxicated. Master? You're not. Rong Yin pulled the brocade blanket tightly over the person on the couch, casting a cool glance in Lu Feng's direction. Get out. His voice was not loud, yet it compelled Lu Feng to touch his nose in confusion. His master had always been dignified and had never spoken to him in such a manner. Feeling wronged, he bowed slightly and murmured, I'll take my leave at once. Once outside the hall, Lu Feng realized that the reason the voice had seemed muted was that his master had communicated with him through a mental projection. Was he trying not to disturb the sleeping lady? This was, too. Lu Feng's limited vocabulary failed to convey his bewilderment and shock. But a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had unwittingly disrupted his master's affair? No. Lu Feng quickly dismissed this notion. His master would never engage in such scandalous behavior. Yet, the young lady was asleep while his master was awake, and he had been ordered to leave in such a fierce manner. Surely, he could not be forced into such a compromising situation. Lu Feng's jaw dropped even further, wishing he could turn back to discern who was the aggressor and who was the victim. However, recalling the sharp gaze his master had cast when he pulled the blanket, he reluctantly shrank back, resigned to counting leaves in the corner. After a lengthy wait that left his legs numb, Lu Feng finally heard a commotion from within the hall. Looking up, he saw a young lady stealthily exiting the hall. It was the very lady from the couch. Zhu Zheng nearly jumped out of her skin upon spotting Lu Feng crouched at the door. She clutched her heart, trying to calm herself for a moment. Lu Feng, you're finally here. Clearing her throat, she hurriedly continued, Your master is drunk. I had someone assist him to the guest hall. Remember to prepare a bowl of sobering soup for him. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Zhu Zheng fled as if she were a thief. Lu Feng stood there, stupefied for a moment, before heading to the small kitchen to prepare a bowl of sobering soup. Upon entering the room, he found his master leaning against the couch, gazing pensively at his hands. Master? Lu Feng momentarily struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Are you drunk or not? Rong Xing adjusted his clothing and sat up at the edge of the couch. What did the lady say to you? She mentioned that she had urgent matters and instructed me to prepare a bowl of sobering soup for you. Lu Feng recounted what he had just heard. Upon hearing this, his master seemed to smile faintly, the earlier weight on his brow lifting significantly. Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he couldn't help but entertain the notion of who had taken advantage of whom, fidgeting with worry and excitement, causing quite a stir. Speak your mind. Rong Xing shot him a glance. Lu Feng, granted permission to speak, chuckled awkwardly. I'm merely curious about where this young lady came from and how she ended up, in your company? Rong Xing gazed out at the azure sky beyond the lattice window, where vibrant new leaves danced with the promise of blooming buds, swaying gently in the breeze. The hall was filled with shifting shadows, imbued with a sense of vitality. In the future, Rong Xing's gaze drifted, seemingly lost in thought. I shall have the opportunity to see her often. Zhu Zheng returned to the place where her carriage was tethered. As she approached, she heard faint weeping from within. Her heart tightened, and she lifted the curtain, coming face to face with a tear-streaked beauty. Elder sister? Zhu Qing, upon seeing her, appeared somewhat flustered. Zhu Zheng hurriedly climbed into the carriage, her voice urgent. Who made you cry? Zhu Qing smiled through her tears, awkwardly wiping her face. Look at me. I ate something too spicy at the banquet, and I felt unwell, which caused me to lose my composure and retreat to the carriage. What a clumsy excuse. Zhu Zheng would have preferred to believe her elder sister had been scolded by their grandmother than accept this feeble lie. The plan to escape the palace banquet together had failed, but amidst the throngs of guests, Zhu Zheng had held on to a glimmer of hope that Gong Yishu would not notice. Did you see anyone special at the banquet? Zhu Zheng inquired. Zhu Qing responded quickly. Just the usual crowd, nothing special. Is that so? Zhu Zheng pondered for a moment. Then did you see the crown prince? Zhu Qing's expression shifted abruptly. How do you know he was there? Isn't it customary for the crown prince to be by the emperor's side during such events? Oh, the crown prince. Of course he was present. Zhu Zheng frowned, finding the reaction rather peculiar. Did he say anything to you? Such a question was unusual. Previously, Zhu Qing would have teased her with remarks like, what a silly question, or you confused me. But this time, Zhu Qing merely lowered her head and fell silent for a long while, offering no response. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her face was unusually flushed. Zhu Zheng reached out to brush away a strand of hair to see her face more clearly, but Zhu Qing suddenly blocked her hand. Zheng, don't overthink it. It was just an ordinary palace banquet, nothing out of the ordinary. Zhu Qing tucked her hair behind her ear, concealing her neck and flushed face, then looked up at Zhu Zheng. What about you? Where did you go? Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the question. She opened her mouth, hesitating before softly responding. I want to feed the fish. There were many eyes in the palace. Zhu Qing suddenly smiled, stroking Zhu Zheng and Appo's face. In the future, don't wander off. If you accidentally offend someone powerful, it's not something we can handle. Though she smiled, her swollen eyes seemed filled with sorrow. The sisters shared the same temperament. When they chose not to speak, nothing could be pried from them. Zhu Zheng could only acquiesce with a nod. Both women, each burdened with their own thoughts, were almost tacitly lying to one another, and the sensation was far from pleasant. Zhu Qing pulled Zhu Zheng close, reminiscent of their childhood carriage rides, and Zhu Zheng nestled against her sister's shoulder, unable to repress her thoughts about the worst possibilities. She was terrified that a moment's negligence would lead fate to once again return her to the same crossroads, where her efforts to change things might be utterly insignificant. As dusk approached, the sky was painted in hues of twilight. Old Lady Zhu and a group of people exchanged pleasantries as they approached the carriages parked outside, engaging in polite farewells. The elderly matron exhaled a long sigh, assisted by Granny Gue as she ascended the carriage. Upon lifting the carriage curtain, She beheld her two daughters leaning against one another, their heads nestled closely, hands intertwined, asleep in a disheveled manner. What a pair of idle creatures! The old matron chided softly, turning to the side and instructing, Gui Xiang, please fetch a blanket to cover them. Chapter 19. Precaution at the fore. Stability at the rear at the break of dawn. Before the light had fully permeated the halls of the Zhu residence, a rounded figure ambled by, carrying a wooden bucket, swaying gently as he traversed the covered corridor. Ming Shui struggled to drag the bucket, and, as she stepped out of the pavilion, she inadvertently splashed water everywhere without noticing the presence of another person beneath the eaves. "Oh, I'm so sorry," came the simultaneous apologies, startling a number of still sleeping birds into flight. Ming Shui steadied the bucket, saying, "Why are you apologizing? It was my fault." The man in gray, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, bowed his head and repeated, "My apologies. I was standing in the wrong place. I didn't see anyone was here." Ming Shui bowed in return, feeling a pang of guilt as she explained, "With the recent dusty weather, it has become customary to splash some water in the morning. I truly apologize. Let me fetch you a cloth to dry off." The gray-clad fellow, seemingly oblivious to her words, flushed with embarrassment and stammered, "I'm so sorry. I'll just take my leave." With that, he turned and hurried away, leaving Ming Shui holding the bucket, bewildered. Just as he was about to round the corner of the corridor, he abruptly halted, stiffly turning back towards her. He fished a plump cloth pouch from his bosom and said, I came to deliver this. Please, could you give it to the fourth young miss?" Ming Shui reached out to take it, but before she could secure it, he released his grip, bowed his head, and dashed off. "What's your name?" she called after him in confusion. "Chongqing," he replied, pausing for a moment. When Ming Shui entered with tea, she was astonished to find the fourth young miss had already risen, seated before the chessboard by the window, clad in a pristine nightgown. She wore a loosely draped, embroidered robe in a honey hue, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. With her head slightly bowed, strands of hair fell forward, revealing a graceful neck. The dim light of the dawn cast a soft glow on her profile, reminiscent of a sorrowful, celestial maiden, evoking a sense of tenderness. Ming Shui sensed that her mistress seemed different, though she couldn't and oppose. Quite articulate why. Perhaps it was the fact that the young miss had recently taken to chess and reading or spent entire days in the study writing. These pursuits were a far cry from her previous pastimes of idling away time or climbing trees. As Ming Shui approached, she noticed the chessboard remained devoid of pieces, with her mistress holding one black and one white piece, seemingly lost in thought. "Young miss," she called softly, placing the tray beside the chessboard, where she set down the gray cloth pouch. "This was received this morning, and the person who delivered it mentioned the name Chongqing." Zhu Zheng turned her gaze to the pouch, opening it to reveal a substantial stack of silver notes, roughly double the amount previously given. "Did Chongqing leave any message?" she inquired, looking up. "I didn't have the chance to ask. He fled like a thief," Ming Shui replied. "Truly as expected of him," Zhu Zheng said with a resigned smile as she began to gather her things. "I must step out." "Where are you going, young miss?" Ming Shui asked. "To Qinya Tea House." As noon approached, a strikingly beautiful female patron entered Qinya Tea House, greeted by a gray-clad, dark-faced attendant. "Is Chongqing adjusting well?" "Fourth young miss," Chongqing exclaimed, unable to conceal his surprise. "What brings you here?" Zhu Zheng raised the gray pouch in her hand, smiling. "Where did this money come from? Does your master know?" "Of course," Chongqing hurriedly explained, his words flowing rapidly. "This was given directly by the manager. When you helped us last time, he promised that from now on, 10% of the tea house and Oppo's earnings would go to our benefactor. Business has been flourishing lately, and the silver notes keep piling up. I couldn't sleep well, so I returned it to the residence." Zhu Zheng had speculated as much while on her way. The manager of the tea house, Sun, was an exceptionally honorable man, valuing even a small favor highly, let alone a significant act of kindness. If what Chongqing claimed was true, then Qinya Tea House would surely prosper, making even a modest share seem like a fortune. In her past life, Zhu Zheng might have hesitated, spouting platitudes about money being inconsequential, but given her current circumstances, it was uncertain who truly was the benefactor in times of need. Initially, she had intended to meet Manager Sun in person, but unfortunately, he was out of the capital today, leaving her to postpone her visit. "Please let me know when your manager returns," she instructed, handing Chong Ying 2 silver notes. "And next time, make sure to leave a message so I won and oppose to be left in suspense. Unexpected windfalls should be a source of comfort, not anxiety." Chong Ying nodded, acknowledging her request. Throughout their conversation, he remained busy with his tasks, having recently taken to weighing tea at the counter. He was now quite adept at managing the bustling clientele. "Young miss, please turn and look to your right." Chong Ying suddenly lowered his voice, stopping Zhu Zheng just as she was about to leave. At his urging, Zhu Zheng turned back to see a figure draped entirely in black, obscured from head to toe, making a striking entrance. The mysterious figure walked directly towards her, and despite the veil, Zhu Zheng felt the weight of an assessing gaze upon her. 2 pounds of Baihao Injin, the figure announced, extending 2 fingers to pinch a handful of tea leaves, pausing momentarily before parting the pouch. It was a man, his voice unfamiliar. While Chong Ying was busy preparing the tea, the man began to speak. "Do you know what this character is?" "Tea," Zhu Zheng replied, raising an eyebrow. The man chuckled softly. "You are quite astute." Every year, during the Lantern Festival, Zhu Zheng excelled at guessing riddles, and this particular one was too straightforward to be considered challenging. In the meantime, Chong Ying quickly packaged 2 bags of tea leaves and handed them over. Baihao Injin has a clear and sweet flavor, yet it is difficult to brew properly. In the interim, it was customary to engage in riddles for enjoyment. However, the man only took one of the packages, pushing the other across the table towards Zhu Zheng. "This is the prize for the 4th young Mrs. Correct Guess." Zhu Zheng did not take it, questioning, "How do you know me?" He did not respond, but chuckled softly again. "Perhaps we shall meet again." As she called out for him to wait, the enigmatic figure had already whisked out the door. "This man in black has visited many times," Chong Ying remarked to Zhu Zheng. "He comes every evening to weigh a pound of Baihao Injin. Today he arrived unusually early, and his attire caught my attention." "Every day?" Zhu Zheng questioned. "Does he also present a riddle each time?" "Not exactly. He rarely speaks beyond that, perhaps sensing that I do not grasp these matters," Chong Ying replied. A sense of intrigue washed over Zhu Zheng as she picked up the tea package the man had just handed her, deftly tearing it open. A slip of paper tumbled out from within. The note bore 4 characters, precaution at the fore, stability at the rear. Chong Ying could scarcely believe it. When did he slip that in? Zhu Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as she read the note. Without taking the time to bid farewell to Chong Ying, she rushed out and hopped into the carriage. Thankfully, the street was long enough. She could still catch a glimpse of the man's silhouette at the far end. Follow that figure in black. The man on horseback seemed aware of his pursuer, not quickening his pace, but leisurely circling back. The carriage trailed behind him through several twists and turns, nearly losing sight of him multiple times, before ultimately entering the most famous pleasure district of Shengjing, Jinxiang Tower. Chapter 20, Murder. This marks Zhu Zheng and Amp, Oppo's, second venture into this infamous den of iniquity. Compared to her experience at 12, the Golden Fragrance Pavilion appeared even more opulent and extravagant, having expanded from a 3-story structure to a 5-story edifice, adorned with ornate carvings and gilded eaves. Upon entering the main hall, one was greeted by a colossal pond teeming with koi, encircled by 4 expansive stained glass screens depicting scenes of dragons, tigers, lions, and leopards engaged in combat. Zhu Zheng harbored an instinctive aversion to this place, where the rustling of silk and the gleam of hair ornaments only served to remind her of Zhu Long and Oppo's, as pallid corpse, once displayed here for the lewd gazes of onlookers. Lost in thought, Zhu Zheng inadvertently lost sight of her quarry amidst the throng of patrons, as she frantically navigated through the inebriated revelers. A woman in scarlet abruptly intercepted her path. "Golden evenings are fleeting. Indulge in tonight's pleasures," the woman purred. "Are you seeking a male escort or a captivating beauty?" "Neither," Zhu Zheng retorted coolly, sidestepping her. The scarlet-clad woman promptly turned to pursue Zhu Zheng. "You may call me Scarlet." "Scarlet, I'm here in search of someone. Spare your entreaties," Zhu Zheng stated. "I comprehend," Scarlet feigned enlightenment, erupting in a melodious peal of laughter. You couldn't catch a philanderer. Having lost sight of the figure in black, Zhu Zheng seized the opportunity to nod in agreement. Scarlet flourished her silken sleeve, her laughter like tinkling bells. Allow me to assist you in your pursuit. Success warrants a token of appreciation. Without hesitation, Zhu Zheng retrieved a silver ingot from her person. A pact. With practiced ease, Scarlet guided Zhu Zheng through the bustling hall, past the veil pond, and up to the second floor. Esteemed guests repose here. A lengthy corridor led to a series of chambers, adorned with cascading beaded curtains that swayed in harmony with the music from the hall below. What is his appearance? Scarlet inquired. Clad in black, favoring concealment and a furtive demeanor, Zhu Zheng replied. Upon hearing this, Scarlet's countenance underwent a marked transformation. Zhu Zheng, detecting her altered demeanor, seized Scarlet's arm. You've seen the one I seek, haven't you? Scarlet turned halfway, forcing a smile. I retract my offer. Her gaze darted nervously toward the lower level, as if wary of prying eyes. Zhu Zheng held her fast. Scarlet? A clamor arose from below, distinct from the earlier merriment, tinged with panic and disarray. I must depart. Scarlet wrenched free. Heed my counsel and seek refuge. Before Zhu Zheng could pose further inquiries, Scarlet fled down the stairs. Zhu Zheng pursued her, only to be swept up in the throng of people fleeing in terror. Murder. Piercing screams erupted from the crowd. Flee for your lives. The Black Mask has returned. Amidst the opulent yet dimly lit surroundings, Zhu Zheng glimpsed a shadowy figure wielding a long blade, its edge glinting menacingly in the faint light. A disheveled figure lay prostrate at his feet, a gaping wound in their chest, blood gushing from their mouth. With a cursory glance, the assailant pried open the victim and oppose, as eyelids and meticulously gouged out their eyes with the blade. He then stooped to retrieve a shard of porcelain, forcing it into the mangled mouth, contorting the face into a grotesque smile. That's more like it, he muttered, a golden longevity lock dangling from his collar. The tip of the long spear dripped with fresh blood as he surveyed the surroundings, placing 2 fingers to his lips. Hush, silence. His voice, though soft, quelled the cacophony. The exposed contours of his jaw hinted at a sinister smile as he methodically wiped the spear clean, his gaze lingering, as if selecting his next prey. When his eyes met Zhu Zheng's, her heart plummeted. Before she could discern his features, someone yanked her behind a toppled screen. Are you courting death? Scarlet hissed, having witnessed Zhu Zheng standing motionless by the pond. Zhu Zheng, disoriented, managed a faint thank you. Assuming she was in shock, Scarlet urged her further behind the screen, shielding her from view. The Black Mask wreaks havoc periodically, killing a few before departing. Her tone was nonchalant, as if murder were as commonplace as chopping wood. Numerous individuals sought refuge behind the screen, their faces etched with terror. The air was thick with suppressed breaths, the sound of pounding hearts echoing in the silence. Why hasn't anyone alerted the authorities? Zhu Zheng wondered aloud. Why did everyone submit so meekly? Even facing the Grim Reaper would be preferable to this senseless slaughter. The air seemed to congeal. Scarlet chuckled mirthlessly. Is this your first visit to the Golden Fragrance Pavilion? What relevance does that have? Zhu Zheng retorted. Does this place exist beyond the reach of the law? Before Scarlet could reply, the remnants of the screen were kicked aside, a spear piercing her shoulder, dragging her into the open. Her agonizing wail reverberated through the hall as the Black Mask hauled her to the pond, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Hush, he snarled, twisting Scarlet's face towards him. Summon you, madam. Scarlet trembled uncontrollably, whimpering, I don't understand. A pity, the assailant retorted, twisting the spear in her shoulder, eliciting a piercing scream. He then erupted in maniacal laughter, its echoes mingling with the wails. Such loyalty from you vermin, he sneered. He raised the spear, poised to impale her, when a section of the stained glass screen crashed down upon him. Amidst the deafening din, shards of glass rained into the koi pond, sending the fish leaping from the water. As the crowd scattered once more, Zhu Zheng crawled to Scarlet's side, checking for a pulse. Glancing toward the stairs, Zhu Zheng noticed a narrow alcove. She hoisted the semi-conscious Scarlet and stepped into the pond, only to be confronted by a face inches away. Blood stained the lower half of the mask, revealing a gaunt face with hollow eyes, the pupils ringed with white, like a scythe of death. A chill ran through Zhu Zheng, the frigid water seeping into her flesh, yet her blood surged with fury. Those eyes, etched forever in her memory, were those of Gong Xiao. Chapter 21. Concealed Within? Gong Xiao brushed off the debris clinging to his person, slowly straightening up. His black, iron-soled official boots crunched on the pond's edge, obliterating a still-wriggling fish. Someone dared to rescue another right under his very nose. A spear thrust from the side, and Zhu Zheng narrowly dodged, tumbling back into the goldfish pond with a nearly lifeless red sparrow. Spluttering and coughing from the water she'd inhaled, Zhu Zheng floundered, grasping the nearest edge and scrambling upwards. She tore down a hanging silk drape, hastily wrapping it around herself, obscuring her face. Before she could secure it, a hand seized her nape. The cloying stench of blood instantly filled her nostrils. "You possess remarkable audacity," Gong Xiao hissed, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. His blood-soaked hand quickly stained the fabric as he tightened his grip on the thin veil, watching with satisfaction as the delicate neck beneath was constricted. As if snapping a twig, air grew scarce in her chest, and Zhu Zheng coughed, struggling against him. Mustering all her strength, she twisted around. Plunging a shard of glass she'd scavenged from the pond into Gong Xiao's arm. He cried out in pain, his grip loosening. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zheng kicked him in the stomach, using the momentum to break free. She careened through the panicked crowd, fleeing towards the main doors. Just as she neared the exit, a hand clamped onto her wrist, and a powerful force yanked her behind a pillar. Startled, Zhu Zheng shrieked, raising her hands to push away her attacker. But she was caught in a tight embrace. "It's me," a familiar, calming voice murmured. "I'm late." She looked up into a pair of amber eyes, deep and serene as the distant moon, fixed intently on her face. Rong Yin? What was he doing here? And how had he recognized her so quickly? Swathed as she was, there was no time for questions. The instant she recognized him, Zhu Zheng clung to him as a lifeline. Grabbing his sleeve, she pleaded imperial tutor. "Save them." Rong Yin did not turn, his gaze piercingly cold. "Lu Feng," he commanded towards the entrance. "Yes, sir." Several dark figures darted into the hall at his command. Rong Yin seized Zhu Zheng's hand, pulling her through the chaotic crowd, striding purposefully towards the exit of the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. A carriage with tasseled, octagonal eaves awaited them. Zhu Zheng was swiftly ushered inside. The curtains fell, and the dim light of the carriage sealed out the pandemonium of the Golden Fragrance Pavilion, plunging them into sudden silence. Rong Yin remained wordless, gripping Zhu Zheng's hand so tightly that her wrist ached. The carriage had barely turned a corner when a piercing neigh shattered the air, bringing them to an abrupt halt. "So it truly is you, teacher," a mocking voice called out. "One unexpected coincidence. I didn't oppose. Realize you fancied this sort of establishment." The occupant of the carriage remained unmoved by the voice outside. Rong Yin softly instructed the driver to turn back, his brow furrowed with an unreadable solemnity. His gaze fixed solely on Zhu Zheng. Equally tense, Zhu Zheng looked up at Rong Yin, soaked to the bone and covered in blood. Her disheveled state was laid bare in the quiet intensity of Rong Yin's gaze. Receiving no response, the coachman cracked the whip to retreat. But Gong Xiao spurred his horse forward, blocking their path. "Since fate has brought us together, wouldn't it be rude to depart without a greeting?" The voice from outside boomed through the silk curtains. Rong Yin ignored him, shielding Zhu Zheng with his body, his long arm encircling her shoulders as he lifted her chin to examine her face. He untied the thin veil, his cool thumb wiping away the blood from her face with a touch that was almost rough. Veiled, Zhu Zheng had felt a semblance of composure. But now her spine stiffened, and she struggled like a rabbit about to be plucked. Rong Yin's other hand pressed against the back of her neck, a gesture both firm and gentle, as his thumb softly caressed her cheek. "It's all right now." Outside, Gong Xiao, now practically pressed against the carriage, heard the commotion and chuckled knowingly. Could it be that teacher is concealing someone in his carriage? A sword hilt poked through the edge of the curtain, poised to tear it open. Through the shifting gap, Zhu Zheng caught a glimpse of Gong Xiao, mounted on his black steed. His pale face was twisted with a sinister grin, mirroring the face she remembered from her past life, the one that had drawn back the bow. Her heart nearly stopped. She clutched Rong Yan's robes, burying her face in his chest. In her peripheral vision, she saw something, perhaps a raindrop, strike the curtain with force, sealing the gap once more. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were merely 2 tea leaves that had fallen to the ground. Though he hadn't been able to see clearly, Xiao had glimpsed someone in Rong Yan's arms. Did teacher bring a companion? He pressed, his tone suggestive. Or perhaps someone you picked up at the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. Why so shy? Second prince, Rong Yin interjected, his voice as cold as frost. Your curfew approaches. Xiao paused, his tone losing its earlier arrogance. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. The light filtering through the curtain illuminated Rong Yan's downcast gaze, meeting Zhu Zheng's slightly raised eyes. His amber pupils were like a lake before a storm. His expression was inscrutable, and Zhu Zheng felt a vague unease. She released his robes, attempting to create some distance between them. But the man beside her pulled her back into his embrace, pressing her tightly against him. Amidst the enveloping scent of plum blossoms, she heard his steady voice vibrating in his chest. Leaving the palace without permission, you will be punished accordingly. Xiao remained silent for a long moment. Understood. His deference reminded Zhu Zheng of their relationship. She had almost forgotten that he was Xiao's tutor, and she hadn't considered whether they might be in collusion. She was oblivious to whatever else was said. Seeing Xiao again had brought back vivid memories of how he had decimated the Zhu family. Her eyes were closed, and her ears were filled with the sound of horses' hooves in the snow, mingled with fading cries of despair, all merging into a deafening buzz. Zhu Zheng had never understood why Xiao had been so thorough. The Zhu family was already in decline, offering no assistance or threat to the succession. But perhaps no reason was needed. Like the lives in the Golden Fragrance Pavilion, they were insignificant in the eyes of the Crown Prince, mere ants to be crushed. The wind fluttered the carriage curtain, letting in a burst of light. Zhu Zheng opened her eyes and realized she was now covered with a cloak. Rong Yin had his arm around her shoulders, and her vision was filled with silver embroidery. The purple fabric was adorned with elegant, swirling Qilin patterns, a symbol reserved for those of imperial status. Zhu Zheng suddenly sat up straight, pushing away from Rong Yin. The carriage was spacious, but she had been dragged inside and had been given no chance to sit properly before being pulled into Rong Yan's arms. Her soiled dress had left a dark stain on his radiant purple robe, the shape of an embrace. Rong Yan's gaze was heavy. Today's events are a result of my inadequate supervision. His words revealed where his loyalties lay. Zhu Zheng opened her mouth, her mind teeming with questions, but she didn't know what to ask. In an instant, the lifeline she had grasped seemed to drift away once more towards a distant shore. Lost in their own thoughts, they simply stared at each other until the driver broke the silence. Sir, where to? Yueshing Bridge, Zhu Zheng answered. Yueshing Bridge wasn't far from the Duke of Jinghua's residence, nor was it far from the Zhu family home. Rong Yan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze on Zhu Zheng unreadable. Zhu Zheng dreaded that look, as if he were trying to see straight through her. Yet she dared not show any signs of fear. In her heart, it was as if a clear mirror reflected the reality that Rong Yan was indeed Gong Xiao's mentor. Compared to the erratic and reckless Gong Xiao, the understated and inscrutable Rong Yan was certainly not an adversary to be underestimated. Before long, the carriage came to a halt at the bridge's edge. Zhu Zheng slightly turned her face away, no longer looking at him. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, esteemed Grand Tutor. I shall take my leave now. She had already risen, yet his grip remained firm on her wrist. After struggling twice, Rong Yin slowly released her. Do not venture to that place again. Zhu Zheng silently tugged at the corners of her mouth. Without looking back, she disembarked from the carriage. Chapter 22. Zhu Zheng. I have heard many tales of you 2 days later. The Zhu residence welcomed a distinguished guest. Before dawn, the sounds of commotion and the hurried footsteps of maids and nannies filled the air. The entire household was mobilized, and every corner was meticulously prepared as if to showcase their wealth. Even the lanterns hanging around were replaced with exquisite Mingjiao lanterns adorned with intricate floral patterns and jade inlays. It was a concerted effort to embody the opulence and refinement characteristic of an esteemed noble family. Zhu Zheng, still drowsy, was roused from her slumber and groomed for the occasion. She overheard a nanny mention that an invitation had been delivered the day before. In the grand customs of Daong, it was customary to notify the household in advance of a visit. Arriving unannounced was deemed impolite. The Zhu residents had long been quiet and had not entertained such high-caliber guests, and she had nearly forgotten the intricacies of such formalities. As autumn approached, a chill lingered in the air, and the morning mist had yet to dissipate. Zhu Zheng and her sister, Zhu Qing, stood on either side of the venerable matriarch, mirroring their childhood days when the Zhu family was bustling with guests, often summoned to join the gatherings at the back, exchanging mischievous glances and whispers. After a considerable wait, Zhu Zheng shifted from standing upright to leaning against her sister, her feet growing numb. Zhu Qing, having just learned the news that morning, seized the chance to inquire about Zhu Zheng and Appo's relationship with the young master of the one family. Zhu Zheng, her half-asleep eyes now slightly widened, vaguely replied that she would understand everything by the end of the day. Zhu Qing frowned, cautioning her not to act against her will for their grandmother's sake. Zhu Zheng smiled lightly, countering that her motives were not for their grandmother. Then for whom? Do you have feelings for that young master? Sister, Zhu Zheng lifted her gaze, still smiling. How would I know what liking someone means? However, Zhu Qing remained serious, asserting that one day she would come to understand, urging her not to treat her fate lightly. Fate? Zhu Zheng's smile faded. What if my fate is nothing more than a frivolous existence? Then the Zhu family shall support you for a lifetime. Zhu Zheng regarded her sister in damp, Appo's earnest countenance, a pang of sorrow flitting through her. She turned her gaze into the distance and murmured, "It's too late. The guests have arrived." A carriage emerged at the street corner, cutting through the thin veil of early autumn fog, shimmering as it approached. The nanny beside her whispered a reminder, prompting Zhu Zheng to straighten her back and compose herself. The carriage drew nearer. Something felt amiss. The splendid carriage came to a halt, its luxurious zeton wood adorned with gilded rivets, featuring patterns of lotus blossoms and a golden octagonal canopy, with long crimson tassels and pearls adorning the curtain, dazzling the eye. Zhu Zheng rubbed her eyes, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the carriage. The moment she recognized it, she turned and fled back into the residence. A figure emerging from the sedan chair, clad in a purple official robe embroidered with silver, stood tall and poised, adorned with exquisite ornaments that shimmered like stars. The matriarch, with vigor, approached the carriage, exclaiming joyously to welcome the esteemed guest, "Your Excellency, the Grand Tutor. We are honored by your presence." In the brief moment it took her to catch her breath after reciting her rehearsed words, Zhu Qing, recovering from her astonishment, finally bowed and greeted the Grand Tutor. Rong Yan's gaze lingered briefly on Zhu Qing's face before he turned to scan the entrance, inquiring, "Where's the other young lady?" The matriarch turned as well, her lined face first reflecting confusion, quickly morphing into a hint of anger as she pressed, "Where is Zheng?" Zhu Qing hesitated. She'd just seen Zhu Zheng flee in panic. If the esteemed guest had sharp eyes, he might have already caught sight of her retreating figure, leaving Zhu Qing at a loss for words. The matriarch, accustomed to surprises, quickly deduced that she had informed Zhu Zheng early this morning about the noble guest's arrival. "That girl has always been restless, easily distracted," she remarked. Rong Xing glanced toward the entrance, smiling lightly. The invitation mentioned it was merely a visit. The implication was clear. It was a mere formality. The matriarch eagerly nodded, affirming that even a casual visit held its own etiquette, and they would never dare neglect the Grand Tutor and damp Appo's presence. Rong Yin acknowledged her with a nod, suggesting they proceed inside. As the matriarch continued apologizing for keeping their guest in the cold, Rong Yin had already stepped forward into the Zhu residence. A procession of attendants and family members hurriedly followed, with Zhu Qing trailing behind, first furrowing her brows at Rong Yan's retreating figure, then casting a contemplative glance down the street. Could it be that the Grand Tutor himself had delivered the invitation? And what of the young master of the Wen family? Would he still come? Inside the main hall, colorful lanterns flickered, red silk draped elegantly, creating an atmosphere of celebration that might suggest a joyous occasion. Rong Yin held a jade teacup adorned with spring grass patterns, his features softened by the steam. He leisurely sipped 2 cups of tea, remaining silent as the hall was enveloped in a hushed reverence. Even as the Grand Tutor sipped with grace, none dared to steal a glance, each person attentively waiting for him to finish. Time passed like the steam rising from the tea. After a while, as if quenching a thirst, Rong Yin finally lifted his gaze to the vacant seats in the hall and remarked, "I just recalled that today's visit concerns both young ladies. It would be prudent to meet the 4th Mississippi." The matriarch wiped her forehead and had someone sent to summon her. Rong Yin smiled, acknowledging her with a polite nod. After an indeterminate amount of time, the atmosphere in the hall had grown as stagnant as cooled wax. Finally, a figure in yellow appeared at the entrance. With hair disheveled and adorned with crooked pearls, her head hung at an awkward angle as if she wished to press her face against her abdomen. The matriarch and amp, Appo's expression darkened immediately. "Have you no sense of decorum?" Miss Zhu Zheng, Rong Yin and amp, Appo's voice interjected smoothly, halting the matriarch's reprimand. He placed the teacup down and intertwined his fingers before him. "I have long awaited this moment." He paused. "I have heard many tales of you. Those are surely not favorable." Zhu Zheng kept her head lowered, only revealing the crown of her dark hair. The matriarch, losing patience, urged, "The Grand Tutor is speaking to you." Zhu Zheng felt her nails digging into her palm, sweat pooling in her hands as she recognized the familiar voice above her. She had been dragged here, her frantic search for soap in the bathing room interrupted when the nanny caught her. In a flurry, she had attempted to flee, only to be pursued and captured by a couple of maids and a nanny, finally being ushered into the main hall. In the 2 days since returning from Jinxiang Tower, Zhu Zheng had contemplated much. The first resolution she made was to keep a wide berth from Rong Yin. She vowed never to meet him again, especially not as Zhu Zheng. All her efforts since her rebirth were aimed at ensuring the Zhu family and the Gong family remained entirely separate. Yet, it seemed an impossible dream, as someone she had never known in her past had now entered her life. Resigned, she lowered her shoulders and bowed. "Zhu Zheng greets the Grand Tutor." Her voice was soft and compliant, yet as she lifted her gaze, her expression turned cold, her eyes betraying a subtle resentment and determination. Rong Yin met her gaze, his previously warm smile fading into a cool detachment. Wishing to conceal the old lady's anxiety over Zhu Zheng's dismal entrance, the 4th young lady, spoiled since childhood by her, inevitably lacked decorum, causing the Grand Tutor to stifle a laugh. Rong Yin averted his gaze and raised the teacup once more. The tea had grown somewhat tepid, and in his hand it emitted not a wisp of warmth. It is only natural to be somewhat indulged. He spoke in a calm tone, his eyes lowered, observing the 2 tea leaves dancing in pursuit within the jade-green cup. "She is a daughter of a noble family and should rightfully be cherished in the palm of one and Appo's hand." Chapter 23. Feast of the Fish. Abundant blessings on the 15th day of the 8th month. The royal family held an autumn hunt, granting the Zhu family the honor of joining in the festivities, particularly in consideration of the elderly matriarch's age, inviting her 2 granddaughters in her stead. This was the true intent of Rong Yin's visit. Upon announcing this in the main hall, the matriarch was almost beside herself with excitement. Had the Grand Tutor not been present, she would have rushed to the ancestral hall to offer incense, thanking their forebears for their blessings. Zhu Zheng quietly mused that if burning incense truly bore fruit, she would do so daily, hoping that their ancestors would chastise Zhu long in the afterlife. She observed her grandmother and Appo's face, wrinkled yet beaming, and then glanced at the solemn Grand Tutor. The autumn hunt was a royal favor, leaving no room for refusal. For various noble families, it was a rare opportunity to shine. Even lesser households, lacking the royal family's favor, could engage openly, greatly enhancing their reputation. However, Zhu Zheng was perplexed as to why the Grand Tutor, having penned an invitation, had not mentioned this matter explicitly within it. Instead, he had only vaguely alluded to a visit, leaving her grandmother speculating incessantly throughout the day, disrupting the peace of the household. In truth, there was no need for an invitation at all. For a family that had never been acknowledged by the royal family, and was merely present to fill numbers. A simple announcement would suffice. If a formal touch was desired, a delicate booklet could be presented, which would not be considered impolite. There was no need for the Grand Tutor to lower himself and make a personal visit, especially on the same day he had an appointment with Xiao. Zhu Zheng followed the crowd, lost in thought. Yet, upon entering the banquet hall, her earlier doubts began to waver. The feast laid before her was indeed worthy of attention. She was taken aback by the exquisite setting. The round table, crafted from golden silk nanmu and adorned with a carved lotus, was likely unused for over a decade. Not only was the craftsmanship splendid, but the table was also inlaid with a piece of warm jade, ensuring that the dishes placed upon it would remain warm longer. Regrettably, the table was far too large. Since their family had dwindled in size, such grandiosity was unnecessary. Yet today, it seemed only the Grand Tutor was an additional guest. The attendants filed in, meticulously arranging the sumptuous dishes and fine wines. Naturally, the culinary offerings matched the table and Oppo's grandeur. Yet with only 4 main seats and their respective attendants, the table groaned under enough food to feed half the capital. After a few pleasantries exchanged between her grandmother and the Grand Tutor, Rong Xing lifted his robe and took his seat. The matriarch sat to the right of the Grand Tutor, while Zhu Zheng was placed on his left. With such an expansive table, she was nearly an arm and Oppo's length away from the Grand Tutor, which pleased her greatly. As Rong Xing began to eat, the matriarch noticed the table and Oppo's sparse offerings and, in her usual fashion, began to serve the dishes, placing a tender piece of fish into Zhu Zheng's bowl. "Feast on the fish, and blessings will abound," she said with a smile full of affection. The fish was costly, boneless, and its auspicious name made it a dish of significance for guests. "Thank you, grandmother." Zhu Zheng quickly sat up, seizing the fish before her sister could speak. She was aware of her sister's intent. In truth, she was allergic to this delicacy. Even a mere taste would soon leave her covered in itchy hives. However, to avoid appearing ungrateful during significant occasions, she had always feigned enjoyment of the dish, keeping her affliction a secret. Even her sister had only discovered it by accident when Zhu Zheng could no longer resist applying ointment due to the unbearable itch. But she could never let her grandmother know, for then she would hear the dreaded words about her ill fortune. Zhu Zheng despised those words, for she understood the truth of her misfortune. She was unfortunate, having lost her parents at birth. She was unfortunate, deserving to be cast into a well by Zhu Long. She was unfortunate, branded as a harbinger of death by her grandmother for over a decade. Unfortunate, and thus she must eat, even if it meant enduring the itch, hoping that perhaps one day she might touch the edges of good fortune. With her eyes cast down, she gazed at the piece of tender fish in her bowl, hesitating to lift her chopsticks. The itching had plagued her numerous times before, and she could recall vividly when and where it would strike the hardest. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Yet, with the Grand Tutor present, she could not predict how long he would stay. If he lingered too long, she might find herself scratching uncontrollably, potentially causing scandal. As her thoughts spiraled into despair, a pair of jade chopsticks reached over, swiftly lifting the fish from her bowl. The table fell into a profound silence. Zhu Zheng and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the owner of the chopsticks. Rong Xing, with an air of nonchalance, began to eat the fish, exuding an aura of calm, seemingly unbothered by his unexpected action. Standing behind him, Lu Feng, sensing the weight of everyone in Oppo's gaze, forced a laugh to break the tension. "My lord particularly enjoys this, auspicious fish." Enjoys it? Was there not enough on the plate? The matriarch felt a bit dazed. She had refrained from serving the Grand Tutor directly, instead opting to create a warm, familial atmosphere. And now it baffled her that he would compete with her granddaughter for a piece of fish. However, being a seasoned matriarch, she quickly deduced the situation. Such esteemed individuals often possess peculiarities, and the Grand Tutor's behavior suggested a deep fondness for the dish, unwilling to share even a morsel with anyone else. Realizing her oversight and hospitality, the matriarch quickly smiled and said, "Gui Xiang, please bring the dishes closer to the Grand Tutor." After a moment's hesitation, she also moved the piece from her own bowl. "Grand Tutor, please enjoy more." Rong Yan. Zhu Zheng. The flurry of dish exchanges took quite some time. With the focus of attention on Rong Yin, he lifted his gaze, seemingly casually scanning the table. Zhu Zheng felt as though she had been stung by a scorpion and quickly buried her face in her bowl. Since the Grand Tutor had eaten that piece of fish, he had scarcely touched his chopsticks again, and the atmosphere at the table grew heavy as the others mirrored his disinterest. Lu Feng, standing behind Rong Yin, wore a puzzled expression. For the past 2 days, the Grand Tutor had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Crown Prince, hardly pausing to rest. This morning, he had returned before dawn, spending an unusual amount of time in front of the mirror, changing outfits multiple times until the sky brightened. He had instructed preparations for their departure, frequently checking the time, anxious about being late. Lu Feng had never witnessed such urgency from his lord before, so he assumed this banquet must hold great significance. Why, then, was he not eager to begin the meal? Having rushed out, Lu Feng had scarcely eaten his own breakfast, and now, faced with a table laden with exquisite dishes, he could not help but swallow hard, his stomach growling ominously, prompting him to thump his hand against it in embarrassment. At the sound, Rong Yin cast a sidelong glance his way, casually pushing a bowl of soup towards him. With a sheepish smile, Lu Feng accepted the soup, grateful for his lord and amp, Oppo's generosity, which had become customary over the years. He quickly turned away and gulped it down. The broth was rich and flavorful, an exquisite delight. "What kind of soup is this? It's absolutely delicious," Lu Feng exclaimed in amazement. Chapter 24. Always knowing the silence at the table was finally shattered. The dish before them was puffer fish, precisely in season for tasting. As the saying goes, once one has savored puffer fish, one forgets all other fish in the world. Zhu Zheng smiled and remarked that the young master was indeed fortunate in his culinary choices. Lu Feng, feeling somewhat out of place, expressed his gratitude to Zhu Zheng with a bashful smile and leaned closer to ask softly, "My lord, what is puffer fish?" Rong Yin appeared disinterested, merely replying, "It is a type of fish." "What kind of fish?" Lu Feng pressed further. "It is covered in spines and harbors a sulky temperament." "Is there really such a fish? What could it possibly be sulking about?" As Lu Feng continued to inquire, he suddenly noticed a faint smile tugging at the corner of Rong Yin's lips. This was the first time since taking their seats that he seemed even a fraction more relaxed. Lu Feng whispered, "What makes my lord smile?" Rong Yin, fiddling with his hexagonal jade chopsticks, replied, "There's indeed someone who resembles it." Lu Feng and Amp, Oppo's eyes darted around. "Someone who looks like a pufferfish. That must be quite a frightful sight." While he struggled to envision the appearance of a pufferfish, he began to imagine someone with a pufferfish head, completely oblivious to the fact that his lord had slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze habitually drifting to the diagonal opposite. Madame Zhu had begun recounting the illustrious family history of the Zhu household, filled with anecdotes of cobwebs. Zhu Zheng, listening intently, felt a sudden chill at her neck and looked up to meet a cool gaze. What could Rong Yin possibly want from her? Earlier, he seemed to be sulking, his expression hardly ever cheerful throughout the day. It was best not to provoke him. Yet now, he appeared less irritable, his demeanor tinged with an intriguing significance. Was there something amusing that she had missed? Had her grandmother introduced an intriguing topic? Zhu Zheng strained to listen, but her grandmother was merely recounting the same old tales. She soon found her mind wandering. After a moment, when she looked up again, she found Rong Yin had shifted to resting his chin on his hand, still observing her. With so many people at the table, Zhu Zheng had no choice but to squint slightly, silently warning him to avert his gaze. Rong Yin pressed his lips together, not only refusing to look away, but also allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. This was a genuine smile. Zhu Zheng felt a twinge of suspicion at his smile and quickly lowered her head to discreetly check her reflection in the bowl of soup. There were no vegetable leaves stuck in her teeth, nor grains of rice clinging to her face. Despite a few stray hairs, she still appeared presentable. Satisfied, she nodded to herself. With so few people at the table, all of them were trained to behave like wooden figures, so to mask her series of peculiar actions. Zhu Zheng feigned eating a few bites of rice before lifting her bowl of jade belt soup and sipping it in a fluid motion. One could only say that the family heirloom truly lived up to its name. The soup remained scalding hot, even after sitting on the warming table for so long. As the hot soup lingered in her mouth, Zhu Zheng wanted to spit it out, but dared not. Instead, bowing her head to discreetly suck her tongue and puff her cheeks to cool her burning lips, which had taken on a glistening hue. Across the table, Rong Yin and oppose. His eyelids flickered, and he momentarily averted his gaze, draining his cup of cool tea in one go. While her lord indulged in his private musings, Lu Feng remained oblivious, his eyes roaming the array of dishes on the table. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on a jade-colored plate, pointing and asking my lord, "What kind of leg is that?" Without even glancing at Lu Feng, Rong Yin replied, "If you wish to eat, just take some." Lu Feng flashed a bright smile. "Thank you, my lord." After enduring the banquet until it finally dispersed, Zhu Zheng seized the opportunity to slip away, but unexpectedly. She soon found herself face-to-face with the Grand Tutor, who should have been in the main hall, continuing pleasantries with her grandmother. At the flower-draped entrance, his tall figure nearly blocked her path. Zhu Zheng had no choice but to bow in respect. Rong Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her as he took a step closer. Zhu Zheng quickly stepped back. He advanced again, and she retreated once more. This back and forth continued until she found herself pressed against the stone wall, the delicate silver vines cascading down in front of her. Realizing that she had been cornered in the flower-laden alcove. "Have you eaten your fill, leaving the banquet so early?" he inquired. "I've had my fill of gazing." Zhu Zheng replied with a dry smile. "Was tea my grandmother keeping you for tea? What brings you here?" "Oh, you don't wish to see me?" Rong Yin raised an eyebrow. Zhu Zheng felt a tightening in her chest, realizing her carefully crafted facade was utterly transparent. How could she have been so superficial? "Why would I not wish to see the Grand Tutor?" She feigned nonchalance. "Because you feel guilty." His voice was soft yet direct. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his bluntness, her eyes narrowing defensively. "What reason do I have to feel guilty in our first meeting?" Rong Yin smirked slightly. Still not satisfied? Zhu Zheng fell silent, recalling how he had shown no surprise upon seeing her earlier. He must have known who she was all along and was merely toying with her. Perhaps he would return home tonight, laughing at her antics. She reminded herself not to be flustered, telling herself that she had lived 2 lifetimes and should remain composed. Yet the more she resisted, the more she felt like a thorn was lodged in her back. The best course of action would be to flee in haste. As she attempted to slip away, Rong Yin stood like a mountain in her path, refusing to let her pass. Zhu Zheng regretted taking this narrow alley, leaving her no chance to turn back. The floral shadows weighed heavily on the door, the soft vines creating a dense web, allowing not even a whisper of wind to penetrate. Rong Yin seemed to sense her desire to escape and cross his arms, his pale eyes reflecting fragmented light. "Now seems a fitting time for an explanation," he said calmly, his tone devoid of interrogation, almost as if he had been abandoned. "Why did you deceive me?" Zhu Zheng glanced around, hesitating for a moment before muttering, "Because I have a peculiar quirk." She closed her eyes, offering a half-truth. "I have never liked the title of the 4th Miss of the Zhu family. Since childhood, I prefer to roam without a name, masquerading as someone else, living freely, and harboring no intention to deceive you." Rong Yan's expression remained inscrutable, neither revealing belief nor disbelief, though his gaze darkened slightly, obscured by the floral shadows. Zhu Zheng recognized this as a typical contemplative moment and seized the opportunity to ask, "When did you discover the truth?" Between them hung 2 tendrils of flowers, entwined with a few buds yet to bloom. Rong Yin lifted his hand and brushed them aside. "I have always known." Damn, he truly recognized her. Could have been at the palace banquet. No wonder his reactions had been unusually subdued during their encounters, since he had known from the very beginning that she was the 4th Miss of the Zhu family. Why hadn't he confronted her directly? Zhu Zheng was perplexed. Rong Yan's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at her for a long moment. "Today, did you not come?" Chapter 25. As a token of gratitude, Zhu Zheng experienced a moment of clarity. The questions that had troubled her before the banquet now seemed to have found their answers. She had long pondered why it was necessary for the Grand Preceptor to make the trip personally to deliver a message, and now it all made sense. Yet, she wondered why he hadn't confronted her directly upon their first meeting. This was a question Zhu Zheng dared not voice. Her apprehension far outweighed her confusion as she quickly explained, "Grand Preceptor, I also overheard what my grandmother said. I have always been unruly and possess a poor memory. The poetry gathering at the water pavilion occurred long ago, and I was quite intoxicated, so I cannot recall anything. If I inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize and hope you can overlook this minor misunderstanding. Yong Yin furrowed his brow slightly. You remember nothing at all? Zhu Zheng tentatively nodded. His gaze darkened, yet his expression remained as calm as a still pond. You don't recall the words you spoke upon waking that day? It is indeed difficult for a person to remember the lies they have told. Zhu Zheng was at a loss, unsure of which statement Yong Yin referred to. Her mind became cluttered, and she glanced behind Yong Yin. Suddenly, she pulled his sleeve, urging, "Come with me." She stealthily led him into her eastern courtyard, returning to her room with equal stealth. From a gray cloth bundle, she hastily shoved something into his embrace. "What is this?" Yong Yin inquired. Noticing his hesitation, Zhu Zheng cautiously looked around and urged, "Quickly, take it." Yong Yin, brow slightly furrowed, unwrapped a corner of the bundle, revealing a piece of pale purple fabric. Earlier, at the drooping flower gate, Zhu Zheng had seen a shadow approaching, resembling Granny Gue, which had distracted her as she thought of finding a more private place to speak. In her mind, a lingering worry resurfaced. She, an unmarried woman, had hidden a man's robe in her chamber. During her hurried departure last time, she had inadvertently worn Yong Yin's cloak back home. She could only wash it secretly, hanging it out to dry under the cover of night, fearing discovery, for otherwise, no amount of explanation would suffice. "This is for you, Grand Preceptor." Zhu Zheng bowed slightly. "You are a great person, and I am but a small one. Naturally, you should overlook my transgressions. I know you find me bothersome, so consider me a ghost. I assure you, I will no longer appear before you. So you need not recall even the slightest incident." A massive weeping crabapple tree stood at the entrance of the eastern courtyard, where Zhu Zheng and Yong Yin stood beneath its branches, the gentle breeze tousling their hair. Yong Yin's gaze bore an inscrutable meaning as it lingered on her. Ignoring the bundle, and he shifted the conversation. Recently, there have been leaks regarding the schedule at the Yong residence. An investigation revealed that it originated from your household. Zhu Zheng was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. She had entirely forgotten about the spies placed within the Grand Preceptor and Appo's residence. Amidst the chaos of recent days, she had neglected to withdraw them. It was perilous to infiltrate the Yong residence, akin to plucking fur from a tiger and Appo's mouth. And Zhu Zheng felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain how Yong Yin would handle the situation. He was always enigmatic. When he was silent and expressionless, he appeared particularly unapproachable. Zhu Zheng and Appo's gaze roamed his face unabashedly, fluctuating between suspicion, wariness, and an indescribable fear. She suddenly recalled his comment about their age difference, and her mind raced with thoughts of whether he might be a calamity incarnate or a sinister figure in disguise. Before she could dwell further on her wild speculations, Yong Yin spoke calmly. "I am not here to seek retribution, nor should you go to great lengths to avoid meeting me as if I were a plague." His tone remained as unruffled as ever, akin to discussing the weather or mundane objects. Yet somehow it conveyed a hint of melancholy to Zhu Zheng's ears. As he entered her dwelling, step by step, she wondered what else this visit could signify aside from seeking retribution. She glanced up at Yong Yin, who was also looking down at her, and awkwardly answered, "I haven't done anything, have I?" "You." Yong Yin hesitated before trailing off. "Forget it." Zhu Zheng, who was still formulating a way to mend the situation, felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. She had no time to consider whether the Grand Preceptor was fatigued or simply bored. Regardless, this forget it was undoubtedly a welcome reprieve. After this dismissive remark, he seemed to speak to himself. "On my way here, I thought you would be pleased." Zhu Zheng, bewildered, asked, "Pleased about what?" The autumn hunting ground lay nestled at the foot of Qilu Mountain. Yong Yan's gaze drifted far, taking in the vibrant autumn foliage, and he mused, "I thought, perhaps you would enjoy it." Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting Yong Yan's shadow upon the ground, enveloping the petite Zhu Zheng within it. It dawned on her. In her past life, the mere prospect of visiting the royal hunting grounds would have brought her immeasurable joy. She cherished the mountains and fields, the autumn season, and the unrestrained joy of frolicking freely. Yet today, with her heart heavy with trepidation, she could hardly muster the energy to remember what she once loved. All she could envision were the countless archers at the hunting grounds, chasing and shooting at pitiful prey, just as an arrow had pierced through her own desperate flight on that dark, snowy night. Zhu Zheng's expression gradually turned cold, and just as she was about to be consumed by her memories, a sudden chill gripped her wrist. She looked down to find a heavy circle of red beads encircling her arm. The blood-red amber beads, the size of juju pits, were strung together with golden threads, interspersed with delicate golden flower-shaped cushions. The beads felt smooth and warm against her skin, culminating in a lustrous white pearl that sparkled brilliantly, accentuating the whiteness of her wrist. Rong Xing studied the fine red adornment encircling her wrist for a while, then a faint smile tugged at his lips. "It suits you." Seeing Zhu Zheng struggle to turn her wrist, he casually explained, "I bought it casually for your safety." In Shengjing, how can one casually buy blood amber? Zhu Zheng thought. The color resembled fresh blood, and its clarity rivaled that of spring water. Such an exquisite piece was beyond mere value, aside from royal tributes. How could one find such quality so easily in Yong? She dared not accept it casually. Zhu Zheng tugged at her wrist, attempting to remove the bracelet. "Don't like it?" "Not." Rong Xing grasped her wrist through the beads, applying gentle pressure. "If you like it, wear it. When you no longer do, simply toss it aside." His nonchalant tone made Zhu Zheng frown. Is that how one lives their life? Sunlight danced upon Rong Xing's high-bridged nose as he pondered, then solemnly stated, "When you no longer like it, tell me, and I will replace it with a new one." "That sounds reasonable." Zhu Zheng instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized, "No, how can I accept this?" "Why not?" Zhu Zheng, bewildered by his question, stammered, "I believe one should not accept rewards without merit." Rong Xing replied, "Consider it a token of gratitude." Zhu Zheng was perplexed. Gratitude for what? Rong Xing gestured at her attire, "For ensuring your wardrobe is well kept." Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, her muddled thoughts suddenly clear. How could the Grand Preceptor, who had just claimed not to remember this garment, have prepared a token of gratitude in advance? Chapter 26. I will wait forever this time. Rong Xing fell silent for a moment. On the day of the palace banquet, he lowered his brows and hesitated before speaking. "The Qingyi Hall owes you a debt of gratitude as well." As he unexpectedly mentioned the banquet, Zhu Zheng felt a chill run down her spine. Rong Xing had been so intoxicated. Surely he could not remember? She stiffened her neck and stammered. Wasn't the gentleman completely inebriated? Indeed. Rong Xing averted his gaze and glanced at her wrist, where a blood-red amber bead hung, shimmering like a drop of dove's blood, adorned by a pair of delicate, jade-like hands. The bead radiated a faint warmth. She could not tell if it was from her or him. "It was Lu Feng who mentioned it," he explained calmly. "Lu Feng?" Zhu Zheng's breath caught in her throat. "How did he speak to you?" "Fortunately, a kind soul assisted me back to the hall, showing me great care," he replied. Zhu Zheng slowly blinked, her mind racing back to that day, recalling the moments of tender concern, how she had dragged and supported him back, how she had teased him by the bed, how he had pressed against her, inch by inch. A gentle breeze brushed against Zhu Zheng's face, igniting a familiar itch along her spine, as if ants were crawling over her skin. It was he who had been drunk and disorderly, yet she felt as if she had committed some unpardonable sin. Her face flushed inexplicably, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. "I did nothing wrong. It was merely a small effort on my part." Rong Yan's eyes swept over her reddened ears, and his throat moved slightly. "That is sufficient." The wind stirred the blossoms, scattering petals across the ground, which adorned the garments of the two beneath the flowering trees. Zhu Zheng plucked a fallen flower, absent-mindedly twisting it between her fingers, and slowly exhaled. She had always feared Rong Xing, not merely for who he was, but for the matters he might raise, such as the poetry gathering, the painting boat on Yaowang Island, or the Qingyi Hall. Yet the more she feared, the more entangled she became. She dreaded being questioned, pursued, and feared becoming the source of an inescapable farce with him. Thus, before she could devise a strategy, she preferred to hide, deceiving herself as if nothing had ever transpired. However, today, perhaps she ought to be grateful for the relentless inquiries of the Grand Tutor. Although his probing left her nearly speechless, without a viable defense, and she had concocted a response riddled with inconsistencies, it undoubtedly granted her an opportunity to confront the chaotic intersections of their lives. He had not exposed her, nor had he held her accountable. He had accepted her nonsensical explanations with an unperturbed demeanor. This seemingly light-hearted confrontation finally liberated Zhu Zheng from her perpetual state of anxiety. Zhu Zheng could not fathom the Grand Tutor's thoughts. If he was not here to reprimand her, as she presumed, then both had behaved indiscreetly while intoxicated, and they should have cleared the air, agreeing to leave the past unspoken, which would have been the dignified course of action. She was equally perplexed by her own thoughts, whether by chance or impulse. If she truly sought to evade him like a plague, why did she continually find herself in his company? The slanting sunlight bathed them in a golden glow, the tall man slightly leaning forward, while the graceful woman turned her back to the flowering crabapple tree, her delicate face shadowed by contemplation. Zhu Zheng, Rong Xing suddenly called her name, pronouncing it with an icy precision. Huh? Zhu Zheng responded, bewildered. That day you said you would give me an explanation, his captivating eyes fixed upon her exquisite features. Do not forget. The past was being revisited, and it seemed he held it in great regard. Zhu Zheng dared not dismiss it lightly, confessing sincerely, allow me to ponder it further. What Rong Xing truly desired, or what she could offer him, were two entirely different yet intertwined questions, leaving Zhu Zheng utterly at a loss. As if ensnared in a tangled web, she desperately needed clarity. They stood in close proximity, the fragrance of the crabapple absent, yet the air carried a faint chill of plum blossoms. Rong Xing leaned slightly, aligning his gaze with hers, their eyes locking. Zhu Zheng, he called her again. Her long lashes fluttered, her heartstrings plucked as if by a gentle hand. I will wait forever. The luxurious deep purple robe billowed in the breeze. And although Rong Xing concealed the intensity of his gaze, an undeniable aura of pressure emanated from him, as if he were indeed prepared to wait an eternity for his desires to be fulfilled, regardless of the passage of time or circumstance. Zhu Zheng tilted her face upward, gazing directly into his eyes, a flicker of affection shimmering within her heart. A peculiar thought crossed her mind, and she suddenly wished to ask Rong Xing if he felt. Lost in her reverie, she was suddenly startled by a few sound from outside the courtyard, snapping her back to reality, and she found her previous thoughts absurd. Hastily, she took a step back. The sounds grew nearer, and she recognized Liu Feng's voice calling for someone. Zhu Zheng feared that if anyone were to see the Grand Tutor leaving her quarters, it would be all too obvious. My lord, they are looking for you outside. Fortunately, the Grand Tutor was perceptive and did not press her further. Rong Xing slowly straightened, his gaze lingering on Zhu Zheng's face for a moment before he turned to leave. As he reached the courtyard entrance, he suddenly halted. I shall depart from the capital tomorrow. He turned slightly, the twilight casting a soft outline of his profile. Until we meet at the autumn hunting grounds. Since the Grand Tutor's visit to the Zhu residence, the matriarch had taken the opportunity to circulate about, bringing a rare vibrancy to the household. Among the matters left unspoken, only Zhu Zheng remembered that when Boqiu had failed to keep his appointment. Ever since their parting at the pear garden, he had seemed to vanish without a trace, utterly unreachable. Zhu Zheng had not taken the time to inquire. Her mind had been preoccupied with another matter. Ever since her return to life, she had not enjoyed a single peaceful night as sleep. Her dreams were always a chaotic mess, leaving her with a headache upon waking. In the early hours, there was a knock on the door, and Ming Chui and Appo's voice rang out, Miss, the third miss has left. Zhu Zheng replied, I understand. Since returning from the palace banquet, her elder sister had been absent from the residence for several consecutive days, always leaving before dawn and returning only after sunset. When she did return, her demeanor was always dazed, and she spoke as if her mind were elsewhere. Therefore, when Zhu Zheng went to bed last night, she had not even changed her clothes, and upon hearing the commotion, she rolled out of bed. She strode purposefully after her sister, quickly spotting the familiar silhouette ahead, holding a green lantern. The slender figure appeared solitary in the morning mist. Not daring to approach too closely, Zhu Zheng refrained from lighting her own lantern. The capital had yet to awaken. The night still cloaked in darkness, and the streets were devoid of any figures. The two sisters walked in this manner, one in front of the other, until Zhu Zheng recognized the familiar scenery along the street, realizing they had arrived at the path leading to the Huayo Alley. At the alley and Appo's entrance, Zhu Qing suddenly halted, as if sensing something, and turned to look back. Zhu Zheng, quick to react, concealed herself behind the stone lion at the alley's entrance. The surroundings were eerily silent. The sky began to lighten, but where Zhu Qing stood, not a single ray of light penetrated. After a long pause, she turned back, her fragile shoulders slumping as she stood before the fog-laden alley, as if her entire being were about to be consumed by darkness. Zhu Zheng fixed her gaze on that receding figure, longing to rush forward and grasp her sister's hand, pleading with her not to enter. Yet she hesitated, recalling her sister's unspoken expressions during their subtle inquiries within the residence, forcing herself to suppress the urge. For so many years, the two sisters had shared no secrets and had never deceived one another. But now, she harbored a secret she dared not mention, and her sister, too, bore an unspeakable burden. Zhu Qing lingered for some time before slowly stepping deeper into the alley. Approaching a three-story carved building adorned with jade railings and vermilion eaves, she ascended the steps, reaching the door painted with a fierce tiger emerging from mountains, where she bent down to extinguish the lantern. The door creaked open just a crack, and Zhu Qing appeared hesitant, pausing at the threshold. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from the narrow opening, pulling her inside with a swift motion. The azure skirt appeared as if swallowed by a monstrous entity, vanishing entirely at the threshold. Zhu Zheng almost immediately dashed forth from the shadows, hastening to the grand entrance in a flurry of steps. Alas, it was too late. The narrow gap had sealed tightly, resisting her determined pushes with an unwavering stance. Leaning against the crimson door, Zhu Zheng slid down to the ground, tilting her head upward for a brief moment, her gaze growing cold and heavy. The plaque above the door bore 3 resplendent characters: Golden Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 27, Who is Your Landlord? As dawn broke the next day, Zhu Zheng quietly entered the Golden Fragrance Pavilion, carrying several pouches of fine supplements. Upon entering, she inquired and made her way to the second floor, where she found the person she was searching for. Your injuries are not yet healed. You must limit your drinking, Zhu Zheng kindly reminded. Hong Kei, cradling a wine jug in her hands, bore faint bruises on her face and appeared quite intoxicated, taking a while to recognize her. It's you, young lady? I thought you would never return, she said dreamily, embracing the philosophy of living for the moment. Today, wine for today, joy. Tomorrow, troubles for tomorrow. But I must thank you for your assistance that saved my life. Zhu Zheng felt a flicker of relief at her remembrance. I have come today to inquire about something. What would you like to know? Zhu Zheng produced a portrait of Zhu Qing from her belongings. Have you seen her in the Golden Fragrance Pavilion? Who is this young lady? Hong Kei leaned in for a closer look, almost poking Zhu Zheng's face with her finger. You've inquired about our landlord's heart several times. Is that so? Zhu Zheng narrowed her eyes. Who is a landlord? However, Hong Kei seemed to realize she had said too much and quickly corrected herself. Lu Zhu is merely a guest here, nothing more. A cold smile played at the corners of Zhu Zheng's lips, as if she had anticipated this. She retrieved a golden leaf from her sleeve and placed it gently on the table. I would appreciate it if you could assist me, Miss Hong Quebec. Yet, Hong Kei pushed it back, saying, My lady, the Golden Fragrance Pavilion is not in need of such mundane trinkets. How curious, she thought, recalling that Hong Kei had requested money for perfumes last time. What is it that you lack, then? Hong Kei casually glanced at the blood amber bracelet on Zhu Zheng's wrist. That string of blood amber you wear is exquisite and rare. Zhu Zheng maintained her composure, covering her wrist with her sleeve. I cannot part with this. Let us discuss something else. Hong Kei stood up, her eyes glimmering playfully as she smiled. If that is the case, then so be it. I do not wish to take what others cherish. With that, she stepped away from the tea table. Wait, Zhu Zheng called out. Hong Kei turned back, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Do you have further matters? Zhu Zheng removed the blood-amber bracelet. What is your interest in this bracelet? Hong Ke replied, it appears valuable. If it were merely for money, you would not have rejected my golden leaves the first time. Why bother with a bracelet of uncertain authenticity that you would need to pawn? Zhu Zheng smiled lightly. Unless, of course, you discern its imperial quality at a glance. After a pause, she continued, this bracelet is meant as a token to inform your landlord of a troublesome guest, is it not? Hong Ke sat up straight, forcing a smile. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Whether she understood or not mattered little. Zhu Zheng's demeanor turned serious. I suspect you have made many assumptions about me, Miss Hong Quebec. Why not consider this? If your guesses are correct, would your landlord be interested in meeting me? Zhu Zheng placed the bracelet back on her wrist, covering it with her sleeve. Miss Hong Ke, I have saved your life. Today, I come to collect my debt of gratitude. Please tell your landlord that the fourth miss of the Zhu family wishes to see him. Upon hearing her reveal her identity, Hong Ke's expression shifted for a moment, but she ultimately nodded. Please wait here. I will inquire on your behalf. The overcast skies seemed to finally part, and Zhu Zheng awaited with anticipation to meet this enigmatic landlord. Time passed, and she found herself waiting until nearly noon. Instead of Hong Ke's return, she was met by Ming Chui, who rushed in, breathless and anxious. Miss, I followed your instructions and waited at the gate, but the third miss has just returned. It seems something has happened. Zhu Zheng hurried back to the estate, searching everywhere for Zhu Qing, ultimately heading straight for the Zhu family ancestral tower. The ancestral tower was situated on a small hill in the back garden, surrounded by tranquility. The lock had been pried open long ago by Zhu Zheng in her childhood, as their grandmother never imagined they would dare venture into this shadowy refuge. This was the sisters' secret sanctuary, where they felt the protection of their ancestors. The door to the upper chamber of the tower was ajar. Through the crack, Zhu Zheng saw Zhu Qing curled up by the window, her small figure huddled in on itself. Elder sister, Zhu Zheng called softly. Zhu Qing seemed not to hear. Elder sister. Zhu Zheng raised her voice slightly. Zhu Qing turned as if returning from a trance, her eyes vacant. Zhu Zheng paused. May I come in? Zhu Qing parted her pale lips, attempting to smile, but it looked more like a grimace. Zheng, you've come. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhu Zheng's heart. She steadied herself and entered, sitting beside her. What has happened? Zhu Qing looked out the window, her tone flat and devoid of inflection. I just feel a bit unwell. Perhaps I'm ill. When faced with discomfort, one often feigns illness. It was a tactic Zhu Qing had previously taught her. Zhu Zheng remained silent for a while before producing a note from her belongings. Elder sister, do you recognize this handwriting? Upon seeing the words on the note, Zhu Qing's face suddenly darkened. Where did you get this? Her reaction confirmed Zhu Zheng's suspicions. In recent days, she had pondered repeatedly over the identity of the person who had intentionally left a note to guide her to the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. All the memories of past lives flashed through her mind, yet she remained at a loss. It was not until one day when she taught Ming Chui to write her name that the revelation struck her. After much effort, Ming Chui had finally learned and innocently remarked, I remember this character. The front is mouth and the back is bird. In that moment, Zhu Zheng suddenly had an epiphany. She discarded her pen and quickly rummaged through her cosmetics box for the note that had troubled her for several nights. Defend the front, secure the back. That is for concealment. The writer of this note had deliberately led her to the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. With resolute determination, she spoke. The landlord of the Golden Fragrance Pavilion is none other than the elusive Ayin, is it not? Zhu Qing, clutching the note, turned pale, neither confirming nor denying, but instead countering. Have you met him? Zheng, answer me. He was obscured by a curtain. I did not see his face. Zhu Qing trembled as she stood up from the windowsill, only to collapse to the ground. Zhu Zheng rushed to support her, but was caught by her arm instead. Do not return to the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. I beg of you. It was rare to see Zhu Qing so emotionally charged. Her voice trembled with tears. This matter is between him and me. It does not concern you. What is between you two? Zhu Zheng's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she pleaded, Elder sister. Why can't you tell me what has happened? Before she could finish her sentence through blurred tears, Zhu Zheng caught sight of a long red mark on the side of Zhu Qing's neck, resembling the imprint of fingers. In that instant, an icy dread enveloped her, leaving her frozen in place. Zhu Qing noticed her rigidity and followed her gaze, her face gradually paling. Zheng, you should leave. Zhu Zheng refused to budge. Later, Zhu Qing spoke softly, her tone imbued with an unfamiliar calmness. Sister will tell you everything. But what if I wish to know now? I'm sorry. Zhu Qing's expression turned sorrowful as she slowly shook her head. I know what I am doing. Do you trust me, Zheng? Zhu Qing was gentle by nature, yet she was not made of clay. They were sisters, and each understood the other's inherent strength and stubbornness when one chose silence. No one could extract a word from them. In that moment, there was a resolute finality in Zhu Qing's desolate gaze, mirroring the reflection of Zhu Zheng she saw in the mirror every day. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zheng gritted her teeth and eventually nodded. I believe, and I shall always believe. Good girl. Zhu Qing's expression softened slightly. I wish to be alone for a while. Could you go to grandmother and cover for me? Zhu Zheng agreed. As she stepped outside, dusk was approaching, and the crescent moon began to rise in the eastern sky. A hazy gray appeared on the horizon, merging slowly with the chaos at the edge of the capital. Standing by the railing of the ancestral tower, Zhu Zheng gazed into the distance, her heart tangled in a thicket of uncertainty, pondering where her next steps and those of her sister would lead them. Absently brushing her wrist, she felt a chill and looked down at the blood-red bracelet encircling it, which reminded her of the Grand Tutor's amber eyes, always evoking serene memories. Memories of lakes, moonlight, and the vastness of twilight, just like the present moment, enveloped in silence. In the past, Zhu Zheng had often wondered why Jing was so small that it seemed curious, as she could encounter Rong Xing no matter where she wandered. Yet now, in the absence of him, Jing felt unexpectedly vast. At a glance, it appeared tranquil and desolate, boundless and infinite, as if quietly consuming everything within its embrace. Chapter 28. An engagement by the finger? With whom? The following fortnight passed with an extraordinary tranquility. Ever since that fateful night at the ancestral shrine, Zhu Qing had fallen gravely ill, confined to her bed for several days. Once her health improved, life returned to its usual rhythm. She and Zhu Zheng engaged in writing, reciting poetry, admiring flowers, playing music, and sewing garments, leaving no trace of the tears that had once clouded her eyes, as if it had all been a mere figment of Zhu Zheng's imagination. However, whenever Zhu Zheng contemplated leaving the estate, her sister's maid, Xiao, would emerge, adopting various tactics to obstruct her. In the following days, she shadowed Zhu Zheng closely, as Zhu Zheng knew well the reason, a fear of her returning to the Jinxiang building. Whether or not she visited that place had become of little consequence. Zhu Zheng could only act as though nothing had transpired, trapped in a peculiar, stagnant dream, diligently playing the role of her former self. Beneath the surface of this stillness, one could sense the brewing of unseen turmoil. Soon, a chill whispered through the air. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the weather grew cooler, and the vast expanse of sky shone brightly above the majestic landscape at the foot of Qilu Mountain, gathering the finest young men of Daeon. This was a rare opportunity. Should one excel, they would earn the favor of the imperial family, while also garnering the respect of peers. Thus, the scions and daughters of noble families adorned themselves in exquisite attire, eager to showcase their talents. Yet, amidst the bustling crowd, the Zhu sisters remained inconspicuous. Zhu Zheng's intent was straightforward. She would remain close to Zhu Qing, and all that remained was to maintain a proper demeanor for the 3 days of the autumn hunt. Their grandmother had spent over half a month preparing for this occasion, meticulously arranging everything, including 2 identical hunting outfits for the sisters, silver armor paired with embroidered gold accents, adorned with golden tassels, splendid and elegant, yet not lacking in grandeur. While they wore these fine garments, the sisters' striking beauty made them appear like 2 resplendent golden peacocks. Fortunately, Zhu Zheng had anticipated this, and had prepared 2 simple, narrow-sleeve dresses in a muted, unremarkable hue. She had no intention of competing for attention and was resolute in avoiding anything ostentatious. Upon arriving at the hunting grounds, Zhu Zheng searched for a place to change her attire and finally found an unoccupied tent, hastily pulling her sister inside. Throughout the journey, Zhu Qing's expression had been somewhat gloomy, her brow furrowed. Now, upon closer inspection, her face appeared pallid, nearly devoid of color. "Sister, are you unwell?" Zhu Zheng asked, disregarding her own need to change, quickly supporting her to sit down. "Your complexion does not look well. It might just be the bumpy carriage ride," Zhu Qing replied, waving her hand dismissively. "I'll be fine after a moment." Cold sweat beaded on Zhu Qing's forehead, and Zhu Zheng took out a handkerchief to wipe it away. "Why don't we rest here? We can skip the autumn hunt." Zhu Qing forced a smile, then all of grandmother's efforts would have been in vain. "She would know," Zhu Zheng said playfully. "I'll tell her a thrilling story when we return." Just then the tent flap was suddenly lifted, and a woman dressed as a palace attendant peeked in. "Oh, there are others here," she remarked, holding a thick ledger. "May I see your jade tokens?" The guest list for the autumn hunt was strictly documented, and each invitee received a small white jade plaque engraved with their name as proof. Zhu Zheng and Zhu Qing presented their tokens for the attendant's inspection. After verifying, the attendant inquired, "Why have you not yet claimed your holy floral wreath?" "What wreath?" Zhu Zheng asked, puzzled. "It is customary for guests to wear a wreath of sacred flowers during the autumn hunt, symbolizing victory and invincibility," the attendant explained briskly. "You must hurry. You are about to meet His Majesty, and delays are unacceptable." "My sister is unwell," Zhu Zheng interjected as she rose, accepting the 2 jade tokens from the attendant. "I will go fetch it." The attendant nodded. "Please follow me." "I shall return shortly," Zhu Zheng assured Zhu Qing. "You rest here, and later we can sneak out to a restaurant beyond the mountain for some wild delicacies." Zhu Qing smiled gently. "All right." Zhu Zheng followed the attendant outside, but just as she reached the entrance, she heard Zhu Qing call her name. "Zhengya." Zhu Zheng turned back. Zhu Qing sat in the dimness, her expression unclear, but her voice was warm as she cautioned, "Be careful in all matters. Speak cautiously and act prudently." Zhu Zheng nodded. "I will return soon." The autumn hunting grounds lay to the north of Qilu Mountain, nestled by water and surrounded by a tapestry of vibrant forests. In contrast to the bustling city of Shengjing, this place felt boundless, as if the sky itself soared 3,000 feet higher. Amidst the festivities, guests donned their sacred floral wreaths, bright orange and yellow, glistening like jewels, harmonizing with the fluttering yellow banners in the breeze. The women mostly wore wide-sleeved long dresses, their fragrant sleeves dancing gracefully, skirts billowing lightly, adorned with wreaths of sacred flowers. And floral hairpins, each resembling a goddess in bloom, descended from the heavens. As Zhu Zheng navigated through the crowd, her senses overwhelmed by the spectacle. She reflected on her earlier concerns about appearing too ostentatious. It seemed her worries were unfounded. This autumn hunt was merely one of many arenas for men to vie for supremacy, perpetually adorning women for visual delight. Grandmother did not grasp this notion, instead preparing serious hunting attire: narrow sleeves, fitted bodices, soft armor, heart-guarding mirrors, and long boots. Alas, such fine craftsmanship had been wasted. Zhu Zheng, disinterested, traded her jade token for a floral wreath, intending to slip away, but the attendant at the entrance halted her. "His Majesty's procession has arrived at the foot of the mountain. Guests are requested to take their seats promptly. One must not disturb the Emperor's presence." Zhu Zheng found herself blocked at the entrance for some time, unable to maneuver past, and ultimately settled for a spot close to the door. That must be the heir of the Duke of State, she overheard a nearby conversation. The voice was high-pitched, compelling Zhu Zheng to turn her head. Not far away sat a tall man clad in dark blue armor, seemingly lost in thought. This man was familiar to Zhu Zheng. Her previous life had left her with a memory of him as a young warrior, steadfastly building a legacy for the Duke of State, safeguarding the peace of his siblings. A commendable scion and elder brother. He was Wen Fenghan, the heir of the Duke of State, and due to his name, she remembered him well. His features bore a resemblance to Wen Boqiu's, though perhaps due to sun and wind, his complexion was less delicate and pale, imbued with a rugged vigor. A long scar ran diagonally from his brow to his nose, and he made no effort to conceal it, unfazed by other scrutiny. Within 7 feet of him, no one dared to sit. While understandable, it felt rather blunt. Zhu Zheng sighed inwardly, contemplating that perhaps it would be better to assist him in alleviating the awkwardness. Yet soon, she realized her thoughts were unfounded. Perhaps sensing her gaze, when Feng Han suddenly opened his eyes, his piercing stare landing on her as she sat opposite him, receiving an uninvited glare. She lacked the courage to retaliate or even the desire to do so. As the saying goes, it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Thus, Zhu Zheng casually picked up a piece of fruit from the table and began to eat. Seated beside her were 2 young ladies, counting the faces across the way. The eldest son, the second miss, the third miss, the fourth son, and the 5th miss are all present. But where's the 6th son? Have you not heard? One of them replied. Heard what? When Legongzi is being kept under house arrest. Why? Just recently, when Legongzi inexplicably expressed a desire to marry, despite his elder brother still being unmarried. How could it possibly be his turn? The appearance of the heir. We cannot allow it to hinder the prospects of our younger siblings. The 6th son has also reached the age for courtship. What courtship? Even if the heir of the Duke and Oppo's residence would take a wife. The 6th son is already bound by betrothal. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Are you unaware? The 6th son has had a marriage arrangement since childhood. A betrothal made by their parents. A betrothal? With whom? Chapter 29. A reunion. She gestured towards the crowd, indicating the 2nd miss from the commander's residence. How well-matched they are. Who could argue otherwise? But can you guess what young Master Wen Lu had to say? What did he say? He, for reasons unknown, refused to consent, claiming his heart already belonged to another, insisting on taking matters into his own hands to annul the engagement. Did Duke Xinghua agree? Naturally not. When Duke Xinghua inquired about the young lady in question, he stubbornly refused to divulge her identity, making the annulment impossible. And can you believe it? Young Master Wen Lu openly defied him, threatening to sever ties and establish his independence. Did he truly say such audacious things? That is quite rebellious. Indeed, it is astonishing how someone who is typically timid and ineffectual would dare to stand up for an unknown girl, completely disregarding the strict family morals of the Wen household. What a shame. Is that metaphor truly apt? You don't reside in the Duke's household, so how can you be so judgmental? What if there are hidden circumstances? Isn't this just casual chatter? I've noticed how much you love to argue. Me? I haven't even begun to address your issues. It's a challenge to hear your account, with you responding to every question with another question. The conversation drifted away from the Wen household. Zhu Zheng withdrew her attention, fiddling with a string of holy flowers, lost in thought. Young Master Wen Buoqiu was indeed betrothed, an engagement arranged in their childhood, and it seemed he had already clashed with his family over her mere words. In his previous life, when he came to propose, he was quite resolute, but it was only after Duke Xinghua intervened that the matter was dropped. Zhu Zheng had avoided him, never inquiring about the reason, thus remaining blissfully unaware of this predicament. Had she known, she would have never provoked Wen Buoqiu. As she was lost in her tumultuous thoughts, those around her suddenly rose, musicians struck up a tune, and officials in splendid attire sang their greetings. The emperor approaches, step aside. The attendants and guards lined up, and the crowd bowed in respect. Their movements synchronized with the resounding music, welcoming the imperial procession. Zhu Zheng had never witnessed such a spectacle before. She discreetly lifted her eyes to steal glances. Upon the ornate carriage, the emperor bore a faint smile, draped in a golden woven cloak despite the early autumn chill, holding a purple clay censer to warm his hands. Following closely were 2 magnificent steeds, and on the nearer horse sat Gong Yishio, clad in dark armor, waving to the crowd. The figure of Gong Yishio obscured the other horse, prompting Zhu Zheng and Oppo's gaze to shift to the white horse that followed. Today, the Grand Tutor was dressed differently, donning silver and white hunting attire, his waist cinched tightly, a golden belt embroidered with hollow bamboo, leaves glinting in the sunlight. Amidst the uproar and excitement, the riders remained calm, only revealing a solitary, handsome profile devoid of any smile. Yet, some individuals are naturally favored by fortune, with the sunlight illuminating their sharp features as if they were finely crafted jade, compelling one to linger in admiration. Zhu Zheng was not enchanted by Rong Yan's demeanor. Rather, she found it curious how the Grand Tutor appeared youthful in his hunting attire, as if he had shed years from his appearance, revealing how aged his usual attire must have been. As she mused, the procession approached, and the white horse suddenly halted, startling Zhu Zheng, who quickly lowered her head. She bowed until her waist ached, and at last the procession passed. After the emperor and the crown prince settled in their high seats, the guests resumed their places. There's the second prince again, still as charming as ever. A joyful exclamation escaped her lips. Zhu Zheng turned her gaze to the girl beside her, who had spoken. Realizing it was someone new, dressed in a vibrant pink hunting outfit, her face radiant with a bright smile. The girl in red noticed Zhu Zheng's gaze and smiled wider, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. "Miss Zhu, I sent it?" Zhu Zheng's face displayed a hint of confusion, still processing who this was, when the girl continued, "Oh, you don't recognize me, do you? We met at the poetry gathering by the waterside at Wanfang Garden. You wore a lovely pale yellow dress that was simply stunning. I am Nirushenk. You can call me Sheng." The exuberance in Nia rushing and Appo's voice momentarily left Zhu Zheng stunned, before she smiled and nodded. "A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Nia." In truth, she had little recollection of their previous encounter. One would expect that someone with such a lively disposition would be unforgettable after conversing. Nia rushing appeared delighted, her eyes sparkling with joy, sharing her impressions of Zhu Zheng from the poetry gathering. Zhu Zheng still held reservations about that event and was reluctant to discuss it, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected warmth. So she merely smiled politely and exchanged a few pleasantries. The autumn wind howled, the yellow banners fluttered, and most guests were focused on the elevated platform, paying little attention to their surroundings. Truly, the future imperial tutor is a figure of divine elegance, Nierushenk exclaimed, gazing up in admiration. "Look at him in that hunting garb. He resembles the divine martial deity from the 14 Deities painting." Divine martial deity? Zhu Zheng thought to herself, feeling he resembled more of an enlightened immortal, devoid of worldly desires, with no one else in his sights. Suddenly, Nia Rushing laughed, her gaze flitting over Zhu Zheng. "Why do I suddenly think that today, Miss Zhu and the Grand Tutor's hunting attire seem to have been made from the same fabric? Quite a match." Zhu Zheng found herself at a loss for words. This girl's boldness was simply astonishing. "Miss Nia, you ought to be more cautious with your words." All right. I'll be quiet." Nia Rushing nestled closer to Zhu Zheng. "I didn't expect the Grand Tutor and the second prince to return so soon. I thought I would miss them." Zhu Zheng frowned. "Where did they return from?" "From the Daran River area," she replied. "I heard from my brother that the dam at the river burst, flooding half of Suinan City, and a local magistrate embezzled the disaster relief funds, disappearing with his entire family. That's why the Grand Tutor took the second prince to Suinan to manage the disaster. I heard the prince was tirelessly working in the affected areas, nearly fainting from exhaustion, even shedding his dragon robe to wade into the water with the common folk to clear the silt." "They're referring to Gong Xiao?" A chill crept up Zhu Zheng's spine. "I also heard." Nia Rusheng glanced around before lowering her voice, leaning closer to Zhu Zheng. It was the Grand Tutor's training that enabled the second prince to take such initiative, especially since the emperor likely desires something from him. It's about time to prepare the second prince for that. This girl truly. Was this something to whisper about? Zhu Zheng thought. It was said that the Grand Tutor was always devoted to Daong, and upon hearing Rong Yan's guidance of Gong Xiao, she instinctively wished to change the subject. "Are you saying the crown prince just returned to Shengjing as well?" "Yes. He left the capital about half a month ago, right? My brother went with him too." Nia Rushing handed Zhu Zheng a handful of dried fruits. "What do you ask, Miss Zhu?" Chapter 30. Blinded. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry," Zhu Zheng said with a smile as she received the information. Upon hearing that Gong Xiao was not in Shengjing, her heart unexpectedly felt a momentary lightness. In recent days, the speculation surrounding the enigmatic owner of the Golden Incense Pavilion had rendered her rather paranoid. Not only had she questioned Gong Xiao, but even Rong Yin had come under her scrutiny. She doubted his motives for approaching her, questioned the sudden invitation to the autumn hunt, and even speculated whether he had ever truly left Shengjing. It turned out he had gone to address the flooding issue in Suanan City. No wonder she had sensed an air of deliberate exhaustion about him at first glance. His complexion bore a faint shade of gray, indicative of someone who had not rested properly in quite some time. Zhu Zheng was feeling rather guilty about her unfounded suspicions when Rushing suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Heavens! The Crown Prince has also arrived." Zhu Zheng looked up. The Crown Prince? Rushing pointed to a figure seated diagonally behind the Grand Tutor, clad in blue attire. Rong Xing was sitting behind a man dressed entirely in deep blue, his eyes covered by a matching satin blindfold, which made his pallor seem almost ghostly, creating the illusion that he could barely support his own weight. While the emperor offered blessings to Tianlan and various royal relatives exchanged auspicious words, this man remained motionless, silent, like a shadow at the back of the crowd. It was none other than Gong Yihai, the rumored deposed crown prince. The crown princess' eyes were blind. Rushing spoke candidly. The crown prince has been afflicted by a mysterious illness that not only robbed him of his sight, but has also left him in poor health. The emperor, showing compassion for the crown prince, could not bear the strain of court affairs. Thus he deposed him in favor of a younger brother. On the day of the East Palace's transition, it is said that the second prince wept and insisted that his elder brother possessed the qualities of a rightful heir, while he felt unworthy and ashamed of his stature. Rushing recounted this tale as if it were common knowledge. The secrets of the Yong had long circulated in the streets, and even Zhu Zheng, who was generally indifferent to state affairs, had heard it several times. Yet, what was whispered in the streets often bore little resemblance to the truth. The late empress had passed away in her prime, and with the emperor bedridden and without a new empress, the harem had become nearly vacant. This generation of royalty was sparsely populated, with only 2 princes. After experiencing such upheaval, Gong Yihai had withdrawn from public view, while Gong Yishio had made daily appearances, leading the populace to gradually forget that there had once been a crown prince in the East Palace. However, Zhu Zheng held a faint impression of this crown prince whom she had never met. Before his deposition, he had enjoyed the splendor of royal life. At 17, a decree had been issued to select a crown princess. Noble ladies of Shengjing were summoned to submit their portraits to the palace, and she and her sister had participated as well. At that time, the Zhu family had fallen from grace, and her grandmother had little inclination to engage a painter. Once the portrait was completed, it was shown to Zhu Zheng, who saw that the small mole on her cheek had been painted as a red splotch resembling a pea. Enraged, she had laughed and added her own embellishments to the portrait. By the time it was submitted to the palace, the splotch had been transformed into a red turtle, complete with 4 limbs and a head and tail. After that, there was no further news. Zhu Zheng, being of an age characterized by impulsiveness and fearlessness, would never have acted so recklessly now. She could not imagine being so bold as to disrupt matters of such gravity. "My brother has called for me, saying the second prince has arrived. Fourth miss, I shall return shortly." "Go ahead," Zhu Zheng nodded. This Nye girl was kind-hearted, yet she was unfortunately infatuated with someone like Gong Yishio. Gong Yishio adeptly wielded public sentiment to construct his own virtuous image, reveling in disaster relief and charity. Despite his hypocrisy and the myriad of duplicitous schemes he concealed, he genuinely accomplished good deeds, which made it unsurprising that he captivated many. This Nye girl was but a reflection of countless citizens of the Yong, believing that such a prince would surely safeguard the prosperity of their state. Who could have guessed that beneath his gentle facade lay a bloodthirsty nature? Within 3 days of his ascension, he had ruthlessly purged the palace of its servants. A chill spread through Zhu Zheng's heart. Yet, she would never be foolish enough to argue without evidence, as such claims would render her a madwoman. However, one thing struck her as peculiar. Gong Yishio had been named crown prince for 5 years, yet few referred to him as the second prince anymore. This girl's admiration for Gong Yishio was evident. Why had she not adjusted her terminology? Before she could ponder further, a small voice called from beneath the table. "Long time no see, fourth Miss Zhu." Zhu Zheng looked down to find a person crouching beneath the table, balancing a golden woven basket atop their head, filled with a mound of fruits. As the basket was shifted, A round head and a face that smiled with eyes hidden from view emerged. It was Lu Feng, Rong Xing's little attendant. Fourth miss, he placed the basket on the table. This is a special treat from my master for you to sample. The glistening peaches, adorned with droplets of water, appeared exceptionally fresh and delectable. Why the sudden gift? Zhu Zheng inquired. Lu Feng beamed innocently. My master said he had taken some of fourth miss and Appo's fish, and it was quite rude. Thus, he wished to make amends by sending you a platter of young peaches, hoping you would forgive him. Zhu Zheng held 2 peaches in her hands, momentarily stunned. She had forgotten all about that fish, but Rong Yin had remembered. The Grand Tutor truly was a fair-minded individual with a good memory. By the way, he also asked me to convey his saying to you. Lu Feng scratched his head, trying to recall. It was something about peaches and fate. Wait, let me check. He fished a note from his pocket, confirming it several times with his eyes before finally deciding to read it aloud. Young peaches stand tall, blessings accompany long life. Zhu Zheng glanced at the note. The strokes were elegantly executed, displaying a certain flair. She could not help but silently repeat the phrase, blessings of grace, longevity of fate. Indeed, it was a beautiful sentiment. Without hesitation, Zhu Zheng brought a peach to her lips and took a bite, the sweet juice flooding her mouth, cleansing her palate as if her spirit had been rejuvenated. Were these grown at Qilu Mountain? She inquired with curiosity, as it was typically difficult to find fresh peaches by autumn. Lu Feng shook his head. My master brought them back from Suinan, and it took considerable effort. He kept them in an ice chest with him every day. What? Zhu Zheng could hardly conceal her surprise, feeling the weight of the peach in her hand increase significantly. Had the Grand Tutor truly gone to such lengths just to send a token of appreciation? As the music of silk and bamboo filled the air, a circle of dancers performed a ceremonial dance to commence the festivities. Zhu Zheng instinctively glanced toward the high platform, where Rong Yin was surrounded by several courtiers. Yet his gaze drifted through the crowd, landing softly upon her. Seeing Rong Yin looking her way, Zhu Zheng instinctively raised the peach in her hand. Her gesture, laden with sincerity, was intended merely to show him that she had received his gift. Rong Yin raised his chin slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes dancing with a poetic charm reminiscent of falling blossoms on flowing water. The sound surrounding her suddenly felt distant. The rhythm of the drums echoed, creating a hollow space in her heart. She quickly averted her gaze, recalling the nature of the gathering, and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering her head to continue savoring the peach. Suinan truly was a splendid place. The young peaches were extraordinarily sweet, so much so that they made her teeth feel soft. As one dance concluded, the dancers withdrew to prepare for the next performance, and the guests began to mingle. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zheng slipped away, blending in with the dancers as she made her way out through a side door, clutching 2 young peaches in her arms. She hurried back to the tent where she had rested earlier. Sister, Zhu Zheng lifted the curtain, eager to share her delightful find. Look what I have brought back for you. But her words trailed off into silence. The tent was utterly empty. Zhu Qing was nowhere to be found. Chapter 31. No place for burial in the royal tent. Thick silk curtains hung down, allowing not a whisper of wind to enter. Behind the intricately inlaid golden dragon screen, Gong Yihelu reclined upon the dragon couch, his visage haggard and glistening with beads of sweat, raising a hand to his temples. His darkened knuckles pressed deep into his flesh, attempting to suppress the pain that throbbed in his mind. The attendants around him bowed their heads, not daring to breathe, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb his majesty. Gong Xiao replenished the incense burner with new pellets, then retrieved a silver box from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands. Father, perhaps you might consider this. It may at least provide some relief. Gong Yihelu cast a glance, questioning its origin. For where did this come? Gong Xiao bowed respectfully. Before our departure, I specifically acquired it from Su Fengshi. Using the same prescription as before, Gong Yihelu's face, already clouded with displeasure, darkened further as he swatted the silver box away. What is this? When did it become your place to send my people? Seeing his father's ire, Gong Xiao promptly knelt. Father, please temper your anger. I merely what? Gong Yihelu interrupted, Merely wish to follow in your mother's footsteps and meet a fate with no burial place? Understand my error. Gong Xiao bowed his head, prostrating himself on the ground. Your anger harms your health. I shall never dare again. Gong Yihelu's face was obscured in half light and shadow, his gaze cold as he averted his eyes, leaning heavily against the soft chair, rubbing his temples with force. His expression dark and foreboding. A worthless creature with the hide of a lamb, but the heart of a tiger, he muttered disdainfully. Gong Xiao, hearing the insult, narrowed his eyes and clenched his jaw in silence. It was not until the ceremonial official entered the tent to announce the impending autumn hunt that Gong Yihelu commanded. Rise. Gong Xiao remained kneeling, responding respectfully. I am unworthy. Father, it would be better for you to rest in the inner tent for a while, and I shall arrange the draw for the hunt. Gong Yihelu nodded slightly, dismissively gesturing with his hand, and staggered to his feet. The palace attendants immediately rushed to assist him into the inner tent. Gong Xiao gazed down at the overturned box of pills, scattered across the ground like sheep droppings. He let out a cold smile, stepping over the scattered pills as he exited. Amidst the bustling crowd, with a fragrance of garments and the rustle of hair intertwined, a figure weaved through like a sheep escaping its pen, lost and aimless. The glaring sunlight left Zhu Zheng feeling dizzy, and she dared not inquire too boldly. Her gaze sweeping over each face filled with laughter and anger, moving through the throng like a specter. Time passed, and suddenly a voice called out a name from afar. Miss Zhu, Miss Zhu Qing. Zhu Zheng snapped back to reality, slowly turning to the source of the sound. On the central stage, the crown prince sat adorned in ceremonial robes, fingers pinching a small white jade tablet. Most of the noble ladies were unskilled in riding and archery, seldom able to partake in the fierce hunting in the dense woods. The late empress had specially arranged a segment before the official commencement of the autumn hunt, allowing the sons of various noble families to draw jade tablets inscribed with the names of young ladies, inviting one to join them in the woods for a hunt of smaller game as a warm-up for the event. Zhu Zheng had never participated in an autumn hunt in her 2 lifetimes, and thus was unaware of such customs. The official strained his neck, scanning the crowd below, repeating loudly, Miss Zhu Qing has the honor of drawing first, accompanying His Royal Highness to commence the hunt. On the stage, Gong Xiao toyed with the jade tablet inscribed with Zhu Qing's name, his fox-like eyes gleaming with mirth. Is Miss Zhu Qing present? The official inquired for the 3rd time. The crowd gradually quieted, whispers rising softly. The official wiped his brow. Your Highness, shall we not draw another? The jade tablet twirled between Gong Xiao's fingers as he leisurely surveyed the crowd, exhaling a single word. Wait. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder, and beads of sweat trickled down the official's forehead. Who would have thought that the event would begin with such an ill-fated start? Miss Zhu was indeed no ordinary lady. It would have been better for the crown prince to refrain from appearing at all than to have his dignity scorned from the onset. Miss Zhu Qing, are you here? The official persisted, unwilling to give up. After an uncertain silence, a clear female voice finally rang out from the crowd. Here. The girl raised her hand, her face partially obscured by an embroidered silk handkerchief. The attendees had little acquaintance with the Zhu family, and the 2 sisters seldom made appearances in terms of resemblance. Zhu Zheng and her sister bore a striking similarity, their appearances nearly indistinguishable that day. Except where was the Grand Tutor? Zhu Zheng's gaze swept across the high platform, only to find Grand Tutor Rong Xing's seat empty. Several palace attendants guided the way, and the crowd instinctively parted, as Zhu Zheng walked gracefully towards the stage under countless gazes. On the platform, Gong Xiao fixed his eyes on her, a peculiar smile playing at his lips. Miss Zhu San, he greeted softly, a pleasure to meet. A pleasure. Zhu Zheng slightly lowered her head, concealing the turmoil in her eyes. Your Highness. Suddenly, Gong Xiao extended his hand, tossing the jade tablet inscribed with Zhu Qing's name toward her. Zhu Zheng instinctively reached out to catch it, the jade still warm from his touch, sending a shiver through her palm. Miss San, why do you conceal your face? Gong Xiao inwitted, propping his chin in his hand. Upon arrival, I unfortunately caught a chill, resulting in an autumn rash. Thus it is unsuitable for me to be seen. Zhu Zheng calmly explained, I beg for your understanding, Your Highness. A look of overt sympathy flickered across Gong Xiao's face, quickly replaced by a glint of mischief that vanished just as swiftly. After this exchange, Zhu Zheng intended to leave the stage, only to be retained amicably by the official under the pretense of enjoying the ceremony together. The official approached with a bouquet of sacred flowers, and Gong Xiao loudly expressed the royal compassion and the profound significance of the autumn hunt. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments resonated deeply, filling the vast hunting ground, and the atmosphere turned solemn. The drawing ceremony officially commenced. Zhu Zheng, her thoughts lingering on her sister, sat poised on the stage, her gaze traversing the royal relatives and nobles. It was not until the official's long and clear voice rang out, May we invite the heir of the Duke of the State, when Feng Han, to take the stage. Only then did she muster the strength to glance at the figure entering the arena. When Feng Han's countenance was cold, his expression resembling a lifeless fish frozen in the winter's ice, openly revealing his disdain and impatience for the ceremony. Upon taking the stage, his gaze passed over Zhu Zheng with indifference. Zhu Zheng reciprocated with a similar coolness. The official approached with a white jade tube, and when Feng Han, without a moment's hesitation, reached inside and plucked out a jade tablet, he glanced at the name inscribed upon it, his brow furrowing slightly, then looked back at Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng sensed the unusual gaze, an ominous premonition swelling within her, and soon, when Feng Han's emotionless voice rang clear, Zhu Zheng, indeed, the Zhu sisters are truly fated. The elder accompanies His Royal Highness while the younger accompanies the heir of the Duke of the State. The official smiled, complimenting Zhu Zheng, before turning to the crowd, calling out, May we invite Miss Zhu Zheng. A ringing in her ears echoed, as if the world had fallen silent for a moment. From the throng below, there was no way to conjure another Zhu Zheng. Chapter 32. I am Zhu Zheng. The audience initially erupted into a commotion, but after a prolonged wait without the appearance of the so-called Miss Zhu, they gradually quieted down. Zhu Zheng felt beads of sweat trickle down her back, her grip on the jade token tightening to the point of embedding it into her skin. Beside her, Gong Xiao remained remarkably composed, gazing out at the crowd as if he anticipated that no one would take the stage. As silence lingered, murmurs of astonishment began to intermingle, with a few individuals who had previously expressed doubts about Zhu Qing now whispering among themselves, seemingly on the verge of deducing the identity of, I am Zhu Zheng. I am indeed Miss Zhu Zheng. Amidst the crowd, a woman clad in white parted the throng, her presence sweeping across the stage like a gust of wind. She bowed upon reaching the platform and, upon lifting her head, obscured half of her face. Please do not be alarmed. I too have developed a rash and am unfit for public view. Thus I have taken a cue from, Sister Zhu Qing, to cover my face. Zhu Zheng immediately recognized that melodious voice. It was Nie Ru Sheng. She had changed from her previous peach-colored attire to a striking silver hunting outfit. At a glance, their colors were indistinguishable, making them appear as if they were genuine sisters standing side by side. Zhu Zheng felt momentarily dazed, while she was genuinely grateful for Nie's gallant intervention. What if someone else drew Nie Ru Sheng's name later? Would they need to find another substitute for her? If this continued, would it not spiral into an unending web of deceit? Nie Ru Sheng seemed to sense her unease. She stepped closer, using her slight frame to shield Zhu Zheng, and whispered softly, Do not worry, my jade slip is not in that tube. My brother has never been adept at conversing with ladies. Early this morning, he conferred with the second prince and retrieved my token in advance. However, I have no desire to accompany him. He can be quite troublesome in private, and his incessant chatter gives me a headache. I prefer the company of young Master One, who is as silent as a wooden post. Zhu Zheng glanced towards the audience and indeed spotted a gentleman in a red robe, his expression one of astonishment and barely concealed frustration, as though he wished to drag Nie Ru Sheng off the stage. Although the reason behind her actions remained a mystery, hearing this eased the tension in Zhu Zheng's heart. She cast a grateful glance at Zhu Zheng and sincerely said, "I will forever remember your kindness today, Miss Zhu, and I shall repay you in the future." Zhu Zheng, her face partially veiled, beamed at her. "There is no need for such formality, Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu Qing, Miss Zhu Zheng." The ceremonial officer's call interrupted their conversation. Both women looked up in unison. "Please proceed to the stable and select your steeds." The talented young men and noble ladies on stage had already paired off, and when Feng Han turned to glance at the two standing together, he did not appear to be one to meddle, and with the performance reaching its conclusion, Zhu Zheng could only act accordingly. She gracefully bowed, saying, "It would be my honor to ride alongside the young master. I kindly request your care." When Feng Han raised an eyebrow coldly and strode off the stage, leaving behind an air of aloofness. "Wait for me, young master," Zhu Zheng exclaimed, somewhat dissatisfied, before hurriedly bidding farewell to Zhu Zheng. "I must catch up with him to select a horse." Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded, watching as Zhu Zheng briskly followed after when Feng Han, Gong Yi Shiyu, being the crown prince, had naturally prepared his own royal steeds, thus he would not join the others. When Zhu Zheng arrived at the stable, most of the horses had already been claimed, leaving only a chestnut mare in the corner. All were selected fine steeds, which made no difference to Zhu Zheng. She approached the red mare and gently patted its head. The mare lowered its head to nuzzle Zhu Zheng's palm, its downcast eyes reflecting a gentle and affectionate demeanor. "This one will do," Zhu Zheng remarked to the ceremonial officer. Leading the horse out, she was enveloped by the rich autumn air, the mountain path strewn with fallen leaves, a tapestry of gold and crimson that conveyed a sense of desolation and decay. Zhu Zheng's brows furrowed with worry. The whereabouts of her sister remained a mystery. With this horse, perhaps it would facilitate her search. She gripped the reins tightly, leaped up, and steadied herself on the mare's back. Just as she was about to turn the horse in a new direction, a voice as sharp as the chill of winter pierced the air. "Miss Zhu has quite a bold spirit." Zhu Zheng looked up to find Gong Xiao astride a magnificent black stallion, blocking her path, his piercing gaze scrutinizing her. "I am rather surprised. The third miss possesses such skills." He spoke nonchalantly, yet there was no trace of genuine astonishment in his eyes. "Merely a fleeting skill I acquired in my youth." Zhu Zheng replied coolly, "Please do not jest, Your Highness." Gong Xiao chuckled lightly, observing Zhu Zheng's back turned towards the entrance of the hunting grounds. He shifted the conversation. "Miss Zhu, where might you be headed?" "Naturally. I am seeking His Highness," Zhu Zheng replied candidly. "Oh, how fortuitous. I'm also in search of the third miss." Gong Xiao and Oppos, as smile deepened. Zhu Zheng lowered her head, neither confirming nor denying. He then clapped his hands, summoning a servant. Wu Shuang approached at the right moment, presenting a finely crafted bow to Zhu Zheng. "Have you also dabbled in archery?" Gong Xiao inquired. "Not at all," Zhu Zheng responded. Gong Xiao's eyes sparkled with amusement as he stepped closer, cornering her against the wall. Zhu Zheng stiffened, instinctively retreating. They were so close that she could see the white light glimmering in his eyes, reminiscent of the gaze he bore when he spoke of death in the Golden Fragrance Pavilion. Gong Xiao held the riding crop, leaning in towards Zhu Zheng as if to lift the silk veil from her face. "How about I personally teach you today?" Zhu Zheng's brows knitted tightly, her body instinctively leaning back. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but..." Gong Xiao's expression turned icy, though he still maintained a smile. "With no one else around, why not remove the veil? The rash afflicting young ladies can be contagious. It would be unwise to endanger Your Highness," Zhu Zheng replied, her composure unwavering. "Moreover, the physician has advised against exposure to the wind. I hope for Your Highness's understanding." Gong Xiao's smile faded. "What if I were to say this as a command?" Zhu Zheng's heart raced, her grip on the reins becoming slightly clammy, as if the very wind held its breath in anticipation. Gong Xiao seemed to have seen through her and chose not to expose her. Instead, he relished the tension and anxiety that arose with each step of his probing. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, a clear whinny echoed from behind. Before Zhu Zheng could turn, a majestic white stallion stood in her path, blocking a significant portion of sunlight. The autumn sun, cast a long shadow, and the silver hunting cloak billowed in the breeze, shimmering like silver scales, a long bow gleaming coldly upon its back. Gong Xiao was momentarily taken aback, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes, but it soon transformed into a smile. Teacher, Chapter 33. Beware of breaking your neck. A majestic tribute hunting steed stood imposingly between the two men. The rider, already tall, cast a downward glance, exuding an undeniable air of superiority. Has my teacher returned so soon? Is Father Emperor in good health? Gong Xiao inquired, tilting his head upwards. With a nonchalant glance, Rong Xing replied, Your Highness need not worry. I shall return to check. Gong Xiao chuckled lightly, a hint of self-mockery flickering in his gaze. Father Emperor has always favored my teacher. It would be best for me not to trouble him. Instead, I shall hunt fresh venison to prepare nourishing broth for him. In the direction of the light, Rong Yan's expression remained inscrutable as he loosened the reins. Let's go. Gong Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. You wish to accompany us? Indeed, Rong Yan responded succinctly. But Gong Xiao hesitated, unsure. Rong Yan's gaze lowered slightly, an undeniable hint of authority lacing his tone. Is that a problem? Hunting, by tradition, required pairs, and Gong Xiao's expression faltered. I drew lots to have Miss Zhu as my companion. How can I rashly alter the rules? Rong Yan turned slightly, as if just noticing Zhu Zheng behind him, his gaze coldly sweeping past her. Let her stay. This left Gong Xiao momentarily speechless, a conflicted look crossing his face. How can I lead the way in breaking tradition? With half-closed eyes, Rong Yan's expression was unreadable, yet his tone dripped with subtle mockery. When has your highness ever been bound by convention? Teacher truly misunderstands me. Gong Xiao replied respectfully. I have always adhered to the rules. Seemingly finished with this charade of pretense, Rong Yan glanced at Zhu Zheng and made a decisive pronouncement. You shall remain. Zhu Zheng felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Without hesitation, she nodded. It is an honor to receive instruction from your highness and my esteemed teacher. Rong Yan fell silent for a moment, his gaze briefly skimming Zhu Zheng before abruptly turning his horse and leading the way into the woods. Gong Xiao exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhu Zheng before following suit. The fiery maple forest of Qilu Mountain was one of the 10 wonders of Daong. The autumn breeze rustled through the birch trees, and while the ground was strewn with withered grass covered in a light frost, the crimson maple leaves painted the landscape in vibrant hues, rendering the desolation inconsequential. The forest was tranquil, and the trio's entrance on horseback disrupted the stillness. The sound of hooves crunching dried twigs echoing through the air. The two young masters rode ahead, adorned in splendid garments, exuding an air of nobility, while the young lady trailed behind in a fitted hunting dress, her face veiled in pale silk, revealing only her luminous eyes that sparkled with life. She carried a longbow on her back, its slender frame more elegant than those used by the gentlemen, adorned simply yet exquisitely. Zhu Zheng gripped the bow tightly, her fingers turning pale from exertion as she slowly retrieved an arrow from her quiver. Her focus sharpened on the arrow's tip, glinting with cold light, before her gaze rose to fixate on Gong Xiao's silhouette on horseback. With fluid precision, she knocked the arrow, aiming it stealthily at the nape of the man ahead. As the horse jostled, Gong Xiao's figure fluctuated in her line of sight. At such a close distance, a single shot could exact vengeance for her past self and the Zhu family, rendering justice for countless innocent souls. Zhu Zheng's fingers trembled as she drew back the string, her resolve wavering, her eyes stinging against the wind, almost painfully so. Just as her fingertips began to ache, ready to release, an unexpected figure lunged forth, startling her and causing her aim to drift towards the nearest tree to her left. She hastily loosened her grip, releasing the arrow, which veered off course and embedded itself into the nearby underbrush. Still shaken, Zhu Zheng turned to face the intruder. It was Gong Xiao and Appos, as attendant, who had evidently been trailing behind. Wuxuan, you fool. You startled the young lady. He knelt on the ground. Zhu Zheng shook her head. No, I frightened you. My apologies. It was my fault. Wuxuan continued, visibly anxious. I had fallen too far behind and hurried to catch up, inadvertently alarming the young lady. Zhu Zheng lowered her bow, Wushuang's presence gradually calming her. The tumultuous emotions that had surged within her began to subside. The arrow in her hand was slender, clearly not meant for actual combat, but merely a playful accessory. Moreover, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. She had never learned archery, let alone shooting from horseback. She could not kill him, at least not today. Gong Yuxiu's mind raced, knowing that any rash actions without a guaranteed fatal shot would not only thwart her vengeance, but also alert others. All her previous efforts would be in vain. With a weapon in hand, the desire for retribution surged within her, yet she felt powerless. The fleeting moment of opportunity was far more elusive than mere skill or courage. Zhu Zheng gazed down at the bow, a wave of self-reproach washing over her. "What troubles you, Miss Zhu?" Zhu Zheng looked up to find Gong Yuxiu had returned on horseback, stopping a short distance away, his gaze fixed on the arrow lodged in the underbrush. A jolt of anxiety coursed through her. Wushuang, being Gong Yuxiu's attendant, might have witnessed her every move and could potentially reveal it. Wushuang stood, timidly shaking his head as he reported, "There is nothing amiss." The young lady was merely testing the arrow. It appeared Wushuang had not seen her aim at Gong Yuxiu's head. "Your Highness, please do not jest," Zhu Zheng replied, forcing a smile, and continued, "I am but a sheltered girl, lacking experience. I saw the round fruits on the tree and was curious. I thought perhaps I could shoot one down." Gong Yuxiu glanced up at the tree, its tall branches stripped bare, leaving behind clusters of bright red, round fruits. "Those are red bayberries. They are inedible," he stated tersely. Zhu Zheng feigned a smile, replying, "I see," though devoid of any real amusement. "Miss Zhu, do not loosen the reins." Gong Yuxiu's gaze flicked towards the arrow on the ground, a strange smile dancing in his eyes, or you may risk breaking your neck and losing your life. As his words lingered, Zhu Zheng's expression hardened. Satisfied with her reaction, Gong Yuxiu laughed softly and spurred his horse to catch up with the Grand Tutor ahead. Throughout the exchange, the foremost Rong Yin seemed oblivious to the happenings behind him, continuing his ride without pause. Chapter 34. Have you seen her? The autumn sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, weaving threads of light that danced upon the dense forest. The fragrance of maple leaves mingled with the earthy aroma raised by the horses. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the broken branches became more frequent, revealing traces of numerous prey. Gong Yuxiu swiftly nocked an arrow and drew his bow, hitting several wild rabbits and pheasants, which were then retrieved by the palace attendants guiding the hunting dogs. Hunting in the red maple forest was not merely a pastime, especially for Gong Yuxiu and Gong Yihao, who both suffered from a peculiar affliction that hindered their vision since birth. Yet, Gong Yuxiu had remarkably honed his archery skills, suggesting he had devoted considerable effort to it. Arrows flew through the air with a whistle, striking their targets, the cries of the rabbits and pheasants piercing the tranquility as the attendants deftly twisted the creatures' necks. Blood flowed profusely, yet Zhu Zheng deliberately averted her gaze. However, Gong Yuxiu's archery instructor made no move to draw his bow from his back. Gong Yuxiu held 2 yellow rabbits in his hands, showcasing his skills before his teacher, who remained indifferent. Rong Yin did not spare him a glance, raising his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Silence enveloped the forest as the prey sensed danger. Embarrassed, Gong Yuxiu promptly closed his mouth. Zhu Zheng, who had fallen a few steps behind, happened to overhear this exchange. At a loss for words, she abandoned her intention to speak. She gazed longingly at Rong Yan's silhouette, aware that she was merely a backdrop, yet unable to suppress her desire to attract attention. Rong Yan scarcely acknowledged her presence throughout their journey. Even when his gaze brushed past her, it carried an air of cold detachment, as if she had donned a veil and transformed into a stranger. Had it not been for the peach he had sent her way at the recent banquet, she might have thought that in the span of half a month, the esteemed tutor had completely forgotten her. Feeling like a ghost in the woods, she could observe others while remaining unseen. The knowledge of her own lack of archery prowess only added to her sense of ennui. Rong Yan's unusual behavior did not linger in her thoughts for long. After all, this aligned with her goal of distancing herself from him. forced into the red maple forest with nothing to do and with her sister's whereabouts unknown. Zhu Zheng frequently glanced back, seeking a means to escape the group, recalling a comment made by Rong Xing during their earlier drawing of the bamboo slips. Zhu Zheng pondered the possibility that the jade slips could be reviewed in advance or even extracted beforehand. If her sister's slip had been drawn by Rong Xing, might it have been intentional? If so, he must have encountered her sister before. Could her sister's disappearance be linked to Rong Xing? A chill crept over Zhu Zheng. No. If he had abducted her sister, he should have taken measures to conceal it. Why would he deliberately arrange for the drawing of slips in such a public setting, drawing everyone's attention to Zhu Qing? Her thoughts were a tangled mess as she regarded Rong Xing, who was now chasing a fawn not far away. Overcome with urgency, she longed to seize him and demand answers, at least to test the waters. Zhu Zheng urged her horse forward, but Rong Xing only seemed to distance himself further. It was Rong Yin who nudged his horse, crossing paths with Zhu Zheng. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Suddenly, Zhu Zheng called out, "Esteemed tutor." Rong Yin lifted his gaze. Though he did not respond immediately, he halted his horse, his eyes locking onto hers with a heavy intensity. In the distance, the maple forest blazed like fire as Rong Xing directed the attendants in pursuit of the fleeing doe. Without delay, Zhu Zheng cut to the chase. "Have you seen my sister?" The dense foliage of maple leaves layered thickly overhead, nearly blocking out the light from above. Beneath the mottled shadows of the trees, Zhu Zheng finally had a chance to scrutinize the long-absent esteemed tutor. He appeared weary, in dire need of restful slumber. After a prolonged silence, which made Zhu Zheng almost forget her question, he replied softly, "Rest assured, she is safe." Clutching this lifeline, Zhu Zheng pressed urgently, "You have seen her?" Rong Yin nodded. "Then where is she now?" Yet, he offered no answer, suddenly urging his horse forward another step, reaching out. Confused, Zhu Zheng obediently extended her hand. Rong Yin brushed his fingers across her palm, sending a slight chill through her, before placing a small, round, red fruit in her hand, an orange berry that had hung high on the tree. "Take it and play with it," he said in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. In a moment she stood in stunned silence. He had already galloped past her, leaving only his upright and elegant silhouette behind. The surface of the berry was prickly, yet this one had been cleaned, and she wondered when the esteemed tutor had plucked it. "Mother dear over there." A palace attendant's shout suddenly pierced the serenity of the maple grove. Sunlight streamed through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows as a robust doe darted through the underbrush, closely pursued by a pack of galloping hunters. Upon seeing this, Rong Xing immediately raised his whip and spurred his horse forward, calling out, "Whoever captures the deer's heart shall be generously rewarded." Rong Yin too turned his horse, giving Zhu Zheng a brief command to stay put. The commotion shattered the stillness of the forest, startling the birds into flight and sending the rabbits scurrying. The doe weaved through the thick brush, navigating the intricate patterns of shadows, appearing and disappearing in quick succession. Suddenly, the deer leapt from the dark thicket, inadvertently colliding with a red horse. The startled horse neighed, violently throwing Zhu Zheng to the ground. As the world spun around her, she locked eyes with a pair of luminous green eyes in the forest. Before she could process the encounter, a shadow lunged, revealing a vicious wolf, its green eyes glinting with malice. Drooling as it regarded the doe as prey and launched itself toward her with ferocity. Zhu Zheng reacted swiftly, summoning all her strength to draw the bow from her back. But there was no time to knock an arrow. She could only wield the bow as a weapon, thrusting it forcefully toward the wolf's chest. The wolf let out a howl, nearly snapping the delicate bow in two, and then swiped a paw at her, a gust of wind following its vicious strike. Zhu Zheng's heart raced as she rolled away, just in time to evade the wolf's claws. However, before she could regain her footing, she heard a whistling sound slicing through the air behind her. An arrow zipped past her ear, striking the wolf squarely between the eyes. The beast howled in agony, its massive body collapsing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, the warm, metallic scent enveloping Zhu Zheng and staining her garments. Still shaken, Zhu Zheng turned to see Rong Yin galloping toward her, bow in hand. Amidst the heavy shadows, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and glanced toward the depths of the forest behind him. There, concealed in the foliage, another pair of gleaming eyes watched her intently, the archer's bow drawn taut, a hint of playful malice lingering at the corners of his lips. Someone called out her name, but she stood frozen, momentarily forgetting how to respond. The arrow was released. The sound was like shattering jade, glimmering with a chilling brightness. Chapter 35. Sharing the same flavor, it felt as though a searing iron pierced through her body, yet the point of penetration was frigid, continuously inundated by a relentless wind that scraped her bones and tore at her flesh. Zhu Zheng cried out in agony, her vision flooding with a dark crimson haze, bringing forth a wave of intense and piercing dizziness. Just before collapsing, she heard Gong Yixio's voice resonating nearby. Amidst the chaotic forest, her vision blurred and her limbs dulled. In a desperate attempt to shoot the feral wolf, they had inadvertently harmed Miss Zhou. Zhu Zheng felt a bitter laugh rising within her, yet her lips could barely twitch. Zheng! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream erupted in her ears. It was her elder sister's voice. She had heard her sister's voice. Zhu Zheng lifted her gaze. Fluffy snowflakes fell upon her face, and the surroundings had transformed into a vast expanse of white. The black banners rustling fiercely in the cold wind. Bound hand and foot, she knelt in the snow, yet felt not a trace of chill. Long had she heard tales of the Zhou sisters, renowned for their beauty, yet hidden away in the confines of their home. Today, witnessing one of them, it was indeed as the legends foretold. Once more, Gong Yixio's voice broke through the icy air. The blinding blizzard obscured vision, and perched upon his steed, his features shrouded in dark armor. Only his pair of eyes gleamed with a malevolent light. Behind him, his personal guard whispered conspiratorially, the Zhou family, a blight upon the realm, ought to be eradicated. The voices grew louder, morphing into a clamor for punishment, while Gong Yixio observed coldly, showing no intent to intervene. Until, from the side, a white figure stepped forth, a slender form kneeling in the snow. I implore His Highness to uphold his promise. Our family has forfeited all our possessions. You agreed to spare the innocent. Gong Yixio lightly tugged the reins. The hooves of his steed splashed snow and mud onto Zhou Qing's thin skirt. You've erred again, he remarked flippantly, his gaze icy. It is your majesty. Zhou Qing bowed her head, softly correcting herself, your majesty. Yet listen, the court clamors for me to offer blood as a sacrifice to the banners, to cleanse the realm of tyranny. Gong Yixio let out a chilling laugh. Today, one must remain. Perhaps, would you sisters care to recommend someone? Without hesitation, Zhou Qing prostrated heavily. Zhou Qing is honored to pave the way for your majesty's grand endeavor. I beseech you to spare my younger sister. Your repeated pleas for death. Are you yearning for a reunion in the afterlife? Gong Yixio's smile vanished as he lifted an arrow, tilting Zhou Qing's chin with a menacing grip. I shall not grant you your wish. Your majesty may do as you please. Zhou Qing disregarded his words, maintaining her expressionless demeanor as she continued to bow. Please spare my younger sister. The arrow's tip descended, the cold iron blade slowly tearing through her garment, exposing her snow-white shoulder. Zhou Qing remained eerily calm, her forehead bloodied from repeated blows, her lips only uttering one plea, please, your majesty, spare my sister. Such a nuisance. Gong Yixio finally exhibited a hint of disinterest on his face, gesturing to his guards to untie Zhu Zheng and amp Oppo's S-bindings. Yet, Zhu Zheng did not move. Instead, gazing up at Gong Yixio, observing her stillness, Zhou Qing crawled over through the snow, embracing her tightly. You must go first. He will not kill me. I promise. I will find you, I assure you. Zhou Zheng stared blankly at Zhou Qing, taking a long moment to absorb her words. Elder sister. She managed to whisper, I miss you so much. Zhou Zheng's thoughts were numbly adrift, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. She knew this was merely a dream, a nightmare she had encountered night after night. The dream merely replayed past events, a foregone conclusion. No matter how fiercely she fled, Gong Yixio would always pierce her heart with an arrow, the predetermined end of her previous life. The wind and snow howled, the faces around her blurred. shifting in and out of focus. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Zhu Zheng and Amp. Oppo's mind. Were the recent events merely the figments of her dying thoughts? Surely, there are no such strange occurrences as rebirth in this world. As if she had never escaped this snowy night. Zhu Zheng extended her hand in her sister's embrace, a snowflake landing in her palm, only to melt away in an instant. She forced a bitter smile. In an instant, the wind surged, swirling everything around her, scattering the surroundings like blown snowflakes. Zhu Zheng closed her eyes, her body suddenly feeling weightless, floating among the clouds. A flock of white birds emerged from the clouds, encircling her in song. She swayed gently until she landed on a tree. This was a colossal green tangerine tree, unusually lush and laden with ripe fruit. There, another Zhu Zheng appeared, dressed in a blue floral dress. She energetically bounded through the branches, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The hem of her dress filled with round, green fruits. She stepped nimbly on the branches to reach a distant yellow fruit. However, her foot slipped, and she lost her balance, plummeting headfirst from the tree. Just as she was about to crash to the ground in terror, a dark shadow appeared and caught her securely. The green tangerines rained down, striking both of them on the head. Rubbing her sore head, Zhu Zheng hurriedly expressed her gratitude, only to discover that the one who caught her was a young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16, with her long hair braided simply, dressed entirely in black. Her youthful face adorned with striking phoenix eyes. She was indeed a girl. "You possess remarkable strength," Zhu Zheng exclaimed sincerely. The girl in black did not smile, her face devoid of expression, as she set Zhu Zheng down and efficiently brushed the leaves from her sleeves. "Thank you," Zhu Zheng offered again. The girl remained silent, bending down to gather the scattered tangerines. Zhu Zheng hastily joined in, and after collecting them, she noticed the girl retained one, staring at it for a long while. Understanding, Zhu Zheng asked, "Little sister, would you like to eat it?" "No," the girl replied, turning to leave. "How cold-hearted!" Zhu Zheng, unwilling to relent, tossed a tangerine toward her. The girl reacted with astonishing agility, catching it without even looking back. "Impressive skills." Zhu Zheng clapped in praise, smiling at her. "Try it. It's very sweet." The girl's brows remained unfurrowed as she looked down at the green fruit in her hand. Seeing this, Zhu Zheng rushed over, peeled the tangerine, and held a segment to her lips. "Just give it a try." Perhaps taken aback by Zhu Zheng's persistence, the girl scrutinized her for a moment, hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to Zhu Zheng's earnest offer and opened her mouth. Zhu Zheng finally felt satisfied and popped a piece in her own mouth. It was like biting into aged vinegar, causing her to recoil from the sourness. Clearly, it was picked too early. Zhu Zheng grimaced for quite some time, while the girl's brows knitted together, though her voice remained calm. "You deceived me. Apologies, I had no idea it would be so sour." Zhu Zheng managed to recover, unable to suppress her laughter. "Little sister, we are fated to be friends, sharing both sweet and sour together from now on." The girl stood in the shadow of the tree, her face returning to its icy composure as the sourness dissipated. "Can I have another?" she asked. Zhu Zheng was surprised. "You want to eat more?" The girl shook her head to take back. Zhu Zheng immediately understood, for she too intended to bring some back for her sister, intending to warmly invite her to share in the flavors. Zhu Zheng tossed another tangerine, which the girl caught firmly, tucking it into her sleeve as she turned to leave. "Little sister, what is your name?" Zhu Zheng called after her. The girl paused, gazing at Zhu Zheng for a moment, seemingly hesitant. "Anfengxue, Anfengxue." Zhu Zheng repeated the name, which was quite melodious. "Were you born in winter?" "No." "Oh, my name is Zheng. Can you play the zheng?" "No." A moment of silence enveloped them. "But I can fly kites," Zhu Zheng added. The girl named Anfengxue nodded without bidding farewell and continued her steps outward. Zhu Zheng had no choice but to call out from behind, "Fengxue, I will come here at the end of every month. You can come and play with me." She nodded again, her silhouette swiftly disappearing beyond the door. Along with her vanished Zhu Zheng beneath the tree, leaving only the visitor-like Zhu Zheng perched above, sitting quietly. She had already accepted that she was dreaming, though she was uncertain why she was here. This was merely an ordinary day in her memory, so mundane that she struggled to recall it clearly. This place was called Ping Shui Alley. It housed 5 or 6 families, including a butcher, a blacksmith named Zhang Sheng, a silversmith named Hu Erqing, and the owners of the green tangerine tree, Chun Agon and Chinapeo. The elderly couple had a son nicknamed Amao, who had just enlisted as a new recruit and often asked Zhu Zheng to help write letters home. When she grew weary of her identity as Miss Zhu Si, she would choose to hide away here. In this spot, she assumed a new identity, that of a novice apprentice named Asian from the fabric shop. Zhu Zheng also cared for a small white cat named Hu Hu and a little yellow dog named Tu Tuesday, who was licking the fur on its belly, while Tutu sniffed at a passing black dog, and a little girl on the roadside was tricked into eating an unripe green tangerine, her wrinkled nose twitching like a small rabbit. In the distance, the sky was a deep azure, with 2 fluffy clouds floating at the horizon, and the shadow beneath the green tangerine tree shimmered like silver fish scales. It was truly a splendid day, one that lingered in the heart. Zhu Zheng gazed into the distance where smoke was rising from chimneys, the surroundings silent save for the whisper of the wind. Her eyelids grew heavy. Suddenly, she felt an urge to sleep for a while. Zhu Zheng, a powerful voice pierced through her dreams, overlapping with the fading sounds near her ear, startling Zhu Zheng awake beneath the tree. The voice did not sound like her elder sister, yet it bore a hint of familiarity. Zhu Zheng's thoughts were muddled, and she struggled to discern its source, but clarity eluded her. The voice seemed to be far away, quickly dissipating into the endless darkness. The surroundings fell silent once more. The sights of Ping Shui Alley swiftly fled from her, and she instinctively reached out to grasp something, but stumbled and fell into the vast obscurity, plummeting into the void. Her senses grew increasingly dim, consciousness fading to a mere thread when it felt as if she were caught and tightly embraced by someone. A faint scent of cold plum blossoms wafting about. However, the individual holding her was rather unsteady, trembling intermittently yet possessing immense strength, squeezing Zhu Zheng to the point of pain. Their footsteps were unsteady and erratic, jarring her insides, making her feel as though she were on the brink of death. Oh, right, she recalled. She was indeed on the verge of death. Chapter 36. Have you dreamed of me? Zhu Zheng found herself lost in an endless expanse, as if the primordial chaos had once again converged after the creation of the world. Alone, she stood amidst the undivided void. Not far away, a dim and lifeless black river flowed silently, spanned by a bridge constructed of white stones. Could it be the bridge of forgetfulness? Zhu Zheng murmured to herself with a wry smile, her voice quickly dissipating into the wind. The surroundings were utterly desolate, and Zhu Zheng felt as insignificant as a grain of sand overlooked by the world or a fallen leaf reduced to mud. Aimlessly, she wandered forward until ethereal sounds of a Xiao, a traditional Chinese flute, resonated from a great distance, soft and mournful, akin to weeping and lamentation. As the saying goes, the most exquisite melodies are seldom found in the mortal realm. Perhaps she had truly departed from the world, this Xiao's tune originating from some ghostly figure of the underworld. She took a few more steps, and the music transformed into an ethereal lament, poignantly conveying unfulfilled wishes and an unwillingness to part from the earthly realm, yet ultimately resigned to a bittersweet conclusion. Zhu Zheng felt a deep reluctance. She did not wish for her story to end. She glanced at the unremarkable stone bridge, hesitating for a moment before deciding to turn back, following the haunting melody. After an indeterminate time, a blinding light suddenly emerged. A splitting headache overwhelmed her. Her body felt inexplicably heavy, and a wave of dizziness surged into her consciousness. Zhu Zheng abruptly opened her eyes. Before her lay darkness, the stillness of midnight enveloping her. A strong metallic taste filled her mouth, and a dull pain quickly spread through her body, causing her to grit her teeth and clutch the quilt tightly. Covered in sweat, she stared at the intricately carved patterns on the bed's canopy for what felt like an eternity, her mind still shrouded in confusion. Where is she? After finally catching her breath, Zhu Zheng tilted her head and propped herself up slightly, summoning all her strength to push open the window beside her bed, creating a narrow opening. Through the gap, she beheld an expansive white landscape blanketed in a thick layer of snow. A pale and cold full moon hung in the sky, while clouds swirled in the distance, exhaling wisps of mist. Nearby, fields of bitter bamboo were interspersed with red plum blossoms, extending to the very edge of the window, resembling an exquisite landscape painting. Had she arrived in the underworld, or perhaps a realm of immortals? Moreover, how had it already become winter? The ghastly light seeped in, and Zhu Zheng looked around in bewilderment. The room and Appo's furnishings were utterly unfamiliar. The crimson silk curtains of the bed were adorned with delicate pearls, catching the light and scattering it into tiny glimmers. On the table beside the bed lay a small, black object. Zhu Zheng picked it up, examining it closely. It resembled a shriveled fruit, perhaps a tangerine, now in a pitiful state. This fruit gave her a fleeting sense of being still tethered to the mortal world. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed outside. The door swung open abruptly. The thick curtain lifted, and a cold gust of wind rushed in, causing Zhu Zheng to shiver. A tall figure appeared against the snow's glow at the door. Zhu Zheng froze, recognizing the person. The Grand Tutor? As soon as she opened her mouth to speak, she realized her voice was hoarse, as if rendered coarse by the heat of a burnt ember, barely managing to produce a sound. You are awake. Rong Yan's voice was no better, equally hoarse and gravelly, sounding almost alien to her. He strode closer, his black cloak dusted with snow, his once clear eyes now bloodshot, his face haggard, and he appeared considerably diminished, swaying as if about to collapse under the weight of his thick cloak. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his appearance and attempted to rise from the bed, but her body felt as heavy as stone, as if only her head had awakened, which was still clouded and dazed, as if filled with a thick batter. Rong Yin removed his cloak and sat beside her, reaching out to support her as she struggled to sit upright. Zhu Zheng intended to use his strength to sit up, but found she had no power left. Her head drooped weakly against him, her face unintentionally brushing against his shoulder. The fabric of his clothes felt cold, seemingly soaked with the chill from outside. Rong Yin struck a match to light the candle holder. The flickering flame dispelled the darkness and cold in the room, illuminating the two of them side by side. He wrapped the quilt tightly around Zhu Zheng, leaving only her head exposed, and placed a soft pillow behind her. He then closed the window to block the draft and handed her a cup of hot ginseng tea. Zhu Zheng squinted, curious as to how there happened to be a pot of hot tea here, wondering if it had been kept warm all along. Also, how had the Grand Tutor ended up here? She glanced up at Rong Yin. The steam from the tea enveloped them, yet his exquisitely crafted features appeared increasingly distant, as if he were far away. She raised her hand, and Rong Yin assumed she wanted to speak, lowering his head slightly to listen. Instead, her fingers deftly pinched his ear, tugging it gently. The heat from the tea warmed her fingertips, and as they brushed against Rong Yan's ear, a slight chill coursed through her. Suddenly, a phrase from her sister echoed in her mind. Do not play too much in winter, lest you freeze your ears. Instinctively, she began to rub his icy ear. Rong Yin furrowed his brow slightly, turning to look at Zhu Zheng, a look of astonishment evident in his gaze. This expression seemed oddly familiar, prompting Zhu Zheng to realize what she was doing and abruptly release him. So it was not a dream. Zhu Zheng suddenly understood. Due to her still hoarse voice, her soft admission floated out, causing a flicker of emotion to pass through Rong Yin and Appo's. His eyes, deepening his gaze for reasons unknown. Have you dreamed of me? She mused, astonished that he would interpret it in such a way. Zhu Zheng honestly reflected for a moment, recalling fragmentary images that lingered in her mind. But regrettably, once awakened, it was challenging to recollect the vastness of a dream, and she could only shake her head, denying it. Fearing that the Grand Tutor might misconstrue her feelings, she hastily added, Never. Rong Yin responded with a non-committal sound. The grip of his hand around her, covered by the quilt, seemed to tighten. The ear she had touched turned crimson, causing Zhu Zheng to feel an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She raised the cup to obscure her gaze from the Grand Tutor and quickly drank the ginseng tea in one gulp. The warm liquid, infused with herbal flavors, eased her throat somewhat. Zhu Zheng hesitated before asking how the Grand Tutor had come to be there. Shouldn't she have first encountered Ming Cui, her grandmother, or her sister? At this thought, her heart raced. Before Rong Yin could respond, she blurted out, "My sister." Just as the words left her mouth, a sharp pain pierced her left shoulder, contorting her pale face into a grimace. Zhu Zheng's hazy mind finally recalled that she had been shot with an arrow, the reality of the injury striking her like a dagger. Having managed only a few words, her throat felt raw, and she raised her hand, attempting to gesture for Rong Yin to understand. "Do not rush," he said softly, fingers gently cradling her chin. Scrutinizing her pallor, the candlelight illuminated her face, making her appear even more fragile, her complexion pale, as if speaking too loudly would send him vanishing into thin air. Rong Yin gazed at her for a while, his expression inscrutable, neither happy nor unhappy, merely observing her as one might a rare curiosity, awakened from a grave injury. Zhu Zheng knew her appearance was hardly presentable, and she felt a shiver of unease under his gaze, unable to suppress a couple of soft sounds that disrupted their silence. "Grand Tutor, rest assured, your sister is well," Rong Yin replied, snapping back to attention, his voice low. "Where is she?" Zhu Zheng inquired, anxious. If her sister were nearby, she would have come to see her long ago. Could it be that she had yet to return? Thankfully, she remembered that day in the maple forest when the Grand Tutor had mentioned he knew her sister and Appo's whereabouts. "Shengjing," Rong Yin replied. This was a completely unexpected answer. Confusion spread across Zhu Zheng's pale face. The statement seemed rather strange. "Was T her sister in Shengjing? Where am I?" she inquired. Rong Yin took the empty teacup from her hand and adjusted the quilt at her neck, his profound gaze settling into her eyes, akin to a long-frozen deep lake. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zheng finally heard the Grand Tutor speak. "Qingshu Mountain." Chapter 37. I inadequate? Qingshu Mountain. This was a place name that Zhu Zheng had never heard before. Rong Yin seemed to sense her confusion and offered a brief explanation, allowing Zhu Zheng to grasp that she was now at the northernmost edge of Daong, nearly reaching the borders of Xiao. The snow-capped mountains of the northern frontier stretched endlessly, rarely trodden by human feet, and remained frozen year-round. No wonder it was snowing outside. She slowly turned her head, wishing to confirm with a glance out the window, only to find it tightly shut by the Grand Tutor. Reluctantly, she turned back to face the serene Rong Yin. With great effort, she attempted to speak, barely managing a syllable, pondering why she was at Qingshu Mountain. Zhu Zheng's memories gradually resurfaced, shrouded in layers of confusion, such as what had transpired after she was shot, how she had left the autumn hunting grounds, and how she had arrived at this distant place. Where was her sister now? Did she know about her situation? "Do not speak." The candlelight flickered across Rong Yin's face, casting an ethereal glow on his refined features. His long eyelashes were slightly lowered, and when his expression bore no smile, he appeared to keep the world at bay. She recalled the peculiar indifference he had shown before she was shot, his aloofness amid the vibrant red maple forest. Suddenly, Zhu Zheng ceased her inquiries, all her questions stifled within her. Perhaps Rong Yin had saved her and, for reasons beyond his control, brought her to Qingshu Mountain. The pain of the arrow had somehow granted her a bizarre sense of having truly been reborn. She was alive. It was a feeling so vivid that it seemed if she were to be killed, she would die once more. She was not foolish enough to blame her savior for his unilateral actions. Regardless of his motives, she was naturally grateful for having her life spared. Yet, her weakness was overwhelming, and her thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Speaking was an arduous task, and she could only manage a semblance of gratitude through her eyes. Unfortunately, Rong Yin appeared unmoved by her silent thanks, his cold demeanor showing no signs of warmth. Zhu Zheng attempted a faint smile, hoping to convey her appreciation more clearly. But even this small gesture caused a sharp pain in her chest, prompting a soft gasp. "What is it?" Rong Yin's brows furrowed deeper as he stood abruptly, taking her wrist to check her pulse. He then placed the back of his hand against her forehead and lifted her eyelids to examine her. With each action, the gravity in his gaze intensified. "Does the wound still hurt?" he inquired. The entire examination left Zhu Zheng breathless, her cautious breaths barely escaping her lips, fearing she might be diagnosed with a fleeting glimpse of life. "It's manageable," she replied, feigning optimism. However, Rong Yan's expression did not soften. He gently pressed her shoulder, guiding her back down, instructing her to rest a little longer before leaving the room. Outside, the wind howled like a blade, while within the room, the warmth of the heated Kong enveloped her. Zhu Zheng did not wish to sleep again. What if this were truly a fleeting moment of life? What if she fell asleep and never awoke? Yet, her fatigue was undeniable, and after a brief struggle, her eyelids grew heavy and closed. Not long after, she was awakened by a nightmare, her eyes snapping open in terror. The room remained shrouded in darkness. A glance at the candle revealed only ashes, the feeble light barely illuminating the surroundings, and she had lost track of time. Leaning against the edge of her bed was the tall figure of the Grand Tutor. His head bowed, long lashes resting lightly as he breathed softly, one hand grasping her quilt, seemingly asleep. At her slightest movement, Rong Yin stirred awake. "What? Are you not sleeping in bed? Surely there are other beds available." Before she could finish her sentence, he was already standing, lifting her eyelids once more. Zhu Zheng obediently widened her eyes and could not help but ask, "Is there a doctor here?" Rong Yin paused slightly, his gaze fixed on her face. "Am I inadequate?" "It's not a question of inadequacy. Regardless of your medical skills, your silent, furrowed brow is quite unsettling." She would prefer a direct answer about her chances of survival. "Am I going to live, Grand Tutor?" Zhu Zheng asked pointedly. Strangely, Rong Yin did not respond immediately, but continued to gaze at her, his unblinking stare chilling her heart, as if she were sinking into the depths of a frozen lake. Would she truly not survive? But she was awake. To awaken and then perish would be a cruel fate. "Zhu Zheng," Rong Yin suddenly called, his hand gently resting on her eyelids. "I will not let you die." His voice was warm and soothing, like a solemn promise. The Grand Tutor's hand, though not warm, provided a gentle coolness over her eyes. Zhu Zheng blinked several times, unsure how much to believe. Life and death were matters not swayed by mere words. Before she had gone to the autumn hunting grounds, she had never imagined she would be struck by an arrow. Zhu Zheng forced a bitter smile, realizing that pondering such thoughts was futile, regardless of her chances of survival. If there was no hope, she did not wish to depart this world burdened by regret. "Grand Tutor," Zhu Zheng finally came to a conclusion, pushing his hand away and hoarsely calling out, I would like something to eat." A moment later, Rong Yin entered with a small white jade bowl filled to the brim with red date and salvia porridge. Zhu Zheng felt ravenous, as if she were nothing but skin and bones, her entire being clamoring for a hearty meal. Yet, she understood her current state of weakness. Even drinking the porridge would be a challenge. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she summoned all her strength to sit up, though it was a laborious effort. Rong Yin sat beside the bed, steadying her with his shoulder. He held the bowl in one hand and, with the other, lifted a spoonful of porridge to her lips. Zhu Zheng extended her right hand from beneath the covers and weakly gestured to him. "Grand Tutor, I still have one hand that can move." Her left shoulder was injured, and though it pained her greatly, she was not entirely incapacitated. Rong Yin met her gaze. "So, therefore, there is no need to trouble you." Rong Yin paused at her words. "Do you wish to eat by yourself?" Zhu Zheng nodded. His expression was complex, yet he still handed her the spoon. She grasped it with her right hand, trembling as if the small utensil weighed 1,000 pounds, almost causing her fragile wrist to buckle. After much effort, she managed to scoop up 2 grains of rice, only to have them slip from her grasp. The fine porcelain spoon clattered to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Zhu Zheng instinctively glanced at Rong Yin. His gaze was calm as it rested on her, as if he had anticipated the mishap. He produced another porcelain spoon from somewhere and offered it to her. Zhu Zheng accepted it, making another attempt, but once again it slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor. This continued, with the ground littered with broken spoons and shards of porcelain. "The porridge is getting cold," Rong Yin finally spoke. Zhu Zheng looked at the mess on the floor, a hint of frustration surfacing. Glancing back at Rong Yin, she noted that he had not relinquished the bowl of porridge, holding it steadily in his hands. With deliberate calmness, he retrieved yet another new spoon, scooped up a spoonful of porridge, and slowly brought it to her lips. At this moment, the cold and somber expression that enveloped Rong Yin seemed to have softened somewhat. He raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, observing Zhu Zheng with an air of leisure. His hand, resembling a delicate jade carving, effortlessly grasped the spoon with 2 fingers, silently proclaiming his triumph. Zhu Zheng bit her lip, a wave of inexplicable frustration surging within her. Unfortunately, her limbs felt weak, rendering her glare at the shattered porcelain on the ground feeble. Her stomach grumbled, and with a determined gulp, she took a mouthful of congee, defiantly biting down on the porcelain spoon. To her dismay, the spoon's hard edge sent a sharp pain through her teeth, eliciting a soft exclamation from her lips. How infuriating! It seemed the spoon was deliberately opposing her. Chapter 38. The garments had been shed, having endured an agonizing hunger for far too long. Zhu Zheng devoured her meal with great urgency, while Rong Xing fed her with steady precision. Her small mouth opened to its fullest extent, and in a flurry akin to the winds sweeping away the clouds, she obliterated the entire bowl of porridge. Observing the empty bowl, Rong Xing inquired, "Would you like more?" "Yes," Zhu Zheng replied resolutely, her voice soft yet firm. Rong Xing quickly returned with another bowl. Zhu Zheng puffed up her cheeks and continued to eat voraciously, driven both by her desperate need to satiate her hunger and by the notion that Rong Yan's calm demeanor was almost excessive. If he became impatient enough to let her feed herself, would that not allow her to regain a semblance of dignity in this inexplicable contest? Unbeknownst to her, Rong Xing remained completely oblivious to Zhu Zheng's silent competition, patiently feeding her spoonful by spoonful, occasionally offering gentle reminders. Drink slowly. By the time she had emptied yet another bowl, she felt quite full, but seeing no hope of victory, she defiantly declared more. "Can you still eat?" he asked. "Of course," Zhu Zheng exclaimed, patting her stomach and letting out a satisfied burp. "All done." Rong Xing set aside the bowl and spoon, then, with a hint of realization, asked, "Are you angry with me?" His question jolted Zhu Zheng into awareness, making her realize how childish she had been in front of the Grand Tutor. Consequently, she promptly denied it, saying no. Rong Xing furrowed his brow slightly. "What have I done to upset you?" "I'm not angry," Zhu Zheng replied, shaking her head in guilt, and then admitted, "It's just a matter of pride." Rong Yan's expression softened as he took a handkerchief and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. "You've yet to heal. What's the rush to assert your pride?" His touch sent a ticklish sensation across her face, a playful gesture she would have expected from a sister, leaving her slightly flustered. She turned her face away, embarrassed, and mumbled, "It's unavoidable. Zhu Zheng, the name my sister gave me, compels me to compete." Rong Xing suddenly chuckled softly. Zhu Zheng looked up to see his lips curled in a slight smile, his bright eyes gazing intensely at her, his entire demeanor finally animated. He had finally smiled. Since their encounter, he had carried an air of gloom and resentment even heavier than her own. One might have thought he was the victim of an unprovoked assault. With her stomach full, fatigue washed over Zhu Zheng, and she leaned back, preparing to recline on the couch and let time drift away. However, Rong Xing restrained her, retrieving a sizable black porcelain vial from his belongings. "Time for medication." Zhu Zheng thought she had misheard. "What?" "Medication," he repeated. The vial emitted a potent medicinal aroma, and Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow slightly. Is there a maid or a nurse?" "There is not," he replied. Zhu Zheng choked on her words, taken aback by his insight into her unspoken question. Setting aside gender propriety, she suddenly realized that she had been tended to by the esteemed Grand Tutor for quite some time. The thought of him assisting her with undressing and applying medicine felt rather inappropriate. She pouted no way. Zhu Zheng craned her neck to look outside, realizing that since awakening, she had not seen anyone else moving about. "There's no one here," Rong Xing said, his brow slightly furrowed. "No one wishes to stay." Zhu Zheng was quickly convinced by this reasoning and nodded in agreement. The northern frontier was a harsh and frigid place, and Chengshu Mountain was even further north than a place of exile, rarely visited by people. It was indeed remarkable that the Grand Tutor had found this room to accommodate her, suggesting that none of his attendants were present. But no one else? This implied that the porridge had also been prepared by the Grand Tutor himself. Rong Xing sat with the light behind him, the snow outside outlining his profile, the shadows cast by his eyelashes creating a delicate contrast against his features, enhancing his innate sharpness. It was difficult to imagine such a person bustling about a stove to cook porridge. Zhu Zheng had always enjoyed watching others cook. Had she been able to walk, she would have undoubtedly followed closely, satisfying her curiosity. Such a pity. While she pondered this, Rong Yin skillfully mixed the ointment in his palm with a stirring stick, displaying a remarkable proficiency. Suddenly, a realization struck her. No wonder there was no physician. She felt fortunate that it was the skilled Grand Tutor who had saved her, and she mused, "I'm truly lucky to have your care." She opened her mouth, intending to express her heartfelt gratitude. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, her words came out sounding slightly sarcastic, even oddly triumphant. Rong Yin glanced at her, his cold expression revealing no sign of being moved. Perhaps I should first praise the Grand Tutor's unparalleled abilities, Zhu Zheng thought, considering the idea of shedding a few tears and adopting a quivering tone to convey her gratitude. She blinked, her eyes dry as though filled with sand. To be spared from death was indeed a stroke of luck, but it was also terrifying. Being here with Rong Yin genuinely brought her joy, a feeling unrelated to his prowess. As for what that feeling precisely was, Zhu Zheng could not articulate it. She merely sensed a swell of emotion welling up within her, her nose suddenly tingling. The moment had come. Zhu Zheng straightened up with excitement, ready to speak, when Rong Yin unexpectedly reached for her neck. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zheng gasped. "Your collar is undone," he replied calmly. The atmosphere she had been cultivating dissipated instantly. Zhu Zheng instinctively clutched her collar and recoiled, wearing an expression of defiance. "I and amp, oppos, LL do it myself." "That one T do," he countered. "I believe we're not quite familiar enough for that." "Do you think?" Rong Yan's brow furrowed in exasperation. "Who do you think handled things when you were unconscious?" "Oh." Zhu Zheng paused. "You should have said so earlier." With a sudden surge of courage, Zhu Zheng decided to cast aside her reservations. In the eyes of a healer, there should be no distinction between genders. She need not be overly old-fashioned. The room was warm from the underfloor heating, and she wore only a thin nightgown. Swiftly, she unfastened the collar and let the garment slip down her shoulder. Her shoulder, pale as snow, was swathed in thick bandages. The wound lay just beneath her collarbone, nearly piercing through her left shoulder. Although the bandaging was meticulous, it had begun to seep blood, likely due to her excessive movements since waking up. Zhu Zheng averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Rong Yan's expression turned serious as his cool hand gently grasped her shoulder, carefully loosening the knots of the bandage. The wound continued to bleed, and the scab portions had inevitably adhered to the cloth. Tearing away would feel akin to ripping off a second layer of skin. Ugh! Zhu Zheng could hardly contain her pain, burying her face against Rong Yan's neck and clutching his garment tightly. "Grand Tutor." Her voice was soft and frail, tinged with a hint of desperation, as if brushed by a tender yet resilient reed. Rong Yan's hand trembled slightly as he continued to untie the bandage, whispering, "Be gentle." She wished to convey her need for him to be careful, but she recognized that his movements were already as delicate as they could be. The soiled blood clung to the wound, and it was inevitable that pain would accompany the unbinding. "Just a little longer. It will soon be over." Rong Yan's voice bore an unfamiliar depth. Zhu Zheng gritted her teeth and nodded. As the new ointment was applied, another wave of sharp pain coursed through Chapter 39. An unprecedented experience. Rong Yin meticulously completed the application of the medicine, leaning slightly to support Zhu Zheng. Although his movements were practiced, a thin sheen of perspiration formed on his forehead for reasons unknown. After considerable effort, once the medication was changed, Zhu Zheng finally relaxed her clenched teeth, her face flushed, her entire body feeling as if it had been washed by water. She leaned back, nearly sliding back onto the couch. Rong Yin quickly reached out to grasp her waist, preventing her from jarring the freshly bandaged wound. Zhu Zheng felt as limp as a soft fish, her entire weight pressing against him. One of her hands rested on his, gently held. The cool pads of her fingers caressed her palm, while his hand, resting on her shoulder, lightly patted her as if to lull her to sleep. "Sir!" Zhu Zheng and Appo's voice was barely audible. "What?" Rong Yin did not catch her words. However, Zhu Zheng tilted her head and offered no further response. The effects of the medicine she had just ingested washed over her, and her heavy eyelids grew increasingly difficult to keep open. The slightly bitter taste of the medicine mingled with the faint, elusive scent of cold plum blossoms emanating from him, wrapping around Zhu Zheng and Appo's senses, inexplicably grounding her. She drifted back into slumber. In this deep sleep, Zhu Zheng found great tranquility, free from the entanglement of any nightmares. It felt as if she had sunk into an endless abyss, where a warm and sturdy raft supported her, surrounded by stillness and serenity, with no wind or waves to disturb her. When she awoke again, daylight had broken. Zhu Zheng instinctively glanced toward the edge of the couch, but Rong Xing was absent. She cracked the window open slightly. The horizon had yet to fully illuminate. The distant mountains remained silent. The only sounds were the howling of the cold wind, mixed with the chirping of snow sparrows and the soft crack of delicate branches succumbing to the weight of the snow. Amidst the fluttering red plum blossoms against the snow, a figure emerged from the mist, slowly approaching. As he pushed the door open, Rong Xing immediately spotted the slender silhouette clinging to the window and strode over to pull up the quilt, cautious of the chilly breeze. Zhu Zheng, emerging from beneath the covers, saw him close the window and lamented, "I haven't seen enough yet." "It's merely snow," he replied. "It only snows in Shengjing once every few years. The last time I witnessed such a heavy snowfall was—" Zhu Zheng suddenly fell silent, recalling that the last significant snow in her memory coincided with the day of Gong, Yi, and Appo's rebellion, which had yet to fall upon Shengjing. And what was it? Rong Xing paused, waiting for her to continue. Zhu Zheng forced a smile, shifting the subject. "Sir, when can I get out of bed and walk around?" "Wait until you feel better," he replied, his words as vague as before. Zhu Zheng did not feel discouraged. After all, the Grand Tutor had already pulled her back from the brink of death, and she naturally believed in his words. "May I at least freshen up?" To Zhu Zheng's surprise, it turned out that one could attend to personal grooming without leaving the bed. Rong Xing brought over a bronze mirror. They sat facing the mirror together. Zhu Zheng's pallid face reflected back at her, her hair disheveled like autumn weeds, giving her an ethereal appearance as if she were not of this world. As Zhu Zheng's emotions swirled, Rong Xing, seemingly unbidden, picked up a comb, demonstrating a keen eye for detail that rivaled even Ming Shui. Zhu Zheng immediately interjected, "Sir, that won't do." With a gentle smile, Rong Xing met her gaze through the mirror. "Do you need to break a few combs first before allowing me to assist?" "Let it be," Zhu Zheng said, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I think it possesses a certain charm reminiscent of the elegant scholars of the past. That and Appo's. That's because I and Appo's taken too much wuxia powder. My hair falls apart at a mere touch, unworthy of hairpins." As dawn's light gradually illuminated the sky, golden rays filtered through the silk curtains, wrapping around the two like a delicate veil of gold thread. Their reflections were encircled in the round bronze mirror, Zhu Zheng gazing at him. And Rong Xing's face glowed warmly. He lowered his long eyelashes, delicately holding a strand of her hair, his gentle brow and eyes softened by the ethereal light. "How benevolent," Zhu Zheng mused silently. "When the Grand Tutor becomes a father or grandfather, he will certainly be favored by the younger generation. I wonder when that time comes, will his extraordinary features still remain as handsome?" "Which hairstyle do you prefer?" Rong Xing suddenly inquired, meeting her gaze in the mirror. "Cough." Zhu Zheng felt an inexplicable rush of embarrassment and quickly averted her eyes. 2 buns would suffice. Rong Xing nodded. "Very well." His expression was focused, his movements meticulous, as if he were engaged in an intricate and vital task. Occasionally, his fingertips brushed against the nape of Zhu Zheng and Appo's neck, sending a chill down her spine that made her heart flutter. Zhu Zheng steadied her emotions, sitting up straight, her back rigid, when he finally said, "Done." The reflection of Zhu Zheng in the mirror was not entirely transformed, but rather astonishingly unexpected. Each strand of hair had been carefully arranged, styled with meticulous attention, transforming her previously tousled appearance into a glossy, albeit still disheveled, look. Zhu Zheng couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "I truly look as if I've taken wuxia powder." The Grand Tutor had appeared so composed earlier. She had assumed he was quite adept at this. Cough. I have never done this before, Rong Xing admitted, realizing the task was far more challenging than he had anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to resolve himself and combed through her hair once more, finally using a strip of his clothing to loosely tie her hair over her shoulder. We shall style it into 2 buns tomorrow, he declared. The next day, as Zhu Zheng opened her eyes, she found Rong Xing seated by her side. Come, let me style your hair. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by the Grand Tutor's unwavering dedication. No need, she mumbled, still groggy, lifting the amethyst-colored ribbon tied around her wrist. A simple tie will suffice, just as yesterday. Very well. As she settled in front of the mirror, Rong Xing lowered his gaze, his focus unwavering. Zhu Zheng, still half asleep and slouched, soon heard him say from behind, "Done. How did you finish so quickly this time?" Zhu Zheng perked up, glancing at her reflection in the mirror. 2 strands of dark hair were secured with silver hairpins, one on each side, resembling 2 newly blossomed black lotuses. The remaining hair fell in delicate braids over her shoulders, adorned with several pale silver bead flowers. Even when compared to Ming Shui, this skill was truly commendable. Zhu Zheng was astonished. How had the Grand Tutor achieved such remarkable progress overnight? Rong Xing wrapped her hair around his fingers, loosening and tightening it in a repetitive motion, until he could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" It turned out he was waiting for her evaluation. "It looks wonderful." Zhu Zheng nodded vigorously, causing the bead flowers to sway, praising herself in the mirror. "It's a complete transformation." At her words, she indeed saw the corners of Rong Yan's lips lift slightly. Zhu Zheng tilted her head, admiring Rong Yan's handiwork, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Where did you learn this skill, sir?" "From the stables." Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "Huh?" Chapter 40. I did not intend to confine you. After completing her grooming and admiring her reflection in the mirror, Zhu Zheng was suddenly presented with a bowl of steaming herbal soup by Rong Xing. "Drink the medicine," he urged. Turning her head, Zhu Zheng was confronted by a large bowl of dark concoction that resembled an unfathomable abyss, reflecting a pale shadow above it. She gazed at the shadow for a moment, uttering not a single word, and without hesitation, gulped it down in one go, guided by Rong Yan's hand. Rong Yan, momentarily taken aback, stared at the now empty bowl in his hands, a rare look of bewilderment crossing his face. Zhu Zheng grimaced as the bitter and spicy taste lingered, leaving an aftertaste that was both profound and unforgettable. Suddenly, a sugar ball was placed in her mouth, its sweetness mingling with a hint of plum blossom fragrance, softening the bitterness. In Rong Yin and Appo's hand was a delicate glass jar filled with sugar balls. He gently ruffled her hair, commending her for her efforts. Zhu Zheng was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated receiving praise for merely taking her medicine, as if she had accomplished something extraordinary. Naturally, compliments brought joy, and Zhu Zheng pressed her lips together, feeling a gentle sweetness bloom in her heart and mouth. She pointed at her hair and, mimicking his earlier gesture, took a sugar ball from the jar and placed it in his mouth. "You did well too," she said teasingly. His soft fingertips brushed against the corner of his lips, causing Rong Yin to pause, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zheng as he chewed the sugar ball, a faint blush creeping up to his ears. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his reaction, suddenly aware that she might have overstepped. She quickly withdrew her hand, a warmth lingering on her fingertips that surged through her arm to her heart, beating with a muffled rhythm. Caring for an injured patient was no small feat. Every aspect of their care required meticulous attention. Recently, Zhu Zheng often marveled at her extraordinary fortune in having the Grand Tutor, who not only attended to her every need, but did so with unparalleled thoughtfulness. For instance, if she mentioned the bitterness of the medicine, he would present her with a nourishing 5-treasure date soup the next day. If she admired the red plum blossoms outside, he would ensure that a few branches adorned her bedside by morning. If she lamented the monotony of her confinement, he would bring her a box of puzzles and locks to amuse her in the evening. Under such heartfelt care, Zhu Zheng soon regained her strength, her complexion gradually returning to a rosy hue, even adding a bit of flesh to her waist. However, there was one aspect that left her dissatisfied. The Grand Tutor adamantly refused to permit her to go outside. Despite feeling increasingly robust, every time she inquired about taking a stroll, Rong Yin would only respond with, "Wait until you feel better." His tone was as cold as the snow atop Qingshu Mountain. During dinner, Rong Yin served her a bowl of bone broth and, while she drank, took the opportunity to check her pulse. His fingers rested lightly on her wrist, his expression serious as he occasionally closed his eyes or furrowed his brow. Zhu Zheng studied his face for a while before a thought struck her. "My lord," she whispered, "am I beyond saving?" Rong Yin opened his eyes and looked at her, his brow furrowed in concern. "Why do you ask such a thing all of a sudden? It has been almost half a month since I awoke. Each time you check my pulse, you appear so worried. Is my condition so dire that you feel helpless?" Zhu Zheng spoke half in jest, her lovely brows drooping as a solitary tear threatened to fall from her eyes, her face a portrait of sorrow. "Do not overthink it," Rong Yin replied, gently lifting his fingers from her wrist and placing them softly over her pulse, forcing a smile. "You are much better now. Is that true? You are not merely soothing me. Indeed, if I am much improved, may I go outside for a brief visit?" "Absolutely not." "How infuriating. This man is impervious to both persuasion and coercion." Zhu Zheng nearly felt defeated, but resolved to try another tactic, letting out a soft, pitiful sound. She set the bowl of broth down on the table and stood up gracefully. As she walked past Rong Yin, he reminded her, "You Haven and Appos, tea finished your soup." "I no longer wish to drink it," she mumbled. "Zhu Zheng." Rong Yin grasped her hand. "Are you sulking with me again?" Zhu Zheng chuckled at his bluntness. Realizing he had quickly discerned her mood, Rong Yin paused momentarily before softly urging, "Be obedient and finish your soup." "Have I not been obedient enough?" Zhu Zheng frowned. "I have been confined here, following your every whim regarding what I eat and wear. Is it too much to ask for a breath of fresh air?" As her words hung in the air, Rong Yin and Appos' gaze shifted slightly, and he released her hand. It seemed there was no hope for her. Feeling somewhat defeated, Zhu Zheng lowered her head and made her way to the couch, contemplating her next strategy. "I did not intend to confine you," Rong Yin suddenly said. "I will take you out to see the world tomorrow." "What?" Zhu Zheng exclaimed, her heart soaring with joy as she swiftly returned to his side. Realizing her question might have offered him an escape, she hurriedly proposed, "Can we go now? The door is just there. We need only to step outside." Rong Yin raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "You are insatiable." "Dear Lord," Zhu Zheng grasped his sleeve and shook it. "Please allow me just a small step beyond the threshold. You are so magnanimous and noble, while I am simply desperate, counting the days like years. Just before you arrived, I peered out the window. Tonight is a full moon, and the snow outside gleams like silver. Let's go out for just a moment, please." After a long pause, Rong Yin finally nodded. He fetched several winter garments and instructed Zhu Zheng to change, wrapping her in a cloak and placing a snow rabbit fur hat atop her head. He cocooned her in white fluff. Looking down at her still pale face, he cautioned to stand in the corridor. "Of course," Zhu Zheng exclaimed, poised for action, her hand already on the door. As she opened it, the biting wind rushed in, laden with snowflakes that struck her face. What a fierce northern landscape. What a grand night of snow. Zhu Zheng squinted, preparing to inhale deeply when Rong Yin stepped in front of her. "Go to the back window. The wind is gentler there," he instructed. Zhu Zheng nodded cheerfully, but was clearly not yet well enough to walk steadily on her own, still needing Rong Yin's support. As they stepped outside, her layers of clothing made her feel heavier, and she waddled like a little duckling in the soft snow. Rong Yin held a lantern in one hand and supported her waist with the other, almost cradling her as they walked. The biting wind was mostly shielded by his tall figure, and Zhu Zheng, bundled in warm clothing, even broke a light sweat by the time they reached the back window. The moonlight was cool and cleansing, illuminating the icicles hanging from the eaves with exceptional clarity. The red plum blossoms, heavy with snow, sparkled like silver. In the distance, the mountains, layered and steep, appeared softened by the snow, blending seamlessly into the dark sky. Zhu Zheng rubbed her eyes, wishing to see more clearly. It seemed futile. The distant mountains remained a hazy gray. Reluctantly, She shifted her gaze back to the nearby scene, only to find that the red plums, cloaked in white, had also become indistinct, merging into a blurred pattern of red and white. Perplexed, she turned to look at the Grand Tutor, about to speak, when she suddenly fell silent. His face too appeared shrouded in a gray haze. Chapter 41. Summoning spirits. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered across Zhu Zheng and Appo's mind. Countless thoughts, both good and bad, emerged, and soon a story she had once read came to her. In the annals of the Great Yong, it was recorded that when the Mongxiao tribesmen invaded, the border guards, clad in white, skillfully traversed the snow-capped mountains and encircled the enemy from behind, achieving a great victory. It was noted that individuals who lingered too long in the snow could experience a brief sensation of dizziness and blindness, referred to as snow blindness. Perhaps she was also afflicted by this condition, having not stepped outside for nearly a month, spending her days in a stupor, her eyes needing time to adjust like her limbs. It seemed unnecessary to make a fuss over it. If the Grand Tutor were to find out, he would undoubtedly whisk her back to her chamber. Unfortunately, she had already drawn the attention of Rong Xing, and even the slightest anomaly could not escape his keen observation. "What's wrong?" Rong Xing inquired. Zhu Zheng maintained a composed expression, blinking rapidly to hasten her adjustment, and fabricated an excuse to deflect his concern. "Nothing. I was just admiring your appearance, my lord." Rong Yin's expression froze, as if he had inhaled a sharp gust of wind, and he cleared his throat. Zhu Zheng, though her vision was impaired, noted his reaction and, sensing an opportunity, continued in a teasing tone, "Not only do you look handsome, my lord, but you're also incredibly considerate when it comes to caring for others. I was just contemplating how I might express my gratitude." "No need for any repayment," he replied. Disregarding his polite refusal, Zhu Zheng allowed a mischievous smile to dance on her lips. "After much contemplation, I can only offer myself in return." Rong Xing suddenly fell silent, standing before her like a statue of ice. Zhu Zheng reached out, waving her hand before him. "My lord?" Still no response. The snow blindness truly dulled his sensibilities. Zhu Zheng, her vision hazy, could not discern his expression clearly. Resolutely, she rose on her toes and gently pressed the back of her hand against the skin behind his ear. Indeed, it felt warm, though her hands were not particularly cold. The heat radiating from his skin was palpable. Finally, Rong Xing returned to his senses, seizing her wrist and capturing that audacious hand. As he prepared to speak, Zhu Zheng erupted into laughter, her eyes turning into crescent moons. "Was so amusing?" Rong Xing inquired. "I've discovered your secret, my lord." Rong Yin's grip tightened as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it pressed firmly against his cheekbone, the warmth intensifying beneath her touch. Zhu Zheng's curiosity grew, and she unabashedly exposed. "Your secret is that you are easily embarrassed." Moreover, she brushed her fingertip against the contour of his ear. "Whenever you feel shy, your ears turn red first." Rong Xing stiffened once more. "No, I do not." "Oh, my lord, you are quite stubborn," Zhu Zheng teased, her brow arching in triumph, relishing in the discovery of his vulnerability. Years later, the audacious Miss Zhu would come to learn that her playful antics had a specific term in the tales: teasing. Yet in that moment, she simply withdrew her hand, leaving the Grand Tutor, with his flushed ears, momentarily speechless. "Fear not. I shall guard this secret closely and ensure no one else discovers it." She winked, scooping up some snow from the window ledge, molding it into a snowball to cool the warmth in her palm. Finding it quite enjoyable, she prepared to make another. Just as she completed her second snowball, the once stoic Rong Xing suddenly moved, grasping Zhu Zheng. "Do you stand by your previous words?" "What words?" Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "To offer yourself in return." "Of course, I do not stand by that." Zhu Zheng, realizing the gravity of her jest, felt a chill of fear, causing her snowball to tumble to the ground. "My lord, I was merely joking. Surely you recognize that?" The candlelight flickered, casting shadows across Rong Yin's expression, revealing a hint of displeasure. The brevity of his response sent a wave of regret through Zhu Zheng. Her sudden boldness may have irked him. "My lord," she contemplated apologizing. "Such jesting should not be shared with others," Rong Xing stated gravely. "Oh, very well." Zhu Zheng nodded sincerely. momentarily forgetting the Grand Tutor's rigid integrity, realizing she had learned her lesson and would refrain from such comments in the future. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Zhu Zheng discarded the half-formed snowball, turning to feign interest in the plum blossoms, stepping away from Rong Yin to create some distance. The moonlight cascaded softly across the mountain, while snowflakes, delicate as salt, fell from the heavens. Compared to the fierce blizzards of her nightmares, the snow at Chengshu Mountain was far more tranquil. The red plum blossoms flourished, burdened by the thick layer of snow, many petals succumbing to the weight and falling from their branches. Sensing the gaze lingering on her back, Zhu Zheng hurriedly feigned busyness, holding up the hem of her cloak to catch the falling snow and petals beneath the plum tree. As the cool air filled her lungs, her vision began to blur. Soon, even the plum trees became indistinct. The surroundings seemed to dissolve into chaos, leaving her with only the sound of the wind, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world. This desolation felt eerily familiar. The lively girl who had been so eager to gather flowers fell silent. Rong Yin stood a few paces away, beside her. Beneath his furry hood, only the tip of his chin was visible, adorned with fallen petals, adding to his air of melancholy. He approached, candle holder in hand. Zhu Zheng snapped from her reverie. She responded, "What were you thinking about?" "Nothing," Zhu Zheng replied, forcing a smile, recalling a dream she had once experienced. "A dream?" Rong Yin prompted. "My lord, have you ever seen the Nile Bridge?" Rong Yin shook his head. "I have," she spoke softly, her head still bowed. "It stood over a bottomless black river, a white stone bridge looming before me. I seemed to have lost my way, and before I realized it, I found myself at the bridge's edge, preparing to cross to the other side, and then just before stepping onto the bridge, I suddenly heard the sound of a flute." As she recounted her tale, her voice gradually faded. With a calm mind, she recognized the folly in sharing her dream with another, especially one so nonsensical and incomplete, likely a mere figment of her unconscious mind. Rong Yin stood close. The wind swept the petals from her grasp, cascading onto his robes. Zhu Zheng looked up at him, biting her lip, hesitant to continue her story. "Did this dream bring you unhappiness?" Rong Yin asked, bringing the candle closer. Zhu Zheng found it difficult to explain, nodding in agreement. "I suppose so. Would you like to hear it again?" he asked. "Hear what?" "The flute melody from your dream." Zhu Zheng was puzzled. How would one listen to it? Would I need to be struck down again to lose consciousness? Rong Yin extended the candle holder toward her, prompting her to relinquish her cloak, allowing the scattered petals to flutter between them. He produced a bamboo flute from within his garments. "I shall play it for you." Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then expressed admiration. "My lord, you carry an assortment of treasures with you. It seems you can conjure up surprises at any moment. How vast must your pockets be?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Rong Yin's eyes as he tightened her cloak, readying the ribbon beneath her chin. "Please, take a seat in the corridor," he instructed. The Grand Tutor's performance was a rare spectacle, and Zhu Zheng was eager to witness it. She brushed away a small patch of snow from the railing and settled down with the candle holder in her hands. "What piece will you play, my lord?" she inquired with curiosity. Rong Yin turned to her, the moonlight casting a soft silver glow on his figure. Amidst the wind and snow, Zhu Zheng heard him softly utter two words: "Summoning spirits." Chapter 42. Has she been reborn? The moonlight shone brightly upon the courtyard, resembling a crystal-clear spring, casting the silhouettes of the two figures into delicate, elongated shadows. As the snow intensified, Rong Yin stood with his flute, the ethereal notes gradually spilling forth. The sound was long and gentle, awakening the tranquil mountains of the night. Zhu Zheng sat alone with a lamp, feeling as though the world around her had become empty, with only the moonlit figure lingering in her sight. In the desolate expanse, the flute's sound echoed into the distance, like a cold flower in the frost. With the stream wind and distant moon, no one to embrace. The haunting melody swirled and danced, reminiscent of the Milky Way cascading down, at times brief and overflowing, at times distant and expansive, evoking a sound familiar from dreams. After a moment, the flute ceased. The melody concluded gently, as if hinting at unexpressed sentiments. Zhu Zheng remained immersed for a long while, lost in thought. until she noticed Rong Yin had finished his piece. When feigning indifference, she was sweet-tongued, yet when truly moved, words eluded her. After some time, she managed to utter, "My lord, may I see your flute?" Rong Yin handed it to her. It was a 9-section flute made of purple bamboo, simple yet elegant in design, adorned only with a coarse carving of fish patterns at the end, worn smooth over the years, suggesting it had seen considerable use. Observing her meticulous examination, Rong Yin inquired, "Do you like it?" Having spent considerable time with Rong Yin, Zhu Zheng had begun to decipher some of his temperament. He was magnanimous and resolute, unlike ordinary folk. At that moment, she almost guessed that if she expressed her fondness, he would likely give her the flute outright. If it were gold or jewels, she would have accepted without hesitation, but a flute held connotations of commitment and connection, and she could not dare to take that risk, uncertain if it was a gift from another. Yet, she could not say she disliked it. It was indeed a rare and beautiful flute. She replied vaguely and then awkwardly shifted the topic. "My lord, why is the piece you played called Summoning the Soul?" Though the melody had its ups and downs, it did not sound mournful. "It is related to a legend of Chengshu Mountain," Rong Yin explained, brushing the snow off Zhu Zheng's hat. "Are you cold? We should return to the room." "I'm not cold," Zhu Zheng countered, bargaining. "But could you tell me about this legend first?" Rong Yin did not insist and sat beside her, beginning to speak slowly. "Long ago, there was a small kingdom to the south of Mongxiu called Haichu, which suffered greatly from the incessant invasions of its neighbor, Changhu. One day, Changhu sent a messenger to propose a marriage alliance with Princess Xinping of Haichu, promising never to wage war again. Once the marriage was settled, the bridal procession passed through Chengshu Mountain, only to be caught in a storm. The bearers abandoned the sedan chair, and it fell from the cliff, where a 1,000-year-old serpent lord saved the princess and formed a bond with her. The serpent lord fell in love at first sight, but Princess Xinping was terrified by his serpent form and lost her wits, compelling the serpent lord to retreat into the shadows and cultivate a human form, hoping for the day they could meet again. Eventually, he achieved his goal, and the Haichu emissaries found Princess Xinping at Chengshu Mountain, taking her back. However, upon his arrival, the serpent lord discovered that Haichu was in mourning. The king of Changhu deemed the princess's presence ominous and dishonorable, tearing up the marriage contract and demanding her execution, or else it would be considered a declaration of war. The kingdom of Haichu was gripped by fear, and the king, unable to oppose the will of the people, imprisoned Princess Xinping in the palace, ordering her to drink poison as a sacrifice to the nation. All of this transpired the day before the serpent lord's arrival. He traveled day and night, only to find the lifeless body of his beloved in a dream. Rong Yan's voice remained calm, devoid of much inflection. Yet Zhu Zheng felt her heart stir. What happened in the end? Did the serpent lord avenge Xinping? She couldn't help but ask. Rong Yan furrowed his brow. "No. Why not?" Zhu Zheng inquired. Perhaps he understood in his heart. Rong Yan gazed at Zhu Zheng, knowing that even if he had avenged her, she would never return. Zhu Zheng felt a hollowness within. "Do you remember the name of the piece?" Rong Yan asked, noticing her dejection. Zhu Zheng nodded. "It is said that the spirit of Chengshu Mountain can grant wishes. As long as one presents enough sincerity to move the mountain god, their desires can be fulfilled." Rong Yan's gaze drifted far away. The serpent lord brought Xinping's body back to the mountain, kneeling before the mountain god for 7 days and nights, ultimately summoning her soul back. Suddenly, an icicle broke from the eaves, shattering with a crisp sound. Zhu Zheng's heart raced. "Are you saying she was reborn?" "Yes." Rong Yan nodded, his voice softening. In the end, the serpent lord and Xinping were reunited and withdrew to Chengshu Mountain. And what was the cost of her rebirth? A chill crept over Zhu Zheng. What did the serpent lord offer to the mountain god? Rong Yan lowered his gaze, staring into Zhu Zheng's ink-black eyes. "It is not important," he replied. This was the first time Zhu Zheng had heard of matters concerning life and death, and she vaguely sensed a significant connection to her own extraordinary experiences. She grasped his sleeve. "How can it not be important?" Rong Yan averted his gaze. "The princess did not know, so it is unimportant. The serpent lord did not care, so it is also unimportant." Crimson plum petals danced in the wind, mingling in a mosaic of white and red on the ground. Rong Yan's profile appeared somewhat indistinct to Zhu Zheng, like a fleeting shadow destined to dissipate. She nearly opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from pursuing the matter further. Her body had yet to heal, and being under someone else's roof was hardly an opportune moment to unveil any astonishing secrets. Let it be. There would be time in the future. Zhu Zheng glanced at the misty, distant mountains, striving to calm her emotions, noticing Rong Yin still gazing off into the distance, lost in thought. "My lord," she called softly. Rong Yin turned his head. The atmosphere felt heavy. Zhu Zheng smiled slightly and teased. "Are you truly human?" Rong Yin raised an eyebrow. "Do I seem like a ghost to you?" Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Her intention was to jokingly inquire how he knew about such supernatural matters, wondering if he might be a fallen, celestial being residing here. However, his retort sent a shiver down her spine, leaving her uncertain whether to nod or shake her head. "Are you afraid of ghosts?" Rong Yin asked. Due to the snow blindness, a layer of white light enveloped Rong Yin's face, making it difficult to discern his expression clearly. This rendered his words all the more eerie. In the past, Zhu Zheng, who had slept with a soul guarding well, would have feared nothing. Yet now, having died once and barely returned to life, it was wise to maintain mutual respect. Thus, Zhu Zheng hesitantly nodded. Rong Yin straightened his expression slightly. Would a ghost fear? The question was rather peculiar, clearly a trap laden with deceit. And Zhu Zheng dared not shake her head or nod. The Grand Tutor possesses profound virtue and accomplishments, even if she paused, carefully choosing her words. If he were to ascend to the heavens, he would undoubtedly become a deity and would not linger in the mortal realm as a lost soul. What if I do? Zhu Zheng felt somewhat bewildered. If you did, there would be no need to seek me out. Rong Yan's gaze locked onto Zhu Zheng's face, peering deeply into her eyes. Suddenly, he declared, "Then let it be a dream." Whether due to his tone or inflection, everything Rong Yin said sounded incredibly earnest, devoid of any hint of jest. At that moment, Zhu Zheng could not discern if he bore a teasing expression. His voice seemed to suggest he intended to seek her out in a dream, merely to notify her kindly in advance. "Perhaps we should not discuss this anymore," she suggested quietly. The Grand Tutor's fate was illustrious and unrestricted, while Zhu Zheng, having experienced death and nearly faced it again, could not help but feel superstitious. Rong Yin chuckled softly, noticing her cautious demeanor as she scanned her surroundings. "What a coward." Zhu Zheng pouted. "I am a brave soul." Rong Yin took the candlestick from Zhu Zheng's hands, circling around her before suddenly extinguishing the flame. The cool moonlight cascaded over the two figures, enveloping them in its ethereal glow. They became akin to a pair of inseparable spirits, destined to remain together for eternity. He murmured softly, and as his words lingered in the air, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the shadows of the plum trees to writhe ominously, their numerous branches stretching out like elongated hands, entwining the two gray silhouettes on the ground. Such words could only be uttered by someone who had never encountered the afterlife. The seasoned Zhu Zheng shook her head in resignation. Who would willingly choose to be a ghost if they could be human? Certainly not her. It was time to return. Zhu Zheng was the first to rise, gingerly maneuvering her numb legs, limping back with great difficulty. Just as she reached the corner, she felt a sudden tightening around her waist, and her feet were abruptly lifted off the ground as she was swept into an embrace. Startled, Zhu Zheng let out a scream, the echo reverberating into the night and startling a flock of slumbering snow sparrows into flight. "What? Do you think the audacious spirit intends to devour the timid one?" Rong Yin tightened his hold on her, amused. Zhu Zheng covered her mouth, locking eyes with his, which sparkled with a gentle mirth. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully punched him. "Have you lost your senses, my lord?" Rong Yin, receiving her soft blow, smiled even more broadly, carrying her backward while leaning closer to her ear. "I was merely jesting. Did you not perceive that?" The warm breath, infused with the cool fragrance of plum blossoms, tickled her ear, eliciting a delightful shiver. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? She finally recognized it as a playful retaliation for her earlier teasing. "You truly are remarkably vengeful." Rong Yin halted, intrigued. "What is it?" With her life resting in his embrace, Zhu Zheng feared that a fleeting displeasure might result in her being unceremoniously tossed into the snow, compelling her to swallow her words. Indeed, he possessed quite the strength. Chapter 43, Shoulders. After several days of eating, taking medicine, applying ointments, and sleeping, Zhu Zheng's wounds had formed a thick scab, and her arms and legs grew stronger. Seeing that the time was ripe, Zhu Zheng pondered for a long while, and finally made a rather reasonable yet audacious request after dinner. "May I take a bath?" Rong Xing, having just finished tidying up the dishes, paused momentarily upon hearing her, then grasped her hand to check her pulse. After a lengthy process of observation and inquiry, he eventually nodded in agreement. The bathing room was warmed with a heated floor, and hot water along with clean clothes were prepared. Rong Xing gently carried Zhu Zheng inside. "Why can't I walk myself? It's not like my legs are injured." Zhu Zheng protested, feeling somewhat bashful. Recently, she had felt increasingly healthier, yet for some reason, the Grand Tutor was overly concerned, insisting on carrying her about at the slightest provocation. "The water will cool," Rong Xing briefly explained, placing her on a stool beside the tub. He squatted down, his hand naturally reaching for her collar. "Stop right there," Zhu Zheng exclaimed. "What are you doing? Are you not going to undress for your bath?" Covering her collar, Zhu Zheng insisted, "I can manage on my own. No need for assistance." Rong Xing raised an eyebrow slightly, as if her words were nonsensical. "You intend to wash yourself? What else would I do?" Zhu Zheng was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend what she had said that was so outlandish. Did he think she wanted him to help her bathe? The steam rising from the tub enveloped the bathing room, and for a fleeting moment, Rong Xing appeared momentarily taken aback. After a while, he slowly withdrew his hand that had been suspended in the air. "I did not think so," he replied. "Then you may proceed." Zhu Zheng pouted and gestured towards the door. Rong Xing hesitated for a moment, then finally stood, removing a bell from his waist ornament and placing it in Zhu Zheng's hand. This was a delicate silver bell with a cloud pattern at its base, engraved with a solitary crane, its eye inlaid with a translucent ruby, exquisitely beautiful. He truly carried everything with him. Zhu Zheng wouldn't be surprised if he pulled out a stone grinding wheel one day. "If you require my assistance, simply ring the bell," he instructed her. Such poetic phrasing intrigued Zhu Zheng. She shook the bell in her hand, and the crisp sound resonated between them, delightfully ethereal. "Wouldn't it be faster to simply call for you?" she queried, somewhat puzzled, attempting to return the bell. Rong Xing did not take it back. "Your voice is just right. Cherish it." That seemed quite reasonable. The water would cool quickly in winter, so before leaving, Rong Xing added another pot of hot water. "I shall be at the door. Stay a bit farther away." Zhu Zheng waved her hand. "I likely want tea be finished for a while." Rong Xing nodded and closed the door behind him. The water was pleasantly warm, infused with herbs to alleviate bruising, and Zhu Zheng submerged herself, finally experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief. At the 3-inch mark on her chest, a purplish-black scab had formed, and the water stung slightly upon contact. Zhu Zheng gently caressed the edge of the wound with her fingers, feeling the coarse texture against her skin. She pressed down slightly, and a deep pain caused her to frown. 3 inches. That was the extent of her power to change her fate. Once, she had believed that avoidance was a useful strategy, which was why she had endeavored to sever any ties with Gong Xiao. Truth be told, she had done quite well in evading him. However, after this injury, she suddenly realized much. In her past life, she had thought there was no connection between the Zhu family and the Crown Prince, believing they had been annihilated solely due to lack of support and bad luck. Yet upon reflecting on Gong Xiao's words before the battle, it was clear he had long harbored intentions towards the Zhu family, especially regarding her sister. They were not only old acquaintances, but his words seemed to allude to another individual who had haunted him. Who was that person? Would the entangled stories among the 3 of them be the crux of an inevitable deadlock? Zhu Zheng remained perplexed, but understood that as long as the knot remained untied, fate would surely shoot the same arrow, and the Zhu family would inevitably be consumed by the same great fire. No matter how diligently she tried to navigate this situation, there was no escaping it. To unravel the truth, she needed to return to Xinjing as soon as possible. Thinking of that smirking face, A chill crept up her spine. It dawned on her that she had been lost in thought for too long. The water was already starting to cool. With a heart full of worries, Zhu Zheng rose from the water, reaching for the soft towel hanging on the nearby rack. Unfortunately, the towel snagged on her discarded clothing, forcing her to lean awkwardly and tug forcefully. The towel came loose, but the sudden pull caused the entire tub to sway precariously. Zhu Zheng gasped and instinctively turned her body, managing to cushion her fall with her right shoulder just before hitting the ground. The loud crash echoed through the bathing room, mingling with the splashing water, and Zhu Zheng found herself lying on her back, exposed. Before she could gather her breath, the sound of the door crashing open reached her ears, followed by hurried footsteps. The beauty lay sprawled, her dark hair like a cloud, wet and scattered about her. Zhu Zheng attempted to turn to at least compose herself, but it was too late. A figure in a deep crimson robe loomed before her. Despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, pretending to be unconscious from the fall. Zhu Zheng, Rong Xing called out to her, seemingly asking if she was all right. Zhu Zheng dared not respond, her heart heavy as she kept her eyes tightly shut, until he wrapped her in something and swiftly carried her back to the bedroom. Zhu Zheng remained silent, dutifully playing the part of one who had fainted. Upon reaching the bed, she immediately found a refuge, curling up beneath the brocade quilt like a turtle retreating into its shell. Such a feigned act could not escape Rong Yan's keen gaze. He pulled her head from the covers, exposing her face to the open air. "What does it hurt? My face hurts. Why are you not speaking?" Rong Yan pressed on relentlessly, observing Zhu Zheng's closed eyes as she slowly sank further beneath the covers, and he moved as if to lift the quilt. Continuing to feign unconsciousness would lead nowhere. Zhu Zheng finally had to relent. "Could you please let me be for a moment?" Upon hearing her voice, a clear sense of relief washed over Rong Yan's face as he exhaled slowly. "Tell me, where did you fall?" Zhu Zheng replied. "I used my right arm to brace myself when I landed, so only my right shoulder is slightly sore. It should be nothing serious. A good sleep will do." Seeing her lapse into silence once more, with her flushed face peeking from the quilt, revealing only her two glistening eyes, as if brimming with unshed tears, Rong Yin reached out and gently touched her forehead. "Are you running a fever?" Zhu Zheng turned her face away, no. His hand followed, grasping her chin. "Your face is quite hot." "That's embarrassing." Like a fish caught in a net, Zhu Zheng squirmed slightly. "It doesn't matter. It's not a fever." Rong Yin leaned closer, studying her face for a long while, eventually recognizing her profound embarrassment. "I did not get a clear look," he uttered awkwardly, offering clumsy comfort to her. That only made matters worse. Zhu Zheng's face grew hotter, and instinctively she retorted, "What more do you wish to see?" A flush crept onto Rong Yan's face as well. He remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly grasping her discomfort, and turned his back to her. "Check yourself. Let me know where you are hurt." Zhu Zheng sighed deeply. It was clear that today, unless she revealed her injuries, the Grand Tutor was not going to relent. She had no choice but to comply, raising her hand to lift the quilt for a glance, only to find her right shoulder completely numb, unable to move. Trying to shift her position, the slightest movement caused her to involuntarily hiss in pain. Rong Yin immediately turned back. "What is wrong?" "My arm." Zhu Zheng managed to squeeze out, "I think it might be dislocated." Rong Yan's expression darkened as he leaned closer, gripping the corner of her quilt. As Zhu Zheng stood as if facing a formidable adversary, she found herself devoid of the means to thwart his actions. All she could hear was Rong Yan's low murmur of apology as the corner of the fabric was lifted to reveal a narrow opening. A pair of hands intruded within, sending a chill coursing through her body, causing her to tremble, nearly rendering her incapable of coherent thought. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to utter, "My lord, your shoulder, it is above." Chapter 44. Once, different Rong Yin softly hummed in acknowledgement, his hands instinctively trembling slightly. With his vision obscured by the quilt, his hands moved beneath it, occasionally bumping against each other as they navigated her soft contours, finally finding the right place. He adjusted her shoulder, gripping her arm gently but firmly. Accompanied by Zhu Zheng's stifled cry of pain, her arm was realigned. His hands swiftly withdrew, separating from the quilt the warmth that was solely hers. For a moment, the room was filled only with the faint sound of the candle wick sputtering. The silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Zhu Zheng felt as though she were a cooked shrimp, her eyes unsure of where to look. Rong Yin sat by the bed, his gaze cast down, remaining silent. In this peculiar silence, their evasive glances met, and they both recoiled almost simultaneously. "You," Rong Yin began. "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Zhu Zheng's voice was muffled, no more. He replied. Zhu Zheng stole a glance at him. Her ears flushed crimson, a blush spreading across her porcelain face. It was far more alarming when both their faces burned with embarrassment. Silence weighed heavily upon them like a boulder, prompting Zhu Zheng to tentatively inquire, "Why? Why aren't you leaving yet?" She could not leave, but he could. If he hurried away, they both might be saved. Why linger in this mutual gaze, when the blood in her veins felt as though it might boil over? Rong Yin remained still. Zhu Zheng took a deep breath, burying her head back into the quilt. "I'm going to sleep." "All right." He finally stood up. The sound of footsteps echoed outside the quilt, followed by the sound of a door closing. Zhu Zheng cautiously peeked out, only to hear the door open once more. Rong Yin, who was supposed to leave, returned. Zhu Zheng quickly withdrew her head back under the covers, too timid to look at him. "Your clothes." Rong Yin paused at the door, remembering to take them out. "Do not sleep wrapped up." Zhu Zheng was puzzled. "What clothes?" Rong Yin hesitated, then after a long pause. "Turn away, never mind." The sight of the esteemed Grand Tutor retreating, clad only in thin inner garments, finally made her realize what he meant by clothes. Beneath the brocade quilt, the silk outer robe felt smooth against her bare skin. The lingering scent of osmanthus enveloped her, as if she were lying bare in his embrace. Zhu Zheng's newly opened eyes gradually closed again. It would be better to simply perish from embarrassment. In the following days, the atmosphere grew decidedly unusual. Following her fall and the inevitable reopening of her wounds, the Grand Tutor took it upon himself to set up a small bed beside Zhu Zheng's, initiating a routine of shared meals and sleep. The unusualness did not stem from Zhu Zheng. She initially felt quite awkward about that exceedingly embarrassing incident, but her pride was not of utmost importance, and she quickly comprehended the underlying rationale. Strictly speaking, she was merely a patient who had just begun to care for herself, while the Grand Tutor was her physician. Thus, to a doctor, seeing a naked person was essentially no different from observing a dog, a cat, or a piece of meat. The true peculiarity lay with someone else. The typically stoic and unyielding Grand Tutor had undergone a remarkable change in temperament over the past few days. Initially, Zhu Zheng noticed that he frequently spaced out, his eyes fixed on her while his mind seemed elsewhere. Then came the frequent blunders, such as forgetting to add salt while cooking, allowing the medicine to boil dry, and even forgetting how many garments he had donned. Could he be possessed? During an afternoon medication session, Zhu Zheng could no longer contain her curiosity. "My lord, why do you seem so strange?" Rong Yan's expression stiffened. "Strange? In what way?" Zhu Zheng glanced down at his poorly bandaged wound, which was haphazardly done compared to his previous meticulous methods. "Is this not strange?" Zhu Zheng pointed to her heart, and the Grand Tutor appeared to falter. Rong Yan raised his gaze to Zhu Zheng, remaining silent for a moment, offering no defense for himself. Before, it was different. Different in what way? Zhu Zheng pressed. Before he could respond, Rong Yin swallowed hard. "I only thought of your speedy recovery." Zhu Zheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "And now you no longer think of it?" Rong Yin furrowed his brow. "That is not what I meant." "What do you mean, then?" Rong Yin maintained his frown, fixing his gaze on her face, while Zhu Zheng mirrored his expression, waiting for him to elaborate. Instead, he picked up a nearby blue porcelain medicine bowl and abruptly changed the subject. "The medicine is getting cold." Zhu Zheng squinted at him, ignoring the approaching medicine spoon, her hands gripping the bowl as she attempted to drink it all in one go. For some reason, Rong Yin did not release his grip in time. Zhu Zheng was unable to wrest the bowl from him, so she took a deep breath and gulped hard. The bitter liquid caught in her throat, and she began to cough violently, the unswallowed remnants streaming down her chin. Rong Yin pulled out a handkerchief. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Didn't you say the medicine was getting cold? Zhu Zheng coughed, her chest heaving, allowing him to pull her close to wipe her face, her entire being nearly submerged in his neck. After a prolonged bout of coughing, she attempted to sit up, but in her distraction, her soft lips brushed against a sharp edge. Rong Yan's chest stiffened slightly, and Zhu Zheng instinctively withdrew, barely registering what she had inadvertently touched before Rong Yan abruptly stood up. The medicine bowl tipped over onto him, splattering the unfinished concoction across his garments. Zhu Zheng was startled, my lord. Rong Yan's chest rose and fell erratically, his hand clenching the handkerchief into a fist. I will go brew another bowl. He uttered this before turning on his heel and striding out the door, his steps hurried as though pursued by a specter. Truly, he was becoming increasingly peculiar. Zhu Zheng watched his panicked retreat, pondering for long while before finally coming to a realization. As the saying goes, no filial piety is shown by the side of the sickbed. In any case, the Grand Tutor was still human. After attending to her for so long, remaining ever-present and devoted, even celestial beings would grow weary. He must surely be losing patience with her sickly self. Zhu Zheng felt a heaviness in her heart, resolved to devise a way to cheer him up in the coming days, lest their physician-patient relationship deteriorate further. Thus, the next day, under Zhu Zheng's careful coaxing, Rong Yan agreed to accompany her for a stroll. The day was clear, a rare respite from snow. For the first time, Zhu Zheng had the opportunity to truly observe her surroundings. Stepping outside the room where she had lingered for so long, a gravel path extended before her, leading into the courtyard, the layout neat and orderly, dotted with red plums that swayed gently in the breeze, soft snowflakes cascading down. Nearby, the eaves were elegantly curved, winding paths leading into secluded corners, while in the distance, rooftops rose and fell, seemingly without end. Their dwelling appeared to be a sizable estate nestled in the mountains. Zhu Zheng stood beneath the corridor, gazing around, while Rong Yan meticulously checked to ensure her hat and gloves were securely fastened. She inhaled deeply, the familiar scent of cold osmanthus mingling with the fragrance of the red plums outside. What place is this? Zhu Zheng inquired, her curiosity piqued. Is it the Grand Tutor's hometown? Her speculation was not baseless. Compared to the confines of the court, he seemed far more suited to be in a place like this, serenading the endless snowfall with a soft melody. And what do you think of this place? Rong Yan countered without answering. Such a question was rather vague. Zhu Zheng hesitated, unsure of how to evaluate it, and replied ambiguously, the scenery is absolutely splendid, far more magnificent than the snow in Shengjing. As Rong Yan finished securing the ties of her cloak, his hands lingered at her collar. From a distance, it appeared as though he cradled her face. He leaned slightly closer, aligning his gaze with hers, the amber light in his eyes unexpectedly gentle. Then let us stay here, shall we? Chapter 45. I never make wishes though puzzled by a sudden inquiry. Zhu Zheng did not forget her intention to please the Grand Tutor, so she quickly offered a cheerful smile. All right. Rong Yan's gaze flickered, fixating on Zhu Zheng without blinking. Let's stay here, building snowmen and enjoying the snowflakes. It is said that those who dwell in cold places tend to live longer. Zhu Zheng, with utmost seriousness, asked, My lord, have you heard of this? After a pause, Rong Yan replied, I haven't. I read it in the history of Beijiang. I cannot ascertain its truth. Zhu Zheng pondered, then sought verification from this dubious Beijiang native. You wouldn't be suggesting that the people of Beijiang fabricated it to lure others here, would you? Rong Yan remained silent, gradually straightening his posture, his eyes dimming. His demeanor hardly suggested he was amused. Zhu Zheng found it perplexing. Just moments ago, he seemed to anticipate an affirmative response, yet now he appeared displeased despite her compliance. Could this perhaps be a test to gauge whether her heart still lingered in Shengjing? My lord, Zhu Zheng tentatively called out, candidly expressing, please provide a clear indication. Do you wish me to say yes or no? A helpless smile curved at the corners of Rong Yan's lips as he unexpectedly flicked her forehead. Hey! Zhu Zheng winced in surprise. Let's go. Rong Yan turned, signaling for Zhu Zheng to follow. They ventured outside the villa, the location chosen by Rong Yan. For Zhu Zheng was unfamiliar with the terrain. Unlike the snow blanketing Shengjing's blue tiles, The snow on Qingshu Mountain was domineering and fierce, enveloping the world in an expansive, breathtaking white, seemingly infinite. As they ambled along, stopping to ski and play on the ice, they finally arrived at a pavilion bridge. From within, gazing north, one could see a series of cliffs interspersed between mountains, imposing and awe-inspiring against the boundless expanse of snow. Standing there, one felt like a mere ink dot, insignificant enough that all worries and sorrows seemed trivial. At the cliff's edge stood an ancient pine, adorned with colorful ropes, swaying like vibrant waves in the wind. "Why are there so many colorful ropes?" Zhu Zheng inquired, intrigued. "This place is called the Bridge of All Beings," Rong Xing explained. "According to the legends of Qingshu Mountain, the mountain deity regards all beings as subjects. The people of Beijiang traditionally treat this as a sacred mountain, often tying ropes here to make wishes." "I see," Zhu Zheng mused, gazing at the silent cliffside pine, its branches fluttering with countless heavy wishes amidst the swirling snow. When confronted with such grandeur, it is natural for one to feel a sense of insignificance. To behold the vastness of the world and, in turn, make a wish amidst such scenery is almost instinctual. Beneath the pavilion, a gentleman in purple and a beauty in white stood facing each other, as the wind swept up the drifting snowflakes, dampening their hair. Rong Yin took Zhu Zheng's hand and presented her with a similar colorful rope. However, she did not accept it. "My lord, please make a wish instead," Rong Yin replied. "This is meant for you." "I do not need it." Zhu Zheng shook her head. "I never make wishes." "Why not?" he asked. "If I make a wish, the heavens will know what I cherish most, and eventually it will be taken away." Zhu Zheng looked up at Rong Yin, her face tilted towards him, the north wind displacing the white rabbit fur on her hat, obscuring half of her smiling face. She always seemed to smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and even when she was unhappy, she would force a smile. It seemed that as long as she did this, she could avoid sorrow. Rong Yin gazed at her for a while, then suddenly released her hand, allowing the delicate, colorful rope to be carried away by the wind into the chasm. Zhu Zheng blinked in surprise. "My lord, do you not have any wishes?" Beneath the vast mountains, Rong Yin looked off into the distance, indifferent. "I do." Zhu Zheng pressed on. "Then why not give it a try?" Rong Yin turned to her, the sunlight reflecting off the snow momentarily dazzling him. He squinted, his expression somewhat languid. "What comes without seeking will not be desired, and what is lost cannot be reclaimed." It appeared that they held a peculiar consensus on this matter, with one being passive and the other transparent. Since neither intended to tie ropes and make wishes, they descended from the pavilion, where a small stream flowed beneath, gushing with warm vapors as it traversed the snowy expanse. Zhu Zheng leaned down, dipping her hand into the water, exclaiming, "My lord, the water here is surprisingly warm." Rong Yin also crouched, gently supporting her waist to prevent her from falling into the stream. "There is a hot spring at the mountain's peak." Zhu Zheng, upon hearing this, became excited, her eyes wide with wonder. Rong Yin discerned her intentions, and a smile played on his handsome face. "Unfortunately, the 10th day of the 12th month marks the low water season. If you wish to bathe, you must climb to the mountaintop." "The 12th month?" Zhu Zheng slightly furrowed her brow, catching the fleeting significance in Rong Yin's words. The faint smile on his face gradually faded, his lips tightening into a serious line. Zhu Zheng, unsure if she had misheard, pressed on. "Is it really the 12th month now?" "Yes," Rong Yin confirmed with a nod. "So, after the arrow struck, I slept for 5 months?" Zhu Zheng felt as though struck by lightning. The loss of blood from the arrow wound and her subsequent 10-day coma had led her to believe only a month had passed. Yet it had been 5 months. Shengjing was now in the depths of winter. Zhu Zheng found this hard to believe. "My lord, why have you never mentioned this to me?" Realizing her tone bore a hint of reproach, she steadied herself and added, "Of course, I do not blame you, my lord. You have been too preoccupied with my well-being. Surely it was just a momentary oversight that you forgot to tell me." Rong Yin gazed at her, his pupils reflecting the shimmering water, his expression inscrutable. "I did not forget," he replied flatly. "I never intended to tell you." "Why?" Zhu Zheng finally lost her composure. Rong Yin seemed reluctant to elaborate, turning away. "It is time to return." "My lord," Zhu Zheng called out, hastily rising to follow him. Just then, the dreaded snow blindness struck. The world before her suddenly darkened, and she unknowingly stepped on as something, her footing lost, and she tumbled downward. When she next opened her eyes, it was already evening. She found herself back in the villa, lying on the familiar bed. Soon, a familiar face loomed over her. Zhu Zheng. Before she could respond, Rong Yin grasped her wrist to check her pulse, then inquired, "How long have you had difficulty seeing?" Zhu Zheng, momentarily stunned by his question, replied honestly, "I could not see clearly since the last time I went out." Rong Yin's expression darkened. "Why did you not tell me?" Zhu Zheng had always thought it was merely snow blindness. But hearing Rong Yin's question sparked a flicker of doubt within her. Did he know all along that I would have trouble seeing? Outside, the cold wind howled, and snow battered against the window. Rong Yin tightened his grip on her hand, remaining silent for an extended period. In this prolonged silence, Zhu Zheng's heart hung in the air, gradually enveloped in a chilling dread. The days of carefree interaction had fostered an unguarded trust in Rong Yin. Now, however, she found him concealing many truths, and everything around her felt like a meticulously woven dream, leaving her foolishly enchanted, never discerning what was real and what was illusion. "What else are you hiding from me, my lord?" Zhu Zheng pressed. Rong Yan's evasion was painfully evident. After a moment of waiting, she could not help but smile faintly. "If the Grand Tutor does not wish to speak, I shall take my leave and sleep." Yet, Rong Yin refused to depart. Holding Zhu Zheng's wrist and gazing intently into her eyes, enduring the growing coldness of her gaze. After a long pause, he finally closed his eyes and spoke. The arrow was poisoned. Chapter 46. You need not know. Zhu Zheng's complexion paled slightly. Her heart suddenly constricted, and a dull pain faintly emerged. In the past, she might have considered that perhaps Gong Xiao acted on a whim or genuinely made a mistake. After all, in her previous life, there was a reason to discuss. In this life, they had barely met, leaving her to ponder what compelling motive he could have to want her dead. Or perhaps, no reason was necessary at all. With a poisoned arrow at the autumn hunt, it was likely that Gong Xiao's prey was never the beasts of the forest. That arrow had long been calculated for a specific target. She felt even more fortunate for having taken Zhu Qing's place that day. "So will I still die?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "No, Rong Yin replied. "Will I become blind then?" she asked again. Rong Yin hesitated to answer immediately. Zhu Zheng's heart raced with anxiety from his silence, prompting her to press further. "What poison did he use?" Rong Yin paused for a moment, then replied softly, "You need not know." Once again, she encountered this refrain. Zhu Zheng's eyes flickered, and as the cold wind rattled the window frames, she suddenly smiled wryly. Knowing that it was Gong Xiao's doing, she found that there was indeed no need for further questions. In recent days, she had deliberately avoided thinking of that name. Yet even from 1,000 miles away, it still manipulated her life and death with insidious intent. To hear Rong Yin utter "you need not know," a simple statement, felt laden with distinctions of intimacy. Aware that Gong Xiao intended to kill, she pondered what purpose Rong Yin, her teacher, had in bringing her, nearly lifeless, to the distant Chengsu mountain. Did anyone from the Zhu family know she had been shot? Probably not. With the Grand Tutor's capability, concealing such news was a trivial matter. It was no wonder there was not a single outsider present. If she were to die, the people of Shengjing would forever believe she was merely missing. If she miraculously survived, then Gong Xiao could not be considered a murderer. Such a straightforward truth had eluded her understanding until now. "I am somewhat tired," Zhu Zheng said, her tone tinged with bitterness, a hint of grievance lurking within her heart. Before her stood a person she perhaps had never truly seen through and likely never would. Noticing her lowered gaze and the disarray of her hair, Rong Yin stepped closer, intending to smooth her locks, only to have her subtly evade him. His hand halted in midair. The poison had already been largely neutralized and no longer posed a threat to her life. "Then I must thank the Grand Tutor," Zhu Zheng replied, her expression weary, a faint smile curving her lips. "What of the remaining poison? Will you still resolve it, my lord?" Rong Yin pressed his lips together, of course. "Thank you, my lord," she expressed with a delicate smile, her gratitude palpable. Rong Yin's expression darkened further, as if he had more to say, But Zhu Zheng had already buried her head beneath the covers, leaving him with only her frail silhouette. He sat quietly for a moment before rising to leave. That night, Rong Xing did not rest on the small bed in the same room. Heavy snow began to fall again, and Zhu Zheng found herself unable to sleep. Propped against the bed, clutching her blanket as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. A bowl of medicine, long since cooled, sat on the table. Brought by Rong Xing earlier that evening. Zhu Zheng had not touched it. Outside, the world was blanketed in a flurry of white, gently cascading from the heavens. In recent days, she seemed to have completely cast aside the question of who Rong Xing truly was. After all, he was Gong Xiao's personal tutor, yet he had never been anyone to her. Saving her life might have been a mere act of convenience, a gesture of kindness, perhaps an effort to atone for the sins of his esteemed student, or perhaps for reasons unknown. In truth, it had little to do with her. Even if Gong Xiao harmed another, Rong Xing would likely have acted in the same manner. Reflecting on this, Zhu Zheng suddenly felt hollow, a pang of anguish swelling in her chest, accompanied by a dull ache. Gradually, the pain intensified, akin to cotton being torn apart, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Was it because she had neglected to take her medicine in time? Zhu Zheng bit down on the silk blanket in an attempt to alleviate the discomfort, yet the sensation only grew more overwhelming, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She could no longer resist curling up, trembling hands reaching for the bowl of medicine on the table. Her pillow slipped from the bed, rolling off to reveal a small round object that clinked as it hit the floor. Before Zhu Zheng could comprehend what had fallen, her wrist was seized, a tall, shadowy figure enveloped in a cool fragrance looming over her. She was drenched in cold sweat, a chill penetrating her bones, as this person seemed to be the only source of warmth in the world. Desperately, she clung to him, like a drowning soul grasping a piece of driftwood in the vast, merciless sea. Submerged in this familiar embrace, she felt as though she had clutched at a lifeline, uncertain whether she hoped to be rescued from her torment or to sink into an endless abyss alongside him. Zhu Zheng bit her lip until it bled as two fingers forcefully pried her mouth open, pushing a round pill past her clenched teeth. A bitter taste spread across her senses. Instinctively, she attempted to close her jaws, but the hand was relentless, firmly holding her lips apart. Zhu Zheng reached out to pull away, yet that hand remained immovable. Frustrated, she bit down hard. Blood flowed from their entwined wrists, tracing a strikingly vivid red line. Rong Xing let out a muffled grunt of pain, the suppressed sound echoing within the confines of the dimly lit bed curtain. Zhu Zheng's back arched in tension as she trembled and struggled against him. Yet he held her firmly, pinning her down. Upon the dark bed, their breaths intertwined. The throbbing pain and dizziness surged like relentless waves, ebbing and flowing until they finally receded, leaving Zhu Zheng utterly exhausted, softly drifting into slumber within his arms. Rong Xing withdrew his hand from her mouth, faint traces of blood trailing from her lips, indistinguishable as to whose it was. His fingers, marred and bleeding, bore testament to the struggle. Yet, he appeared utterly unperturbed. His Chapter 47. The return of the senior brother. After a night filled with poison, Zhu Zheng suddenly had an epiphany. Recently, she had been alone, with only Rong Xing as her sole support. Therefore, before she discerned his true intentions, she could not afford to take any risks and provoke enmity out of momentary indignation. Since the Grand Tutor was so reticent with his words, she was eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. Thus, Zhu Zheng collected her thoughts, suppressing the myriad of doubts swirling within her, and obediently entered the carriage with Rong Xing. However, she was taken aback to find that their destination was the distant Chengshu Mountain, a place she gazed at daily from her window. Little did she know that the journey would be long and arduous. After a considerable time, they finally reached the mountain's foot, only to discover that the remaining path was buried under thick snow, rendering the carriage immobile. They could only rely on their own legs. Zhu Zheng's legs, however, were not particularly reliable. Fresh snow had fallen last night, and a chilly mist enveloped the mountain. As she looked up at the peak shrouded in fog, it seemed insurmountable. Was it not too cruel to expect a recently revived person to climb such heights? The weather was hardly conducive for a climb, she reasoned. Rong Yin remained silent. My eyes are not very agile. She tried to appeal to his sympathy. Yet, he offered no response. Was it possible that he was weary of her as a burden and intended to abandon her in the mountains? Zhu Zheng steeled herself, employing a provocation tactic, thinking it sufficient to leave her there. She had no means to return to Shengjing on her own. At last, Rong Yan's composed demeanor faltered slightly. His handsome brow furrowed. You harbor many misunderstandings about me. Could she be blamed for that? He often spoke in half-truths, leaving much unsaid. She was not a mind reader. Zhu Zheng pointedly lamented, You value your words so dearly, while I, being rather dull-witted, am bound to misunderstand. Rong Yin gazed at her for a moment, lost in thought, before a faint smile graced his lips, though his eyes remained devoid of mirth. Let it be a misunderstanding. It may not be an ill fortune. Misunderstandings lead to disputes, easily escalating into inextricable knots. Zhu Zheng could not agree with such a ludicrous notion, left in shock by his absurd reasoning, rendered speechless for quite some time. Before she could gather her thoughts on how to enlighten him, Rong Yin retrieved a small bundle from the carriage, handing her a warming stove. Come up, he urged, crouching low. Huh? Zhu Zheng was bewildered. What was he implying? She had only ever seen him from a distance, aloof and unapproachable. Now he was lowering himself before her, and she dared not show disrespect. Noticing her hesitation, Rong Yin straightened. Do you prefer to be carried? The cold wind caught Zhu Zheng off guard, causing her to step back. I would rather walk on my own. But you just said your eyes are not very agile. Yeah, my legs are, Zhu Zheng retorted, turning and taking a couple of hurried steps. She was too proud to suffer humiliation. In the thick of the snow, she trudged along, her body gradually feeling as though it were emptying, her vision dimming. However, she refused to let Rong Yin see her weakness, gritting her teeth against the encroaching fatigue. Rong Yin stepped aside slightly, maintaining his distance behind her, their footprints, one large, one small, winding through the snow. Zhu Zheng, bundled in thick fur, found her steps heavy and began to pant after just a few strides, leaning against a bamboo stalk to catch her breath. She was suddenly lifted as Rong Yan's hands slipped under her knees, effortlessly cradling her waist. How much longer will you insist on pretending to be strong? He asked, looking down at her. Indeed, she could not maintain the facade for long. Are you truly going to carry me up the mountain? Zhu Zheng glanced toward the summit, offering a gentle reminder, it would be quite embarrassing if you could not manage it. Rong Yin leaned closer. You underestimate me. Zhu Zheng narrowed her eyes, cautioning him not to be overly confident. Uncertain if her words had provoked his pride, Rong Yin suddenly spun her around in his arms. It felt like swinging on a swing, the wind rushing past Zhu Zheng's ears, light as a feather. What a delightful experience, he concluded, taken aback by his unexpected playfulness. Zhu Zheng clung to him tightly. Sensing her grip, Rong Yin adjusted his hold, lifting her slightly higher. For the first time, Zhu Zheng grasped the sensation of being completely at his mercy, unable to suppress her voice. Please stop, my lord. Rong Yin released his hold. Isn't this more enjoyable? Zhu Zheng was puzzled. Why should I feel joy? It feels like a display of mockery. Upon hearing her response, Rong Yin paused, taken aback. I apologize. I do not possess the skill to amuse others, he murmured. Zhu Zheng was momentarily speechless, contemplating if this was his version of amusement, a rather archaic form of it, lifting her as if she were a child. I do not require amusement, my lord. Let us proceed. Rong Yin acquiesced with a non-committal hum, and they continued their ascent. The path was long, requiring each step, yet even being carried was exhausting. Surprisingly, it was Zhu Zheng who struggled first. Rong Yin, ever considerate, alternated their positions, allowing her to adjust. Sometimes he carried her, sometimes he set her down for a short walk. In the vast bamboo forest, snow fell upon them both as they leaned against each other, gradually making their way halfway up the mountain. Eventually, Zhu Zheng discovered that being carried was indeed the most comfortable option. Rong Yin, naturally taciturn, rendered the journey somewhat monotonous, as she could not see his pleasing visage while he bore her weight. Zhu Zheng, still not fully recovered, soon felt drowsy. Will we reach the top before dark? Rong Yin detected her weariness. If you are tired, sleep for a while. Zhu Zheng lazily nodded, but not before reminding him. when you decide to abandon me, do remember to bid me farewell." Rong Yin sighed softly. "I shall not abandon you." Throughout the journey, Rong Yin maintained a steady pace, his expression unchanging and composed. Zhu Zheng, once lively and playful, now restrained by her injuries, marveled at Rong Yin's endurance. How could someone so accustomed to luxury possess such stamina? "My lord," she called softly to him. "Yes. Do you ever feel helpless or afraid?" His chest rumbled with a deep response. "Why do you ask that? You always seem so untroubled, as if the sky could fall and you would fear nothing," she replied with half admiration and half sincerity, believing that there was nothing he could not accomplish. As her words hung in the air, the weight upon his back seemed to settle as his breathing grew steadier. The cold wind stirred her hair, brushing against his hand, sending a gentle shiver through him. He leaned his face closer, his chin grazing her hair, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he finally seemed to recall her question. "Yes, I do." His voice was warm and deep, undeniably sincere. Uncertain how long she had slept, Zhu Zheng felt a tickle at her nose, followed by a gentle pinch on her cheek. "We have arrived." Rong Yan's voice broke through her reverie. Rubbing her eyes, she found they had reached the summit, revealing a sprawling, verdant bamboo forest, with an ancient stone temple nestled within, wisps of incense curling toward the sky, embodying tranquility and serenity. Had the Grand Tutor truly carried her to paradise? Still in a daze, Zhu Zheng noticed the gatekeeper had spotted them, who promptly called out, summoning a group of young disciples in blue robes, who rushed over, surrounding them with excitement. "Senior brother, the senior brother has returned. Go summon the master. The living senior brother is back." The crowd erupted in joyful shouts, startling a flock of white cranes that took flight from the bamboo grove, transforming the once serene mountain into a lively hub of activity. Zhu Zheng had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when an elderly man with a white beard appeared at the entrance of the Taoist temple, clad in a flowing purple robe adorned with cloud patterns, hastening towards this place amidst a throng of young disciples. "Little Zheng," he called from a distance, astonishingly uttering Zhu Zheng's name. Zhu Zheng stood in a daze as he approached, his face beaming with the warmth of a Mithriya Buddha, exclaiming, "At last, I have found you." Chapter 48. Cheng-yi Zhu Zheng, bewildered, rose to her feet, yet before she could utter a word, a torrent of remarks cascaded upon her. The unfortunate little Zheng, with such a diminutive frame, must have endured considerable hardships. This young lad had not returned for several years. That day, he unexpectedly appeared at the gate, looking disheveled, his clothes tattered and shoes lost. I noticed his eyes were red, and his body was covered in blood, which sent my heart racing in terror. I hurriedly inquired about his plight, but he seemed dazed, offering no response, only clutching a broken arrow tightly in his hand. As I spoke, Master Rong Yin cleared his throat. "Master Uncle, please refrain from speaking." "Very well, very well." The elderly Taoist, referred to as Master Uncle, made an exaggerated gesture for silence, realizing that further discussion might embarrass the young Cheng-yi. Zhu Zheng, already perplexed, found herself even more in the dark. This was the revered Master Uncle of the Grand Tutor, and Cheng-yi? Was that a form of address for a nobleman? The old Taoist, noticing the confusion on Zhu Zheng's face, shifted from a benevolent smile to one of deep concern. "Cheng-yi has not mentioned me, has he?" Zhu Zheng hesitated. He, after all, is not one to engage in idle chatter. At the Yuqian temple, the supervising elder was known as Cheng Hongzi. Rong Yin briefly introduced him, gesturing for everyone to disperse. "All right, let's proceed inside." Yes, quickly enter." The Yuqian temple was vast and tranquil, with the main hall flanked by side halls, arranged in a harmonious layout. Tall black bamboos lined the main path, and distant chimes rang out occasionally, creating an atmosphere of serenity, as if stepping into a realm beyond the mundane. Cheng Hongzi instructed the gathering to prepare a welcoming feast and led the two into the main hall, conversing amiably along the way, mostly about Rong Yin. Notably, he consistently referred to him as Cheng-yi. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of crimson, the interior of the hall glowed warmly in the fading light, casting an orange-red hue upon the three figures. I promised Cheng-yi that as soon as he could walk, I would bring him up the mountain. After many days and nights of anticipation, we finally welcomed little Zhang. Cheng Hongzi gestured for Zhu Zheng to sit. The journey up Chengsu Mountain is perilous. You must be exhausted from the climb. I have prepared a guest room for you to rest in shortly. Zhu Zheng nodded with a smile, casting a shy glance at Rong Yin. She had slept on his back throughout the journey, so it had not been particularly taxing for her. The true burden-bearer, however, stood against the hall's door, his silhouette illuminated by the twilight, exuding an aura of effortless grace. Cheng Hongzi caught sight of Rong Yin, noting this rascal hasn't uttered a word. He is far less charming than in his childhood. Curiosity piqued within Zhu Zheng, as this was the first time someone had mentioned Rong Yin's past. What was the nobleman like as a child? She inquired softly. Cheng Hongzi's brows furrowed in contemplation. Well, Zhu Zheng hesitated, then corrected herself. Cheng-yi. Cheng-yi. That opens the floodgates of memories for Cheng Hongzi, whose face brightened with excitement. He was quite the beauty as a child, with round, sparkling eyes and a cherubic round head, adorned with two topknots that made him resemble a little jade figurine. A little jade figurine with twin topknots. The grand tutor as a child? Zhu Zheng imagined this and turned to Rong Yin, her face a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Coincidentally, he was gazing back at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. As Cheng Hongzi reminisced fondly, he continued, when he first learned to speak, he was quite unclear, calling me insect master uncle every day. It took quite a while to correct him. Rong Yin's helplessness deepened, and he finally interjected, master uncle. So you don't want me to speak of it? Cheng Hongzi chided Zhu Zheng. See, I knew he wouldn't recognize me as an adult. Zhu Zheng's eyes sparkled with mirth. The version of Rong Yin described by Cheng Hongzi was unfamiliar, yet delightful, making her feel a sense of amusement. Indeed, he has changed since descending the mountain, Cheng Hongzi continued. He used to follow me everywhere, insisting on sleeping beside me at night. He had a restless sleep, needing to clutch something to find peace, coiling around like a great python. Zhu Zheng chuckled at Cheng Hongzi's description, nodding in empathy, indeed, quite clingy. Suddenly, Cheng Hongzi fell silent, and the hall was enveloped in a quiet stillness. Zhu Zheng's laughter froze on her lips as she belatedly realized what she had said, warmth flooding her cheeks as she cast a pleading glance at Rong Yin. Rong Yin met her gaze, his expression grave. I will be mindful in the future. That was not meant to elicit agreement. Zhu Zheng closed her eyes briefly, her countenance stiffening as she turned to Cheng Hongzi. I just remembered that I left something cooking on the stove. I must go check on it. Cheng Hongzi abruptly stood, hastily making his way out, and as he passed by Rong Yin, he seized his robe. Cheng-yi, you come along as well. Once they departed, Zhu Zheng found herself alone in the expansive hall. Still somewhat dazed from the prolonged isolation of the mountain retreat and the company of the taciturn Rong Yin, she felt unaccustomed to the sudden influx of conversation. Not long after, two youthful heads appeared at the hall's entrance, both clad in novice Taoist robes, peering curiously inside. Young girl, the one on the left called out, bouncing into the hall. Master instructed us to take you to your guest room for a rest. Zhu Zheng rose. Thank you, young masters. I am Jing. The shorter one introduced himself, while the taller remained at the door. He is Li Shu. Jing gestured to his companion. My junior brother is a bit reserved. Please bear with him. Zhu Zheng smiled and nodded. Li Shu scrutinized Zhu Zheng coldly, suddenly declaring, a girl, unwelcome. Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed back to Li Shu's side and playfully punched him. I told you we are not such a narrow-minded temple. She is brought back by the eldest senior brother. Zhu Zheng, too far away, could not hear the rest of their exchange. After their whispered conversation concluded, Li Shu shot Zhu Zheng another glance. Zhu Zheng returned a friendly smile, while Li Shu attempted to contort his features into a smile that appeared both stiff and distorted, startling her momentarily. Do not be afraid, young girl. My junior brother is not a bad person, just a bit peculiar. Jing scratched his head apologetically. Please, follow us. Chapter 49. Of course I miss you. Jing led Zhu Zheng to the guest room, with Li Shu silently following behind. Despite being situated atop the Chengsu Mountain, the Yuqian Temple did not feel cold, and there were no traces of accumulated snow along the way. Zhu Zheng found it peculiar that there was no snow here. A vast expanse of hot springs flowed down from the back mountain, warming the rocky summit. Ji Ying proudly explained that the temple was blessed by the energy of Yuqian, which bestowed it with a perpetual spring-like climate, hence its name. It was indeed a place rich in fortune. In contrast to the snow-capped mountains of the northern frontier, Zhu Zheng had not witnessed such spring splendor in the bustling capital for quite some time. The path, paved with blue stones, was adorned with vibrant blossoms, filling the air with a fragrant perfume as a gentle breeze swept by. Amidst the enchanting flowers, a wilted tree stood out conspicuously. Noticing Zhu Zheng pausing in front of the tree, Ji Ying stepped forward to explain, all the flowers in the temple were transplanted by my senior brother. But this red sand plum did not survive, perhaps due to the warmth here. Then why hasn't it been removed? Zhu Zheng inquired, given its lifeless state. My senior brother adored plum blossoms and put considerable effort into relocating this tree, Ji Ying responded. At one point, it even thrived and bore a few buds. He cherished it dearly. One night while I was on watch, I even saw him guarding it. Did it bloom in the end? Zhu Zheng asked. Alas, it did not. Ji Ying shook his head. The buds fell away. The withered plum stood quietly amidst the flourishing blooms, solitary in its existence. Zhu Zheng stood before the tree, her mind conjuring an image of a young man who had kept vigil all night, waiting for the flowers to bloom. What emotions must he have felt? Disappointment, sorrow, or perhaps acceptance of the whims of fate. After a while, she moved on, continuing her walk. Upon reaching a corner, they came upon a large blue stone slab, engraved with a painting of two cranes holding a plum blossom. The cranes, depicted in a few elegant strokes, leapt to life with their graceful postures. Zhu Zheng recognized the style and asked, Did this stone carving originate from your senior brother? Indeed, Miss Zheng has a keen eye. Ji Ying beamed with delight. This was carved by my senior brother while renovating the Yuqian temple. We felt it too precious to be trampled underfoot, so we erected these slabs at the roadside. Zhu Zheng looked up and noticed a row of blue stone slabs lining either side of the path, clearly cared for as they bore no trace of moss. Ji Ying was overjoyed that someone had recognized his senior brother's artistry, and he eagerly shared details about each stone, which depicted various subjects, from sparrows and butterflies to tigers and dragons, showcasing a remarkable vigor and essence. Walking along the unpaved stone path, they soon arrived at the bamboo cottage where the guest room was located. As Zhu Zheng pushed the door open, a snow-white bird suddenly swooped down, flapping its wings and startling her. Xiao Xiao, do not be rude, Ji Ying called out. The bird, named Xiao Xiao, chirped and pecked at Zhu Zheng's earring before snuggling down into her embrace. You seem to have a knack for recognizing people, Ji Ying remarked as he gently patted its head. This bird was rescued from a cave by my senior brother, and he named it. Is that so? The name Xiao Xiao suits it well. Zhu Zheng stroked the soft feathers of the bird's neck, pondering the significance of the name. Ji Ying nodded, yes. Xiao Xiao used to follow my senior brother everywhere, even during meals and sleep. After my brother descended the mountain, he entrusted its care to me, but it refused to eat or drink for quite some time. The sun was nearly set, casting the bamboo cottage into a twilight haze. Holding the drowsy, snow-white bird, Zhu Zheng felt as though she had stepped into a dream. In her reverie, the esteemed Taifu would guard the red sand plum, waiting for its blossoms to bloom, would sketch cats and tigers on the blue stone slabs, and would name the little snow-white bird Xiao Xiao. It felt both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar, as if she were walking alongside a young boy growing into adulthood, revealing his deep affection for this place. He was not always so tranquil and aloof. This realization struck Zhu Zheng with an unexpected ache as she stood in his stead, imagining how he had gradually distanced himself from here, until there was no longer a familiar face beside him. When did he leave this place? Zhu Zheng asked softly. 10 years ago, Ji Ying replied. Ever since my senior brother descended the mountain, he has never returned. Our master speaks of him daily. 10 years is ample time to erase any traces, she mused. It seems time stands still here. Zhu Zheng lowered her gaze. Do you all miss him? Of course. My senior brother was the first disciple of Yuqian Temple. He personally restored every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree here, paving the way for us, Ji Ying stated earnestly, visibly moved. I fear Miss Zheng may find this amusing, but we are all orphans taken in by our master. We regard the temple as our home. Without my senior brother, there would be no home. Unfortunately, he has been too ruthless. Ji Ying's voice fell. After 10 years, he remains silent and never thinks of us. As night deepened and the crescent moon ascended, Zhu Zheng gazed at the white-walled, green-eaved Yutian temple, recalling the place called Qingyi Hall in the imperial palace, where a piece of blue tile lay on the incense altar. It had originated from here. Zhu Zheng pondered, "You must think of you all, too. Did he tell you that personally?" Ji Ying asked eagerly, with Li Shu leaning in, equally intrigued. Zhu Zheng looked at their expectant faces, as if awaiting a momentous answer. She nodded. The two men immediately brightened. Even the typically reticent Li Shu's eyes sparkled with joy. Zhu Zheng could not help but smile in response. In the bustling capital, he was the powerful Rong Xing, the formidable Taifu, a celebrated figure in every street and alley. Yet here, he was merely a mortal, simply known as Chengyi, the senior brother. So many people longed for his return. How could he not miss it? He was not made of stone. Then why did he leave this place? Zhu Zheng began to inquire further, but suddenly, Li Shu's expression changed. Why is the crane bell with you? What crane bell? Zhu Zheng followed his gaze down to her waist, where she noticed the silver bell with a crane design that Rong Xing had given her, now casually hung on her jade pendant. This was given to you by your senior brother. Zhu Zheng admitted, I forgot to return it to him. Li Shu's face grew stern. You must return it promptly. Ji Ying playfully nudged Li Shu. What business is it of yours? Although Li Shu spoke little, he had never concealed his animosity towards her. Zhu Zheng found it amusing and retorted, Is this bell truly that significant? Very significant. Li Shu's voice rose. Yi Ying, in a flurry of urgency, stood on his toes to cover Li Shu's mouth, offering Zhu Zheng an apologetic smile. This was left for my brother by Master Chongming, so it is entirely up to him how to handle it. When Rong Xing had casually given it to her, Zhu Zheng had assumed it was merely a beautiful trinket, unaware of its importance. Who is Master Chongming? Zhu Zheng inquired. He is the master of our master, and my senior brother's teacher, Ji Ying explained. Zhu Zheng was nearly confused, mentally retracing the connections several times before comprehending. Where is Master Chongming now? With his disciple returning after 10 years. Why is there no one to welcome him? Chapter 50. Yu Fu Jiying paused, her voice tinged with regret. He has long since passed away. Zhu Zheng was taken aback, not expecting such an answer. The master had taken only one disciple in his lifetime, his senior brother. Ji Ying hung her head, recalling that it had been 10 years since her master's untimely death, which prompted her senior brother to descend the mountain. So, there was such a hidden story. What happened? Zhu Zheng inquired. I was still young then, and my memory is not clear. Ji Ying hesitated for a moment, lowering her voice. It is said that he suffered divine retribution for altering his fate. Ji Ying, be quiet. Li Shu suddenly interjected, interrupting her. Zhu Zheng, unaware of the underlying reasons, had merely asked a question without any intention of causing discomfort. She quickly apologized. It is not Ji Ying's fault. It was my curiosity. Li Shu, of course, knew whom to blame and shot her a cool glance. You are an outsider. Zhu Zheng felt embarrassed and touched her nose. What are you saying? Ji Ying's face flushed. Miss Zheng, he didn't mean it that way. Please don't take it to heart. Zhu Zheng shook her head, asserting that it was merely a fact and not a matter of offense. After a brief exchange of words, Ji Ying pulled Li Shu away, muttering as they turned to leave. They did not venture far, seemingly believing that a mere glance or turn would render them invisible to her ears. Zhu Zheng found herself in a quandary. She could neither leave nor stay, and it was impractical to cover her ears to block out their conversation. She stood aside, lost in thought, gazing at the sky and ground. Suddenly, Li Shu's voice rang out. That will have to wait until after the wedding. Is someone getting married? Can one marry while cultivating in the temple? She mused, lost in her thoughts, when she heard Ji Ying exclaim, You fool. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Ji Ying slapped her own mouth. Fine, just let me die of frustration. Li Shu's demeanor left Ji Ying feeling guilty and awkward. After repeatedly apologizing for their poor hospitality, Ji Ying left, half embarrassed and half regretful, only after Zhu Zheng reassured her several times. The guest room was arranged neatly, with simple yet elegant furnishings exuding a faint scent of sandalwood, creating a serene atmosphere. After a long journey, Zhu Zheng felt fatigued, but as she lay on the couch, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to close her eyes. It felt as if something was missing. She lay awake until the moon hung high in the sky, when suddenly a flurry of wings broke the silence, and the little snow heron cooed softly. Zhu Zheng tiptoed out of bed, pressing her ear against the door to listen to the sounds outside. The snow heron soon fell silent, and amidst the soft chirping of insects, an almost imperceptible sound of footsteps drew closer, eventually stopping right outside her door. The moonlight was bright, casting a vague shadow on the sheer window fabric. Zhu Zheng's heart inexplicably began to race as she tentatively called out, "Is it you?" A familiar voice responded from outside. "Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep," Zhu Zheng replied honestly. Through the door, Rong Yan's voice was gentle. "Why not?" Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the question, as she had not considered why she was sleepless. However, upon hearing his voice, an answer sprang to her mind. "Because he has Nand Appos," T returned. Realizing she was waiting for something left her feeling flustered, and she almost forgot that he couldn't and Appos. T see her embarrassment. She awkwardly countered, "Is there something you need?" After a brief silence, he replied, "No. Since there's nothing, there's no reason to open the door." Zhu Zheng thought, gazing at Rong Yin and Appos. As shadow, her fingers unconsciously tracing the door and Appos, as intricate carvings, remaining silent for a while. "Get some sleep," Rong Yin said, shifting his stance as if preparing to leave. "Where are you staying tonight?" Zhu Zheng asked hurriedly. "I heard Jiying say they are all in the disciple dormitory. Given how they cherish it, your room should be just as intact, right? I wonder how far it is from here." "Next door," Rong Yin answered. Zhu Zheng was pleasantly surprised. Amidst the unfamiliarity of this place, he was the only person she recognized. Having him nearby would certainly bring her a sense of security. "I'll go to morning lessons first thing tomorrow. You sleep a little longer. I'll come to wake you for breakfast at dawn," Rong Yin instructed. "What morning lessons?" "It's a rule in the temple to attend a Taoist class at dawn." "Since it's a rule, I'm interested. May I attend?" Zhu Zheng asked eagerly. Rong Yin paused. "Then I'll come and get you tomorrow." "All right," Zhu Zheng replied. With that agreement, it seemed the conversation had reached its conclusion. Yet, Rong Yin lingered, his silhouette remaining motionless against the window fabric, like an ink wash painting. Zhu Zheng also stayed still, her gaze fixed on the carvings. "Zhu Zheng," he suddenly called her name. "Zhu Zheng and Amp. Appos." His heart skipped a beat. Rong Yin hesitated before softly adding, "Have sweet dreams." "You too," Zhu Zheng said, pursing her lips. "See you tomorrow morning." At dawn, the bell of Yuqian Temple tolled thrice. Zhu Zheng squatted at the door for some time, when a gentle knock came upon it, prompting her to open the door immediately. Rong Yan's hand was still raised midair, his expression a mix of surprise. "Why are you up so early?" Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Zhu Zheng realized she should have let him knock a few more times, but her impatience got the better of her. "I was eager for the morning lessons," she admitted. Rong Yin nodded, dressed in a disciple in Appos' robe of pale blue with bamboo patterns, the collar and cuffs adorned with delicate silver trim. The morning light cast a soft glow upon him, illuminating him like a jade statue of a gentleman. "You look splendid in that attire," Zhu Zheng remarked sincerely after observing him for a moment. The simpler, the more distinguished. Rong Yin was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing slightly as he cleared his throat. "Let us go have breakfast." In the dining hall, a long wooden table was set with the temple's disciples already seated. The spacious hall was in serene silence. As Rong Yin led Zhu Zheng inside, a row of heads turned to greet them. "Good morning, senior brother." "Good morning, Miss Zhu." Ji Ying leapt up from the crowd. "Miss Zhu, come sit with me." Rong Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, maintaining his silence as he led Zhu Zheng to an empty spot by the window, where he presented her with a serving of vegetarian cuisine. The plate contained flaky pastries and plain rice porridge, appearing both simple and appetizing. Zhu Zheng and Appos' appetite quickly revived, and she found the temple's pastries to be exceptionally crisp and delightful, prompting her to devour two in quick succession, still yearning for more. As she took a third, she felt parched and sipped the porridge, only to discover it was soft, sweet, and wonderfully fragrant. She ended up finishing the entire bowl in one go. However, this unexpected indulgence left her stomach feeling uncomfortably full. She held the remaining half of the pastry, glancing around the room. Most of the disciples were nearing the end of their meals, their plates and bowls nearly empty. To make matters worse, a large inscription hung from the pillar in the middle of the dining hall. Every grain is hard-earned, 300 days of wind and rain. Upon entering, Zhu Zheng had noticed it, but she never expected her small stomach to be so uncooperative, truly wasting the effort of 300 days for a single pastry. Determined not to give in, she took two more bites until she could no longer swallow, her head drooping in despair. Just then, Rong Xing's plate was empty as well. He suddenly reached over, taking the remaining half of her pastry, and ate it naturally. The dining hall remained quiet. In the corner of her eye, Ziying seemed to nudge Li Shu, who looked over. Soon, more heads turned in their direction. Expressions of astonishment filled their faces as if it were their first time witnessing the legendary senior brother partake in earthly sustenance. Zhu Zheng swallowed hard. In truth, she was not particularly astonished, for it was not the first time she had witnessed Rong Yan's behavior. Recently, while residing in the villa, whenever she found herself unable to eat, a mere furrow of her brow would prompt him to consume the remainder of her meal. Perhaps he simply could not abide the thought of wasting food, a habit that Zhu Zheng greatly respected. However, her fellow disciples seemed rather oblivious to this admirable trait of their senior brother. Zhu Zheng could only manage a tentative smile at the group. The expressions of those around her were a vivid tapestry. Some, like Ziying, returned her smile, while others, like Li Shu, furrowed their brows. The majority, however, engaged in whispered conversations, exchanging furtive glances. The morning class was set to begin in a quarter of an hour. Rong Yan's voice was soft, his gaze never lifting as he finished his meal, before making his way to the lecture hall. Chapter 51. I will be there with you. The lecture hall for the morning class was adorned with wide-open windows on all four sides. The southern window framed the eternal snow, while the northern side was adjacent to a small pond, sunlight dancing upon the gently rippling water, glimmering like fish scales. In the time it took for Zhu Zheng to admire the scenery, Rong Yin had vanished without a trace. Zheng girl, over here. Ziying, seated in the front row, waved at her, cradling a bamboo chair in his arms. Hurry, I've saved you a prime spot. The implication of his invitation was hard to refuse, and after a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zheng walked over and sat beside him. Indeed, it was an excellent position. The cool breeze wafted through from both windows, directly facing the elevated lectern. When Master Chonghong arrived, she might even count the number of his beard strands. Noticing Zhu Zheng's anxious glances around, Ji Ying reassured her, "Fear not. Li Shu has already been sent to the back." Zhu Zheng turned to see a shadow sulking in the corner, casting a resentful gaze their way. She smiled wryly, her search being for someone else entirely, not Li Shu. Ji Ying's desk was cluttered with numerous scrolls, indicating he was a diligent student. Beside the pile of bamboo slips lay a familiar bamboo flute. Seeing Zhu Zheng's interest, Ji Ying quickly picked it up and handed it to her. "Have you seen this flute before?" It was a 9-section purple bamboo flute, adorned only with a simple pattern of fish scales at the end. "I have," Zhu Zheng nodded. "It's the same as your senior brother's." The materials and lengths were identical, and even the pattern was similar. The only difference was that this one appeared slightly newer. "Ah, so you've seen my senior brother's." Jiying seemed a bit disappointed. "This flute indeed belongs to him. We each crafted our own in his likeness." "Each of you?" Zhu Zheng caught the significance of that word and glanced around. Indeed, everyone had a similar bamboo flute strapped to their waists. Was it out of admiration for this senior brother that they chose to imitate him? Yet, aside from that snowy night, she seldom saw Rong Yin play this flute. Why they wear it constantly? A flurry of questions blossomed in her mind when suddenly someone called out, "Your senior brother is here." The lecture hall quickly fell silent as Rong Yin entered, holding a scroll of scriptures, standing beside the lectern facing Zhu Zheng. Her eyes widened slightly. Why had no one informed her that Rong Yin was not merely attending the class, but was there to teach? The others, however, appeared far from surprised and wore expressions of eager anticipation. Noticing Zhu Zheng's dazed look, Ji Ying whispered an explanation. He used to be the one who taught the morning classes. After he descended the mountain, our master often struggled to rise early, resulting in inconsistent lessons. Good morning, everyone. Rong Yin surveyed the room, announcing, "Today, we will discuss the third volume of the Bailan scriptures, Tianheng." The sound of rustling scrolls filled the air as Rong Yin's gaze briefly skimmed over Zhu Zheng before he stepped closer, placing the scriptures on her empty desk. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her and instinctively straightened her back. Aside from what her sister taught her, the only other subjects Zhu Zheng had explored were those related to women's ethics. She had been sent to the academy at just over 5 years old, the youngest among her peers, and due to the Zhu family and Appo's reputation, she often faced exclusion. Consequently, she found little interest in the curriculum and did not excel, while several teachers enjoyed favoring their preferred students, leaving Zhu Zheng to endure their disdain. The Tianheng volume discusses self-cultivation and personal ethics, Rong Yin began. In ancient times, those who understood the principles adhered to the dualities of yin and yang, harmonizing the arts of numerology with moderation in food and rest. His voice was inherently warm and soothing. The way he articulated the scriptures felt like a gentle stream flowing through the mountains, captivatingly melodic. Zhu Zheng listened intently, realizing that beyond women's principles and familial responsibilities, the external academy imparted such profound wisdom. The characters on the bamboo slips were exquisite and graceful, indicating they had been well preserved, exuding a pleasant fragrance of bamboo and wood. As Rong Yin handed the scriptures to Zhu Zheng, he would occasionally return to her side, his fingers lightly tracing the lines he spoke of, leaving behind a faint trace of the cool plum blossom scent. Behind a morning class was a broad window, where the distant light of day and the snowy mountains harmoniously intertwined, the moon-white disciples' robes glimmering like silver. The gentle breeze swept through, causing the lightweight fabric to flutter, illuminated by the angled sunlight, creating a shimmering aura around him. Zhu Zheng was entranced, suddenly recalling the cranes Rong Yin had painted on the bluestone slab, ethereal and strikingly elegant. The whispering wind brushed past her, and she fixated on the almost dreamlike silhouette before her, experiencing a fleeting illusion that Rong Yin might take flight at any moment, transcending into the heavens, never to be seen again. Zhu Zheng. A distant voice called her name. "Zheng girl?" The voice drew nearer, and Zhu Zheng turned to see Ji Ying's frantic gestures. Startled, she stood up abruptly. "I'm sorry, master. I was asleep. Senior brother. I can vouch for her. She was merely mesmerized." Ji Ying stood as well, drawing laughter from their peers. Zhu Zheng's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, wishing to vanish beneath the table. Rong Yin cast his gaze downward, focusing on the top of Zhu Zheng's head. "Are you feeling tired?" Zhu Zheng shook her head, her cheeks burning as she defended herself. "Your lecture was simply too captivating. I was just lost in thought." Rong Yin stepped down from the platform, striding directly to her side. Feeling anxious, she clutched the hem of her garment, suddenly noticing him raise his hand. His cool palm briefly rested on her forehead before withdrawing. The gesture was swift and natural, leaving Zhu Zheng momentarily stunned, not knowing to evade. The collective gaze of the classroom intertwined, pausing for a heartbeat before everyone resumed their own tasks, reading, drawing, observing the doors and windows, and attending to their desks and chairs. "Copy the scriptures from the third volume on water conduct," Rong Yin suddenly instructed. Zhu Zheng flipped through the pages of the scriptures in her hand, but before she could locate the third volume, her arm was seized by Rong Yin. "Come back." Zhu Zheng tightened her grip on the scriptures, reluctant to let go. Did he regret allowing her to audit the class and intend to expel her? She hesitated, offering a small resistance. But Rong Yin simply pulled her arm and led her out the door. "Master, I didn't mean to drift off." Zhu Zheng attempted to explain, but Rong Yin remained silent, bending down to scoop her up in his arms, his expression stern and frightening. They traveled in silence as he carried her swiftly back to the bamboo cottage, directly placing her on the couch upon entering. "Do you realize you have a fever?" he asked, his tone serious. Seeing his grave demeanor, Zhu Zheng felt as if she had committed a grave misdeed. She bit her lip and sincerely admitted, "I didn't know. No wonder you felt cold. I thought you simply wore too few clothes." "Lie down," Rong Yin instructed, furrowing his brows. "Wait for me to return." Before long, he returned, carrying a bowl of medicine. Zhu Zheng, not daring to delay, obediently drank it all, and as was customary, Rong Yin offered her a sugar ball, yet his brow remained tightly knit. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "I'm sorry." Rong Yin's frown deepened. "Why are you apologizing?" "Because it seems you are upset," she replied honestly and plainly. While Zhu Zheng was still unclear about the situation, her previous experiences indicated that showing meekness often worked with him. She thought it worth a try. To her surprise, Rong Yin did not respond as expected. Instead, he countered, "Why do you think I am upset?" "Because, did I delay your important matters?" "Important matters?" Rong Yin's gaze darkened. Then he inquired, "What do you consider my important matters?" "Isn't it attending the morning class?" Zhu Zheng's voice gradually diminished, and Rong Yin fell silent. His silence indicated an unwillingness to continue speaking, which made Zhu Zheng feel a sense of foreboding. "May I revise my answer?" she inquired, raising 2 fingers. "Master Chonghong mentioned waiting for you to take me up the mountain, so I surmise the adults have 2 matters at hand. One is to return home for a visit, and the other is to cure my poison. However, since you have not elaborated further, my guesses are limited. To alleviate the poison, one must wait for the full moon." Rong Yin softened his tone, gently tucking Zhu Zheng's loose strands of hair behind her ear, urging her not to rush. "I will be there with you," he added reassuringly. "Do not be afraid." "But where is there? What is there to fear?" Zhu Zheng pondered. "Isn't the antidote simply a miraculous pill to be swallowed? Could there possibly be a dreadful remedy of which she is unaware?" Observing his serious demeanor, Zhu Zheng and Appo's heart raced. "Sir, how shall this poison be resolved?" Rong Yin remained silent. As Zhu Zheng gazed at him, she suddenly recalled the expression he wore when he previously stated that there was no need to know. Thus, she hastily rephrased her inquiry. "Will the process of detoxification be painful?" "Yes," he replied candidly, devoid of any embellishments. Upon receiving this unvarnished answer, Zhu Zheng felt a weight lift from her heart. Pain is pain. She was well acquainted with it, having nearly been pierced through the heart when poisoned. Would she not be able to endure the pain of detoxification? The poison stealth was disconcerting, and the necessity of waiting for the full moon to cure it seemed an extraordinary challenge, likely beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. With this thought in mind, she looked up at Rong Yin and sincerely remarked, "Fortunately, the adults are here. I have narrowly escaped with my life, and perhaps I might even have the chance to live a long life." Rong Yin's brow remained furrowed, his gaze like a tranquil lake fixed on Zhu Zheng's face. "Please provide me with your birth details," he instructed. Zhu Zheng was taken aback. To detoxify, must one use the birth details? Rong Yin lowered his eyelashes slightly, affirming, "Yes." Chapter 52. I bear the one in the bamboo cottage. An ancient grapevine sprawls across a wooden trellis, casting a lush green shade below. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, showering the ground in a cascade of golden threads. Rong Yin, having procured a collection of intricately woven bamboo, kittens, and puppies, has mysteriously vanished. Zhu Zheng, treated like a child, amuses herself for a while beneath the vine, counting grapes and attempting to place wildflowers atop the head of the little snow heron in her arms. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh from a young girl wafts in from the doorway. Chonghongzi, who had slept well into the day, appears invigorated. Upon hearing the news, he inquires, "Did you attend Cheng-yi and Appo's morning lecture?" Zhu Zheng promptly rises, affirming, "Yes, master." Chonghongzi raises an eyebrow, asking, "And what did you think?" Zhu Zheng candidly replies, "It was quite interesting." Chonghongzi seems somewhat dissatisfied and probes further, "Is that all?" After a moment's thought, Zhu Zheng adds, "The pastries from the dining hall were also delightful." Chonghongzi nods, "Ah, indeed." The two lapse into silence, with the little snow heron cooing softly. Zhu Zheng nervously fidgets with a few wildflower petals, awaiting Chong Hongzi to voice his lingering thoughts. After a brief hesitation, he shifts the conversation. What do you think of Cheng Yi as a person? Such a broad inquiry elicits a vague response from Zhu Zheng, who can only muster. He is a remarkably good person. Chong Hongzi pauses, momentarily taken aback. Is that all? He presses. Noticing his master's apparent disappointment, Zhu Zheng quickly adds a compliment. Master Chong Hongzi is also an exceptionally good person, which is why you have such an excellent disciple. How can they be compared? Chong Hongzi retorts, gripping his whisk with fervor. Is Cheng Yi akin to Ji Ying, Li Shu, Qing Ping, or He Chong? Faced with this barrage of names, some unfamiliar to her, Zhu Zheng cautiously remarks they are all remarkably good people. Chong Hongzi exhales deeply, a look of exasperation etching his features, akin to a sun-dried jujube. Zhu Zheng, puzzled, wonders why Master Chong Hongzi is seeking her opinion, an outsider regarding his disciples. After some deliberation, Chong Hongzi paces back and forth, the gourd bells adorning him jingling melodically. Amid these ornate implements, Zhu Zheng suddenly spots a familiar object. She extends her hand. Master, may I ask a question? Chong Hongzi's eyes brighten. Ask away. Zhu Zheng gestures towards his adornments. Why does everyone carry this 9-section flute? To her surprise, even Master Chong Hongzi possesses one. Is it a custom of the Yutian temple? Chong Hongzi glances down, furrowing his brow before looking back up. Did Cheng Yi not mention it to you? No. Zhu Zheng shakes her head. Ah, Cheng Yi. Chong Hongzi begins, his tone tinged with frustration. He then adopts a knowing expression and strokes his beard, inquiring, do late-speaking children grow to be frugal with their words? Zhu Zheng perceives the implication in his words and smiles wryly. Does he speak late? With such intellect? He hardly seems like a late bloomer. Indeed, Chong Hongzi replies, he was quite late. When he learned to speak, he was about this tall. He gestures to indicate height. Zhu Zheng, perplexed, asks, how could that be? Because he was this tall when we found him, Chong Hongzi explains. Zhu Zheng gasps softly. I cannot recall how many years ago it was. Age dulls the memory. Chong Hongzi muses, reclining in his bamboo chair beneath the vine, seemingly lost in reverie. I only remember a heavy snowfall lasting 3 days, and on the first day of the new year, the skies suddenly cleared. A distant guest had come to visit my senior brother, Chong Mingzi, and we found a ragged little boy collapsed at the threshold. We brought him into the temple. Zhu Zheng's eyes widened slightly. This little boy. Indeed, it was Cheng Yi. Chong Hongzi confirms, gesturing with his whisk. When we first took him in, his small hands and feet were covered in frostbite, and his eyes, sharp and wary like a wolf cub, scrutinized me and my senior brother. The only possession he had was a purple bamboo 9-section flute. Zhu Zheng and oppose. S gaze lowers, and the little snow heron curls quietly in her lap. He couldn't and oppose. T speak or write. And naturally, he did not know his name. Chong Hongzi continues. Fortunately, he understood when we spoke to him. My senior brother taught him to blow 1 note on the flute for agreement and 2 notes for refusal. The first question was whether he wished to stay. He looked at us with timid eyes, thought for a long while, and finally picked up the small bamboo flute and played a single note. From that moment on, he became the first disciple of Yutian Temple, arriving on the first day of the new year, and my senior brother gave him the name Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, Zhu Zheng repeats, captivated by the sound of the name. Chong Hongzi raises his whisk, pointing to a small patch of sandy ground in front of the bamboo cottage. At that time, my senior brother wrote his name on a bamboo plaque. Cheng Yi took it and squatted in that patch of sand, painstakingly tracing his name with a stick, filling the ground with Cheng. Zhu Zheng gazes into the distance, picturing a small boy diligently tracing his name beneath the swaying bamboo, pondering the significance of that moment. When did he learn to speak? She asks, curious. He learned quickly, though he spoke little. As a child, he seldom used more than 1 word to express himself. Chong Hongzi replies, a gentle smile gracing his face. However, he was remarkably quick to learn, sharp-witted, and proud. During one of my lectures on the Great Way has 50, Heaven's Change has 49, he boldly interjected with I bear the one, as if disregarding the impermanence of the celestial path. The Great Way has 50, Heaven's change has 49. I bear the one. The young boy, gazing skyward, was filled with such exuberance and ambition. Zhu Zheng's heart momentarily stutters, as the story of the boy who bore the heavens feels so foreign, so distant that she struggles to find any trace of him in the enigmatic Rong Yan. How did he transform from Cheng Yi into Rong Yan? Cheng Hongzi pauses, as if returning from a reverie, and gently caresses the bamboo flute at his waist. The reason everyone carries this flute is that even the drifting water weeds know their origins, but our Cheng knows nothing at all. How did he ascend the bitter cold of Chengsu Mountain? What did he eat to fill his belly? Where did he come from? Was he lost, abandoned? Or did he spring forth from a stone? We know nothing. Though questioning him yields little, he often clutches that small bamboo flute, lost in thought. Observing this, my senior brother crafted another flute, taking it down the mountain to inquire at every door for news. But the vastness of the northern frontier was beyond a single person's reach. Thus, an unwritten rule took shape within the temple. Every disciple entering the temple would receive a bamboo flute made by my senior brother, which they must carry at all times. Wherever they roamed, if anyone inquired, they were to report back to the temple. So this was the custom. Zhu Zheng feels a weight in her heart. Has anyone ever asked about him? The wind rustles the grape leaves above her, and she silently hopes for a favorable answer, wishing to offer some comfort to the child in the tale. Cheng Hongzi shakes his head. No. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a bell or chime rings out in the distance, clear as a crane and oppos, as call, soaring to the heavens. Cheng Hongzi, who had been lounging in the bamboo chair, abruptly changes expression, leaping to his feet as if propelled by the wind, and rushes out the door. Zheng was left momentarily bewildered, unable to inquire about the unfolding situation, when Master Chonghong vanished without a trace. The heavy brass lock at the entrance of the Xian Shun Hall lay shattered on the ground, broken into two segments. A cerulean flame flickered to life upon the bronze Huanshan altar, where a tall figure stood silently before the fire. Chungi, gasped Chong Hongzi, breathless from his haste. What brings you into the Xianshan Hall? Rong Yin did not turn, his face illuminated by the flickering light of the flames, and he replied in a hushed tone. To discern fate. Chapter 53. Altering lifespan and destiny. Chong Hongzi's beard bristled as he shouted, What do you intend to do, ancestor? In the dimly lit Xianshan Hall, a row of tall, white stone pillars stood, and beneath the lush bronze tree loomed a nine-tiered altar adorned with talismans. The commencement of the ritual was strictly forbidden to be interrupted. Thus, surrounding the altar was a solid bronze barrier, now further secured with a series of heavy chains. A narrow window allowed sunlight to filter in, casting a long and slender shadow of Rong Yin, who held a short dagger, making a shallow cut into his palm before grasping the bronze handle inscribed with runes. Blood trickled slowly along the intricate patterns, pooling in the center of a bronze plate carved with a nine-headed candle dragon. Stay still, dear child. The matters here are not to be trifled with. Chong Hongzi was barred outside the enclosure, raising his hands in entreaty. If you wish to divine your fate, let us find another place. Rong Yin remained silent, blood droplets falling rhythmically onto the edge of the altar, echoing in the stillness. Speak. What do you truly want? Chong Hongzi's voice deepened. Rong Yan's eyelashes fluttered, yet his gaze remained fixed on the altar as he finally replied, to measure her fate, to discern if any calamity lies ahead. His voice was soft, yet the vastness of the hall amplified it, creating an almost ethereal echo. Nonsense. Chong Hongzi's tone rose sharply. The secrets of fate cannot be pried into. Where is your reverence, your purity, your fear and caution? Rong Yin and Appo's eyes remained locked on the deep crimson blood flowing towards the altar, his lips pausing slightly. I merely seek peace of mind. Peace of mind? Why must you resort to divining fate? Chong Hongzi tugged at the chains, producing a clattering sound. And what if there is a calamity? How will you find peace then? His voice rose to an almost hoarse pitch, sounding aggressive. Rong Yan's other hand hung loosely, gripping a segment of red silk tied with a red string, as if he had meticulously planned every detail. Then let us alter the lifespan and change the destiny. His tone was calm and matter-of-fact. Absolutely not. Chong Hongzi's complexion paled, his voice resolute. That is a forbidden technique. Where did you learn such things? Realizing that pressing for answers was not the priority, he suddenly pointed eastward. If you wish to alter your lifespan and destiny, why not take mine instead? It seems you do not wish for me to survive the night. If you proceed with the altar today, your master will surely rise from the underworld to drag me down. He won't wait a moment longer. Master Uncle, Rong Yin frowned slightly. This is my decision. There's no need to invoke my master. The blue flames of the altar flared higher, sparks bursting forth from the furnace as the dragon plate slowly filled, about to activate its central mechanism. Zheng Hongzi panted, contemplating his next move. Zhu Zheng is virtuous and introspective. She clearly distinguishes between grievances and kindness. If you proceed with this grand contract, how will she know how to conduct herself in the future? Rong Yin gently caressed the red silk in his hand, his expression as tranquil as still water. She will not know. Is that strategy also unfeasible? That cannot be. Zheng Hongzi, familiar with Rong Yan's obstinacy, recognized that once he set his mind on something, he would pursue it relentlessly, leaving no room for retreat. However, today was different. He had already brought his options back to the temple, and there were still ways to persuade him. Listen to me. Zheng Hongzi grasped the bars. She will not know, but have you considered Xiao Zheng? Her destiny is weak, and she has just suffered a significant loss of vitality. She cannot endure any severe upheaval. After a pause, he added, perhaps, it would be wiser to wait until you are married, using the bond of marriage to mitigate any backlash she might suffer. Rong Yan's grip on the bronze handle loosened as he shifted his gaze slightly. You two share a rare bond. Today, Master Uncle even helped you probe for insights. Seeing Rong Yin wavering, Zheng Hongzi gently urged, a glimpse into fate is a delicate matter. Do not stray from the path and squander the hard-earned fortunes. Rong Yin stood silently. What did she say? He suddenly inquired. Zheng Hongzi took a moment to comprehend. This was about the insights he had sought. Sensing a flicker of hope, he eagerly embellished. She said you are wonderful, perfect in every way, with no faults at all, truly remarkable inside and out. The flickering flames cast shadows on Rong Yin as he lowered his gaze, seemingly lost in thought, as if he had transformed into the young boy standing bewildered in the bamboo grove, seeking answers through the long night. Zheng Hongzi yearned to ruffle his hair, but found himself too far away, awkwardly retracting his hand and softening his tone. The only instruction from your senior was to prevent you from repeating his mistakes. You promised. Do you still remember? A dull ache pulsed from his palm, where blood flowed, and after a lengthy pause, Rong Yin finally responded, I remember. Outside the golden-roofed hall, a circle of mystical beasts stood guard, while the copper doors, slightly ajar, were surrounded by layers of onlookers. Zhu Zheng, cradling a small snow heron, tiptoed to catch a glimpse inside. Apart from the throngs of people, she could see nothing. What is happening? Zhu Zheng casually grabbed a passerby for answers. Ironically, the person she grasped was Li Shu, with whom she had a contentious relationship. It's none of your business, he replied expressionlessly. Zhu Zheng scoffed. It's not your concern either, is it? You can't even squeeze in. Standing outside, all she could see were rows of heads. How can it not be my concern? Li Shu retorted, clearly provoked. The eldest senior brother has breached the forbidden hall and opened the altar that hasn't been activated in 10 years. This is a matter of great importance for everyone in Yutian Temple. The altar? Zhu Zheng questioned, puzzled. What is the altar for? To her surprise, Li Shu's rationality returned swiftly, and as she inquired, he furrowed his brow and glared. How did you get out? Zhu Zheng found it amusing. I was tied up. Get back inside, he ordered, his expression darkening, preparing to drag her back. Otherwise, the eldest brother will ask. I want to go back. Zhu Zheng made a face, twisting her wrist to raise the snow heron as a threat. Do you believe I'll let Xiao bite you? The snow heron seemed to comprehend her words, suddenly flapping its large wings and flying towards Li Shu. Seizing the moment of his surprise, Zhu Zheng turned and fled. However, she barely took 2 steps before she collided into a fragrant embrace, which promptly wrapped around her waist. Looking up, she met the face of the handsome young man she had sought for so long. Rong Yin steadied her. What brings you here? Chapte 54, willingly Li Shu, with a head adorned in feathers, rushed over and promptly reported to Rong Yin, "Master brother." She ran out without permission, and when I called her back, she refused to listen. Rong Yin merely smiled, not responding, as he spun gracefully in the air before landing on his shoulder. Naturally, Zhu Zheng paid no heed to Li Shu and Appo's accusation and looked up at Rong Yin, asking, "What were you doing?" Rong Yin hesitated slightly, concealing his hands behind him. "Stop hiding. I can see the red string in your hand." Zhu Zheng bluntly exposed him. Rong Yin tucked the red string into his sleeve, avoiding her inquisitive gaze. "I want to make a wish." "A wish?" Zhu Zheng was taken aback by this revelation. "Didn't Tu say that you never make wishes?" "Well, I thought about it." Rong Yin pursed his lips. Zhu Zheng raised an eyebrow skeptically, recalling how nonchalantly he spoke on the bridge about not needing to wish for anything. Had a pressing desire suddenly emerged within just a few days? It was understandable, for if one truly had no desires, what hope would there be in life? Yet, why such a fuss over a mere wish, drawing the attention of everyone at the temple? Zhu Zheng turned to survey the surrounding disciples, who had encircled them. Rong Yin seemed accustomed to this, guiding Zhu Zheng back. As they turned, the group of disciples trailed behind, whispering among themselves. The scene struck Zhu Zheng as utterly comical, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You look like a leading duck, with all these little ones following behind you." Rong Yin halted and turned back, causing the disciples to freeze in place. "Brother," Li Shu called out, seemingly wanting to say something. "Everyone disperse," Rong Yin said solemnly. "Today and Appo's events reflect my lack of consideration, and I will accept the consequences. I hope my fellow disciples learn from my mistake and refrain from imitation." As his words fell, the disciples exchanged glances, and Li Shu's expression darkened further as he cast a cryptic look at Zhu Zheng. The atmosphere turned serious, and Zhu Zheng, suppressing her laughter, quietly asked Rong Yin, "Is making a wish really that serious?" Rong Yin lowered his gaze slightly, replying in a hushed tone, "Yes. The master uncle disapproves of frivolous antics." "But aren't you at a Taoist temple?" Zhu Zheng inquired, perplexed. Rong Yin pondered for a moment, then simply replied, "Yes." Yes is hardly an answer. However, Rong Yin's yes often sufficed for many questions. After a prolonged hesitation, the group of disciples finally dispersed, glancing back reluctantly. While Zhu Zheng contemplated why Yutian Temple frowned upon whimsical behavior, Rong Yin gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Are you hungry?" he asked softly. Zhu Zheng shook her head. "I had too much for breakfast. I'm still full." "Then let us stroll a bit," Rong Yin suggested. The pair ambled leisurely through the garden, admiring the sky, clouds, flowers, and grasses. Zhu Zheng picked wildflowers along the way, as was her custom, placing them atop Xiao's head. The day was splendid, with a deep blue sky adorned with wispy clouds, and a distant waterfall tumbling down the mountainside. Below flowed a hot spring, and Rong Yin pointed, "Do you wish to see it?" Indeed, Zhu Zheng reminisced about the warm, clear water she had once held at the base of the mountain. "Let us go tomorrow," Rong Yin replied. As they conversed, Xiao suddenly shook its feathers, scattering flowers everywhere. Zhu Zheng bent down to collect them and inadvertently noticed the hem of Rong Yin's disciple robe stained with crimson splatters, resembling blooming red plum blossoms. "Is this blood?" Zhu Zheng gasped. "Where did this blood come from?" Rong Yin stood with hands clasped behind him. "Indifferent, I merely cut my hand. It's nothing serious." Zhu Zheng looked up to find his left hand clenched into a fist, drops of blood trickling between his fingers like broken red beads. "Let me see," she said, her heart tightening as she grasped his hand and pried open his fist, revealing a deep gash across his palm, visible to the bone. Her vision darkened momentarily, and she pressed firmly on the wound, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. "We must hurry back and dress this," Rong Yin countered, pulling her closer. "Your hands are so cold." "Don't mind that they're cold," Zhu Zheng exclaimed, fraught with anxiety as she dragged him back to the bamboo hut, rummaging through boxes to find the medicine kit. Rong Yin was guided to sit by the window, his palm open for her to tend to. "When did you cut yourself?" Zhu Zheng asked, wiping away the half-dried blood with a cloth. Her brow furrowed in concern as she averted her gaze from the mangled flesh. "Don't worry about it. It will heal in a few days." Rong Yin attempted to withdraw his hand. Though he said this, his other hand remained firmly clasped around Zhu Zheng's, refusing to let go. It was clear he longed for her care. Having grown accustomed to his contradictory nature, Zhu Zheng gathered various ointments, explaining, when I was injured, you took excellent care of me. Now that you are hurt, if I ignore it, would you want me to become a heartless ingrate? Rong Yin gazed intently at her face. I am willingly accepting this. Do not feel indebted to me. I am also willingly helping you, Zhu Zheng retorted. Rong Yin fell silent, allowing her to continue her ministrations. After finally cleaning the wound and applying the medicine, Zhu Zheng cut a large piece of cloth to wrap around his hand, clumsily securing it until his bony hand resembled a large bun. Rong Yin lowered his head, intently watching Zhu Zheng as she busied herself with his injury, a flicker of amusement sparking in his pale eyes, suggesting a hint of a smile. Although subtle, Zhu Zheng had grown familiar enough to recognize this as a sign of his good spirits. What are you smiling about? She asked with a hint of reproach. Who finds joy while bleeding? As the saying goes, a drop of blood is worth 3 meals, yet he seemed unfazed, allowing the blood to flow freely while remaining composed and walking with her for quite some time. Rong Yin pressed his lips together, suppressing a smile. Clearly you are, Zhu Zheng retorted, her words trailing off as she squeezed his hand through the cloth. Do you not feel pain? His lips remained flat, yet his translucent eyes still held a trace of mirth, leaving one to wonder if he truly felt no pain or if he had simply grown numb to it. Tonight, you must drink a bowl of my blood-replenishing medicine, Zhu Zheng instructed, tying off the bandage and earnestly advising him. The wound in your palm will take time to heal. Avoid getting it wet or applying pressure, and remember to change the dressing regularly. Rong Yin observed her furrowed brow and grave expression, as though she were addressing a matter of utmost importance. It's not that severe, he reassured her. Seeing him remain so nonchalant, Zhu Zheng, with a serious demeanor, said, I know you think my words are trivial, but they are for your own good. Can you not listen? She recalled how obedient he had been when she was ill, taking her medicine without complaint. How could anyone be so careless with their own well-being? I am listening, he replied, his gaze unwavering, his eyes softening into crescent moons as he focused intently on Zhu Zheng. That's better, she said, relieved. Rong Yin's faint smile lingered. Is there anything else you wish to instruct me on? Not at the moment, Zhu Zheng pondered briefly, then added, I will let you know if anything comes to mind. Very well, Rong Yin nodded earnestly, his voice gentle. I will heed your words. Outside the window, the bamboo grove rustled softly, casting intricate shadows upon the ground. Zhu Zheng gazed at his obedient, nodding demeanor, and somehow, the memory of Master Chong Hongzi meticulously inscribing names in the bamboo grove flickered through her mind, stirring her heartstrings. Suddenly, she yearned, like others, to call him Cheng-yi. She parted her lips, but ultimately held back. In the Hall of Remembrance, a few sticks of incense had just been lit. When Qing Ping entered, he saw his master polishing the tablet of Master Chong Ming, humming a cheerful tune. Usually, when his master visited this hall, he was engulfed in sorrow. Earlier, it seemed he had quarreled with the senior brother at the altar, their exchange sounding rather heated. Yet now, he appeared quite jubilant. Qing Ping was unnerved by the stark contrast in his master's emotions. Master, has something good happened? He inquired anxiously. A tremendous fortune indeed. Chong Hongzi straightened his back, casting a glance at Qing Ping, and smiled faintly. A still pond has finally stirred. What pond? What stir? The young Qing Ping found himself perplexed by such pretentious words. What does master mean? Chong Hongzi looked at Qing Ping, offered him a bundle of incense and candles, and said, Come, light a stick of incense and converse with your master. I fear he may not believe my words. What should I say? Qing Ping asked, taking the incense and candles. Inform him that your senior brother has opened the altar to change a girl's fate. Say that. Qing Ping was bewildered. Master, weren't you very angry when senior brother opened the altar? Chong Hongzi was puzzled. Angry? What is there to be angry about? I am delighted. Qing Ping remained confused. If you're not angry, then why not let senior brother proceed? Having aspirations is indeed a grand blessing, yet altering one's fate is a matter of great consequence. Chong Hongzi stroked his beard. These are two distinct matters. Qing Ping was utterly befuddled, as he struggled to comprehend the difference between the two matters his master spoke of. He suddenly heard Chong Hongzi let out a long, melancholic sigh. All things are impermanent. Each returns to its origin, he lamented. Relying solely on a reckless sacrifice of oneself may not guarantee the desired outcome. After Cheng Yi departed, Chong Hongzi peered into the fate chart and calculated the bond of their destinies. Although their connection was originally tenuous, it unexpectedly deepened at a certain juncture, intertwining them. Such a fate chart likely harbored numerous tribulations. Scratching his head, Qing Ping said, "Master, the disciple does not understand. Not only you, but even your senior brother remains in the dark." Chong Hongzi sighed again, gazing at the clouds rolling outside the window. Chapter 55. Sharing the same flavor. Yong Yin had fully committed to adhering to the physician's orders. Unfortunately, Zhu Zheng was not a genuine doctor. Whether it was due to excessive blood loss or inadequate care, the ever-capable Grand Tutor was becoming increasingly dependent on her assistance. With one hand incapacitated, many tasks became impossible. Initially, it was merely applying medicine, but soon it escalated to needing help with meals, and ultimately, even bathing required Zhu Zheng's support. Though Zhu Zheng harbored no grievances, the unspoken boundaries between men and women created an underlying discomfort. She hinted for Yong Yin to seek help from a junior brother, yet after a prolonged contemplation, he expressed a desire to keep this matter private. In that moment of clarity, Zhu Zheng realized that the seemingly self-restrained man was, in fact, quite sensitive about his image, unwilling to display any vulnerability before his peers. It was a revelation that the dignified senior brother was enduring such hardship and stubbornness. As someone who had always prided herself on her resilience, Zhu Zheng felt a surge of empathy. Having witnessed his fade of strength, she felt a weighty responsibility upon her shoulders. After a long day of tending to him, the time for his evening medication finally arrived. With a furrowed brow, Zhu Zheng drank the concoction. Noticing Yong Yin taking her empty bowl, she casually inquired if he had prepared a bowl for himself, immediately regretting the question. It felt rather shameless. Yong Yin dismissed it without care, but Zhu Zheng and Appo's guilt flared. "I shall prepare another bowl for you," she declared, unaware that he had been away brewing the medicine himself. Had she known, it would have been utterly outrageous to let a one-handed man care for a lively self. Zhu Zheng hurried to the pharmacy, struggling to distinguish the necessary herbs. Eventually, it was Yong Yin, with his hand wrapped like a mallet, who organized the medicine and kindled the fire. She contributed only by adding water and fanning the flames. With 3 hands between them, they managed to work together surprisingly well. She returned to the bamboo cottage with the medicine, seating Yong Yin across from her, thoughtfully cooling the medicine before offering it to him. Before she could speak, he lifted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. His demeanor mirrored her own boldness, prompting Zhu Zheng to nod in satisfaction as she took out a handkerchief and, in a symbolic gesture, wiped the corner of his mouth, mimicking his tone. "Well done." Yong Yin tilted his head, a smile gleaming in his eyes, watching her intently. Suddenly, she remembered something important. "Oh, I forgot to give you sugar ball." However, she had not brought any with her. "Do you have any sugar balls?" she asked. Yong Yin retrieved a jar of sugar and handed it to her. "Here you go." Zhu Zheng took one and popped it into his mouth, then, adopting a hushed tone, echoed, "Well done." Only then did it feel complete. Yong Yin and Appo's eyes sparkled, his expression gentle as if shrouded in a light mist. After a moment in Appo's thought, he pinched another sugar ball from the jar and brought it close to her lips. "I don't need the reward," Zhu Zheng protested, pushing it away. I and Appo's already had one after the medicine. Yet Yong Yin held the sugar ball close, nearly brushing against her lips. "This doesn't end Appo's count," he replied, his brow furrowing slightly. "This is sharing the same flavor." The sweet, plum-like flavor melted in her mouth, and Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow, sensing the phrase was somewhat familiar. Before she could ponder further, Yong Yin stood up to clear the empty bowls. "Tomorrow, we shall visit the hot springs. You should rest early. Are we still going?" Zhu Zheng hesitated to ask. Yong Yin turned back. Did you not express a desire to go? She indeed wished to go, but she had not anticipated his injury. If you wish to go, then we shall, Yong Yin stated firmly. But you seem quite frail. Zhu Zheng began, but before she could finish, he swept her up in his arms, causing her to gasp softly. He carried her back to the couch and gently set her down. Frail. He half leaned over her, his tall shadow enveloping her completely. Those who are strong despise having their vulnerabilities exposed, and knowing Yong Yan's sensitivity, Zhu Zheng swiftly adjusted her words. You need a rest. You need it even more, he replied, a hint of a helpless smile on his lips as he pressed a light kiss to her forehead. Sleep well. I will wake you at dawn. At the break of dawn, Zhu Zheng knocked on the door of the neighboring room. After just 2 knocks, the door swung open, revealing Yong Yin, still a bit drowsy, who looked surprised to see her. Why are you up so early? Zhu Zheng, glancing around cautiously, stepped inside. Although her intentions were genuine, she felt it necessary to maintain a fade of propriety while visiting a male's chamber in the temple. I woke up before dawn, she explained. Yong Yin let her in, and Zhu Zheng, surveying the room's layout, headed straight for the wardrobe, opening it to select an outfit. What are you doing? Yong Yin asked, perplexed. I and Oppos am helping you get dressed, she replied, already holding a mist-colored outer robe, wrapping it around him. Yong Yin paused, momentarily distracted by her dark, glistening eyes, which reflected only his own small image. After a moment, he complied, bending down to assist her. Zhu Zheng hurriedly helped him into the sleeves, smoothing out the creases of the garment. His tall stature required her to stand on tiptoe to fasten the collar. They were close enough that she could feel his slightly uneven breath, and the soft morning light revealed a faint blush on the Grand Tutor and Oppos, his ears. Absorbed in her task, Zhu Zheng remained oblivious to any unusual tension, diligently fastening the buttons and selecting a matching belt and ornament. Just as she secured the belt, Yong Yin shifted slightly, causing the ornament to fall to the floor with a clatter. Don an amp, Oppos, T-move. I'll pick it up, she exclaimed, bending down to retrieve it. Noticing the intricate knot was somewhat loose, she instinctively began to untie it for readying. The knot was complex, requiring her to weave the 2 loops together. As she concentrated, she glanced at Yong Yan's tightly wrapped hand, realizing he was unable to assist her. Deciding to use her teeth to grip the knot, she leaned forward. In an unexpected twist, Yong Yan abruptly stepped back, causing her to stumble and almost lose her balance. Be still, she exclaimed, frustrated at the potential loss of her progress. It didn't amp. Oppos, it's unnecessary to tie it, he said, grasping her hand gently and pulling her up. His face bore a suspicious tinge of pink. Zhu Zheng, still with the knot in her mouth, was unexpectedly yanked forward, losing her footing and falling directly against Yong Yin. In that precarious moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her, a sensation she vaguely recognized. Before she could fully comprehend it, darkness enveloped her, and her consciousness faded completely. When she next opened her eyes, Zhu Zheng found herself in a small, white-walled chamber. Delicate golden threads adorned her wrist, trembling with her movements. Little Zheng, you're awake? A familiar voice drifted in from outside. Zhu Zheng took a moment to gather her thoughts. Master? Where am I? You're in the Bixin Pavilion, Chong Hongzi explained. Do not be alarmed. Preparations for detoxification are complete. I was beginning to fear you would not awaken, and I was about to commence without you. Detoxification? Is it the full moon tonight? She queried. She distinctly remembered conversing with Rong Xing and that their rendezvous to witness the hot springs should indeed have taken place on the 12th. Had she truly been in a stupor for 3 days? This was quite alarming. Not only had she lost 3 precious days of her life, but remaining in such a prolonged unconsciousness did not bode well. As she pondered this, she heard Master Chong Hongzi speak, Xiao Zheng and Oppos. Your pulse is tumultuous and agitated, harboring a peril that may reach the marrow. The antidote is urgently required. Before Zhu Zheng could respond, Master Chong continued, it may be somewhat painful, and for now, there is no effective way to alleviate it. You must endure. Once you persevere, the pain will cease. Zhu Zheng sincerely nodded. She understood that enduring a brief pain was preferable to a prolonged suffering if it meant ridding herself of the poison. However, realizing that Master Chong could not see her nodding in agreement, she inquired aloud, How shall it be resolved? The lingering toxins within your bones are difficult to extract. You must use the blazing scorpions before you to cleanse them thoroughly. Only then did Zhu Zheng notice a translucent jade bowl inverted before her, within which several vividly red scorpions writhed, brandishing their pincers menacingly. A chill ran down her spine. Place the 5 blazing scorpions at the corresponding pressure points of your body, and after a while, they will instinctively bite through flesh and enter. Where? Zhu Zheng had always held a healthy respect for serpents, insects, and rodents. Now, being compelled to coexist with these venomous creatures, she found it nearly impossible to suppress her innate fear. Her lips drained of color, rendering her speechless for a considerable time. The golden thread around her wrist tightened once more as Master Chong, having conveyed the critical instructions, suddenly added, "Cheng-yi, are you not coming out?" Chapter 56. This'll not do. It was only then that Zhu Zheng realized there was another person in the I Ching pavilion, sitting across from her behind sheer, pale curtain, their figure only a vague silhouette. "I will stay here with her." "No, that is not permissible," Chong Hongzi immediately rejected. "That is wholly inappropriate." After repeating his refusal thrice, Rong Yin remained seated, seemingly indifferent, his expression obscured by the curtain. "Cheng-yi," Chong Hongzi urged again, "though detoxification may be painful, it is not perilous. Little Zheng can endure it alone. Your presence here is of no use." Zhu Zheng wholeheartedly agreed, adding, "My lord, you should step outside." Setting aside the impending madness she would face from the scorpions, should the lord be stung, it would be too unwise to lose both of them. "I promise to stay with you," Rong Yin insisted. It seemed there was indeed such a matter. She often uttered similar words, not considering them grand promises. If he could not remain, then he need not. "My lord, you are well-meaning, but sometimes you must be more adaptable." Thus, she gently implored him, "I appreciate your intentions, but I am more comfortable alone. Please step outside, and I assure you I will emerge unscathed shortly." Silence stretched thin across the delicate curtain, as Rong Yin pondered in silence, refusing to speak or leave. The moment was urgent. The fiery scorpions would soon molt, and there was no time to waste. Chong Hongzi's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Cheng-yi, you must leave." "Please, my lord," Zhu Zheng pleaded, "consider this a request." If he did not exit soon, she would face her demise alongside the scorpions. After a moment of contemplation, Rong Yin finally lifted his foot and stepped outside. As the door closed, the pavilion fell into an eerie stillness, the flickering candlelight casting dim shadows around, leaving Zhu Zheng alone, facing 5 crimson scorpions. As she hesitated to inquire what to do next, the golden thread around her wrist suddenly tightened before snapping violently, knocking over the jade bowl before her. The 5 fiery scorpions joyfully crawled out, and Zhu Zheng, frightened, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Before she could retreat further, the little creatures seemed to leap onto her, swiftly piercing her flesh, leaving behind tiny, round droplets of blood. Zhu Zheng gasped instinctively. "Does it hurt?" came Rong Yan's voice from outside. "It's bearable." She gritted her teeth. "I can endure." In truth, it was not excruciating. Only a slight, unfamiliar sensation coursed through her veins, spreading throughout her limbs. The shock of witnessing them burrow into her skin was overwhelming, and she feared that nightmares would haunt her, filled with visions of scorpions crawling over her body. As she held her breath, a sudden surge coursed through her blood, as though her flesh were being sliced open slowly, and she bit down hard on her lip, enduring the overwhelming sensation that made her body tremble. "Are you all right?" The voice outside grew increasingly anxious. Zhu Zheng, while enduring the pain, attempted to respond, "I am." "Fine." Just as the words left her lips, the pain intensified, burrowing deep into her bones, as if ants were gnawing their way through her blood, twisting her sinews and tearing apart her insides, plunging her into a frozen abyss. Zhu Zheng wanted to scream, but as soon as she relaxed her jaw, the pain became unbearable. She found herself curved before her stood not a mere celestial being, but a visage she ought to recognize. It seemed to belong to her esteemed lord, the remarkably handsome Grand Tutor. "My lord," she softly called out. Those compassionate eyes flickered gently, caressing her damp wrist, pressed against his cheek. "I am here. You have come." Zhu Zheng felt a profound ache in her heart, curling up against his solid and sturdy chest. As a fledgling returns to its nest, she closed her eyes momentarily. How wonderful! She could scarcely comprehend her own feelings, only sensing the comfort of companionship, believing that even amidst her pain, she was not entirely pitiable, and that this person was, by chance, Rong Yin. Beyond the word wonderful, she struggled to articulate anything further. Yet, upon hearing her heartfelt utterance, her lord did not appear elated. He reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead, his expression still heavy, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. "What is so wonderful?" he inquired. Zhu Zheng pondered. Perhaps her sincerity was insufficient. She straightened herself with effort, cradling his face in her hands, earnestly declaring, "Everything is wonderful." Her fingertips grazed his face, and suddenly, she felt her words were inadequate, revealing only a sense of frailty. Thus, she traced the contours of his features, observing her tilt her head and softly murmur. Rong Yin could not help but lean closer. Before he could discern her words, his neck was gently pulled, and a tender kiss unexpectedly graced the area beneath his brow. Chapter 57. What would you like to call me? Zhu Zheng was perplexed as to why the adult suddenly ceased all movement, leaving only his long, drooping eyelashes to flutter gently, causing a slight itch on her face. Compared to the earlier pain and discomfort, this was trivial. She shook her head and softly remarked on the beauty of his eyes. She nudged his eyelashes with her chin, cradling his face as she slid downwards. His nose was exquisite, and she pressed her lips against his face, carefully kissing her way down to the tip of his nose, anxious to convey no hint of favoritism. His lips were equally delightful, she added as she kissed the corner of his mouth. As soon as Zhu Zheng lightly pressed her lips against him, the person she embraced beneath her stiffened abruptly, his breath becoming heavier. She quickly halted her movements, creating a slight distance. "My lord, did I press on you?" His breath was deep, and his gaze remained fixed upon her lips, unmoving, until, after what felt like an eternity, he responded. "What?" His voice was husky. "Your hand is still injured," she reminded him, recalling the significant blood loss. Rong Yin and Appo's chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing short and heavy, his gaze entranced by Zhu Zheng, as if he had forgotten how many hands he possessed. Zhu Zheng and Appo's awareness did not sustain for long, seeing him silent. She soon forgot why she had paused. Thus, she continued her tender exploration, nudging her nose against his, her lips tracing the contours of his face, patiently sketching his delicate features with affection. Her mind was a muddled mess, solely focused on the notion that he seemed displeased, prompting her to employ her charm to cheer him up, lavishing him with kisses and compliments inch by inch. However, as she hung on to him, her limbs felt weak, making it difficult to maintain a proper posture. Attempting to sit up straight, her head tilted and inadvertently brushed along his jawline. Zhu Zheng, ever accommodating, disregarded any semblance of order and leaned in to plant a kiss on his neck. The nearby Adam's apple shifted unexpectedly, inciting her curiosity, and she leaned in to kiss that spot as well. Just as she was about to continue her descent, her wrist was suddenly grasped firmly. "Zhu Zheng," he called her name, his warm breath mingling with a subtle fragrance, enveloping them both. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the softness of his enunciation, the way he pronounced her name was particularly melodious. Zhu Zheng and Appo's eyes crinkled with delight as she nodded in response, mimicking his tone to call him. "My lord, that's not fair," she remarked, slightly furrowing her brow. "Can I not call you my lord?" Rong Yan's throat rumbled softly, as he turned his face to intertwine their gazes, his voice husky and magnetic, almost seductive in its subtlety. "What would you like to call me?" "What to call you?" She had an answer in mind, yet it escaped her at that moment. Observing her frown, Rong Yin contemplated for a while, his gaze resting on her. "You can call me whatever you wish." "I can't remember." Zhu Zheng felt a pang of regret, sensing that this was a rare opportunity slipping away. Rong Yin gently tucked her hair behind her ear, his voice still gravelly. "Take your time." Since he insisted there was no rush, Zhu Zheng relaxed, her gaze drifting to his flushed face as she reached out to touch it. "Your face is so hot." Whether it was her hand being too warm or too cool, She could not discern, but the more she touched, the hotter it felt. Zhu Zheng grew concerned and pondered for a while before conjuring a clever idea. "May I blow on it, my lord?" She clung to Rong Xing, close enough to observe his trembling lashes, and carefully exhaled gently. The disheveled Taifu sat still, allowing her to carry out her intentions. His free hand clenched into a fist, as if he was enduring something, yet he showed no inclination to restrain her. Seeking relief from his own impatience, Zhu Zheng blew softly a couple of times, furrowing her brow slightly. Her body felt like a damp stretch of land after a tide receded, a painful sensation surging from deep within, followed by a strange upheaval that rushed to her throat. A metallic sweetness filled her mouth, and as she coughed, she leaned forward abruptly, expelling a large mouthful of blood. The dark crimson stain spread across the ground like a peony, while several scarlet scorpions scuttled away energetically from the pool of blood. The scene was terrifyingly absurd. Zhu Zheng felt her neck grow weak, darkness enveloping her vision. Recently, she had grown quite familiar with the sensation of fainting, understanding that she was on the verge of losing consciousness once more. The next day dawned high in the sky. 2 white birds perched on the windowsill, chirping softly. When Zhu Zheng opened her eyes, the tightly drawn canopy filtered in a faint light, casting dappled shadows of bamboo, swaying like fish beneath the water. She stared blankly for a moment, finally recognizing that she was in the bamboo lodge's chamber, and began to ponder how she had ended up there. Her frequent fainting spells had left her memories fragmented. She vaguely recalled a struggle with 5 red scorpions and a long dream filled with the enchanting voice of a celestial being. Perhaps she had been blessed, for aside from a slight fog in her mind from sleep, her body felt unusually invigorated and light. Zhu Zheng gathered herself and rose from bed, feeling the gentle breeze and the soft sunlight filtering through the bamboo lodge, which was silent and devoid of company. Not even Xiao was resting on the bamboo rack. Taking a deep breath, she savored the fresh air flowing through her lungs before gradually exhaling. What it meant to be free of poison and feeling light. One could only truly articulate it after having experienced the poison themselves. Unfortunately, she had indeed lived through such an ordeal. Yet, fortunately, she could now stand here, reflecting on how she had traversed countless mountains and valleys. "Little Zheng, why did you come out directly?" An elderly man with a white beard appeared at the entrance, interrupting her musings. "Master," Zhu Zheng smiled, "I felt I was no longer in serious trouble, so I wanted to get some fresh air." As she spoke, she instinctively glanced behind him. Cheng Hongzi, perceptive as ever, immediately addressed her concern. "Cheng Yi has gone to prepare medicine." Feeling her thoughts exposed, Zhu Zheng shyly pressed her lips together. "But hasn't the poison been fully resolved? Why do I still need to take medicine?" "Cheng Yi mentioned that your arrow wound has not completely healed." Cheng Hongzi urged her back to the courtyard. "Moreover, after expelling such a large amount of blood, you need to recuperate properly." The bamboo lodge was lush with flowers and greenery, the gentle breeze inviting, while the warm sunlight bathed them comfortably. They sat together in the pavilion, and Zhu Zheng recalled, "Did I vomit blood?" Cheng Hongzi replied, "The fiery scorpions expel toxic blood with the poison, but it is ultimately your own blood. I instructed Cheng Yi to prepare more restorative medicine for you, little Zheng, to ensure you drink it for a while longer." Zhu Zheng nodded, remembering only the shocking image of the red scorpions crawling beneath her skin, a scene that was unforgettable, while the subsequent events remained somewhat hazy. These scorpions not only had the ability to detoxify, but could also induce pain so severe that it led to amnesia, displaying a peculiar understanding of human experience. She had accumulated enough terrible memories during her midnight awakenings. Forgetting them was perhaps for the best, sparing her from adding yet another burden. However, when the topic of replenishing her blood arose, Zhu Zheng recalled a pressing concern. "Is your hand injury healed, my lord?" she inquired. Cheng Hongzi appeared taken aback by the question, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It should be healed. I noticed he doesn't seem to mind it anymore." Zhu Zheng pondered. "I saw that wound was inflicted by a sharp object. It was a dagger's cut." Cheng Hongzi looked at her with a frown, promptly correcting her. "That has nothing to do with anyone else. It was his own doing." Zhu Zheng and Appos. S frown deepened. "His own doing? Why?" Cheng Hongzi hesitated before cautiously asking, "What did Cheng Yi tell you?" "My lord mentioned he went to make a wish," Zhu Zheng recounted, then paused to add, "I know that's not the truth." Rong Yin was a man of few words, typically responding with silence when he preferred not to share. He was not one to lie, and thus when he did, it appeared clumsy, almost transparent. "It's not entirely false," she mused. Cheng Hongzi stroked his beard and spoke in a contemplative tone. His temperament is as unyielding as stone, unwilling to accept the slightest possibility that his wishes may not come to fruition. Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the meaning behind his words. Did he resort to self-harm due to unfulfilled wishes? The essence of a wish lies in its nature as a mere expectation and imagination of the future. No one can guarantee its realization. This is a truth even a 3-year-old would grasp. How could adults fail to comprehend such a fundamental principle? Bewildered, Zhu Zheng wondered what the desires of adults truly entailed. After a brief silence, Cheng Hongzi observed Zhu Zheng and oppose his earnest inquiry, hesitating as he opened his mouth several times, yet unable to articulate his thoughts. "I was merely asking out of curiosity. There is no obligation to divulge," Zhu Zheng remarked, realizing her question might have been somewhat abrupt. To ease the tension, she swiftly shifted the topic. "The Yu Tian Temple is indeed a place of exceptional feng shui. It is evident that adults hold deep affection for this locale. Why then did you descend the mountain to serve as the grand tutor in Shangjing?" Her intention was to lighten the atmosphere, perhaps anticipating that Master Cheng Hongzi would provide a vague yet grandiose answer, such as lofty aspirations for the state or similar rhetoric. To her surprise, Cheng Hongzi's expression became even more tangled than before, his long white beard furrowing in concentration. "Of course, this pertains to matters within the adult disciple circle." Zhu Zheng touched her nose, acknowledging her curiosity. "I was merely engaging in casual conversation. If I have overstepped, I hope the master will forgive me." "Little Zheng, feel free to inquire without reservation. After all, one cannot expect Cheng Yi to enlighten you," Cheng Hongzi replied, ruffling his disheveled hair. "However, it is a lengthy tale, and I must ponder where to begin. Does it concern the past?" Zhu Zheng's interest was piqued, and she could not resist teasing, surely his child. "You did not resolve to become the grand tutor from the very beginning?" Given his assertive demeanor, it seemed entirely plausible. "It is indeed inextricably linked," Cheng Hongzi affirmed Zhu Zheng's speculation, suddenly sitting up straight. "I previously mentioned that Cheng Yi entered the temple on the day a distinguished guest visited. Do you recall this?" Zhu Zheng nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Cheng Hongzi continued, "This esteemed guest, I'm certain you will recognize." Chapter 58, The Path of Rong Tian. The perpetual flux, does she recognize him? How could she possibly recognize the one who picked up Rong Yin? Zhu Zheng mused, who is it? That person from Shangjing. What was his name? Something rather peculiar and hard to pronounce. Cheng Hongzi strained to recall what you call him. Ah yes, the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven? His Majesty? Gongyi Hell? Zhu Zheng recognized this individual, yet she never anticipated this particular connection. This esteemed guest, a royal, shared a youthful friendship with my senior brother, and they maintained a close rapport, often visiting my brother under the pretext of seeking blessings after autumn. Cheng Hongzi gazed into the distance, envisioning the particular serene morning when Cheng Yi appeared. Zhu Zheng pondered for a moment. Thus, this noble guest could indeed be considered a benefactor of sorts. Given that this esteemed guest is the emperor, it is only natural for him to be appointed as the grand tutor through Master Chongming's introduction. This natural progression left Zhu Zheng feeling inexplicably disheartened. Benefactor? Cheng Hongzi suddenly scoffed, interrupting Zhu Zheng's drifting thoughts. Had it not been for this insatiable benefactor, who, under the guise of youthful jest, deceived a solemn promise, my brother would still be alive and well, and Cheng Yi would not have left Yuqian Temple. From the moment he encountered Cheng Hongzi, he always bore a benevolent smile, but his expression shifted to one of stern seriousness. All beings are free from sin, life and death are bound by fate, and one cannot escape their due retribution, dying in one south rightful place. This is the universal truth, yet this esteemed guest refuses to accept a single word of it. Chong Hongzi's tone was tinged with resentment and anger, lamenting that, thanks to him, my brother not only ruined the foundation of his decades of ascetic practice, but also witnessed a decline in health each passing day. The master's words were profound, shrouded in intricate entanglements. Zhu Zheng found them somewhat perplexing, yet she understood that this was not the moment to inquire further, so she allowed the master to continue speaking. Enough, enough. The matters of the world are ancient and complex, like a game of chess. Chong Hongzi seemed lost in thought, staring at the vast sky, letting out a heavy sigh. If I speak too much, my brother will be displeased. Let's not dwell on those trivial matters. He then turned to Zhu Zheng. I heard Jiying mention that you inquired about Master Chongming. Perhaps you wish to understand why Cheng-Yi has become what he is today? Zhu Zheng nodded in affirmation. Cheng-Yi, burdened by a hidden past, had always been taciturn and prudent. Chong Hongzi's demeanor softened significantly as he spoke of Rong Xing, recounting. Yet he is still but a child, occasionally revealing a youthful spirit. My brother and I were both quite pleased, dedicated to nurturing this child to be more vivacious and cheerful. However, ever since my brother fell gravely ill, those hopes have turned to mere illusions. Cheng-Yi, unbeknownst to how he learned the truth, bore no trace of a smile and spent his days ensconced in the medicinal alcove, diligently studying herbs, tirelessly and silently. Master Chongming was the finest person I have ever known. He was magnanimous and virtuous, valuing propriety and promises. Even in his final moments, when hope seemed lost, he still murmured about his failure to honor a promise to invite that esteemed guest to meet him one last time. Unfortunately, he encountered a blizzard that blocked the roads. He was trapped at the mountain's foot. My brother instructed me to take 2 disciples down to fetch him. The snow was so deep it reached our waists, and it had also cut off the hot springs at the mountain's peak. Ancient texts recorded that the springs concealed the sacred Bodhi lotus, which could serve as a medicinal catalyst for life extension. Unbeknownst to me, Cheng-Yi took the opportunity to sneak off to the hot springs. When my brother noticed he had not returned by nightfall, he ventured into the mountains to search for him. Upon returning to the temple and discovering both Cheng-Yi and my brother were missing, I immediately organized a search that lasted 5 long days without a trace. On the 5th day, Cheng-Yi returned, clutching a Bodhi lotus in his hand, his master's lifeless body slung over his back, collapsing at the temple's threshold. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng felt a tightening in her heart. Master Chongming, my brother has passed. Chong Hongzi tilted his head back, tears glistening in his aged eyes. Zhu Zheng too felt a dull ache in her chest. Those 5 days and nights amidst the raging snow. When had he lost his way? When had he been found by his master? And at what moment did he witness Master Chongming's demise? What emotions had he harbored upon returning? She found it unbearable to contemplate. Cheng-Yi excelled in all his studies, save one. He never grasped the essence of loss. What is it? Zhu Zheng inquired. Chong Hongzi closed his eyes briefly and replied softly, how to lose. Zhu Zheng felt as though a sudden chill had swept through her. Entering the mortal realm is indeed a torturous and soul-crushing journey. The 3 sufferings of life, yearning for what one cannot attain, relinquishing what one wishes to keep, and losing what one has gained. Each syllable encapsulates the agony of separation and death. Yet she too was not different. She too could not comprehend, could not learn, could not let go. Cheng-Yi had always believed he was the cause of his master's demise, silently enduring until the funeral was complete. He neither ate nor drank, shedding no tears, his eyes void and haunting. That esteemed guest arrived, presenting him with a letter left by his master. After reading it, he locked himself away for 3 full days. Upon emerging, he announced to me that he intended to descend the mountain. I did not stop him. I merely bestowed upon him a worldly name before he left, Rong Xing. Suddenly, Zhu Zheng, who had been silently listening, interjected, Rong Tian walks the path, perpetuating the impermanence. This was a phrase from the Lanshi Sutra she had read in her youth, forever etched in her memory. Karma is orderly. There is neither selfishness nor favoritism, neither right nor wrong. Hence Rong Tian walks the path, perpetuating the impermanence. Cheng-Yi's disposition is stubborn. I always fear he may break under pressure. Cheng Hongzi looked at Zhu Zheng with a satisfied expression. The uncertainties of the world are profound. What he believes he can grasp is, in comparison to fate, as futile as an ant shaking a tree. He must not always think of forcing himself into a corner. Zhu Zheng's gaze darkened. How easy is it for an ant to shake a tree? Yet is merely drifting along truly a way to survive? She could empathize with Rong Xing's reckless determination. Was she not also an ant attempting to change her fate? What did the letter say? She asked. I have not seen it. Cheng Hongzi shook his head. After a pause, he added, I only know that my brother had promised to safeguard the peace of that person's realm. Zhu Zheng tightened her grip on her clothing. The dynasty of Daong had long been in turmoil, with nearly every succession of power fraught with instability, leaving both rulers and subjects treading on thin ice. Was this the reason Rong Xing became the Grand Tutor? He bore his master's unfinished business upon his shoulders, venturing into a place where no one recognized him, to assist a prince he had never known. Safeguarding the peace of the realm, what a simple phrase. If one day he discovers that Gong Xiao is a ruthless killer, seeing human life as mere grass, will he still cling to his misguided promises? The winds swept across the sky, scattering the clouds, leaving a solitary golden sun hanging in the empty expanse above. Zhu Zheng sat alone for a while, lost in thought, before suddenly speaking, May I visit Master Chongming? Though the sun hung high in the sky, the Hall of Remembrance was sealed tight, with 3,000 bright lanterns illuminating the space. In the center stood a tall, long table upon which rested a memorial tablet. As Cheng Hongzi led Zhu Zheng through the door, he called out loudly, Brother, look who has come. Stepping closer to the tablet, he lowered his voice and added, As I mentioned, it's the girl Cheng-Yi brought back. His demeanor was so earnest, it was as if the tablet itself had ears. Zhu Zheng recalled the days she had spoken to the stone lion while in her mother's embrace, mirroring such piety. She bowed respectfully and offered a stick of incense. Master Chongming, I am Zhu Zheng. Look, what a wonderful girl. Who would have thought that our little stickler would have a moment of enlightenment? Cheng Hongzi chuckled, his face etched with deep lines, murmuring to the tablet, It has been a long time since I last saw him. This time he returned. Yet he hasn't changed much, still bearing that taciturn and solemn demeanor. He has grown from a little stickler into a great one. He then turned to Zhu Zheng. Little Zheng, please be understanding. If he ever angers you, just let me and your brother know, and we will help you settle it. While my senior brother tends to him in slumber, I shall look after him when he awakens. Zhu Zheng initially felt a heaviness in her heart, yet upon hearing these words, her eyes unexpectedly brimmed with warmth. The master spoke with the tone of a protective elder, akin to a family member who cherishes her. Though she had never experienced such nurturing in her upbringing, aside from her sister, there had been no comforting words or tender affection in her childhood. When she caught glimpses of the familial joys of others, she could only secretly envy them in her heart. On occasion, when envy struck fiercely, she would borrow the uncles, aunts, and grandparents from other families, envisioning them as her own in her dreams. Master Chonghong, Zhu Zheng ventured, May I call you Shirshu? Upon uttering the words, a wave of regret washed over her. This was not only an overstep towards Master Chonghong, but also a slight against the esteemed tutor, a rather abrupt transgression. No, Master Chonghong replied, shaking his head. Do not call me Shirshu. Zhu Zheng was taken aback. Little Zheng he raised a white brow and continued. How about I take you as my disciple? Chapter 59. Not for my sake. Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. When Cheng Hongzi noticed her silence, he chuckled heartily. Of course, it must be your willingness. Otherwise, just consider it as if I never mentioned it. I certainly wish to, Zhu Zheng hurriedly replied. Yet she knew it was not merely her desire that mattered. Please wait here for a moment, master. I and Amp, Oppos. I'll be right back. With that, she dashed out of the memorial hall like the wind. Upon returning to her bamboo cottage, she found her room's door wide open. Bursting with excitement, she entered only to find it empty, save for a bowl of medicinal soup on the table, emitting faint wisps of steam. Zhu Zheng quickly turned and rushed to the pharmacy, but there was no one there either. At a loss, She wandered aimlessly through Yutian Temple like a headless fly until she finally encountered a cleaning disciple. "Have you seen your senior brother?" Zhu Zheng inquired. "Yes. He rushed past just a moment ago. Heading towards the temple gate," the disciple replied. "Is Rong Yin leaving? Is there something urgent?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng immediately sprinted towards the temple gate. Outside, a bamboo path led up the mountain, where dark green bamboos obscured the view, fading away into the wilderness, leaving no trace of a single person. Having recently recovered from illness, Zhu Zheng found herself somewhat breathless after her run. Yet, Master Chonghong was still awaiting her response in the memorial hall. Even if Rong Yin had departed, he could not have left long ago, and she should be able to catch up. After catching her breath, she was about to follow the bamboo path when suddenly someone grasped her wrist from behind, pulling her into a cool, fragrant embrace. Her ears were instantly filled with the sound of a steady, powerful heartbeat. Instinctively, Zhu Zheng looked up and met eyes as luminous as the distant moon, reflecting her small form within them. She was all too familiar with those eyes. Yet for reasons unknown, their gaze sent a fleeting flutter through her heart, leaving her slightly flustered. Before she could compose herself, she realized her hands were tightly ensnared, making it difficult to even turn around in his embrace. "Sir, cough, please don't choke me to death." Rong Yin loosened his grip slightly, but did not entirely release her, still holding her wrist as if fearing she might escape. Zhu Zheng was bewildered, uncertain of how Rong Yin had appeared so suddenly. "Where did you come from? Weren't you going down the mountain?" "Me?" His somewhat hoarse voice filled her ear. "Imbued with its own haze, I thought you." "What?" Zhu Zheng prompted, tilting her head to look at him. Rong Yan's eyes flickered momentarily, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples before returning to their calm surface. "Where have you been?" When he spoke again, it was in a tone she was most accustomed to. Having spent some time with Rong Yin, he had never inquired about her past, while she, for various reasons, knew far too much. It felt unjust and unfair. Being aware of things one wished to keep private could create a certain tension. Zhu Zheng pondered for a moment before replying evasively. "I was feeling unwell, so I just wandered outside." Unfortunately, her evasion did not succeed. Rong Yin pressed further. "Where did you wander to?" By the moon-reflecting pond," she replied. "I've been there. You weren't there." It was indeed unfortunate. The temple was vast, yet she had chosen a place he had already visited. Their height difference was considerable, and Zhu Zheng found herself tightly held, unable to stand up straight, leaning against him. Rong Yan's gaze fell downwards. Although his expression was neutral, the posture suggested an air of restraint. Zhu Zheng steeled herself to continue. "Perhaps when you went, I had just returned." Rong Yin accepted her explanation. To her surprise, he actually believed her. Zhu Zheng sometimes found it hard to ascertain whether Rong Yin was easily deceived or not. When she tried to manipulate the situation, he was always the most difficult to deal with. Yet when she was casual, he suddenly became indifferent. Snow had accumulated lightly on the bamboo far from the temple gate. Today, the sun shone brightly, warming the bamboo leaves, which produced a gentle dripping sound, akin to a slow rain. Hearing this, Zhu Zheng turned her head to glance aside. Rong Yin followed her gaze. "Shall we continue walking?" Zhu Zheng shook her head. "No more walking. I've already run enough." Rong Yin wrapped his arm around her and turned. "Then let us return to rest." As she took a few steps, Zhu Zheng suddenly remembered why she needed a break. Distracted by his presence, she nearly forgot the important matter that brought her to find him. "Sir," Zhu Zheng tugged at him. "I have a question to ask you." Rong Yin halted. "What is it?" The long path sloped downhill, and standing at the lower end, Zhu Zheng felt even shorter. To hear him clearly, she had to lean in closer. Zhu Zheng felt slightly nervous, her heart racing as she carefully considered her words. "Can I be your junior sister?" Rong Yin and Amp. Oppose, as eyes flickered, his gaze sweeping from her brows to her chin, pausing momentarily before he quietly asked, "How so?" Zhu Zheng squinted against the sunlight, tilting her face upwards. "Master Chonghong said he wants to take me as a disciple." "Why?" Rong Yan's expression remained steady, akin to a placid lake. Zhu Zheng realized she had become so excited that she forgot to ask why, even neglecting to ponder the question herself. She had no familial ties to Master Chonghong, and her time on the mountain had been brief. Where in the world could one find such a conveniently acquired master? After considering various angles, Zhu Zheng could not devise a satisfactory answer to justify it. The lack of clarity, combined with Rong Yan's somewhat aloof demeanor, began to cool the fervor in her heart. She clenched and then released her fists, deciding to let it go. Noticing her disappointment, Rong Yin inquired, "Why let it go?" Zhu Zheng replied honestly, "Because you seem unwilling." "Why should I let it go just because I seem unwilling? What if I am willing? Would you then stay here for me?" Zhu Zheng found herself increasingly confused by their argument, muttering, "Why do you have so many questions?" Rong Yan's intense gaze bore down upon her, yet his voice remained gentle. "Zhu Zheng, do not act for my sake." After a pause, he added, "And do not always strive to please others." The soft chirping of birds in the bamboo grove mingled with Rong Yan's gentle yet profound voice, enveloping Zhu Zheng in a haze of realization. In her youth, she had often felt constrained, her every action needing to conform to propriety, as she often acted to avoid mistakes or to curry favor. This was precisely why she despised rules. Adhering to them was always to please others, while few cared about her own happiness. Fortunately, she had learned not to care. After all, words like joy, happiness, and contentment were not of utmost importance, nor were they vital for survival. Yet today was different. Although she understood that Master Chonghong's suggestion implied a favorable answer, she had never entertained the notion of feigning interest. Everyone at Yutian Temple was kind, far more so than the treachery of Shengjing, resembling a dreamlike paradise. She had never imagined being intertwined with this paradise, let alone becoming a part of it. When she sought out Rong Yin earlier, she had dashed along the path, the wind filling her ears, her heart warm and fervent, brimming with anticipation and excitement. "Not for others," Zhu Zheng murmured softly. "Then why?" Rong Yin inquired gently. "Because I like it here." Rong Yan's expression momentarily froze, his brow relaxing as he finally ceased his relentless questioning. A gust of wind swirled at their feet, causing the bamboo grove to rustle softly, as if combed by an unseen hand. Sunlight was fragmented by the bamboo leaves into tiny, circular patches that danced upon the two figures, resembling shards of jade glimmering with gold. Her wrist rested against the pad of his finger, and with each gentle pressure, a delicate tickle coursed through her. They stood so close that she could clearly hear the subtle weight of his breath. Zhu Zheng waved her hand before him. "My lord, have you lost your focus?" He paused briefly. "No." Zhu Zheng pressed on. "If that's the case, why are you silent? What are your thoughts?" Were it not for Rong Yin, she would never have found herself in this place. Therefore, seeking his consent was paramount before entering the sect. She believed she had adhered to all proper etiquette. Yet Rong Yin frequently drifted into distraction at critical moments, leaving her heart in a tumultuous state, unable to settle. "All right." Finally, Rong Yin offered her response. A single word, "All right." What did this ambiguous affirmation truly signify? Thus, Zhu Zheng needed to confirm once more, "My lord, does this mean you agree?" Rong Yin nodded, tightening his grip on her hand as he stepped toward the gate of the observatory. "Prepare for the ceremony." What? There is a ceremony? No one had informed her of an additional ceremony. Was it not the case that her conversation with Master Chong Hongzi marked the completion of her initiation? Chapter 60. Entering the Master S sect and ascending to new heights in the following 3 days, Zhu Zheng did not see Rong Yin at all. The entire Yutian temple was bustling with activity, except for Master Chonghong, who remained leisurely. Whenever he had the chance, he would take Zhu Zheng to the mountains to enjoy bird-watching and fishing. Although she found the outings delightful, Master Chonghong and Appo's vigor was quite exhausting for Zhu Zheng, who was used to such merriment, leading her to collapse into bed each night. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhu Zheng awoke close to noon. Upon opening her door, she discovered Ji Ying dozing outside with a tray in hand. "Miss Zheng, you're awake." Ji Ying greeted her with a bright smile. "Today is the apprenticeship ceremony at the He Terrace. My senior brother asked me to escort you there." "Apprenticeship ceremony?" Zhu Zheng exclaimed in surprise. "Why was I not informed earlier?" Ji Ying scratched his head. "My senior brother said it was just a small ceremony, and the timing was flexible, so as not to disturb your sleep. Feeling a bit embarrassed for keeping the young master waiting, Zhu Zheng replied, "Let us hurry then. There's no rush, no rush." Ji Ying reassured her. "My senior brother specifically instructed that you should have your breakfast first. He even prepared a dress for you, so please change into it." Ji Ying handed her the food box and the tray containing the dress, and she nodded in acceptance. After a moment, dressed in her new attire, Zhu Zheng stood before the mirror, momentarily taken aback, before hesitantly opening the door again. "Must I truly wear this?" she asked for confirmation. Ji Ying responded, "Do you not find it appealing, Miss Zheng? If you dislike it, we have others prepared, and you can choose another set." Zhu Zheng waved her hand dismissively. "It's not that I dislike it." While she indeed appreciated the vibrancy of red, a color symbolizing joy and celebration, the outfit was undeniably exuberant. Adorned with a cascade of shimmering pearls and shells, it dazzled the eyes. Having always been instructed to maintain a composed and graceful demeanor, she seldom wore such flamboyant colors, making her feel somewhat out of place. After a brief hesitation, concerned that Master Chonghong might be kept waiting for too long, she decided to set off with Ji Ying. Upon stepping outside, she realized her worries were unfounded. Everywhere within the Yu Tian temple, red silk banners fluttered and colorful ribbons danced in the breeze. The bamboo path was festooned with the character Ji, and clusters of red blossoms lined the route, creating a vibrant, winding pathway. The path extended beyond the temple, leading her towards the cascading waterfall, all adorned in a sea of red beneath the misty clouds. With the long steps ascending towards the cloud-kissed He terrace. Standing at the bottom, Zhu Zheng felt somewhat dazed. Under the bright sky, disciples of the Yu Tian temple stood in a line, all clad in red garments, joyfully calling out to one another, even adorning their heads with red flowers. At the entrance of the stone steps stood a tall figure, turning to gaze at her. Clad in a similar resplendent red attire, the fabric billowed in the wind. Upon noticing her, his expression momentarily changed, and he regarded her intently before extending a hand. "Come here." Zhu Zheng remained rooted in place, momentarily stunned. Accustomed to his usually somber attire, seeing him in such a vibrant hue against the ethereal backdrop was captivating, drawing her gaze irresistibly. "Miss Zheng, we have arrived," Ji Ying gently prompted, noticing her immobility. "My senior brother is calling for you." It took a while for Zhu Zheng to regain her senses, and she stepped forward, a bit dazed. Rong Xing approached her, and before he could close the distance, she grasped his sleeve. "Why didn't you inform me in advance?" she whispered. "There are so many people waiting for me." She had indulged in a long, deep slumber, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. "There's no need for concern," Rong Xing replied, his features softening as he tucked a stray hair behind her ear. "They just finished morning lessons." Zhu Zheng furrowed her brows, glancing around. The area was impeccably arranged. There were no stone tables or benches for lessons. "Yes," Rong Xing confirmed, "a more open space can be beneficial for one's mindset." "What did you learn in today's lesson?" Zhu Zheng inquired. Rong Xing raised his hand slightly. "We practiced playing the silk and bamboo instruments." As he spoke, a row of his fellow disciples behind him began to play various instruments, creating a lively and cheerful melody that, while not perfectly synchronized, was a refreshing change from the solemn sound she was accustomed to. Though it was not a tedious wait, Zhu Zheng felt a pang of guilt for making so many people endure the cold wind. Turning, she offered a sincere smile to the gathered disciples. Before she could finish her smile, she felt something soft drape over her wrist. Looking down, she saw Rong Xing tying a length of red silk around her arm. One end was also tied to his wrist, adorned with several large silk flowers, as he loosely knotted the other end around hers. "What is this for?" Zhu Zheng asked, bewildered. "It's a tradition for the master to have a disciple recommended by a member of the sect," Rong Xing explained, "to ascend together to the He terrace, symbolizing a shared journey towards greater heights." "Is my recommender you?" Zhu Zheng questioned, her gaze shifting between his splendid attire and her own. Aside from slight differences in style, they appear to be cut from the same cloth. "I suppose so," Rong Xing replied, his eyes lowered contemplatively. Zhu Zheng realized that aside from Rong Xing, she did not recognize any of the others in the temple. However, She had not anticipated the ceremony to be so grand and ceremonious. A moment of shame washed over her for her previously carefree thoughts, prompting her to straighten her attire and ensure the red silk around her wrist was secure. At the top of the stone steps, a small red that was visible, vigorously waving as if beckoning them. Zhu Zheng glanced in that direction. Could that be Master Chong Hong? Indeed, it is your master, Jing replied. He ascended early. May the divine beings bless us. I cannot keep my future master waiting. Zhu Zheng exclaimed, rushing forward, causing the red silk between them to tighten. Slow down. Rong Xing gently pulled her back. Your master cannot take flight. Ji Ying and Qing Ping stood at the entrance of the stone steps, holding two large tasseled red banners, watching as Zhu Zheng ran up the steps, hand in hand with her senior brother. Qing Ping, enviously standing on tiptoe, remarked, "Why didn't we have such a grand ceremony when we took our vows?" Ji Ying shot him a glance. Who would you have liked to lead you up? Qing Ping hesitated, speechless. Chapter 61. Or else carry me Lu Chuan Yao. Embarking on a long journey. The silk flowers fluttered between a pair of exquisite individuals, sometimes loosening, sometimes tightening, swaying gently. The stone steps, though appearing not too steep, were shrouded in a layer of mist, requiring caution as one ascended. Zhu Zheng was eager to reach the top, but in her haste, she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, her hand was grasped just in time, preventing her from tumbling down in front of the onlookers. Carry me, Rong Xing said, holding her arm firmly, his tone calm. Absolutely not. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his audacious suggestion. Her fellow disciples were watching from below. How could she be carried up? I am perfectly capable. Let's ascend with dignity. Zhu Zheng resolutely declared, preparing to release his hand and continue up the steps. Yet, Rong Xing remained rooted to the spot. Zhu Zheng, he replied, holding hands makes me feel more at ease. That seems. Zhu Zheng hesitated. Otherwise, carry me, he insisted. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. Very well, I shall hold your hand. Zhu Zheng loosened her grip, wrapping her fingers gently around his wrist, draping the silk flowers over their hands. This way, she wouldn't have to constantly worry about a potential fall, and should anyone from below catch sight of them, they would not find it peculiar. Truly, a clever plan. With a newfound cheer, Zhu Zheng continued her ascent, the moist breeze refreshing against her face. This path to becoming a disciple felt interminably long. Fatigue was trivial. The journey itself was somewhat monotonous. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a porcelain vial being slipped into her hand. Looking down, she recognized it as the sugar ball jar that Rong Xing always carried. Why do you have this today? She wondered, unsure how to react. Noticing her hesitation, Rong Xing asked, not fond of it anymore? It's not that, my lord, but how can we eat this now? We are on an important task, she responded, exasperated. The initiation ceremony is merely a formality. He reassured her, your master will accept you regardless. Do not be anxious, nor overly restrained. But aren't you feeling anxious as well? Zhu Zheng inquired. The sound of water cascading nearby was somewhat overwhelming, causing Rong Xing to miss her question. What? He asked. Zhu Zheng gently pressed her fingertip against his wrist to check his pulse. Your pulse is racing. You must be quite nervous. It dawned on her that even someone like him could feel anxiety, recalling her distant impression of him from Shengjing, where he appeared aloof and composed amidst animated discussions or heated arguments. She never imagined she would someday stand so close to him, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, in this remote place far from Shengjing, feeling the undercurrents of his emotions. There was a certain vitality in this moment. Sometimes, she felt that Rong Xing's striking appearance was a blessing. His cold, solitary features paired with his serene, placid gaze made him appear undisturbed even in moments of tension. A sight to be envied. After a moment of contemplation, Rong Xing fixed his gaze upon her and admitted, I haven't slept well these past few days. Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow. Why? Is there something troubling you? Rong Xing's eyelashes fluttered slightly as his eyes remained on her face. What is it? She pressed on. Suddenly, he halted, answering with a single word. You. Me? Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback before reflecting on the simplicity of his response, which ultimately stirred feelings of guilt within her. His sleepless nights were likely due to the preparations for her initiation ceremony. After all, she had seen the myriad arrangements required. The disciples of Yutian Temple were truly fortunate to have such a responsible senior brother. Yet, the thought that this senior brother would soon be her own brought a smile to her face, the guilt paling in comparison to her joy. Seeing her smile, Rong Yin's beautiful eyes lingered on her. "Are you very happy?" "Very happy," she affirmed, letting her laughter flow freely, her eyes curving with delight. "Thanks to you, my lord, today is the happiest day of my life." Hearing her words, a slight relaxation crossed Rong Yin's features. Against the backdrop of his red attire, his clear eyes, softened by the mist, glimmered with warmth. "And you, my lord, are you happy?" Zhu Zheng inquired again. "Happy," he replied, furrowing his brow. This was the most serious and straightforward expression of happiness Zhu Zheng had ever heard, prompting her to playfully poke at the corner of his lips with her fingers. "My lord, when you say happy, you should smile. Otherwise, it doesn't count." The splashes of water from the cascading waterfall danced against the rocks, creating a starry display of light. Rong Yin blinked slowly, and a faint smile finally graced his lips. Zhu Zheng, still pressing her hand against his pulse, suddenly discovered something surprising. "Why does your pulse quicken even more when you're happy?" Rong Yin paused, gently withdrawing his hand, then grasped her fingertips, intertwining them firmly. This grip momentarily startled Zhu Zheng, but she quickly realized it was to prevent her from continuing her pulse examination. "My lord, you're being stingy," she murmured. Rong Yin tightened his grip, whispering, "Hold on tighter." His fingers were somewhat cool, yet his palm radiated warmth. Zhu Zheng attempted to pull away, only to find her hand held even more securely. So, they continued their ascent, fingers intertwined. Rong Yin remained silent, but Zhu Zheng sensed an unusual tension in the air, igniting her curiosity. Nonetheless, this was not the time for distractions. She sought to engage in inconsequential conversation to combat her wandering thoughts. Finally, a topic sprang to mind. "By the way, my lord," she said, rummaging through her sleeve, "your bell is still with me." The silver bell he had given her had been forgotten until she noticed it while changing clothes that morning. She recalled that Li Shu had mentioned its significance. At the time, she had no idea how meaningful it was, especially after hearing the stories of Rong Yin and his master. It must carry considerable weight and sentiment. Rong Yin halted. "What is it?" Zhu Zheng stopped as well. "I know this was left to you by your master." "Did your uncle tell you?" Rong Yin asked, his gaze steady upon her. Zhu Zheng remained noncommittal. Do not heed his ramblings, he continued. "This bell was merely a trinket crafted by my master for amusement. It holds no deeper significance." Zhu Zheng understood his misunderstanding. Master Chong Hongzi had indeed shared many stories, but he had never mentioned how the bell came to be or its meaning. However, knowing about his past, she refrained from probing further today, choosing instead to focus on a key phrase from his words. "Is this bell part of a pair?" Rong Yin fell silent for a moment before retrieving another bell from his robe and placing it in her hand. The two bells were similar in design. Save for the cranes atop them, one appeared ready to take flight, while the other stood proudly on a pine stump. Rong Yin turned the bells so that their rings clicked together, and the cranes instantly appeared to be gracefully entwined. When shaken, one produced a clear, light sound, while the other emitted a soft, deep resonance, harmonizing beautifully, a truly exquisite creation. Zhu Zheng played with the bells for a while, noting that the cranes symbolized purity and aligned well with Rong Yin's character. Beyond that, the dual crane motif was often used to symbolize loyalty and unwavering devotion. Now, holding them felt even more inappropriate. Zhu Zheng presented two bells to Rong Yin, returning them to the gentleman. Rong Yin's brows furrowed slightly as he insisted. "If I have given them to you, they're yours." No, I cannot possibly accept this." Zhu Zheng repeatedly declined, yet she hung the two bells upon his ornaments. "Please, do not bestow such gifts upon outsiders. Keep them safe." Having returned the item, Zhu Zheng felt a sense of relief and led Rong Yin onward. A silence enveloped them once more. However, Zhu Zheng perceived that Rong Yin seemed less joyful than before. Chapter 62. The Blessing of Longevity. After a strenuous ascent to the mountain peak, Master Chonghong sat with his voluminous sleeves spread wide, rising to greet the approaching figures. On this day, he donned his splendid crimson robe, his hair meticulously styled to a glossy sheen, and his luxuriant white beard braided, his weathered face flushed by the brisk wind, resembling a wrinkled peach. Beside him stood the black-faced Li Shu, clad in red, holding a tray. It was the first time witnessing Master Chonghong's solemn demeanor, which felt somewhat unfamiliar. Zhu Zheng hurriedly pulled Yao Yin's hand away, feeling a touch of embarrassment, and said, "Master, we apologize for the delay." Chonghong replied with a wave, "No need for apologies. There is no such thing as a prolonged wait for you." "Sure, Shu," came Yao Yin's calm voice from behind. "Let us begin." Chonghong acknowledged with a soft ah, and lit an incense stick at the long table before the waterfall, gesturing for Zhu Zheng to step forward. The ceremony commenced simply, starting with an offering to the mountain deity, presenting incense and bowing respectfully. Zhu Zheng nodded, reverently lighting the incense before performing a deep bow to the mountain god. Chonghong gazed at Zhu Zheng with paternal warmth, sitting upright in his chair, clearing his throat before unfurling a piece of red paper to recite. "You possess the wisdom and sincerity to follow the path. You enter my teachings to inherit knowledge and skills. Upholding the master's aspirations, you shall comprehend the principles of heaven and earth, cultivating virtue and goodness. As classmates and disciples, united in heart and purpose, sharing the same day and wind." Zhu Zheng listened intently, and upon seeing Chonghong pick up a floral crown, made of supple green bamboo adorned with colorful silks and layers of blossoms, she leaned forward. Suddenly, Chonghong called out, "Qingyi, I cannot recall the remaining words. Please come forth." Yao Yin, who had remained silent, accepted the floral crown and took a few steps closer to Zhu Zheng, standing near enough that their garments brushed against each other, allowing her to catch a whiff of his familiar cool fragrance mingling with the vitality emanating from the bamboo leaves and flowers. With his lashes lowered, mist clinging to them, he gently placed the crown upon her head and dipped a tender bamboo twig into a jade bottle of Tian Shan's spring water, touching it to her forehead. "From the heaven's grace, may all prosper, with blessings for longevity like mountains and hills, like the rising sun and the eternal moon." His steady voice resonated amidst the cacophony of rushing water, exuding an air of solemn reverence. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by the additional blessing as part of her apprenticeship. The cool sensation on her forehead mirrored the clarity in her heart. As Yao Yin articulated auspicious wishes, she felt an unexpected longing to believe that henceforth she would be graced by heaven's favor, liberated from her previous misfortunes. Yao Yin, gaze fixed upon her upturned face, observed the rosy-cheeked girl adorned with flowers, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. Strands of hair escaped the crown, brushed against her face by the damp breeze, resembling delicate floral adornments. He reached out, adjusting her crown and lightly brushing away the remaining drops of spring water from her brow, imparting a gentle warmth. "Thank you, Master," Zhu Zheng said, tilting her head slightly. "Ah, no more calling me Master. It sounds so distant," Chonghong interjected, eager to correct. Zhu Zheng cast a glance at Chonghong, who beamed with encouragement, then looked up at Yao Yin, biting her lip and closing her eyes. "Shi Xiao," she whispered. Yao Yin appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly unresponsive to her call, standing there in silence. Chonghong, unable to suppress a chuckle at his apprentice and Appo's foolishness, poked him with his feather duster. "I'm calling you, Qingyi." Yao Yin snapped back to reality, replying yes. "What do you mean by yes?" Chonghong pressed, clearly dissatisfied. "You should address her properly." Yao Yin focused on Zhu Zheng, opened his mouth, and finally uttered shimmy. Not long ago, Master Chonghong had mentioned never having taken a female disciple, and this was likely Yao Yin and Appo's first time addressing her in such a manner. Zhu Zheng felt a flutter in her heart, a hint of shyness washing over her. She inhaled deeply, reminding herself that it was merely a customary shift in address. Glancing at the encouraging Chonghong, she recalled her priorities and turned to him, saying, "Master." "Good, good." Chonghong beamed, his eyes sparkling with delight. Such a delightful sound. Li Shu, resembling a wooden post, could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "Master, haven't you had enough of being addressed as Master?" Is it the same? Chonghong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. What about the entry gifts prepared for your junior? Li Shu pouted. Why didn't he prepare anything? Chonghong sighed, exasperated, and turned to Yao Yin. What about you, Qingyi? Surely you have something ready? Yao Yin opened his hands, revealing 2 bells he had been clutching tightly, placing them before Zhu Zheng. A gift for your entry, he stated. Zhu Zheng harbored doubts about the sincerity of this gesture, especially since she had just returned one of the bells, suspecting it was hastily arranged. The familiar crane bells rested silently in Yao Yin and Appo's hands, and as she observed them, she realized they were indeed a pair, feeling a slight warmth as she accepted them. Chonghong urged, quickly, Dear disciple, accept them. This is your Xiao and Appo's heartfelt offering. Caught in a predicament, Zhu Zheng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly reaching out to take them. Thank you, Xiao. With the guise of an entry gift, it will be challenging to return them now. With the wind strong above, you two should descend first, Chonghong declared, his face glowing with joy. The dining hall is prepared. Qingyi, please take your shimmy down. Yao Yin nodded, appearing preoccupied since their arrival at the peak, yet now he directly took Zhu Zheng's hand. Zhu Zheng shot a glance at Master Chonghong, hurriedly passing him the red silk, which he wrapped around his palm, letting it dangle loosely. With a sigh of relief, Zhu Zheng bid farewell to Chonghong and descended the long staircase hand in hand with Yao Yin. Chonghong watched with sparkling eyes as the pair of figures descended, until they became a mere dot in the distance, stretching his neck and standing on tiptoe as if he could not bear to look away. Beside him, Li Shu approached, grumbling, Master, why did you suddenly decide to take a female disciple? It disrupts the temple's traditions. When was this regulation established? How could I not know? Li Shu continued, even if it weren't an amp, Appo's tea for that. Previously, the apprenticeship was merely a matter of lighting incense. I've never seen such grandeur. Chonghong gazed toward the horizon. All of this is prepared by your Xiao, so you need not worry. I simply do not understand why Xiao. What is there to understand? This ceremony is for the sake of recognition. The more ceremonious it is, the more it will be remembered. Li Shu fronat. But she is not staying to cultivate. What use is there in recognition? Chonghong scolded him, you fool. It is for your Xiao's recognition. What recognition does he need? To be recognized as her Xiao. Li Shu was utterly bewildered. What on earth are you talking about, master? Chonghong, no longer wishing to engage with him, pondered for a moment, having derived no understanding from his thoughts. Resigned, he began to tidy up the tableware, muttering, let it be. Xiao has prepared so many gifts, yet the master did not mention preparing an entry gift. I can overlook it, but Xiao has always been accustomed to dignity, giving away the pair of crane bells for nothing. Chonghong, not deaf, could not help but swat him with his feather duster. What nonsense are you still murmuring about? The disciple merely feels that a fine pair of crane bells should not be separated, he lamented. Pair? What does it mean to speak of a pair? The crane is a symbol of loyalty and companionship. Your Sherbois crafted them for 2 individuals, and it is a pity to leave them with your Xiao alone. Used by 2 people? Li Shu asked, confused. How so? Chonghong stroked his beard. The tongues of those bells are made from soul-calling shells. When one bell rings, the other will chime in response, even from 1,000 li away, resonating in harmony. What then? Does that mean we can easily summon Xiao? Li Shu's expression darkened further. Why should it be so? Chong Hongzi sighed, lamenting that his senior brother Chongming had but a few disciples, yet they were exceptionally talented, while his own disciples were numerous but rather foolish. What a disgrace, he remarked candidly. Your master brother must be secretly amused. Li Shu dared not concur, pondering how the master could possibly know. Enough, enough, Chong Hongzi interrupted, tapping the top of his head with his whisk. You wretched boy, you comprehend nothing, despite having a rather large head. Chapter 63. She was always likable ever since she became an apprentice. Zhu Zheng and Appo's days had grown extraordinarily busy, raised in a secluded environment. She had always enjoyed the lively bustle, but never dared to engage overtly in play. Over time, she developed a unique way of entertaining herself. Most of her fellow disciples at Yuqian Temple were of similar age and restless in spirit. While they adhered to the temple and Appo's rules, They refrained from indulging too freely in merriment. Under the guise of her junior sister and Amp, Oppo's innocence, Cheng Hongzi vividly demonstrated the art of turning a blind eye. In just a few days, Zhu Zheng, through her inventive games on the mountain, began to thrive socializing with her peers. However, amidst the fun, the real busyness began after she joined the morning lessons. One day, during a break, Ji Ying casually inquired if there were any exciting happenings in Shengjing. Zhu Zheng surmised they were eager to hear about their senior brother's adventures in the city, so she embellished a few tales. Zhu Zheng possessed a seemingly trivial talent. Perhaps due to her extensive reading of fantastical tales, any story that passed her lips became engaging and wittily dramatic. To her surprise, this gift garnered attention at Yuqian Temple. What began as casual banter quickly escalated, as Ji Ying, captivated, summoned a crowd to listen. After Zhu Zheng completed one tale, she found herself surrounded, with her junior sisters calling her affectionately and urging her to share more. By the third day after the morning lessons, Ji Ying had set up a table and screen in the adjoining room, even producing a wooden block for Zhu Zheng to use as a prop. Thus, she unwittingly assumed the role of a storyteller, recounting the exploits of Rong Yin day after day. It was hardly her fault. After all, her acquaintance with Rong Yin during her time in Xinjiang had been rather shallow, and her knowledge, even after delving into the memories of 2 lifetimes, was scant. From his grand acts of beneficence to the smallest gestures of kindness, she recounted everything she knew. Yet, her fellow disciples listened with rapt attention, and Zhu Zheng, unwilling to dampen their enthusiasm, began to weave fantastical elements into her narratives, transforming the revered Taifu into a mythical figure capable of extraordinary feats. Initially, she thought her flawed tales would be quickly debunked, but whether due to the strict regulations on idle literature at the temple or the enthusiastic support of her companions, nobody questioned her accounts. Instead, they cheered with increasing fervor, as if their esteemed senior brother were destined to slay serpents and dragons, traverse clouds, and confront celestial beasts. After one morning lesson, as was customary, a throng gathered around Zhu Zheng, encircling her with eager anticipation, while the real Rong Yin stood unnoticed at the back. He listened for a while, then casually took a seat nearby, pouring himself a cup of tea as he savored the concocted tales of his own life. Passing by, Cheng Hongzi, drawn to the lively scene, joined in and teasingly asked Rong Yin when he had acquired the skill to fight tigers barehanded. Rong Yin sipped his tea, remaining unruffled. If she believes I can fight, I suppose I could give it a try. But what happens afterward? Would I recount the details to her? Cheng Hongzi queried pointedly. Rong Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed on the focal point of the crowd. Qing Yi, don't blame your uncle for being meddlesome. If you keep your thoughts bottled up, nobody will ever know, Cheng Hongzi observed unreservedly. She is young and naive. How could she grasp the complexities of your mind? It is only through striving that one can hope for fulfillment. Rong Yin remained reticent, his attention still fixated on Zhu Zheng. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Cheng Hongzi, determined to provoke him, remarked, well, let us see how stubborn you can be. Have you not noticed how your junior brothers are all so eager to hear Zhu Zheng speak of you? She was indeed likable. Rong Yin's eyes glimmered softly in the steam rising from his tea, a hint of delight dancing within, though not because of her. Who says it's because of you? Cheng Hongzi retorted, taking a hearty sip of tea. Your junior brothers are as charming and interesting. Reflect on it. When was the last time you exchanged a word with Zhu Zheng? 5 days later, early in the morning, Zhu Zheng had just donned her disciple-less robe and was clutching the wooden block when she encountered Rong Yin, who was carrying a bundle. It is time for us to descend the mountain, he stated. Zhu Zheng, reminded by his words, finally recalled that she was not merely a storyteller. Their ascent had been for the purpose of seeking an antidote, but now that the poison had long been resolved, and she had even taken on a master, she had completely lost track of time. As delightful as the peach blossom spring was, it was time to part ways. At the bamboo path leading down from Yuqian Temple, as Zhu Zheng and Rong Yin prepared to set off with their bundles, Cheng Hongzi, accompanied by a group of disciples, wept openly. This was not mere hyperbole. It was a genuine outpouring of tears. Rong Yin stood by, appearing unfazed by the spectacle. However, Zhu Zheng could not bear to see others cry. Witnessing their tears stirred her own emotions, leaving her flustered as she handed out handkerchiefs one after another. Only Li Shu remained dry-eyed. When Zhu Zheng offered him a handkerchief, he abruptly pulled out a bunch of wildflowers and thrust them toward her. Zhu Zheng focused her gaze, realizing it was a haphazard bouquet, vibrant yet unkempt. "Is this for me?" she asked, surprised. "For you," Li Shu replied. "Why are you giving me flowers? There is not a knife hidden inside, is there?" "No knife." Li Shu raturta fiersedi. "Master instructed me to give them to you. Just because Master told you to?" She recalled that Li Shu had not always been so obedient. After a moment of awkwardness, he managed to say, "You are now my junior sister, not an outsider," although the words sounded blunt. They struck a chord in Zhu Zheng's heart, prompting her to accept the flowers. As soon as she grasped the bouquet, Chong Hongzi pressed a bundle into her hands. "These are the pastries you love, freshly made by He Chong for the journey. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked Ching Yi," Chong Hongzi lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Now you're being so stingy, insisting on taking my disciple away." "Master," Zhu Zheng said, accepting the heavy bundle, her eyes glistening. "It's not that he insisted on taking me. We truly have overstayed our welcome. It is time to go." Upon hearing this, Chong Hongzi's tears flowed even more freely. "Will you not return?" "Of course not. I will definitely come back to see you. And you must take care. Shengjing is not a safe place. You are my only beloved disciple there, uncle." Rong Yin interjected, standing beside Zhu Zheng, slightly exasperated. "I am also in Shengjing." Chong Hongzi wiped away his tears. "Are you my beloved disciple?" Rong Yin. Zhu Zheng broke into a smile, but Chong Hongzi's gaze turned critical towards his nephew. "This troublesome brat has a peculiar temper. If he ever makes you angry, do not hesitate to come to me. I will ensure he receives a proper lesson." Then, turning to Rong Yin, he added, "Chung Yi, did you hear that? You must not bully your junior sister." Rong Yin, burdened with the gifts Zhu Zheng had received, cast her a deep look. "Only she bullies me." Zhu Zheng would never dare to bully Rong Yin. She was unwilling to accept such an unjust accusation and directly confronted him. "Master, look, brother is slandering me." Chong Hongzi immediately supported Zhu Zheng. "Good lad. And you're still here in my domain. Things are different now." Zhu Zheng, under the guise of the fox's might, made a playful grimace at Rong Yin, urging him to surrender without resistance. "Dear brother." As the sun rose, casting its golden rays upon the sky, the snow-capped mountains and bamboo paths shimmered with glimmers akin to grains of wheat. Behind loomed the vast expanse of the snowy peaks, while the voices of those around faded into the distance. In Rong Yin and Appo's pale eyes, only a solitary shadow remained, his dark, glistening gaze curving like a crescent moon, adorned with a cunning, subtle smile. Above him, the bamboo branches, unable to bear their burden, softly snapped, cascading a flurry of accumulated snow. Yet, Rong Yin stood there, motionless, allowing the snow to blanket him completely. Chapter 64. When darkness falls and light returns, nothing changes. The initial plan was to set off directly back to Shengjing. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they discovered a heavy snowfall still falling, and the road was coated in a layer of ice. They could only wait for 2 days until the ice melted before continuing their journey. Thus, they returned to the mountain lodge where they had stayed before ascending. As soon as Zhu Zheng returned, she resembled a bird confined in a cage. Rong Yin, noticing her restlessness, suggested a visit to the nearby town and Appo's market. Zhu Zheng readily agreed, filled with excitement. The town was not far from the lodge, home to nearly 100 households, and amidst the swirling snowflakes, the scene was vibrant and lively. The narrow street was bustling with people, adorned with lanterns, and various stalls were crowded with customers, creating a lively atmosphere where the snow melted before it could touch the ground. As they dismounted from the carriage, Rong Yin naturally reached out to take Zhu Zheng's hand. Initially hesitant to accept, she soon felt the chill of his hand and, out of kindness, tucked it into her warm sleeve. At the street corner, a young vendor selling sugar paintings called out to them, "Young sir, young lady, would you care to buy a sugar painting?" Zhu Zheng was captivated by his unique accent from the northern frontier and paused in her steps. She had long admired the sugar painting stall from a distance and had always wanted to try one. Before her stood a young lady of remarkable beauty, gazing at the paintings with an enchanting expression. The sugar painting vendor, having never encountered such a striking girl in the town, was momentarily taken aback. As the handsome young man beside her stepped closer, he discreetly blocked the vendor's gaze. It was then that the vendor realized they were holding hands, and the young man's gaze upon the lady seemed to shimmer with affection. Embarrassed by his own lapse in composure, the vendor quickly recovered, saying, "You two share a deep affection. Why not choose a pair of mandarin ducks?" A crowd had gathered around the stall, and Zhu Zheng was dazzled by the myriad of designs featuring dragons, snakes, tigers, leopards, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, failing to notice which painting the vendor was pointing out. Rong Xing glanced at a pair of mandarin ducks nestled together, then leaned down to ask Zhu Zheng, "Which one do you desire?" Zhu Zheng's fingers danced over the options before finally settling on a large elephant, exclaiming, "This one. It looks so delightful." After selecting her painting, she turned to Rong Xing, inquiring, "What about you? Have you chosen?" With a gentle smile, he replied, "I shall take the same as you." It was rare for a couple to purchase an elephant together, and the vendor hesitated, only to see Rong Xing casually place a gold coin on the stall, prompting him to quickly resume his work. As Zhu Zheng watched the vendor busily prepare their sugar paintings, she inquired, "Why is it so lively today?" The vendor pointed to a couplet posted behind his stall and replied, "Can it not be lively during the New Year? Tomorrow is the first day of the New Year, and everyone is preparing for the festivities." Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "New Year? Today is New Year's Eve?" "Indeed," the vendor confirmed, puzzled that someone could be unaware of such an occasion. He looked closely at the two unfamiliar guests, noting their ethereal demeanor, which seemed to suggest they were not of this world, perhaps celestial beings descended from the heavens. When the two elephants were ready and handed over, the vendor solemnly returned the gold coin, saying, "These two elephants are a gift for the celestial beings. May they bless us. My name is Zhou Peng, and this is my wife, Zhou Chen. Our two children are named Zhou Ping, and Zhou and Zhu Zheng was momentarily bewildered, not entirely understanding why his business flattery included his entire family. Yet she insisted on paying. She examined the sugar painting closely. The two elephants were vividly crafted, robust in form, yet their intertwined trunks appeared somewhat peculiar. "How do we eat this?" Without hesitation, she snapped off a piece and handed the one with two trunks to Rong Xing, keeping the one without a trunk for herself. Rong Xing, holding the bamboo skewer, hesitated but then switched the pieces before she could take a bite. Zhu Zheng accepted and bit off the excess half-trunk. It turned out that while the sugar painting looked delightful, it was overly sweet compared to the fine candies Rong Xing always carried. Disappointedly munching on her treat, Zhu Zheng casually asked, "Did you know it was New Year?" Rong Xing gently wiped the sugar residue from her face with a handkerchief and took her hand, replying, "I did. Then why didn't you tell me? You seem so indifferent." Since arriving at Qingshu Mountain, Zhu Zheng had lost track of the days. It was no wonder her master had repeatedly questioned the necessity of their departure at that time. With the old year coming to an end and having been away from Shengjing for so long, this was her first New Year's Eve without her sister, and she wondered how she was faring. "What are you thinking about?" Rong Yin's voice interrupted her reverie. Returning to the bustling crowd, Zhu Zheng refocused, realizing that despite her nostalgia, only Rong Yin remained by her side. She asked, "What should one prepare for the new year?" Rong Yin furrowed his brow. "I am uncertain. In the Zhu household, it was always her grandmother who managed such affairs, and it was reasonable to assume that in the Taifu residence, Rong Yin would be responsible for the preparations as well. Don't you know?" Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "What was it like in the past? How did you celebrate New Year's Eve?" Rong Yin replied nonchalantly, "It was merely an ordinary day. When darkness falls and light returns, there is little difference." "How can it be so?" Zhu Zheng thought, believing that no one could celebrate the new year as bleakly as their family did. The Zhu household had not been allowed to celebrate the new year for many years. They could not even hang couplets or see a single piece of red paper. On New Year's Eve, her grandmother would always require her and her sister to stay in the ancestral hall, burning paper money for their ancestors. Noticing the despondent expression on Zhu Zheng's face, Rong Yin paused and asked, "What would you like to prepare?" Zhu Zheng sighed softly. "I'm not sure. It's of no consequence," he reassured her, brushing the snowflakes from her hood and holding her hand tightly as they walked inward. "We shall buy whatever others are purchasing. It will surely serve a purpose." Upon returning to the lodge, their carriage was filled to the brim, having bought nearly everything visible at the market. Zhu Zheng had even intentionally purchased a copy of the record of New Year customs, and according to its suggestions, prepared a sumptuous feast for New Year's Eve. Of course, most of the preparations were carried out by Rong Yin, while she took on the role of merely stoking the fire. The record stated that after finishing the New Year's Eve dinner, they should stay up to welcome the new year. The two of them gathered around the stove to brew tea and played several games of chess, in which Zhu Zheng won every time. Recognizing that Rong Yin was letting her win, she felt embarrassed and ceased to play, instead grinding ink while Rong Yin wrote couplets. His handwriting was elegant, graceful, yet sturdy. Zhu Zheng, inspired, attempted to imitate his style, as she was quite adept at copying others' handwriting. Without effort, she could achieve a resemblance of 7 parts, and with effort, she could create something indistinguishable from the original. However, considering Rong Yin was a court official, showcasing such unconventional talents might lead to sleepless nights for him. So she decided against it. Zhu Zheng leaned over the writing desk for a while, casually pulling out a piece of red paper for writing couplets, and began to cut out window flowers according to the patterns in the book. Once Rong Yin finished writing, he set down his brush and moved closer with a candlestick, sitting beside her to watch her cut the flowers. The candlelight flickered through the intricately carved candlestick, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Every time Zhu Zheng completed a window flower, she would show it to Rong Yin, who always offered a compliment or two. It seemed that the Taifu had indeed not celebrated the new year often, as he found beauty in even her poorly crafted flowers, revealing his lack of experience. As time passed, Zhu Zheng lost track of her activities, only remembering yawning frequently and battling heavy eyelids that threatened to close. Eventually, she succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, she found herself back on the bed, unsure whether she had stayed up until midnight. And she had not even uttered a single New Year's wish before drifting off. Outside, the sky was beginning to brighten, and she sat up abruptly, peering through the window. The distant mountains were tranquil, and the gray sky was revealing hints of blue. The snowfall had ceased. Zhu Zheng swiftly donned her attire and stealthily made her way to the kitchen, where she commenced the execution of her meticulously devised plan from the previous night. However, the implementation proved to be less than seamless. Although she was not a genuine daughter of an illustrious family, she nonetheless bore the shortcomings often associated with such privilege, such as an utter lack of culinary skills. After toiling over the fire throughout the morning, Zhu Zheng gazed despondently at a pot of dark, unappetizing sauce, her spirit faltering in utter dismay. Just as she found herself at a loss, a familiar voice resonated behind her, inquiring, "What are you doing?" Chapter 65. Not dreaming, Zhu Zheng exclaimed in surprise. "You're up to?" Rong Yin glanced at her face, brushing away the soot that had inadvertently smudged her skin, then looked back at the pot. Zhu Zheng, feeling guilty, attempted to cover the mess in the pot with its lid. Rong Yin and Appo's gaze returned to her face. With a sigh, Zhu Zheng confessed, I was thinking of making a bowl of noodles." "Why the sudden craving for noodles?" Rong Yin inquired. Zhu Zheng hesitated for a moment before replying, "According to tradition, it's something that should be eaten." Rong Yin did not pursue the matter of which tradition dictated that noodles should be consumed on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Instead, he took the bowl and spoon from her, retreating to his room to wait. Zhu Zheng clutched the spoon tightly. "No, I want to make it myself." "Will you teach me?" Rong Yin nodded, although it was meant to be a teaching moment. Cooking noodles was an exceedingly simple task, so simple that there was little room for creativity. In a moment of distraction, Zhu Zheng realized that Rong Yin had already prepared a bowl of noodles and placed it on the table. A bowl of snow-white dragon-beard noodles lay beneath a perfectly round fried egg, garnished with vibrant green scallions, a feast for the senses. "Done," Rong Yin said, handing her a pair of bamboo chopsticks. "Go ahead and eat." "I'm not the one eating." Zhu Zheng pushed the chopsticks away. "It's made for you." Rong Yin paused, a hint of doubt crossing his face, signaling her to continue. "A few days ago, it snowed for 3 consecutive days, and today is a clear day, coinciding with the Lunar New Year." Zhu Zheng looked up at him earnestly and suggested, How about we celebrate your birthday? His tall figure stood against the light, motionless and silent. Zhu Zheng thought perhaps she hadn't explained clearly, so she added, according to tradition, one should eat longevity noodles on their birthday. If you don't want to eat, just tasting a bite would suffice. Rong Yin lowered his lashes, staring at the bowl of noodles for a moment before suddenly declaring, "This bowl doesn't count." "What?" Zhu Zheng responded, startled. Rong Yin raised his gaze, letting it linger on her face before saying, "Make another bowl." Zhu Zheng, self-aware of her lack of culinary talent, recalled the few bowls of soup she had whimsically prepared in the past, which had left her two friends dazed for an entire day. Disheartened, she had vowed never to inflict such culinary disasters again, though she felt regret that her plans had forced the birthday star to take matters into his own hands. She understood the importance of food and couldn't bear the thought of Rong Yin suffering from her cooking. Seeing that he was insistent, she weakly said, "I should warn you, my cooking won't be as good as yours." Rong Yin replied calmly, "It doesn't matter. Truly, a brave soul who viewed life and death with indifference." Zhu Zheng admired his courage and appreciated his trust, deciding to muster her resolve and give it a try. For the second bowl of noodles, Rong Yin stood by, merely observing. Even when Zhu Zheng asked how much salt to add, he simply said whatever, as if he had completely forgotten who would be eating the noodles. In the end, 2 bowls of noodles were set on the table. One was clear and appealing, while the other was overcooked and mushy. In truth, her second attempt showed marked improvement compared to the first. It was merely a slight oversight with the heat that resulted in the overcooked noodles. Zhu Zheng was not fond of celebrating her birthday, but she felt it was essential to have longevity noodles on this day. Her birth date was unfortunate, falling on the anniversary of her parents' death. On this day, her grandmother would find every opportunity to make her life miserable, yet her sister would secretly prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for her, and they would hide in the ancestral hall to eat together. When sleepless nights came, Zhu Zheng often pondered a troubling question. Her grandmother longed for her death. Did her very existence constitute a form of unfiliality? Yet her sister's longevity noodles were undeniably delicious. One bowl was never enough, but she had never asked for a second. Zhu Zheng reminded herself that if she wished to have another bowl, she must live to see the next year. Thus, this bowl of noodles held great significance for her, and she refused to treat it lightly. Looking at the 2 bowls, each with its own merits, she shyly fiddled with her creation. Why don't you eat the other bowl instead? When celebrating a birthday, it's essential to have good luck. I wonder if a broken or mushy noodle still counts as longevity noodles. Rong Yin pressed down on her bowl's edge, saying, "This bowl is mine." Zhu Zheng frowned, gently advising, "It's the same whichever bowl you choose. It's just for good fortune." Rong Yin shook his head, "It is not the same." Without waiting for her to persuade him further, he picked up his chopsticks. Zhu Zheng watched anxiously as he took a bite, relieved to see no sign of discomfort on his face. When she noticed Rong Yin enjoying his meal, her appetite was piqued, and she picked up the bowl of scallion and egg noodles he had prepared. The room was quiet, both of them eating with grace, making hardly a sound. It was indeed a splendid, clear day, with a gentle northern breeze dispersing the lingering clouds, allowing the sunlight to illuminate the distant snow-covered mountains, glimmering like fireflies. Rong Yin's gaze, half lowered, rested on the wall beside him. The sunlight danced, casting delicate shadows of plum blossoms, while Zhu Zheng and his silhouettes intertwined, resembling an ordinary couple. They sat in silence, listening to the wind for a long while until Rong Yin suddenly raised his hand and pinched his cheek with 2 fingers. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zheng asked, intrigued by his somewhat silly action, first puzzled, and then realizing, "Do you think you're dreaming?" Rong Yin hadn't anticipated Zhu Zheng would notice, glancing at her before quickly averting his gaze. "Yes." Zhu Zheng let out a laugh, surprised to see him in such a foolish state. After all the grandeur he had witnessed in Shengjing, how could a simple bowl of longevity noodles make him feel as though he were dreaming? As she laughed, the smile on her lips gradually faded as she remembered feeling the same way. During good times, she often felt a lack of authenticity, as if life should be stagnant to bring peace. She and Rong Yin shared a similar plight, both orphaned, yet she had her sister while he had his master. Unfortunately, he had to venture alone to a foreign land, losing all semblance of support. His belief that he was dreaming because of a bowl of noodles stemmed from the absence of a sister to care for him, unlike her. Realizing this, Zhu Zheng felt a surge of compassion and, imitating her sister's comforting tone, softly said, "I forgot to wish you a happy new year last night. Let me do it now. May the new year bring you smooth sailing and all your wishes come true." She paused, gently calling out, "Cheng." Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the clouds, bathing the room in warm light, and their shadows began to merge. Rong Xing lifted his eyes to meet hers, gazing for a long time before suddenly pinching his face again. At that moment, Zhu Zheng felt a profound affection for his every action, and across the table, she playfully pinched his cheek. Cheng Yi's touch was too gentle. If this were truly a dream, such a light pinch would never wake him. Rong Xing covered her hand with his, enveloping it completely, his gaze still fixated on her face. "I don't want to wake up," Zhu Zheng replied with a smile. "Then why are you pinching yourself?" Rong Yan's eyes flickered, his deep gaze as clear as amber. He replied softly, "Whether it's a dream or not, I must be cautious." His gaze was unique, though light. It felt like a gentle caress that lingered in her heart. Whenever Zhu Zheng met his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a warmth rise to her cheeks. She withdrew her hand, clearing her throat to change the subject. "Stop acting foolishly. You're not dreaming. In fact, I have prepared a New Year's gift for you to ward off any misfortune." According to her reading, the new year should begin with an auspicious omen. So she had wrapped 3 talismans for warding off evil, threading them with red string, specifically choosing a character that symbolized the elimination of calamity. While she knew Rong Xing likely didn't need these coins, he probably never received such tokens in his youth either. In her youth, during festive seasons, she often observed children in the streets adorned with exuberant strings of treats around their necks, feelings of envy swirling within her. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had matured into an adult, bestowing auspicious gifts upon others. And at this moment, Zhu Zheng felt an unexpected sense of pride in her own accomplishments. Rong Xing took 3 coins, pausing to gaze at them thoughtfully. "And you? What would you like for your New Year's gift?" The notion of requesting a New Year's gift was not widely accepted. Such offerings were typically intended to evoke seasonal joy rather than fulfill urgent needs. Judging by Rong Yan's demeanor, it seemed he was entirely unaware of these customs and had likely not prepared anything in advance. Moreover, her intentions were not rooted in flattery. It was merely that upon discovering he had never celebrated the new year, she realized he might not have properly commemorated his own birthday either. Last night, she had noted signs of a potential snowfall, and upon waking to a clear sky, she felt fortunate to have this opportunity, as the alignment of time, place, and circumstances was indeed fortuitous. Zhu Zheng had no desire to impose, so she shook her head gently, stating, "I have no specific wishes." She was not particularly enthusiastic about receiving gifts, feeling a sense of indebtedness that lingered in her mind, always weighing the obligation of reciprocation. The same principle applied to returning gifts. The cycle of giving and receiving felt endless. Upon hearing her words, Rong Yan's brow furrowed slightly, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Zhu Zheng did not overlook this subtle change and wondered if he shared a similar sentiment, disliking the notion of being beholden to others. Thus, she resolved to devise a way to gracefully navigate this situation, ensuring that on this auspicious day, she could engage in a reciprocal exchange of goodwill. "I just remembered." Zhu Zheng rummaged through her thoughts and tentatively proposed, "I suddenly have a wish for a New Year's gift." Rong Xing turned his head, intrigued. "What is it?" With a slight pursing of her lips, Zhu Zheng replied, "Could you teach me how to shoot arrows?" Chapter 66. "It's your turn," Rong Xing agreed, and then vanished without a trace. After a lengthy afternoon nap, Zhu Zheng awoke groggily to find the courtyard entirely deserted. She called out for her elders and senior brother Cheng Yi, but no one responded. Yawning, she aimlessly wandered through several rooms in the manor, inadvertently stumbling into a study. The furnishings were simple, yet exuded a leisurely charm. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting slanted rays upon 2 slender plum vases in the corner. On a spacious sandalwood desk lay several books, an eclectic mix of medical texts and historical treatises. But atop the pile rested a cookbook. Zhu Zheng picked up the cookbook and leafed through it, inadvertently dislodging a wooden box from beneath the stack of books. The box's lid flew open, revealing a stack of letter paper, several envelopes spilling out, some opened, others still sealed. The envelopes were crafted from exquisite Fengyang paper, adorned with a golden feather seal, marked as an imperial urgent missive, with a striking red square seal inscribed with the characters Gong Yi. Zhu Zheng's residual drowsiness dissipated as she stared at the stack of envelopes for a moment, then neatly placed the wooden box back and closed the door behind her. Returning to her small courtyard, she settled into a chair beneath the plum tree, gazing into the distance through the shadows of blossoms. The distant mountains were eerily silent, devoid of even a bird's chirp, creating a tranquil yet disquieting atmosphere. A weight akin to a stone lodged in her chest left her feeling breathless. Lost in her thoughts, an unexpected idea flashed through her mind. Perhaps Rong Xing had departed, leaving her alone in this place, returning to Shengjing. What was she doing sitting here? After an indeterminate time, a familiar voice broke the stillness above her. A familiar face appeared, looking down at her as she stared vacantly. Zhu Zheng sprang to her feet. Where have you been? Rong Xing raised his hand in a gesture, indicating he had gone to buy a bow. He unstrapped a long, simple bow made of cowhide and bamboo from his back. It appeared quite new. This will suffice for now. Once we return to Shengjing, I shall procure a lingyin bow from Liang, he added. Even Zhu Zheng, who had never wielded a weapon, had heard of the famed lingyin bow. She had only taken up archery on a whim and felt there was no need to rush. She had intended to start lessons today. Rong Xing looked up, remarking that it was a fine day, although she was relieved to find that Rong Xing had not abandoned her in the mountains. Some shadows of doubt still lingered, as if brewing a storm that would leave her heart in disarray. Amid such turmoil, she attempted to organize her thoughts. Yet one persistent question loomed. Why had Rong Xing chosen to save her? To rescue someone he had resolved to kill, right under the prince's nose? What could be the reason? Even if it were out of a fleeting sense of pity for their past connection, was it worth such effort, setting aside the motives? How could one pull back a soul teetering on the brink of death? Zhu Zheng had pondered this question countless times, yet found no answers. Today, upon seeing those red-sealed letters from Shengjing, a moment of clarity washed over her. Could it be that everything was preordained? If so, it would explain how she had been brought away from Shengjing. But who orchestrated such a plan? Gong Yi? No, that couldn't be right. It made no sense. The more she contemplated, the more bewildered she became. Yet she was reluctant to continue feigning ignorance. The human heart could never be understood through mere speculation. The best course of action would be to directly inquire with Rong Xing. The answers could only yield two possibilities, one good, one bad. The good would reflect a benevolent heart, while the bad, well, she did not know. The sky was on the verge of clearing, and the sunlight was dim, falling short of a truly splendid day. Zhu Zheng gazed at Rong Xing against the light, his usually tranquil features now relaxed, his eyes shimmering with a faint, pleasant smile. Since that morning when he had eaten a bowl of abysmal porridge, his spirits had remained buoyant. Today was meant to be a celebration of his birthday, as she had stated herself. Once the nagging questions were voiced, regardless of the outcome, her enthusiasm would undoubtedly be extinguished. Zhu Zheng swallowed hard, frowning briefly before relaxing her brow. Then it would be today. At the rear window lay an open expanse of ground, where Zhu Zheng set up a simple straw target before the red plum tree. During her days at Yuqian Temple listening to stories, she had learned much about Rong Xing. Unlike her fanciful tales, the Rong Xing spoken of by her peers, though lacking in the ability to transform, possessed an exceptional memory and a meticulous nature, making his skills no less than those of celestial being. Archery being one of them, with an accuracy that could pierce through 100 paces without hesitation. Learning archery from him would undoubtedly yield great benefits. To maximize her efficiency, Zhu Zheng devised a clever plan, dressing the straw target in black clothing and using charcoal to draw two elongated eyes. When Rong Xing approached with arrows in hand, he cast a glance at the oddly adorned straw target. Zhu Zheng promptly turned the figure away, and seeing him still looking this way, she chuckled awkwardly. I want to learn to ambush. Marking the position for the target, Zhu Zheng stood in a parallel stance, nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring. mimicking the motions with great seriousness. She pulled back the string. Although it was a bamboo bow, the draw weight was considerable, heavier than the flimsy one she had received in the maple grove. Recalling that lightweight bow naturally led her thoughts to some long-ignored matters. In a moment of distraction, the bowstring slipped from her fingers and the arrow veered off course. The string rebounded, causing her to stumble back, nearly toppling over, but a firm hand caught her. Steadying her, Rong Yin stood behind her, lifting her wrist to guide her. A circle of smooth hardness pressed into his palm, and he glanced down, revealing a section of her arm adorned with glimmering blood-amber beads, the very string he had gifted her at the Zhu residence. The corners of Rong Yan's lips twitched as he tightened his grip around her hand, directing the bow towards the straw target. Do not use your wrist. Apply force from your shoulders. Zhu Zheng experienced an epiphany, relaxing her arms while tightening her back, feeling a newfound strength coursing through her. The bowstring no longer felt as heavy. Do not move your waist, his voice whispered close to her ear. Zhu Zheng obediently nodded, stabilizing her posture. Well done. Rong Yan's voice was soft. Aim for the target. Release the arrow. Zhu Zheng was correct in her assumption. Rong Yan was indeed a remarkable teacher, patient, steady, and devoid of ambiguity. His praises felt like a refreshing breeze, making one feel invigorated. Under his meticulous guidance, Zhu Zheng released several arrows, gradually grasping the essence of archery. Although she was still a far cry from perfection, she had begun to experience what it meant to be in harmony with the bow. As she practiced with increasing focus, the world around her seemed to fade away, leaving only the arrow tip before her and the black-clad figure not far away, transforming into an old acquaintance from her midnight nightmares. Distant yet not distant memories brushed away the dust that had settled upon them, re-emerging vividly in her mind. As the bowstring snapped, an arrow flew forth, grazing the top of the straw target, dislodging 2 strands of straw that fell into the plum grove, scattering a shower of red blossoms. Very talented. Rong Yan's calm voice wafted through the air like a cool breeze, snapping Zhu Zheng back to reality. Though she had missed the target again, this progress was significant compared to her initial attempts. Being praised for her talent should have brought joy. Yet Zhu Zheng wore no smile, staring blankly at her hand. Rong Yin, standing above her, gazed down at the dark tresses of her hair for a moment before suddenly withdrawing the bow from her hands. Next lesson. Zhu Zheng looked up, still processing what he meant by the next lesson, but before she could comprehend, he took her hand, guiding her to the other straw figure. Rong Yin gently patted her head and placed a wooden pair atop it. Zhu Zheng stood in a daze, watching Rong Yin turn around and return to face her, drawing his bow with deliberate precision, aiming directly at her. A chill washed over Zhu Zheng's head, and before she could utter a word, the arrow was released. The sound of the wind whistled past her ears as the arrow struck the wooden pair perched atop her head, producing a resounding thud. It was executed with unwavering accuracy. The wooden pair rolled away on the ground, the echo still vibrating in Zhu Zheng and Amp, Oppo's heart. The composed and reliable teacher she had once perceived in Rong Yin suddenly transformed, displaying an audacious demeanor that left her no time to adjust. Before she could calm her racing thoughts, Rong Yin knocked another arrow and handed the bow back to her. "It is your turn," he stated matter-of-factly. Zhu Zheng, still shaken, asked, "What is my turn for?" Rong Yin retrieved the wooden pair, placed it atop his own head, and calmly uttered 2 words, "Seek vengeance." Chapter 67. Why not dodge? The light and airy phrase startled Zhu Zheng. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped his meaning. My archery skills are still rudimentary, as you have just witnessed. Hitting a target relies solely on luck. Was that last arrow a stroke of good luck or misfortune? Rong Yin inquired. Zhu Zheng remained silent for a moment, stating that good luck had never been on her side, shaking her head and replying that the previous shot was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Rong Yin nodded slightly, suggesting, "Then let us aim for another." Zhu Zheng frowned, pondering the potential consequences of a misguided shot. This was a lethal weapon, not a trivial matter. She feared not missing the wooden pair, but rather hitting something else entirely. If I miss, Rong Yin contemplated, then it would be fate. If I were to perish by your hand, no one would blame you. Zhu Zheng shot him a disbelieving glance. He appeared less astute than usual, making her wonder if that bowl of dark, viscous paste had muddled his mind. I no longer wish to learn, Zhu Zheng declared, turning to leave. Why not? Rong Yin called after her. She halted, gripping the bow without responding. Zhu Zheng. Rong Yin's voice was laden with meaning. The arrow is released not to cause harm. His tone was soft, yet it pierced Zhu Zheng's heart. As her wounds slowly healed, an unending ache remained, a reminder of her naivety in believing she could protect her family through mere evasion and concealment. Little did she know, the danger had already been set in motion, and her fleeting hopes of survival were shattered by the poisoned arrow in the crimson maple forest. If another opportunity arose, even at the cost of everything, she could not afford to miss it again. Returning to her stance, Zhu Zheng drew the bowstring, her gaze sharp as a blade, her breath heavy with the weight of her heartache. Rong Yin stood calmly, his gaze fixed upon her. As she gritted her teeth and pulled back the string, her fingers trembled slightly, and she aimed at the wooden pair, releasing the arrow. However, as the arrow flew, Rong Yin suddenly moved, causing the arrow to falter mid-flight and strike his throat instead. The wooden pair fell to the ground, and his tall figure swayed before collapsing with a resounding thud. Zhu Zheng was left in shock. Everything transpired in an instant, and a buzzing filled her ears as she found herself dropping the bow, stumbling toward him, kneeling by his side, shaking him and calling his name, begging him to wake up. The figure lying beneath the plum tree lay still, like a broken bamboo, devoid of life. The cold wind stung her eyes as Zhu Zheng leaned over him, tears streaming uncontrollably. His chest, which lay beneath her, quivered slightly. She looked up to find Rong Yin half-lidded, gazing at her. I am fine. For a long while, Zhu Zheng remained motionless, her eyes red and vacant, eventually regaining her senses. The tension in her back relaxed, and she tilted her head back, closing her eyes, finally allowing herself to breathe. She felt she should be angry. Anyone would be enraged to be treated in such a manner. Yet, she found no anger within herself. Upon seeing Rong Yin's eyes open, a wave of relief washed over her. A hand brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and Rong Yin, with a serious expression, looked deeply into her eyes. Why are you crying? How dare he ask why she was in tears? Of course, it was because he appeared to be dead. Zhu Zheng's heart was heavy with frustration. Why did he not dodge? With his skills, he could have easily evaded it, yet he did not. It was as if he welcomed the arrow. Rong Yin furrowed his brow, stating that practicing archery was not merely about hitting the wooden pair. I told you. You have great talent. Did he truly believe that throwing himself in front of the arrow was to prove her talents? Zhu Zheng glanced at the long bruise along his neck, her voice still laced with unshed tears. What were you thinking? Do you not realize how dangerous this is? If you had missed by even an inch, Rong Yin regarded her, explaining that the challenge of archery lies not in the act of hitting a target, but in breaking through the mental barriers against taking life. Her compassionate nature, her empathy for the weak, had led her to deliberately miss the target despite having the opportunity to strike it. Perhaps she had seen the target as a living being. She needed to learn to aim her arrows at the living. He maintained his composure, but Zhu Zheng appeared to be angry. Rong Yin bent to pick up an arrow nearby and crushed its tip between his fingers. It's made of wax, he clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zheng seemed even more incensed. She wiped her face, smearing her tears across his clothing. So you're made of wax as well, which means it doesn't hurt, does it? Rong Yin's gaze faltered slightly, finally realizing that this was what she was truly upset about. As the clouds cleared and the sun shone, the gentle breeze scattered the fallen petals beneath the red plum tree. The young woman knelt, her eyes glistening with moisture, a mixture of anger and reproach. A petal rolled across her flushed cheek, adhering to the remnants of her tears. She brushed it away, revealing a circle of translucent blood amber on her wrist, shimmering brilliantly against the snow. Rong Yin suddenly raised a hand, seemingly to assist her, his fingertip resting on her cheek without removing the petal, his warm palm cradling her chin, his deep gaze fixed upon her delicate features. Zhu Zheng met his gaze, her vision blurred with tears, and in that moment, she noticed him leaning closer, his towering shadow enveloping her. What had begun as a confrontation had shifted into an unexpectedly intimate atmosphere. Zhu Zheng belatedly attempted to retreat, but as she moved, he seized her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. She gasped softly, her vision obscured, his warm breath mingling with the cold fragrance that enveloped her, wrapping around her very breath. Her hand, pressed against his chest, was unable to withdraw. Her wrist was captured, and he drew her waist tightly against him, eliminating all space between them. Rong Yan's kiss began tentatively, but soon transformed into an urgent fervor, like a thirsty soul finally tasting the sweetness of ripe plums. The familiar calm was lost as he grew more forceful, claiming Zhu Zheng's breath with increasing intensity. Zhu Zheng had never encountered such a situation. She found it difficult to resist, but Rong Yin pursued her relentlessly, pinning her down into the soft snow. The weight of his presence overwhelming. The falling petals adorned the scene with a bittersweet beauty. With one hand supporting her neck, Zhu Zheng felt the cold snow against her skin, causing her to shiver, her soft whimper swallowed by him. Their lips parted, unable to reconnect. The crisp fragrance of winter permeating her very being, leaving her trapped within his embrace. Her futile struggles transformed into a chaotic dance, their intertwined forms growing ever more heated. Amidst their disarrayed breaths and racing hearts, Zhu Zheng was utterly bewildered. In that unforeseen moment of confusion, Rong Yin, with kindness, allowed her a breath, lifting her from the snow and striding swiftly back to the room, laying her down on the bed before covering her with his presence once more. Chapter 68. The bridge returns to the bridge. The road returns to the road as she nestled into the soft quilt beneath her. She found herself drawn into his embrace once more. Zhu Zheng leaned against his shoulder, her fingers curling into fists pressed against his chest. Their lips met again in a lingering kiss, waves of passion surging through Zhu Zheng from head to toe, spreading to every limb and bone. Rong Yan's kisses alternated between gentle and fierce, leaving Zhu Zheng breathless and instinctively yielding to his overwhelming presence, gradually gasping for air. In a dazed state, she tried to expel the invading sensation with her lips and tongue, desperate to reclaim even a morsel of breath. Rong Yan paused, his breath growing heavier, his grip tightening around her waist. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhu Zheng felt a tingling numbness at the root of her tongue, unable to endure the intensity any longer. With a sudden resolve, she seized a moment and bit down fiercely. The faint metallic taste of blood spread between their entangled lips, prompting Rong Yin to finally release her. Zhu Zheng gasped for air, her overly kissed lips flushed and swollen, resembling a fish cast ashore. Rong Yan's gaze softened, yet he bore a trace of dazed confusion, a stark red mark staining his lips, as if oblivious to it all. His hand gently caressed her back while his lips brushed against the corner of her mouth, planting tender kisses upon her face. "It is my fault for being reckless," he murmured, observing her expression closely. Zhu Zheng's face bore a rosy hue, her dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears as if holding a dewdrop within. "Did I frighten you?" he asked, his voice hoarse and soft. Not merely startled, Zhu Zheng had been thoroughly awakened from this idyllic dream. It took her a moment to regain her senses. For a fleeting instant, she had lost herself in his embrace, forgetting her very identity. In comparison to her previous life, Zhu Zheng's current existence seemed far from carefree, overshadowed by the looming specter of a predetermined demise. The knowledge of her fate hung over her like a sword, ready to cleave her in two at any moment. Yet, during her days of recuperation, she had found herself 1,000 miles away, cloaked in a facade of helplessness, granting her a rare opportunity to breathe. This opportunity not only allowed her to catch her breath, but also afforded her a moment of unrestrained joy, leading her to forget not only her pain, but nearly all her grievances. Rong Yin allowed her silence to linger, his hand reaching to smooth her disheveled hair. Zhu Zheng turned her face away, evading his touch. "Sir," the familiar yet foreign address caused Rong Yin to pause, his hand suspended in midair. "Indeed," he replied, lowering his hand. Zhu Zheng remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Recently, it is Zhu Zheng who has been unruly, causing you much misunderstanding. Rong Yin regarded her, the tender light in his eyes dimming slightly. What misunderstanding? Zhu Zheng was uncertain of what misunderstanding had arisen. All she knew was that there was indeed a misunderstanding. Throughout her life, she had become intimately familiar with ulterior motives, sharp malice, and insincere flattery. Those who treated her kindly were few and far between, and while she cherished them, she understood that human interactions were often driven by ulterior motives. For instance, her sister's kindness stemmed from their shared bloodline. Ming Chui's affection arose from their childhood companionship. Her own goodwill towards Rong Yin was born from the fact that he had saved her life. Yet she could not fathom why Rong Yin was kind to her, as if his intentions were purely for her sake. She had long awaited the moment when the truth would emerge, and perhaps today would reveal an answer. Zhu Zheng had always been clumsy in matters of affection, akin to viewing flowers through a fog, confusing and unclear. During her youth, she had secretly perused romantic tomes, finding their passionate sentiments absurd, realizing that even blood relations could falter under the weight of time. How could she expect a stranger to pledge their life to her? Human hearts are fickle, and feelings can vanish in an instant. Having spent so much time together, Rong Yin rarely surrounded himself with women, perhaps regarding her with a different perspective. Sooner or later, he would come to understand that she possessed no exceptional qualities. Lingering traces of his warmth remained on her lips as Zhu Zheng turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "You waste your energy on me, sir. It is truly not worth it. I have said that I am willing." Rong Yan's gaze lingered on her face. "Are you rejecting me by saying this?" Zhu Zheng bit her lip. His words were not overtly clear, so it could not be deemed a rejection. However, there was no need to lay everything bare at this point. She merely stated a fact. She and Rong Yin were indeed on different paths, akin to their previous lives where they should have remained strangers. What had occurred would inevitably repeat itself. The actions taken would recur once more. One day, she and Gong Yishio would find themselves standing on opposing shores of life and death. In the past, she had failed to comprehend Rong Yan's motives, not understanding why he clung to a tyrant, striving to mold him into a statesman. Now, having learned of his past promises and the path he had chosen, she recognized that it was fraught with peril. If Gong Yishio was destined to ascend the throne, Rong Yan's presence might offer a glimmer of hope for justice amidst chaos. But that was merely a possibility. She had not witnessed such an outcome in her past life, nor would she in this one. As her mentor had foretold, the heavens govern the path, and fate is ever-changing. In this unpredictable realm, the deep-seated enmity she bore could never be forgotten, nor could she ever hide beneath Rong Yan's wings, becoming one of his kind, thereby evading hardship. No, there were no wings to shelter her. For on that day in the red maple forest, it was Gong Yishio who had shot the arrow before Rong Yan's eyes. Zhu Zheng fell silent once more, her gaze fixed on the embroidery of the quilt. If I were to say that my heart has long been claimed, given Rong Yan's temperament, he should not be one to force matters. By saying this, she hoped he would grasp her meaning entirely. He indeed paused. A strand of hair slipped from his fingers as he slowly straightened his posture. Though they remained close, his sudden upright position rendered him seemingly distant. "Who is it?" he inquired softly. Zhu Zheng was taken aback by his question, unable to conjure a suitable name in that moment. Silence pressed heavily between them like a stone. Observing her quivering lashes and furrowed brow, Rong Yin asked, "Is it that Wenbuqiu?" Wenbuqiu, a name she had not heard in ages. He indeed presented her with an excellent candidate. Her interactions with men had been limited, and her few transgressions had all been with Wenbuqiu, who had fortuitously been present on those occasions, witnessing her every hesitant facade. To have feelings for him was, in fact, quite fitting. Zhu Zheng lifted her gaze to Rong Yin, hesitatingly nodding her head. This slight gesture seemed to evoke the shyness of a beloved, extinguishing all warmth from Rong Yin and Appo's expression, leaving him as cold as water dousing a raging fire. "You may recall that evening during the poetry gathering at the water pavilion when we first met. It was because I mistook someone for another." Zhu Zheng, fearing he might not believe her, cautiously added, The person I originally sought was indeed Wenbuqiu. His amber eyes flickered like embers, and, after a long pause, Rong Yin suddenly asked at that moment, "Were you thinking of him?" Zhu Zheng's face grew warm, acutely aware that he referred to the moment of their union, where her mind was consumed solely by Rong Yin, leaving no room for thoughts of others. Moreover, this was a hasty rationale conjured in a moment of crisis. In recent days, she had almost forgotten who Wenbuqiu was. It was inappropriate to involve Wenbuqiu in their affairs, and Zhu Zheng felt compelled to brush past this topic, responding ambiguously, "Who I think of as unrelated to you." "Sir." Rong Yan's expression darkened. He typically exhibited little emotion, yet now he resembled a tranquil lake, disturbed and unfamiliar. Zhu Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of unease as she observed his demeanor. She raised her hand to unfasten the button on her collar, boldly stating, "Of course. My life was saved by you, and I am deeply indebted to you. If you wish for." Zhu Zheng hesitated. He finally reacted, grasping her hand firmly before quickly releasing it. "What do you take me for?" If he were to wield his power to coerce her into repaying his kindness, she would have long since found herself devoid of any means of escape. "I know you're a good person," Zhu Zheng murmured in an attempt to amend her words. Rong Yin closed his eyes, forbidding her from speaking thus. Zhu Zheng pressed her lips together, recognizing the emptiness of her statement, suddenly feeling a wave of shame for her own insensitivity. She knew he was not that kind of person, yet still felt compelled to demean him. Without her burden, he would undoubtedly thrive, returning to the capital to take his rightful place, orchestrating affairs without her concern. Zhu Zheng silently sat up, fastening her clothing, and shifted to the corner of the bed. Lowering her gaze and refraining from looking at him, she hesitated, contemplating whether to utter an apology or express her gratitude, wishing to navigate the process of parting amicably. Rong Yin regarded her frail figure nestled in the shadows, her expression cautious, her eyes filled with melancholy. He silently studied her for some time before speaking in a hoarse voice, "What do you want me to do in the future?" In that moment, Zhu Zheng recalled their breakfast together that morning, sharing longevity noodles. Overwhelmed by embarrassment regarding her culinary skills, a thought flitted through her mind. She would diligently practice and strive to improve for their next encounter. How absurd it was for her to entertain thoughts of a future together. The concept of fate is inherently fragile. Like a rainbow in the sky or a candle in water, it can vanish with a gust of wind or a drop of rain, or perhaps dissipate without any apparent cause, disappearing without a trace. The unpredictable nature of life had granted her this fleeting moment of joy, perhaps a stroke of luck accumulated over 2 lifetimes. Ultimately, their paths diverged, merely coinciding for a brief journey. Once they returned to Shengjing, her future and his would intersect only through the shared experience of navigating the same perilous waters. She on the bridge, he beneath it, both immersed in the same current. Unable to turn back, there was no need for him to do anything further. Zhu Zheng retrieved the silver bell Rong Yin had given her during the apprenticeship ceremony and offered it to him, stating that their debts of gratitude would be settled separately. She only sought his understanding, wishing for their paths to diverge henceforth. Rong Yan's expression grew cold, his gaze fixating on her fingertips. Suddenly, he forced a smile, a rare occurrence for him, and when he truly smiled, it was never like this. That fleeting curve of his lips was bitterly painful. The wind rustled the window drapes, creating a delicate sound, while the silver bell trembled on her fingertips, teetering on the brink of falling. Rong Yin did not take it. He rose from the bed and left the warm chamber. Chapter 69. My lord, what happened to your lips? That night, Zhu Zheng lay in bed, unable to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, memories of her journey since arriving at Qingshu Mountain flooded her mind, recalling every person she had met and every word spoken, fleeting by like a series of snapshots, ultimately settling on the melancholic expression of Rong Yin in the warm red plum pavilion. She tossed and turned until the first light of dawn barely allowed her to close her eyes. Early in the morning, the sound of horses neighing outside startled her awake. Zhu Zheng got up and stepped outside, where she found someone standing. Upon hearing the door open, the figure turned around, beaming with a silly grin, and shouted, "Fourth miss, Lu Feng?" I thought I was seeing things, Zhu Zheng said in confusion. When did you arrive? I came 3 months ago, Lu Feng replied. I've been staying in the neighboring Shurian town. The Lord said to call for me if needed at the villa. Zhu Zheng frowned. You live in? My lord, Lu Feng suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward. The fourth miss has awakened. Rong Yin nodded, his gaze sweeping past Zhu Zheng as he instructed Lu Feng, let us depart. The spacious dual-yoke carriage featured a pot of tea warming on the square table and thick silk cushions adorning the seats. Zhu Zheng boarded first, settling into a corner. Before long, the door curtain lifted, revealing a tall figure at the entrance, who glanced at her seat. Since their parting yesterday, Zhu Zheng had not exchanged a word with him. She opened her mouth, uncertain of what to say. Logically, they were not enemies, and upon returning to Xingjing, they might encounter each other again. The best course of action would be to act as if nothing had transpired, to engage in casual pleasantries, and ensure future encounters would be amiable. Yet the many incidents between them made it difficult to determine where to begin. This hesitation made her miss the opportunity to speak. In the ensuing silence, Rong Yin entered the carriage and took a seat across from her. Once seated, he produced a historical tome and began to read attentively. Zhu Zheng sought several chances to converse, but seeing Rong Yin engrossed in his reading, she reconsidered her intentions for small talk. Lowering her head, she idly rubbed her fingertips together. Before long, a round object was offered to her. Zhu Zheng was taken aback, recognizing it as the hand warmer she had used previously. She shook her head, replying, I am not cold. Rong Yin paused, placing the hand warmer on the table. The carriage fell back into a comfortable silence. Just as Zhu Zheng thought this silence would persist until their arrival in Xingjing, a spirited individual burst in and plopped down next to Rong Yin. We're off. Lu Feng, ever cheerful, announced to Zhu Zheng. Fourth miss, we plan to travel directly from Chengshu Mountain to Ertian Mountain, taking the Xiaoma Ancient Road, which is half as fast as the official route. I've arranged for fresh horses at the post stations along the way, and we should reach the capital in about a month. Zhu Zheng nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the arrangements. It's all thanks to the Lord. Lu Feng scratched his head, smiling. He specifically told me to inform the Mississippi. Rong Yin raised an eyebrow, casting a barely noticeable sigh toward Lu Feng. By the time Zhu Zheng turned to look at Rong Yin, he had returned to his calm demeanor, still seated and engrossed in his book, utterly motionless. Zhu Zheng pondered that he must have heard her previous expression of gratitude and felt it unnecessary to repeat it. At last, they were returning to Xingjing. Lu Feng unabashedly conveyed his eagerness to go home, saying, It's been so long since the Lord last returned. We've missed you dearly in Xingjing. Sister Xue has been quite idle lately and insisted on accompanying me to welcome you back. Rong Yin remained silent, absorbed in his book. Lu Feng, accustomed to this, continued speaking. By the way, my lord, I brought the items you requested from Xingjing. As he spoke, Lu Feng retrieved a long, purple sandalwood tube from his back and handed it over. Rong Yin finally stirred, letting out a non-committal sound but showing no intention of accepting it. Zhu Zheng inferred that the item from Xingjing must be of great importance, but she wondered why Rong Yan's attitude was so indifferent. Lu Feng appeared equally puzzled, unscrewing the tube's lid and turning to Zhu Zheng. My lord, should I return this to the 4th Mississippi? Suddenly, Rong Yin raised a hand to seize the tube. Zhu Zheng caught only a fleeting glimpse of its contents, a rolled piece of paper resembling a painting. Rong Yin closed the lid and returned it to Lu Feng. Leave it. Lu Feng responded with a confused "oh" before placing the tube back on his back. As he turned, he caught sight of Rong Yin's face and suddenly exclaimed, My lord, what happened to your lips? Zhu Zheng jumped at his outburst, lifting her gaze to see Rong Yin and Appo's lips, which bore a faint trace of blood at the lower edge. His lips were pale, and his complexion as well. The bloodstain disrupted his usual composure, lending an unsettling allure that left her imagination racing. Rong Yin frowned, his grip on the book tightening as his peripheral vision swept past the figure opposite him. Lu Feng, noticing that Rong Yin ignored him, turned to Zhu Zheng and urged, Fourth miss, you must look at the Lord's lips. Zhu Zheng thought to herself, Thank you for the prompt, but I would rather not look again. The fleeting glance had rekindled memories of their entangled breath from yesterday, and she could almost taste the mingling of chilling plum fragrance and blood on her lips. Heat rushed to her ears, and she felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, helplessly raising a hand to cover her face. Changshu Mountain was frigid, devoid of any insects or snakes, leaving no clue as to how such a wound could have been inflicted. Liu Feng's attention remained fixated on the injury, lacking any awareness as he continued to discuss with Zhu Zheng. Fourth miss, please help me identify what bit him. If it's poisonous, I should. Lu Feng. Rong Yin interjected. Lu Feng? He repeated, perplexed. Leave. Lu Feng exclaimed, why? It's freezing outside, my lord. The carriage was spacious enough. It was not as if they couldn't share the space, and he had always accompanied them on previous journeys. Rong Yan's brow furrowed, his expression blank. Lu Feng, not daring to directly defy him, cunningly looked toward Zhu Zheng. Fourth miss, please tell my lord that it's snowing outside. He'll catch a cold. Zhu Zheng glanced up at Rong Yan, only to find his gaze suddenly meeting hers, a heavy look that seemed to pierce through her. Startled, she quickly turned her eyes away and directed her attention back to the reluctant Lu Feng. Liu Feng's chatter lightened the atmosphere, sparing Zhu Zheng from having to engage in their mutual silence. Yet, with Liu Feng's persistent inquiries about Rong Yan's injury, it became increasingly difficult for her. Perhaps if Lu Feng stepped outside for a moment, he would forget and call him back later. Thus, Zhu Zheng offered a rabbit fur hat to Lu Feng. Here, take this. Lu Feng instinctively reached for it, but a sudden chill on the back of his neck made him glance up at his lord, whose gaze had shifted toward Zhu Zheng's hand. Never mind, he muttered. If you freeze, then so be it. It's not as if you were particularly clever to begin with. Lu Feng hunched his shoulders and slipped out, taking all the chatter with him, leaving only two silent figures in the carriage. The carriage swayed gently, the curtain occasionally fluttering open. Zhu Zheng looked outside, watching as Changshu Mountain turned into a small black, gradually merging into the endless expanse of emptiness, as if it were the conclusion of a grand dream. Clutching her soft pillow, Zhu Zheng became lost in thought. The light filtering through the window illuminated Rong Yan's profile, his half-lowered eyelashes casting shadows over his face. With a book held delicately between his fingers, exuding an air of detached elegance. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't turned a single page of that book in quite some time. Having hardly slept the previous night, the rocking of the carriage made Zhu Zheng drowsy. She discreetly covered her face and stifled a yawn. Rong Yin lifted his gaze. Are you unwell? Zhu Zheng did not expect him to speak so suddenly and felt a surge of alertness. No, you appear unwell, he remarked, his voice calm. Zhu Zheng pressed her lips together. Her complexion turned pale when she struggled to sleep, appearing more severe than it truly was. A mere quirk reminiscent of her childhood when she feigned illness. I'm fine, she murmured softly. A good rest will suffice. Rong Yin gestured towards the soft couch beside him, suggesting she should sleep now. Zhu Zheng shook her head, unable to find rest at that moment. Rong Yin furrowed his brow, inquiring why. Zhu Zheng found herself at a loss for words. She had to remain vigilant, attentive to his every action, constantly reminding herself to maintain the boundaries she had set regarding her feelings. How could she possibly close her eyes? Yet, she could not devise a suitable excuse, for she was still in Rong Yan's carriage, and it would be inappropriate to express her discomfort outright, under the weight of Zhu Zheng's averted gaze. Rong Yan set his book down on the table, his eyes unwaveringly fixed upon the figure in the corner. In the spacious carriage, she sat at a considerable distance, as if wishing to meld into the carriage itself. Her usually bright eyes blinked slowly, struggling to remain open, and her pallid cheeks bore little color. Understood, Rong Yin suddenly declared. Without another word, he lifted the curtain of the carriage and stepped out with swift, decisive movements, leaving no room for hesitation. Sir, you're coming out too? It's freezing out here. Lu Feng's voice quickly rang from outside. Ah, do you wish to ride? But it's so warm inside. Why venture out to ride? Chapter 70. Do not let her know after Rong Yin left, he never returned, and even during their breaks for meals, he did not cross paths with Zhu Zheng. Alone in the carriage, she found a certain comfort, and as she relaxed, she succumbed to slumber. It was not until Lu Feng knocked on the carriage door, calling her, that she realized she had slept through the day until dusk. Lu Feng guided Zhu Zheng out of the carriage, informing her that they would not be traveling that evening and would be resting at an inn in Pingxiang City. Zhu Zheng nodded and followed him to the designated room. Yet throughout the journey, she did not catch a glimpse of Rong Yan. If Master Chong Hongzi were present, he would surely have remarked on Zhu Zheng's searching gaze, promptly stating that Cheng Yi resided next door. However, the somewhat dull-witted Lu Feng lacked such insight, leading Zhu Zheng to the door and offering a few mundane instructions before departing. Zhu Zheng hesitated for a moment by the door, glancing back to see Lu Feng enter the adjacent room. Upon entering, Lu Feng's eyes fell upon the Zeton wood painting tube resting on the table, which he had brought from Shengjing. The lid was already open, and the scroll had been taken out, now hanging on the opposite wall. The gentleman stood with his back to the painting, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Feng was all too familiar with this scene. The first time he beheld this painting was in the dim chamber of the Cheng Yi Palace's library, where a row of noblewoman portraits adorned the wall, each dressed beautifully and possessing captivating features, leaving one dazzled. Among them, the girl in a yellow dress smiled radiantly, initially blending in with the others. Yet her face bore a red turtle, leaving a deep impression on him. The second time he encountered her was again in the library, where only two portraits remained, the turtle girl and another whose likeness bore a striking resemblance to her, likely her biological sister. On the third occasion, only the turtle girl remained. Over the years, this painting hung in the dim chamber, never moved from its place. The gentleman often stood in front of the painting, lost in thought, and whenever he had a moment to spare, he would reframe it, having done so countless times. Other halls displayed divine and bodhisattva images, and Lu Feng assumed the gentleman shared a similar interest, which was better than having no aspirations at all. Yet, he feared that with time, the gentleman's attachment might deepen, leading to complications should an obsession with the painting arise. He voiced his concerns to Xue Mei, who laughed at him. She informed him that it was the initial obsession that gave rise to the carefully acquired painting. Lu Feng was puzzled. These portraits were ostensibly chosen for the prince's selection of a bride, so how could they be a product of the gentleman's machinations? When he pressed Xue Mei about the identity of the girl, she suddenly grew serious, stating that it was her business and not for him to pry. Clearly, she knew things he did not, but despite his attempts to coax her into revealing more, he received no further information. Frustrated, Lu Feng resolved to uncover the truth himself. Yet, before he could gather any useful information, one ordinary afternoon, he unexpectedly encountered the turtle girl in person. After a palace banquet, he rushed back to the Cheng Yi Palace upon hearing of the gentleman's drunken state, only to see a girl hastily descending from the gentleman's bed. When Lu Feng recognized her, he was momentarily stunned, believing the turtle girl had come to life. Yet she was far more beautiful than in the painting, her complexion radiant and devoid of the red turtle. Confused, he inquired the gentleman and learned she was the fourth miss of the Zhu family, and was instructed to send a formal invitation to visit the Zhu residence. From that day forth, as the gentleman had foretold, the two were often in each other's company. Lu Feng observed the gentleman, who was usually calm and unperturbed, displaying a subtle smile and a hint of melancholy, earning his admiration. However, the prince once remarked that the gentleman lacked the essence of a living person. Fortunately, since the portrait of Miss Zhu emerged, the gentleman gradually changed, no longer appearing untroubled, and began to exhibit emotions of joy and concern. A fortnight after their descent from Suinan, while managing flood control affairs, the gentleman also took an interest in the novel items of Suinan, filling several large boxes with them. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Feng inquired about their purpose, to which the gentleman simply replied with a smile, stating that she liked them. Previously, Lu Feng had not understood what the prince meant by the essence of a living person, but witnessing the gentleman's genuine smile, he realized that she had never truly smiled before. Upon returning to the capital after their expedition, they headed straight to the autumn hunting grounds, with the gentleman's eagerness to return evident on her face, which filled Lu Feng with anticipation. Yet unexpectedly, the gifts the gentleman prepared were not fully delivered. Following her instructions, he first sent a basket of peaches, and while reciting the accompanying verses for a pair of jade bangles, Xue Mei rushed in, flustered. reporting an incident in the red maple forest where the second prince's men had injured someone. Before Lu Feng could inquire further, he saw the gentleman emerge, cradling the fourth miss, who was covered in blood. At that moment, all he could think was that it was over. If anything happened to the fourth miss, the gentleman would likely follow suit. The gentleman took the fourth miss away, and for several months, there was no word from them. Lu Feng wandered through the temples in Shengjing daily, fervently praying for the fourth miss to recover and return to her lively self. Finally, after countless prayers, he received a letter from the mountain stating simply, "She has awakened." Upon receiving the news, Lu Feng prostrated himself in gratitude to the deities and immediately wrote back to ask if he could go to fetch them. The gentleman granted permission and instructed him to bring the painting along. As he made his way back, Lu Feng felt a mix of laughter and tears, reflecting on the saying that fortunes and misfortunes balance each other out, believing that the gentleman and the fourth miss would surely enjoy happiness after their tribulations. However, his observations during the day left him bewildered. Why, after several months, did it seem that the gentleman had not grown any closer to the fourth miss, nor spoken a word to her? Especially the gentleman, with the living Zhu fourth miss residing next door. Why was he staring at the painting? Gentleman Lu Feng finally could not restrain himself from calling out. Rong Xing returned to the present, as if just noticing Lu Feng standing at the door, his gaze shifting from the painting. "Is everything settled?" Lu Feng responded affirmatively, stating that he had escorted the fourth miss back to her room and that the meals had been delivered as instructed. Rong Xing acknowledged this with a slight sound and mentioned that he would send a bowl of calming soup later, as she had slept too much during the day and might struggle to sleep at night. Lu Feng felt a sense of wonder at the gentleman's continued concern for the fourth miss, yet seeing Rong Xing once more lost in contemplation before the painting, he felt a sense of unease. This time, in the presence of a gentleman, he observed no trace of joy, as if he had reverted to his previous state of lacking the essence of a living person. But was not the fourth miss better now? Shouldn't he, the gentleman, feel joy? "Gentlemen, this painting was brought for the fourth miss, was it not?" He ventured to confirm. Rong Xing did not respond, nor deny his speculation. Lu Feng took this as an affirmative answer and pondered the gentleman's likely intentions, feeling a sense of confusion as to why he had not allowed the fourth miss to see it during the day. The night wind from a northern frontier carried a damp chill, sweeping through the window's gap. Rong Xing gazed outside, where only a cold moon hung in the desolate night, devoid of stars. "It is too late," he remarked. Lu Feng was taken aback, observing the gentleman's tall figure silhouetted against the stark and cold winter night, revealing an overwhelming sense of loneliness and melancholy. Just as he was about to ask what was too late, Rong Xing turned away, softly instructing, "Put it away. Do not let her know." Chapter 71. The warmth of company. As the journey continued southward, the scenery gradually softened from the rugged landscapes of the northern frontier, heralding the approach of spring. The snow transformed into a gentle, persistent spring rain. Unlike snow, rain enveloped one thoroughly, soaking from head to toe, and with a chilly wind blowing, it was all too easy to catch a cold. Despite this, Rong Xing and Lu Feng chose not to join her in the carriage, leaving Zhu Zheng with a sense of guilt. When she subtly mentioned it to Lu Feng, he merely responded that it was the master's order to prepare another carriage at the next relay station. Zhu Zheng felt a heaviness in her heart, a mix of guilt and disappointment, an overall unsatisfactory feeling. The next relay station was in Jintan City. As the carriage halted, Zhu Zheng, who had inadvertently dozed off, was awakened. She opened her eyes to find herself covered with a silver-purple outer robe, which emanated a faint, refreshing scent that enveloped her completely. Without needing to ask, she knew whose garment it was. Staring at it for a moment, she suddenly found herself inexplicably inclined to lean closer and take a whiff. Just as she did, the door curtain was lifted by a hand, and she was caught in the act of smelling the clothing. Frozen in place, she hastily conjured several excuses in her mind, ultimately resorting to the most familiar tactic of feigning illness by tugging at the robe's front and audibly blowing her nose. It was better to suffer embarrassment than to be perceived as a pervert, she reasoned. After a brief silence, a familiar deep voice resonated from the doorway. Caught a chill? Recognizing the voice belonged to the owner of the garment, Zhu Zheng felt a surge of despair. She steeled herself and continued the charade, inhaling deeply through her now empty nose and raising her head, feigning a semblance of composure. Rong Yin relaxed his hand that had been resting on the curtain and turned to say, "I'll fetch a heater." "No need, my lord." Zhu Zheng hurriedly called out to him. He paused and looked back. Zhu Zheng cleared her throat, suggesting, "Why don't you and Lu Feng come in and sit together? It will be warmer with more people." In the drizzle and chilly wind, a fine mist clung to Rong Yan's brows and lashes as he stood at the entrance for a moment before entering the carriage. This time, instead of sitting across from Zhu Zheng, he settled beside her, blocking a significant portion of the biting spring wind that had followed him inside. The remaining cool breeze, laced with the scent of cold plum blossoms, brushed against Zhu Zheng's face, stirring a refreshing wave of sensations, like an invisible butterfly flitting into her being. Her heart raced, and instinctively, she lowered her head, clutching his outer robe, almost burying her face in it before quickly straightening up. Throughout this sequence of actions, the individual beside her remained oblivious, likely engrossed in the book he had been reading without preparation for their sudden proximity. Zhu Zheng sat upright, casting furtive glances at him. The journey had clearly worn him down. His expression bore a hint of fatigue, yet he remained composed and distant, reminiscent of the aloof figure she remembered from her past life, sparse in words and laughter, a figure forever out of reach. However, the wound she had inflicted on his lip seemed to be healing at a glacial pace. After days of travel, that prominent red mark still lingered. Could it be that her bite truly bore some venom? As her thoughts wandered back to the origin of that injury, Zhu Zheng realized she ought to initiate a conversation. After much contemplation, she managed to say, "I washed your robe and returned it." Rong Yin turned his gaze toward her, his silence stretching for an eternity before he replied, "There is no need to return it." Zhu Zheng was taken aback, feeling as though he was dismissing her. The butterflies within her fluttered away as she recalled her earlier brashness, inwardly scolding herself for such a foolish act. He had clearly expressed a desire to part with the garment, leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment of contemplation, she managed to mutter, "Thank you, my lord." Following that day, no additional carriage was arranged. Rong Yin resumed his quiet companionship, often engrossed in his books, the silence between them almost palpable. Fortunately, Lu Feng's incessant chatter filled the space, akin to a sparrow flitting about between two silent cranes, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. After another fortnight, they finally arrived in Shengjing. The capital was a dazzling spectacle. As Zhu Zheng lifted the curtain to gaze outside, she beheld the bustling streets teeming with life. Noblemen passed by in their litters, flanked by attendants, while merchants vociferously hawked their wares. This was the Shengjing she knew, a city not solely belonging to the aristocrats but also to the common folk. The elite families viewed a shift from government to commerce as a tremendous decline, and even the long-faded Zhu family harbored such sentiments. Even if only a few moldy ancestral tablets remained, they clung to their century-old hollow reputation as if it were a matter of life and death. Zhu Zheng recalled a vivid dream from her childhood, where she and her sister had escaped the Zhu residence by climbing over the wall, pursued by their grandmother, who could never catch up to them. Hand in hand, they ran through flowering meadows and wild fields, eventually diving into a river, flowing downstream to a place where no one recognized them. How wonderful it would be if that dream could become reality. If only she and her sister could leave Xinjiang, they would live under assumed identities, engaging in small tea trade with a few trusted friends, acquiring land and homes, and undoubtedly leading a far happier life than they did now. Alas, dreams seldom materialize. As she mused on this, the carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the Zhu residence, the very place from which she had once escaped in her dreams. As the carriage stopped, it was immediately surrounded by a throng of people. Rong Yin disembarked first, standing amidst the crowd and extending a hand toward her. Zhu Zheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately leapt down herself, just as she stood on the ground, still unable to discern who among the gathered was who. Her grandmother's beaming face approached her. "My dear Zhu Zheng, you must be exhausted from your journey. Come, let your grandmother see you. Oh dear, your little face has grown so thin, clearly a sign of neglecting your rest. Having not seen her grandmother in half a year, Zhu Zheng had envisioned numerous reprimands, the typical phrases that would echo in her ears, yet she never anticipated such a tender concern. Indeed, she had endured a bit of hardship, having taken an arrow for no reason. Yet why would her grandmother perceive her journey as arduous? Shouldn't she scold her for being a jinx? In a haze of confusion, Zhu Zheng glanced at Rong Yin, as if to inquire whether he had brought her to the wrong door. He remained silent beside her as the elderly matriarch continued to express her concern, then promptly turned to Rong Yin, saying, "Thank you, Master Taifu, for personally bringing my granddaughter home." From the side, a monk-like figure appeared, draping a string of holy flowers around Zhu Zheng's neck, his voice sharp and eager. Thanks to Miss Zhu's excellent performance during the autumn hunt, not only did she bring home a great victory, but this past half year, the entire Diyong has enjoyed favorable weather and bountiful harvests. Zhu Zheng furrowed her brow, the flowers around her neck resonating with good news. Yet she wondered what any of this had to do with her. This child, just look how composed and graceful she is now, truly blessed by the heavens. The elderly matriarch remarked to those nearby, "Today, all guests shall receive a share. Come to the Zhu residence for a drink and share in the blessings of our fourth daughter." Amid the laughter surrounding her, Zhu Zheng grasped her grandmother's hand as she bombarded her with questions. "Why have you returned early? Have you completed your prayers and celebrations? What the crown prince? Has he returned to the capital as well?" Zhu Zheng, already bewildered, became even more so. Yet she discerned a hint of mischief in her grandmother's words and dared not respond too hastily. At her side, Rong Yin interjected, "The crown prince has other arrangements." Chapter 72. Should I have it? As Rong Yin spoke, a group of officials in their ceremonial robes immediately surrounded him, greeting him with a cacophony of well wishes. The crowd was already congested, and Zhu Zheng found herself nearly pressed against Rong Yin, unable to move. After enduring a barrage of repetitive compliments, she paid special attention to the mentions of the crown prince and the Fanlin temple, quickly piecing together the fragmented backstory. The narrative was not overly complicated. The her that everyone spoke of had drawn the top prize during the autumn hunt, and the Bureau of Astronomy had deemed the timing auspicious, somehow transforming her into a fortuitous omen. She was strongly recommended to serve as the crown prince's companion for 6 months at the Fanlin temple, where they would chant scriptures to pray for the prosperity of Daeong. In this tale, where everyone rejoiced for her, no one knew that she had nearly been killed by an arrow in the maple forest. It was understandable. If word got out, no one would advocate for her. If she had died, it would merely be considered a tragic accident that disturbed the royal court. If she survived, the rumors would likely suggest she had offended the crown prince, potentially dragging the Zhu family into deeper peril. This fabricated blessing from the Fanlin temple was the best arrangement for Zhu Zheng, Gong Xiao, and the Zhu household. But who had concocted such a story? Was it Rong Yin? Though he seemed ill-equipped for deceit, who else could be so intricately tied to so many people? In this light, it appeared she had unwittingly benefited from Gong Xiao's influence, compelling the Grand Tutor to devise such an airtight explanation. Nevertheless, whether true or false, the outcome was a salvaged life, which made little difference to Zhu Zheng. She stood amidst the throng, gazing up at the man beside her. Rong Yin was quite close, his gaze as calm as a placid ancient well, and he remained unresponsive to the crowd, not even offering the slightest polite smile. In this regard, he fell short of her. He did not comprehend the utility of a forced smile, a skill she had mastered and should perhaps teach him. However, during their time at Chengshu Mountain, Zhu Zheng had noted his light sleep and his preference for tranquility. Even a slight commotion would make him frown, rendering this occasion a kind of slow torture for him. "You should return first," Zhu Zheng whispered. "That cannot be." Before Rong Yin could respond, the elderly matriarch of the Zhu family interjected anxiously. "The Grand Tutor has gone to great lengths to escort you back. You must stay for a meal. The household has prepared everything. Please move to the main hall, the same place where we usually dine, with the dishes you love most." Zhu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at her grandmother, amused by the formality of her words. One might think the Grand Tutor visited frequently. Only Lu Feng, standing behind, was genuinely pleased, recalling how lavishly the Zhu family entertained guests and still reminiscing about the exquisite fugu soup. Unexpectedly, Rong Yin did not immediately agree. Instead, he turned to look at Zhu Zheng. Realizing his gaze was a plea for help, she promptly replied, "Sir mentioned that there are numerous affairs of state to attend to. It would be inconvenient to linger here." The matriarch retorted, "It's merely a meal. It won't take long. The Grand Tutor has traveled extensively. There's no rush for a thank-you banquet today." Zhu Zheng managed to smile, knowing her grandmother was kind-hearted and would understand the Grand Tutor's fatigue, not wanting to impose. The elderly matriarch hesitated, her expression displeased as she shot Zhu Zheng a reproachful glance. She persisted, asking Rong Yin, "The Grand Tutor has just returned to the capital. Do you truly have no time at all?" Rong Yin continued to gaze at Zhu Zheng, his silent eyes inscrutable, and suddenly asked, "Should I have it?" "No, not at all." Zhu Zheng nearly panicked, discreetly nudging Rong Yin. "You should leave quickly. There's no need for thanks. Just escape to a quiet place." Rong Yin opened his mouth, paused for a moment, then simply nodded, casting one last glance at Zhu Zheng before turning and boarding the carriage. The elderly matriarch, exasperated, lamented, "You can't even keep someone here. What good is your mouth if it only spouts nonsense?" Zhu Zheng pretended not to understand, smiling as she waved goodbye to the departing carriage, only to suddenly lose her smile as she pushed through the crowd, heading back to the Zhu residence. Upon entering the estate, Zhu Zheng immediately understood why her grandmother insisted on keeping Rong Yin. The decorations were even more ostentatious than those at the autumn hunt. Clearly a grand spectacle had been meticulously arranged. On the stage stood a dozen monks in yellow robes, dressed identically to the one who had brought flowers to Zhu Zheng earlier. Upon her entrance, they immediately surrounded her, singing and dancing. "Hey, good fellows, heed my words. A blessed star has descended before you. One hand of auspiciousness brings fortune, dispelling calamity and transforming danger into safety." What sort of charlatans had they invited, singing such nonsensical verses? Already feeling dizzy from the carriage ride, Zhu Zheng waved her hand, standing amidst the monks until they finished their song, then kindly asked them to make way. The leading monk loudly proclaimed, "Please welcome the blessed star to take a seat." Zhu Zheng had barely uttered a questioning "Seat? What seat?" before she was drowned out by a cacophony of firecrackers, the acrid smoke filling the air. She coughed a few times as red clay was smeared on her face. A large floral crown was placed atop her head, and she found herself bound with garlands of pearls and flowers, nearly immobilized. A group of flamboyantly dressed dancers emerged, lifting her onto a high platform, where they pressed her into the center of a floral arrangement, beginning to dance gracefully around her. Amidst the cacophony of flutes and drums, Zhu Zheng's expression darkened. While she could enjoy the revelry of a performance, she had no desire to participate herself. She tugged at the adornments, attempting to rise, when had her grandmother appear beside her, grasping her arm. "Where are you going?" Zhu Zheng clasped her hands together. "Grandmother, I feel a bit dizzy from the long journey. I wish to return to my room for a rest. Perhaps we could hold the welcome feast tomorrow?" "Welcome feast for you?" The elderly matriarch scoffed. "The Zhu family has spent a fortune, waiting 6 months for this day. Do you think it is for you, this unfortunate child, that we have prepared this feast?" With that, she firmly grasped Zhu Zheng's arm, pressing her down onto the stage. "Do as you're told. Do you think I want to see another arrow pierce your heart? You've shown little intelligence." The matriarch's voice was not loud, but her words, delivered with a hint of jest, silenced Zhu Zheng abruptly. It turned out that someone did know about her brush with death. At the very least, her dear grandmother was aware. Not only did she know of Zhu Zheng's near-fatal encounter, but she also understood that the tale of the Fanlin Temple's blessings was a fabricated ruse to deceive the public. Clearly, the matriarch cared little for what had transpired. She preferred this concocted narrative. Otherwise, she would not have orchestrated such an elaborate production. Zhu Zheng suddenly smiled, a wry grin forming on her lips. Knowing it was all a performance brought her some relief. Otherwise, she would have to constantly guard against whether her grandmother had been possessed by a spirit, which would be quite unsettling. The 10 or so itinerant monks hired for the occasion must have cost a pretty penny, their silver tongues weaving grand tales of Zhu Zheng's exploits. Whether it was clouds in the sky or rain on the ground, drought or flood, the rivers swelling or the pigs, and hens thriving. All were attributed to her good fortune. Yet, with Rong Yan's departure, many who had come simply for the spectacle began to disperse, leaving the earlier commotion significantly diminished. Madame Gui Xiang was busy distributing silver leaves wrapped in red paper among the crowd, regardless of the status of those who passed by, drawing everyone in to the Zhu residence. Perhaps the matriarch believed that by witnessing this performance, the rumors would solidify her granddaughter's reputation as a blessed star. Zhu Zheng watched as Madame Gui Xiang struggled through the throng, her thoughts drifting back to the last time she had seen her in such a predicament. At the Jinxiang building, on that day, her grandmother had similarly instructed her to distribute considerable sums, seeking to ensure that the gossip surrounding her grandson's untimely demise was not overly harsh. At times, she perceives her grandmother as astute, while at other moments, she finds her shrewdness rather superficial, tinged with a sense of laziness. For instance, the way she handles gossip, whether to encourage it or suppress it, seems to revolve solely around the notion of monetary influence. The adage that good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire rings true, if money were indeed so effective. She would not have become a household name in the scandalous tales surrounding Zhu Long, a harbinger of misfortune for over a decade. Zhu Zheng sighed, not particularly concerned about whether others regarded her as a harbinger of good or ill fortune. She merely lamented that she had fortunately allowed Rong Yin to depart before he could witness her current disheveled state, which would likely become a source of lifelong ridicule. Zhu Zheng played along for a while, languidly seated on the flower platform, her gaze scanning the crowd repetitively. It was only when her grandmother could no longer restrain herself that she urged in a hushed tone, "Smile for them. They have come to see the good fortune, not your mournful visage." Zhu Zheng ignored her. What of her elder sister? Her sister, disinterested in the commotion, had likely remained at the back of the throng. Yet, having surveyed the gathering, Zhu Zheng could not find a trace of Zhu Qing. "Who are you asking about?" her grandmother inquired, her aged features knitting into a frown. "Do you not know when she will return?" Zhu Zheng was taken aback. What did it mean that she should know? The old matriarch, noticing Zhu Zheng's momentary bewilderment, suddenly changed her expression. "I received a letter stating that you were recuperating at Fanlin Temple, accompanied by the third girl. What is the matter? Did you grow impatient and insist on returning, thus necessitating the Grand Tutor's escort?" Zhu Zheng's mind was a blank. How could it be that she was recuperating at Fanlin Temple? She had not returned from there at all, and how could her sister possibly accompany her? This implied that Zhu Qing had never set foot back in the residence. Had her sister truly been missing for half a year since their last encounter at the autumn hunting grounds? Chapter 73. Who was in the car? Zhu Zheng has been confined to her quarters. She initially thought that the play would conclude upon her return to the residence, but it turned out to be merely an overture. The main act lay ahead. The matriarch, Madame Zhu, replaced Ming Chui with the experienced Gui Xiang Mama to care for Zhu Zheng, ostensibly for her superior attentiveness. Yet in reality, this steadfast servant shadowed her relentlessly, never allowing her a moment's reprieve away from the estate. Furthermore, Mama instituted an array of regulations dictating her daily routines, the precise times for sleep, rising, grooming, meals, attire, hairpins, and incense, all to be adhered to without the slightest deviation. As she gazed in the mirror, Zhu Zheng felt a sense of disorientation. In her childhood, people often remarked on the resemblance between the two Zhu sisters. As they matured, Zhu Qing blossomed into a figure of grace and composure, while Zhu Zheng, with her vivacious spirit, found it difficult to maintain decorum, leading to a decline in such comparisons. However, now burdened with worries, she could no longer feign the carefree innocence of her youth. Her expression had grown somber, and clad in similar attire, she suddenly recognized the striking likeness to her sister. In the past, she had believed that by absorbing some of her grandmother's ire, she might secure a modicum of favor for her sister, allowing for a somewhat more carefree existence. Yet, having taken on Zhu Qing's role, she now understood that within this household, irrespective of any favor, the suffocating atmosphere remained unchanged. Gui Xiang Mama accompanied her daily, rendering Zhu Zheng immobile, prompting her to send Ming Chui to find a long camp and gather news of her sister. She dispatched inquiries to several locations, from the autumn hunting grounds attendants to the performers at Jinxiang Lu, ensuring they asked diligently. The responses were uniformly disheartening. Her sister Zhu Zheng had been at Fanlin Temple for half a year to pray for blessings and had yet to return to Shengjing. This news was akin to a void, implying that Zhu Zheng had vanished from the world without a trace. Zhu Zheng, tormented by the weight of her thoughts, became indifferent to food and drink. After enduring half a month's worth of Mama's incessant admonitions, a visitor arrived. She was summoned to receive a guest, a high-ranking scholar from Wenyuan Pavilion, Lord Lu, someone she had never encountered before. With half his hair turned gray, Lord Lu wasted no time in complimenting Zhu Zheng on her striking resemblance to his late wife. Then, with a heavy heart, he lamented her unfortunate demise and, in a sudden turn, expressed his desire to take Zhu Zheng as a new wife. Leaning against the door, Zhu Zheng suppressed a laugh, realizing that after all the commotion, the underlying motive remained unchanged, a mere transaction. No wonder her grandmother was eager to alter her reputation. It was all a matter of seizing the moment to secure a good bargain. Lord Lu's proposal was merely the beginning. Soon after, she encountered various gentlemen of differing statures, Lord Chun, Lord Li, and Lord Zhang. Unfortunately, she was not permitted to speak during these meetings, merely paraded around before being ushered away. All while hearing her grandmother's exuberant voice, the image of her flushed face dancing in her mind. The estate had never been so lively, yet Zhu Zheng felt utterly alone, devoid of anyone with whom she could share a word. The spring in Shengjing was perpetually rainy, clouds enshrouding the royal city. The gray sky resembling a saturated wisp of cotton, ceaselessly dripping. Zhu Zheng, adorned like an exquisite ornament, stood beneath the eaves, counting the raindrops falling from the roof. Extending her hand to catch a couple, feeling the water dissolve in her palm, trickling down her sleeve, forming a chilling fissure. Books described rain as rootless water. But what of those who are equally unanchored? "Fourth Miss, it is time to return to your quarters," Gui Xiang Mama announced, holding an umbrella to shield Zhu Zheng from the rain, her expression as impassive as ever. "You are to receive guests this afternoon. Do not disturb your makeup." Zhu Zheng turned to Mama, a sardonic smile creeping on her lips as she rubbed her damp hand across her delicately powdered face. "Fourth Miss." Mama's icy demeanor finally cracked, revealing a hint of exasperation. Zhu Zheng merely raised an eyebrow, turning away with a nonchalant stride. As the plum rain season approached, her grandmother's relentless schedule finally took its toll, and Zhu Zheng relished a moment's reprieve as the matriarch took to her bed. Alas, Gui Xian Mama, unaffected by any ailment, remained steadfastly by Zhu Zheng's side, perpetually hovering, dictating what she could and could not do. One afternoon, barely past noon, Mama reappeared. "Fourth Miss, there's a visitor waiting for you at the south side gate." Who would enter through the side gate instead of the main entrance, especially the secluded south side? Zhu Zheng felt a twinge of suspicion, suspecting something amiss. However, now was not the time for fear of the unknown, so she proceeded. The lush green trees at the south gate provided a vibrant canopy, beneath which stood a modest horse-drawn carriage. Upon recognizing the figure beside it, Zhu Zheng's heart leaped. "Lu Feng?" "Fourth Miss," Lu Feng greeted, his signature smile illuminating his face. "You look radiant today, walking with such vigor." Adorned in a smoky dress with a white jade hairpin and pearl earrings, Zhu Zheng approached, catching the tail end of his murmurs. "What were you saying?" Lu Feng's expression faltered momentarily. "Ah, merely complimenting you on your beauty today." Zhu Zheng raised an eyebrow. Since her grandmother had fallen ill, Mama had grown careless in her grooming. She hardly felt beautiful. After Lu Feng delivered the medicine from the Grand Tutor's residence, Zhu Zheng expressed her gratitude, though she wondered why he had made the journey for such a small parcel. Lu Feng merely shrugged, suggesting that any thanks should be directed toward the Grand Tutor. Zhu Zheng nodded, acknowledging his words. "Indeed, please convey my appreciation." After Lu Feng hurriedly departed, she barely had time to reflect before Mama snatched the medicine pouch from her grasp, unceremoniously tearing it open before her eyes. Inside lay only unblemished medicinal herbs, devoid of any hidden messages. Zhu Zheng stifled a laugh, bemused by Mama's scrutiny, daring to desecrate the Grand Tutor's intentions. She had never even considered the possibility of a note hidden within the pouch. She knew well that if there were matters of significance to discuss, it would not be conveyed through such clandestine and precarious means. Moreover, their journey back had been void of conversation, and since returning to Shengjing, a fortnight had passed without any communication from Rong Xing. He was a man of his word, well-versed in keeping promises, and as such, she assumed there was little left to say between them. Mama's demeanor remained unflustered, as instructed by the matriarch. I must oversee everything that enters the fourth Miss's domain. I mean no harm. Zhu Zheng swept the herbs aside on the table. Then please take it to my grandmother for her approval. This medicine is restorative and beneficial for her leg pain. The following day, shortly after lunch, Zhu Zheng prepared to rest when Mama once again interrupted, announcing another visitor at the south side gate. Zhu Zheng paused, perplexed. Is it another delivery of medicine? She hastily donned a garment and made her way to the south gate, where the same carriage awaited, with Lu Feng standing under the same tree. Fourth Miss. He greeted her again, his tone shifting to a hushed whisper. You look even more radiant today, walking with such grace in your smoky dress. Adorned with a white jade hairpin and pearl earrings, as Zhu Zheng approached, she overheard him mumbling. What are you saying? Lu Feng's face stiffened. Ah, merely extolling your beauty. Zhu Zheng raised an eyebrow, bemused. Since her grandmother's illness, Mama had neglected her hair, leaving her far from what one would call beautiful. Zhu Zheng observed Lu Feng, who appeared to be in a state of distraction, and chose not to press further with her inquiries. Will you still deliver the medicine today? She asked. Yes, yes. Lu Feng nervously scratched his head and suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to take the medicine out. He dashed back to the carriage, and a hand emerged from the window, presenting a package of medicine. Zhu Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Before she could fully comprehend, the hand withdrew, leaving only the heavy curtain of the carriage swaying. Who is inside the carriage? She inquired. Chapter 74. A chance encounter. Lu Feng hastily shoved a package of medicine into Zhu Zheng's hands, stuttering, Doctor, I see it's getting late. Farewell, fourth Miss. We shall return tomorrow. Who delivers medicine with a doctor who does not meet the patient? Before Zhu Zheng could inquire further, Lu Feng swiftly jumped onto the carriage and drove away as if fleeing. Holding the same medicine as yesterday, Zhu Zheng stood quietly at the moon gate for a while. It was not until Guixiang Mama urged her that she return home. Another day passed. The morning dawned shrouded in darkness. Thick clouds loomed ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour. At the same hour, Guixiang Mama failed to arrive. Zhu Zheng gazed out at the dreary rain curtain from the window, standing for some time before quietly taking a jade-green oil paper umbrella and stepping outside. The rain fell relentlessly, splattering droplets on the ground. By the time she reached the southern gate, her shoes were thoroughly soaked. Yet, oblivious to the discomfort, she held the umbrella and crossed the moon gate. Upon sighting the green-draped carriage, her heart stirred unexpectedly. Lu Feng, crouched beneath the carriage eaves, was startled upon seeing her and immediately jumped down. Fourth Miss. You shouldn't have come out in such heavy rain. Zhu Zheng walked directly to the carriage window and softly replied, Despite the downpour, I still came. The clamor of raindrops drowned out much of her voice, and Lu Feng barely caught her words, only hearing her inquire, Where's the medicine? In that moment, amidst the chaotic world, a brief silence enveloped them. Moments later, the half-drenched curtain was drawn aside, revealing a slender hand adorned with delicate joints, extending an oil paper package. Yet, Zhu Zheng did not accept it. The hand hesitated, probing outward, revealing a cuff embroidered with silver bamboo patterns. Zhu Zheng tightened her grip on the umbrella, impulsively lifting her hand to part the curtain. Dim light filtered in, illuminating a cool visage partially obscured in shadows, which now lifted its gaze to meet hers. Raindrops pattered against the oil paper umbrella, creating a cacophony akin to pebbles dropping into a serene lake, sending ripples of uncontainable emotions spiraling outward. Zhu Zheng's throat tightened, and she silently moved her lips. Sir, it was indeed him. When she had spoken of parting ways that day, she had not anticipated how much she would long to see Rong Xing. In truth, the thought had crossed her mind, but she believed she could endure it. as she was quite adept at patience. Surely, it would be but a few days before she would move past this. Yet, that was not the case. Not only did she not move on, but she began to dream of him frequently. Dreams of the rolling peaks of Changshu Mountain, of the ground blanketed in white snow and red plum blossoms, where the dreamer softly conversed with her. What was said faded from her memory upon waking, yet she distinctly remembered dreaming of him. Rong Yin maintained his outstretched hand, resting on the window, mere inches from Zhu Zheng's grasp. The rain soaked their sleeves, leaving patterns reminiscent of snowflakes. Their gazes entwined in silence that stretched on. Eventually, Rong Yin and Appo's eyelashes lowered, and he averted his gaze, murmuring, "I happened to pass by today. And yesterday? Was that merely a coincidence as well?" Zhu Zheng almost voiced the question, but thought better of it, sensing no reason to press him. Compared to her initial days back in Xinjiang, she had begun to dream less of him recently. She understood that with time, one could grow accustomed to absence. Gradually, it would all be well again. Just as the lingering scent of cold plum blossoms from his discarded robe had started to fade, it would eventually vanish entirely, leaving no trace behind. Zhu Zheng tightened her grip on the umbrella. You should not have come. She had guessed who was in the carriage yesterday, and this speculation kept her tossing and turning until the midnight hour. She pondered many things, and if it were indeed Rong Yin, she had prepared herself to say, "Just give me the prescription. There is no need for you to personally deliver the medicine anymore." Until just moments ago, that had been her resolve. But now, upon seeing him, she found it impossible to voice those words. Zhu Zheng could neither deny nor ignore the fact that Rong Yin was different from others in her life. She did not wish to continue speaking to him coldly, nor did she want to witness the loneliness that marred his expression. The thought lingered in her mind, a dull pain that she could not shake off. She regretted having entangled herself with him, regretted taking advantage of his gentle indulgence. Had she strictly adhered to her grandmother and Appo's teachings, perhaps they would not have encountered such complications. Yet, this regret was not forthright. Instead, it left her bitterly reflecting on the sourness in her heart each time she returned to sleep, until she found a strange sweetness in it, eventually feeling fortunate to have met such a person, to harbor an inexplicable longing, living like an ordinary girl. At this realization, she found herself grateful that Rong Yin had come. Seeing him made the ache in her heart feel less acute. However, she understood deeply that avoiding confrontation would only add to the precariousness of her situation, leading inevitably to a collapse into the quagmire beneath her feet. 4th Mississippi. Guixiang Mama's voice rang out like thunder, jolting Zhu Zheng from her reverie. The din of rain intensified, and she abruptly lowered the curtain, shielding the figure inside the carriage from view. How did 4th Miss sneak out? Mama could not discern Zhu Zheng's actions, merely seeing her silhouette standing before the carriage. Filled with suspicion, Zhu Zheng turned, and with the rain aggravating her wound, she explained, "The medicine from the Taifu's residence has shown significant effects, so I hurried to collect it." Before Mama could inquire further, she continued, "Please trouble Lu Feng to write a prescription for you." Lu Feng paused, then replied, "Understood." Manga, not suspecting anything amiss, gestured for Zhu Zheng to return, saying, "4th Miss should go back. Guests have arrived at the front door." Zhu Zheng nodded, acknowledging the instruction. As Mama led her away, she could not help but glance back. The green-draped carriage stood silently beneath the Chinese parasol tree, hidden in the rain, like a fleeting reflection in a round mirror. Zhu Zheng swallowed hard and turned back towards home. Lu Feng watched as Zhu Zheng walked away, intending to report her departure. But he found that the master had already raised the curtain of the carriage, staring pensively towards the moon gate. Lu Feng felt a sense of relief. The master had returned to Xinjiang, but had yet to arrive at the residence, having been summoned by the emperor and absent for half a month. During this time, he had not once mentioned Zhu Zheng, which had made Lu Feng uneasy. It was fortunate that he had come to Zhu's residence right after leaving the palace, easing his worries. However, he could not fathom why the master insisted on using the side door and instructed him not to let 4th Miss know he was inside. It was indeed a difficult task for him. Rong Yan's gaze remained steady until the last trace of Zhu Zheng vanished from the moon gate. Suddenly he commanded, "Go to the front door." The front of the Zhu residence was noticeably quieter compared to previous days, with only a nondescript carriage parked outside. Two groups of people stood at the entrance, engaged in lively conversation. Grand Lady Zhu, dressed in splendid attire, sat impatiently in her chair, her face reflecting her annoyance. Not only was the matter of young Master Wen's broken engagement causing a ruckus, but there was still no resolution in sight. Without a distinguished title or a means to sustain oneself, what can a family rely on for survival? Clinging to your elder brother and oppos as military exploits? Her words were harsh, bordering on direct insult. When Xiao, holding an umbrella in the rain, appeared pale as he replied, the Grand Lady did not agree to this before. I have never said anything of the sort, she retorted. It was young Master Wen who insisted on entangling our families, tarnishing the reputation of our innocent daughter. Grand Lady Zhu's expression changed abruptly. Today, fourth Miss is unwell and cannot receive guests. Young Master Wen, please return, do not come again. Having just parked the carriage in an inconspicuous spot, Lu Feng was unaware of the preceding conversation, but gathered from a snippet that young Master Wen was clinging stubbornly to an unreciprocated affection, while Grand Lady Zhu clearly had no intention of allowing fourth Miss to meet him. Rong Yan's expression was inscrutable. Who was he to withdraw from a marriage? In the Commandant and Amp, Oppo's S residence, Lady Nian and Amp, Oppo's S younger sister, known as Nia Rusheng, is mentioned. Lu Feng remarked that their late father had a close friendship with the Duke of the State, having belonged to the same southern camp in their youth, and that their betrothal was likely arranged during that time. Rong Yin acknowledged with a hum, his gaze drifting to a nearby wall, where half of a jade-green umbrella was visible beside the entrance of the Zhu residence. Lu Feng and Amp, Oppo's S assertion held some truth. The matriarch of the Zhu family had indeed intended for Zhu Zheng to meet with guests, but she had arrived late. Granny Gui led her to the front entrance, and just as they were about to turn past the shadowed hill, she heard her grandmother's voice nearing its conclusion, prompting her to stop abruptly. Zhu Zheng listened from behind the shadowed hill, absorbing her grandmother's words. Below the steps, a young man leaned against his umbrella, which was tilted precariously, nearly collapsing and leaving him drenched like a drowned rat, evoking a sense of pity. The arrival of Wen Buqiu was indeed ill-timed. Granny was already in a foul mood due to her leg pain, having smashed a room full of furniture at noon, and now she encountered someone to vent her frustrations upon. It was no surprise that she spoke harshly. Ever since Zhu Zheng learned of Wen Buqiu and Oppo's engagement, she had no intention of involving herself further. Though her grandmother and Oppo's words were somewhat mercenary and hurtful, Zhu Zheng found herself without the position or necessity to clarify, allowing him to believe what he wished, which would sever any lingering hopes. His original engagement was far more advantageous than that of the Zhu family. Chapter 75. The long-awaited object of affection. A few days later, within the Taifu mansion, Lu Feng hurriedly dashed into the study, breathless as he reported, Sir, Shui Mei said that the fourth young lady has gone out. Rong Yin paused in his reading of the official documents, but did not raise his head. Lu Feng continued. The fourth young lady dismissed her attendants and left with a young gentleman to Penglai Street. Holding a vermilion brush, Rong Yin meticulously marked the papers, still silent. Growing anxious, Lu Feng pressed, Sir, can you hear me? I can hear, Rong Yin replied. Lu Feng raised his voice. The fourth young lady has been taken out of the mansion by a young gentleman. Rong Yin, fixated on the characters on the document, inquired, Who? With confidence, Lu Feng responded, It is the second young master of the Fong family. Fong Shiqing, an assistant in the Ministry of Personnel. Today marks his third visit to the Zhu mansion. Rong Yin slightly furrowed his brow, the vermilion brush unknowingly coming to a stop, leaving an ink blot. After a long silence, he merely replied, I see. Lu Feng stepped closer. Sir, I have prepared the carriage. Shall we head to Penglai Street now? Rong Yin lifted his gaze from the towering stack of documents and shot him a glance. Are you quite idle? Scratching his head, Lu Feng replied, Not particularly. The mansion has been relatively quiet of late. Rong Yin returned his attention to the documents. If you are idle, go water the flowers in the corridor. Lu Feng was perplexed. After a fortnight of rain, why would he need to water the flowers now? Typically, upon hearing news about the fourth young lady, one would rush to encounter her without hesitation. After lingering for some time, seeing that Rong Xing was intent on ignoring him, Lu Feng reluctantly exited. As he knelt in the corridor, watering the flowers, he remained puzzled. After tending to a row, he was about to inquire with Xuan Mei when he suddenly spotted Rong Xing emerging from his chambers, dressed in a different outfit. "Sir, are you going out?" Lu Feng asked. "Yes," Rong Xing replied. "Where to?" "To Penglai Street." On Penglai Street, the streets bustled with people, as the rain had finally ceased, and those cooped up for half a month due to the plum rain poured out to enjoy the spring. At the entrance of an inconspicuous alley, a carriage with a silver canopy and purple curtains stood still. Lu Feng rushed back. "Sir, it is at the end of this alley in the Shuiyun building." Shuiyun building was indeed a tea house, with water flowing into the interior. The tea room, designed like a series of pavilions, allowed patrons to enjoy privacy in separate pavilions adorned with colorful beaded curtains, making it more intriguing and tranquil than typical private rooms. Upon entering, Lu Feng was greeted by the scent of incense, and layers of moon-white gauze floated like clouds. Ethereal sounds of silk and bamboo filled the air, creating an ambience of clouds and water. He couldn't amp, Oppos, T help but exclaim, "This young Master Feng has exquisite taste." It and amp, Oppos, as truly a splendid place for a clandestine meeting. At that moment, Rong Xing shifted his gaze, casting a light glance at him. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Lu Feng quickly rectified his misstep. "Sir, look over there. Is that not the fourth young lady?" Following Liu Feng's, Rong Xing lifted his head, his gaze falling upon a familiar figure not far away. Clad in a striking scarlet silk gown, her hair adorned elegantly, she walked gracefully behind a young man dressed in official robes. Both of them laughing and chatting as they parted the beaded curtains and entered a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the beams were painted with flying clouds against a clear sky, and the soft light of the beaded curtains swayed, creating an otherworldly scenery. As Feng Xiqing took his seat, he praised, "Miss Zhu truly knows how to choose a location. I had no idea there were such delightful places in Shengjing." Zhu Zheng replied nonchalantly, "Assistant Feng, you're so busy with official matters that you rarely pay attention to leisure." "What do you mean by busy?" "My elder brother is the one who seems to live in the prison department. I haven in Oppos. T've seen him at home in over 6 months." Feng Xiqing waved his hand dismissively. "He finally took a few days off just to supervise my visit to the Zhu mansion to propose." Zhu Zheng smiled faintly. This was the 7th time Feng Xiqing had mentioned his elder brother today. When he first visited a few days ago, he had indeed come with his brother, Feng Shouqian, the Minister of Justice. He was, as his name suggested, humble and courteous, exuding the demeanor of a responsible older brother. However, Feng Xiqing was rather intriguing. His manners were somewhat lacking, and he often made blunders, glancing at his brother for cues. Zhu Zheng observed this with keen interest, her mind racing with ideas. Recent messages from Changjing hinted at possible leads regarding her elder sister, and Zhu Zheng, anxious and desperate to leave the mansion, had attempted various methods but was thwarted by her grandmother. Upon seeing the earnest but unpretentious Feng Xiqing, she thought perhaps he could be of assistance. Thus, she adopted a more cordial demeanor, subtly hinting to her grandmother, who quickly arranged several meetings. Earlier that morning, Zhu Zheng suggested to Feng Xiqing that they propose an outing to their grandmother, and he readily agreed. Thus, they found themselves here. The back door of the Shuiyun building led directly to Taoyuan Street, where the Qinya Tea House, where Changjing was waiting, was situated. Gui Xiang and Feng's attendants were left at the front of Shuiyun building, waiting for the opportunity to slip away later, with no issues anticipated. "The green plum oolong and golden silk cakes here are quite good. Assistant Feng should give them a try." Zhu Zheng smiled, grateful for this unexpected ally. Feng Xiqing nodded eagerly, following Zhu Zheng and Amp, Oppos, as lead in ordering several signature dishes. As they awaited the tea and cakes, he nervously rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but ask, "I haven't asked yet. What does Miss Zhu think of me? Or what kind of husband does Miss Zhu desire?" Zhu Zheng avoided the question skillfully. "You may call me Zhu Zheng." "Ah, well, to be honest, I can't recall if you're the 3rd or 4th young lady. My elder brother warned me before I left, but I forgot," Feng Xiqing admitted sheepishly. "Does Miss Zhu have a courtesy name or a childhood name?" Does it seem distant? Zhu Zheng mused, recalling someone who often addressed her so directly. Strangely, we called her that. It felt intimate rather than distant. However, she had only recently received her given name, let alone a courtesy name or childhood nickname. Thinking that she might need to rely on him for a cover later if she returned late, Zhu Zheng decided to bridge the gap. You may call me Zheng. Assistant Fong. Fong Xiqing promptly replied, then please don't call me Assistant Fong. My courtesy name is Jingxian. Just call me Jingxian. My brother named me that, as it means calm first, reminding me to remain composed in all matters. Zhu Zheng chuckled. Your elder brother seems to worry a great deal about you. Don't mention it. He has always been overbearing, and recently, I don't know what's gotten into him. With a marriage proposal, he constantly lectures me. He spends all day in the prison department dealing with prisoners, and at his age, he still avoids discussing marriage while trying to push me into it. Fong Xiqing sighed, glancing at Zhu Zheng before abruptly changing the subject. Of course, I didn't oppose. Do you mean to imply that meeting Miss Zhu was a burden? Had I known earlier that you were so lovely, I would have brought my brother along, though on second thought, he need not come. Though his words were somewhat jumbled, Zhu Zheng discerned the awkwardness in his tone and stated plainly, I am actually indifferent to marriage. Fong Xiqing was taken aback for a moment, then heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. So am I. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere lightening considerably compared to before. Then let us enjoy the tea without further ado. As Zhu Zheng concluded her conversation, just then, a server from the tea house entered with refreshments. Seizing the opportunity, she stood up, intending to slip away, excusing herself. I think I shall take my leave. At that moment, the server lifted the beaded curtain, and Fong Xiqing inadvertently glanced outside, suddenly widening his eyes in astonishment. Heavens, guess who I just saw? Zhu Zheng initially did not catch his murmured words. Something about grandparents. Turning her head, she peered through the curtain, and in the distance, a striking figure caught her eye. The ambience of Shuiyun Tower was exquisitely arranged, with layers of sheer curtains fluttering, casting a familiar, elongated silhouette that seemed to descend from the clouds. Zhu Zheng merely glanced once, and then turned back, her demeanor unchanging. Fong Xiqing, noticing her calmness, asked, Does fourth Miss Zhu not recognize him? That is the Grand Tutor. Zhu Zheng, still in a daze, sat back down, inwardly resolving that she must not venture out at this moment. Pouring herself a cup of green plum tea, she cautiously replied, I cannot be certain. I am not very familiar. Fong Xiqing found this puzzling. Did not Miss Zhu attend the autumn hunt? How could you not recognize him? Moreover, you were pointed out by the Grand Tutor to accompany the Crown Prince to Fanlin Temple. Surely, you had the opportunity to become better acquainted along the way. His questions were quite incisive, prompting Zhu Zheng to laboriously concoct a few excuses. I am not adept at remembering faces, and I did not dare to confront the Grand Tutor directly during the autumn hunt. As for the trip to Fanlin Temple, the Grand Tutor is not one for idle chatter, and we hardly exchanged words. What a pity, Fong Xiqing replied, finding her reasoning quite valid. He then expressed his regret. I had hoped that Miss Zhu could introduce me to him. My elder brother has always regarded the Grand Tutor as a paragon, often collecting stories about him and mentioning them daily, such as when Lord Rong decisively handled the case of the headless private corruption, establishing his reputation at a young age and helping the emperor eliminate numerous hidden dangers. As their conversation unfolded, he suddenly shifted topics. Do you think my brother, perhaps enamored by this paragon, is so engrossed in political affairs that he neglects matters of romance, hence his disinterest in marriage? Zhu Zheng hesitated momentarily, pondering that. It was not an impossibility. Fong Xiqing continued, however, I heard from a servant who once attended the Grand Tutor at the palace that he had sketched a portrait of a woman, her beauty likened to radiant clouds and dewdrops, who is none other than the Grand Tutor's longtime beloved. Just as Zhu Zheng was in the midst of pouring tea, she abruptly halted, causing the liquid to spill across the table. Chapter 76. The Bittersweet Affection of Many Years. Her beloved? She had never considered that such words could be applied to Rong Yan. Previously, she merely thought it peculiar that he, having reached the age for marriage, was always surrounded by no female companions. Yet, he possessed an otherworldly demeanor, with a countenance that seemed untouched by worldly desires. As if his face were not meant to be sullied by the affairs of the mundane, nor should there be any unspoken longing left unfulfilled. Upon hearing this today, she suddenly grasped a bit of the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. It was not that he was indifferent to the world, but rather he had maintained his purity for the sake of that cherished person, which lent him an ethereal quality. However, if he had remained steadfast for so many years, what compelled him to kiss her so suddenly on Chengshu Mountain? Could it be a fleeting whim, a desire to test if he could transfer his affections? Or was it a moment of confusion where he mistook her for that long-adored beloved? Fang Shichen failed to notice Zhu Zheng's despondency and continued to share, even going so far as to say that the Grand Tutor harbored a hidden beauty within his residence, merely lacking an official title. Is that so? Zhu Zheng replied, her gaze lowered. Though this sounded rather absurd, she inexplicably did not wish to hear further details, fearing that Fang Shichen might utter a concrete name that would strike her heart. It felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of cotton, choking her with a heavy, oppressive sensation. In a fit of discomfort, she gulped down her cup of green plum tea. How sour! Zhu Zheng exclaimed. Fang Shichen was taken aback. What was happening? The sudden lapse of composure jolted Zhu Zheng back to reality, and after regaining her calm, she forced a smile and remarked, "It is still early for green plums. The taste is somewhat tart. Perhaps it will be more palatable later." Fang Shichen nodded, still preoccupied with the interrupted conversation. By the way, coincidentally, Zheng also attended the autumn hunt. I ought to inquire about this beloved of his. Zhu Zheng did not expect the discussion of this beloved to continue and replied listlessly, "What rumors?" Some assert with conviction that the Grand Tutor returned to the capital from Suinan specifically for this beloved, bringing numerous gifts for her. They even witnessed the unfortunate incident where that girl was accidentally injured by a stray arrow, with the Grand Tutor carrying her away, looking utterly distraught. Later, the Grand Tutor took a 6-month leave under the pretense of visiting the Fanlin Temple, ostensibly to accompany this beloved. Zhu Zheng responded with a startled what? She could not comprehend how this long-adored beloved had suddenly transformed into herself, while she could not verify the earlier claim of a hidden beauty. This rumor was a blend of truth and fabrication, leaving her in a state of shock and bewilderment. However, since Zheng had seen the Grand Tutor at Fanlin Temple, it was evident how absurd this rumor truly was. Before Zhu Zheng could speak, Fang Shichen seemed to have reached a conclusion. What hidden beauty? I believe this is merely an attempt to tarnish the Grand Tutor's reputation. If the Grand Tutor truly had a beloved, how could he not take her as his rightful wife? The Grand Tutor is selfless and dedicated, beyond reproach, undoubtedly provoking envy in many, thus leading to such baseless tales. Fang Shichen spoke with indignation, but as for the Grand Tutor's character, the Emperor must be more aware than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have replaced the Crown Prince without changing the Grand Tutor. Zhu Zheng realized that this was nonsense, and, seeing the conversation veer away, quickly asked, "Are you saying he has assisted 2 Crown Princes?" Previously, she had been too distant from court affairs to grasp even the whispers surrounding the Crown Prince's downfall. But the replacement of one heir with another invariably stirs unrest. Generally, one would avoid appointing the same person. Fang Shichen surmised Zhu Zheng's confusion and explained, "It is said that the second prince requested this, allowing Lord Rong to continue as his Grand Tutor. Alas, it is a pity for the first prince. I truly feel his illness is rather peculiar." Just as he was speaking, the curtain jingled, and amidst the sound of jade clashing, a voice interrupted. "Our lord is thirsty from the journey. Would you mind sharing a cup of tea?" Standing behind was Lu Feng, who, after speaking, bit his tongue, realizing how flimsy the excuse was. Lately, the lord had made him concoct such easily debunked lies, truly testing his composure. Upon recognizing who had entered, Fang Shichen gasped, and after a moment, he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Of course. He shifted to make room beside Zhu Zheng, and Rong Yin did not decline the invitation, lifting his robe to take a seat directly across from her. The original intimate setting for 2 was suddenly crowded with 4, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. At that moment, Zhu Zheng recalled why they had mentioned Rong Yin and the series of rumors surrounding him. It was because he was now present. It seemed the ancient saying about the inevitability of fate truly held some truth, as they had just discussed him. And the very subject of their gossip had entered the room. Zhu Zheng held her breath, intently observing Rong Xing as he settled into his seat, pondering how much he had overheard before entering. If the matter of the beloved were true, then this unwelcome association with her would undoubtedly cause him considerable distress. If untrue, then she had inexplicably become the long-cherished beloved, burdening him with unnecessary heartache, and herself as well. In any case, the weight of worry lingered, and Zhu Zheng had no time to muster even a polite smile. Rong Xing had never engaged in such superficial pleasantries, showing no trace of a smile. Only Fang Shichen appeared delighted, hastily ordering an additional set of tea utensils while warmly inquiring, "What brings the Grand Tutor to such a humble place?" The curtain swayed, casting fragmented shadows, obscuring Rong Xing and Appo's expression in the interplay of light and darkness, making it difficult to discern his mood. "I'm looking for someone," he stated simply. "Who are you searching for?" Fang Shichen casually asked. However, Rong Xing did not respond. Instead, his gaze settled on the person across the table, who had lowered her head, revealing only the dark crown of her hair, his tranquil eyes resting upon it with a weight that felt both light and heavy, due to Fang Shiqian's extravagant praises. Fang Shichen held a profound respect for the Grand Tutor, and despite Rong Xing and Appo's this amiable demeanor, this silence exuded an invisible pressure. He quickly chastised himself for speaking out of turn, wiping his forehead, "Since you wish to borrow some tea, I shall order another pot. Just moments ago, a Zheng mentioned that the green plum oolong here was the best, but we have already tried it. Unfortunately, the green plums are not in season, and the flavor leaves much to be desired." As soon as Fang Shichen finished speaking, Rong Xing and Appo's eyelashes fluttered, his gaze sharpening as he replied, "A Zheng? You mean Zhu Zheng, the fourth young lady of the Zhu family?" It seemed neither of them could recall who the other was. Fang Shichen sighed, realizing that despite their unforgettable appearances, neither had left a lasting impression on the other. Rong Xing furrowed his brow, pressing down on the green porcelain teapot, his undivided attention fixed on the person across from him. "If a Zheng prefers this, then we shall drink this." The tea table was narrow, and Zhu Zheng felt as if his repeated mention of a Zheng was akin to a thorn in her back. She fidgeted uncomfortably, and when her knee unexpectedly brushed against something solid, her heart skipped a beat, prompting her to swiftly withdraw her leg. Yet, the person opposite her remained utterly oblivious, as still as a pine tree. The thin fabric of her spring garment allowed a warmth, not belonging to her, to seep through, igniting a fire that coursed through her veins. Fang Shichen glanced helplessly at Zhu Zheng, but she was too preoccupied with lowering her head, left with no other recourse. He poured tea from the kettle. A cup of jade-colored green plum tea was slowly filled. Before he could offer it, Rong Xing swiftly lifted it and drank it all in one go, not even wrinkling his brow, seemingly indifferent to the discomfort felt by the two. It appeared he merely sought a cup of tea. Lu Feng, noticing that the lord drank with such gusto, coincidentally received a cup from Fang Shichen and secretly tasted it, immediately contorting his features. "How sour? My lord, Don and Appo's, do you find it too tart?" After sipping a cup of tangy green plum tea, Rong Xing sat in silence for quite some time. Eventually, Fang Shichen could no longer tolerate the cold atmosphere and felt a deep sense of regret regarding their social interaction. If only the esteemed Grand Tutor could recall their previous rapport, perhaps he could have left a favorable impression today by also acknowledging Miss Zhu. Thus, he took the initiative to bridge the gap, inquiring if the Grand Tutor remembered recommending a Zheng to the Fanlin Temple for blessings during the autumn hunt. Rong Yan's fingers traced the surface of the celadon teacup, and his lips hesitated momentarily. He had not forgotten. Fang Shichen felt a surge of joy and nudged Zheng, urging her to note that the Grand Tutor remembered her. However, Zhu Zheng felt as though she was being scorched by an unseen fire. Yet she could not comprehend the source of this discomfort. She was bewildered by the performance between her and Rong Xing and could no longer endure the situation. Suddenly, she stood up, declaring, "I have some urgent matters to attend to. Excuse me, Mr. Fang." Before Fang Shichen could respond, He witnessed Zhu Zheng parting the beaded curtain and fleeing as if in haste. Yet, despite her urgency, how could Miss Zhu merely excuse herself without acknowledging the Grand Tutor? Such behavior was utterly disrespectful. Rong Xing placed the teacup on the table, his gaze unabashedly following the retreating figure beyond the curtain, lost in contemplation. Fang Xichen, sensing the tension, quickly interjected as the host. "Please forgive her, Grand Tutor. As Zheng mentioned, she had never dared to look at you closely before, which is why she might not have recognized you properly. Furthermore, it is her first time being so near to you, and she must be quite nervous." To Fang Xichen's surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, the Grand Tutor, who had been observing at the entrance, slowly turned his head towards him, his expression growing even colder and more inscrutable. Fang Xichen instinctively recoiled, questioning whether he had misspoken again. Perhaps he should have brought his elder brother along, or at the very least, returned to recount the day and Appo's events to Fang Xichen and thoroughly dissect where things had gone awry. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Rong Xing rising to his feet, parting the beaded curtain and striding out. Lu Feng promptly followed suit, not forgetting to leave a silver ingot on the table, stating, "For the tea, Mr. Fang, remember, our esteemed Grand Tutor is treating you." Chapter 77. Do you still value your life? By the riverside of Jinkong village, on the outskirts of Shengjing, stood a young woman clad in a scarlet dress. Her appearance was striking, yet her hands and forearms were caked in mud, and the hem of her skirt bore unsightly stains. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered above. The surface of the water roiling under the gusty winds, reeds nearly torn asunder. Just as the sky had cleared for a day, it seemed poised to unleash another torrential downpour. She remained motionless by the riverbank, lost in thought, even as passers-by, seeking shelter from the rain, cast curious glances in her direction. Changing dashed over against the wind. "Fourth miss, I have inquired and learned she is a maid from the Shun residence." Seemingly wronged and having thrown herself into the lake, Zhu Zheng, momentarily roused from her trance, blinked her eyes, which had grown heavy from the wind, and exhaled deeply. "It is my subordinate's fault, worrying you, fourth miss, and bringing you out on such a dreary day," Changing said, unable to mask his guilt. Zhu Zheng and Appo's vacant eyes finally stirred, and she murmured, "I do not blame you. You have done your best." She knew better than anyone the extent of Changing and Appo's efforts. He had posted numerous rewards for information, promising to personally follow up on any leads, no matter how slight the resemblance. News of the search had spread throughout the bustling streets and villages of Shengjing. Yet, countless notes declaring not her had masked Zhu Zheng and Appo's face, akin to being trapped in a pitch-black room, watching the light slowly fade through the cracks, leaving no trace of daylight. Today, the news brought back was that villagers from Jinkong had responded to the notice, fervently claiming to have found a noble young lady clad in a blue dress, of similar height and age to Zhu Qing. Zhu Zheng had rushed out from Shuiyun Tower to find Changing and immediately traveled to Jinkong village, only to discover that the noble young lady mentioned was, in fact, an unclaimed corpse floating in the river. By the time Zhu Zheng arrived, the other villagers had already buried the body. She stood before the grave for a long while, lost in thought, until grief overcame her, and she attempted to unearth the fresh grave with her bare hands, startling the villagers who thought her madness had taken hold. The farce continued until evening, only settling down when Changing summoned the village chief to open the coffin for examination. Zhu Zheng turned, her shoulders slumped. "Go buy some gifts to send to the couple who buried her. I have been most remiss." Changing obliged. "Fourth miss, you should return quickly. Rain is imminent. The carriage awaits you at the village entrance." Zhu Zheng nodded and stepped out, her steps faltering. She had searched every corner of Shengjing. Perhaps her sister was locked away in some room, or perhaps she had long since left the city. She understood that her aimless searching was futile, yet she was bereft of alternatives. The sight of the lowly, unmarked grave suddenly reminded her of the 10 years she had haunted her sister and Appo's grave, as memories of her past life surged forth, plunging her into an abyss of despair. When confined as a child, It was her sister who slipped her a flattened bun through the door crack. When she fell ill, it was her sister who immersed her in cold water, waiting until she was sick to share her medicine. When Zhu Long had twisted her arm, it was her sister who fiercely protected her, wielding a kitchen knife to keep Zhu Long at bay. She had never felt sorrow when called a child without parents, for she had her sister. Her sister had named her, feared for her welfare, wept over her minor injuries, and celebrated her small achievements with endless praise. Zhu Zheng could not fathom why, when alive. She had told herself that her sister and Appo's presence compelled her to endure, even through hardship. In a life devoid of merit, the sole comfort was that, in her final moments, she had lain in her sister's embrace. In this life, the prospect of reuniting with Zhu Qing filled Zhu Zheng with gratitude, enough to forgive all past sufferings, vowing to live well with her sister at any cost. Yet now, her sister was nowhere to be found, and Zhu Zheng questioned the meaning of it all. As dusk deepened, the sky darkened, the clouds resembling iron, and the wind howled through the dense forest, echoing like a multitude of mourners. Zhu Zheng, uncertain if she had strayed from her path, found not the carriage but instead wandered into the thick foliage. The gusts whipped branches about, and leaves mixed with debris struck her face. Before she could turn back, torrential rain poured down, plunging the world into darkness. The tempest obscured her vision, leaving only the sound of wailing winds. She trudged forward, feeling as though she were engulfed in a dark labyrinth, each path leading nowhere. She meandered through the woods, caked in mud, akin to a lost, homeless creature, adrift in a boundless rainy night. The forest was fraught with traps for catching animals, and Zhu Zheng treaded carefully, but the dim light thwarted her vigilance, and she stumbled into a deep pit, tumbling down. Fortunately, the trap had either been unused or damaged by the rain, sparing her limbs from injury. However, the pit filled with water, its walls slick, and despite her desperate attempts, she could not escape. The rain blinded her, and the chill of early spring seeped into her bones. Her limbs quickly turned icy. Realizing her struggles were futile, she settled against the muddy bottom, praying for a revival of strength. Time slipped away until a voice pierced through the downpour. Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng lifted her head, spotting a drenched figure above her, hair disheveled, garments billowing in the wind, face and hands coated in mud, rendering them indistinguishable from specter. Her eyes brimmed with rainwater, her mind foggy, yet her lips moved before her thoughts could catch up, whispering, "My lord, give me your hand." Zhu Zheng, dazed, extended her hand, which was firmly grasped by Rong Xing, who pulled her into his soaked embrace. The heavy cloak enveloped her completely, shielding her from the wind and rain. He carried her back to the carriage, where the cacophony of the storm was suddenly muffled. Zhu Zheng was laid upon a soft couch, and Rong Xing raised his hand to unfasten her buttons, then proceeded to peel away her drenched garments, which clung to her skin. His movements were swift and forceful, nearly tearing her clothing apart. Zhu Zheng's complexion paled, her lips turned violet, and she feebly attempted to shield herself. "Do you still value your life?" Rong Yin's hands did not halt. As he spoke, he had already stripped her of her dress, swiftly wrapping her in a thick, soft blanket. Zhu Zheng hesitated, but managed to respond weakly, "I do." Rong Yin cocooned her like a chrysalis, holding her close, his hands slipping beneath the blanket to warm her icy fingers. Zhu Zheng blinked slowly, surrendering to his ministrations, and after a while, the warmth of life began to flow back through her veins, her stiff limbs gradually regaining sensation. Her ears rang from the water that had invaded them, and a splitting headache weighed heavily on her mind. Thus, she could scarcely recall how she had exited the carriage, nor how Rong Yin had carried her into the room. When her senses returned, she found herself surrounded by 4 warming stoves, wrapped in layers of blankets, beneath a deep blue canopy embroidered with silver cranes. This was not the decor of a Zhu residence. Chapter 78. I never go back on my word. He poured a small bowl of jade porcelain, lifting a spoonful to her lips. Zhu Zheng remained still, not even glancing at the bowl. Instead, she tilted her head to gaze at Rong Yin, whose face, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, was devoid of color, save for a tiny red mole on her cheek that barely hinted at any vitality. Rong Yin paused, softening his previously cold demeanor, and explained it's ginger soup. Zhu Zheng continued to fix her eyes on him, noticing that he had not changed out of his drenched clothes. His hair disheveled and streaked with bits of dried grass and mud, his garments marred with mottled water stains, presenting an unprecedented state of disarray. She yearned to inquire why he had appeared by the Jinkong River and how their paths had fortuitously crossed, yet her mind felt sluggish, leaving her at a loss as to how to initiate the conversation. Observing her reluctance, a flicker of concern crossed Rong Yan's features as he leaned closer, his tone a blend of negotiation and earnest entreaty. Do not fall ill. Zhu Zheng suddenly absorbed this sentiment. She truly could not afford the luxury of illness, for it would render her powerless. She extended her hand, grasped the bowl, and gulped down half its contents, coughing slightly as she halted. Drink slowly, Rong Yin instinctively advised, his hand brushing against her back in a gentle caress, though he abruptly withdrew it, unaware of his actions behind her. Zhu Zheng remarked softly as he took the bowl away, "You mustn't fall ill either." Rong Yin paused, his gaze settling on the figure nestled in his bed. Her head bowed, a glimpse of her pale neck peeking from beneath the blanket. He averted his eyes, drinking the remainder of the ginger soup she had left. Zhu Zheng remained with her head down, burying her face in her arms, curling up tightly. The candle flickered, casting shadows, while Rong Yin stood against the light, enveloped in the darkness of her small form. Silence lingered for an indeterminate time until the candlewood emitted a faint crackle. Rong Yin furrowed his brow and finally spoke. "Even if you long to see him again, do not demean yourself." Zhu Zheng's eyelashes fluttered, as if she had not fully grasped his words, remaining lost in her thoughts. Rong Yin closed his eyes, exhaled slowly, and when he opened them again, his gaze was shadowed. "The marriage contract has been arranged for the Nie family to withdraw. I will oversee the waterworks at the Hamlin Academy, and I can summon him back to see you tomorrow." Zhu Zheng's eyes flickered, turning her head slightly, her dark orbs locking onto his face. "Is my sister working at the Hamlin Academy?" Rong Yin and Oppo's expression momentarily faltered, his tightly knit brows relaxing slightly as he pondered. "Did you leave the residence to see your sister?" "Who else could it be for?" she replied, and as Rong Yin leaned closer, deep in thought, Zhu Zheng unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. "Sir, I have searched for so long. I've scoured the entire Shengjing and still cannot find her. I do not know what else to do. Please, can you tell me where my sister has gone?" Rong Yin and Oppo's gaze fell upon her hand clutching his, and then his eyes rose to her brow. After a prolonged silence, he replied, "I'm sorry." Zhu Zheng was taken aback. "What are you apologizing for?" He hesitated. "I do not know." A flicker of emotion crossed Zhu Zheng's otherwise frozen face as disbelief filled her eyes. How can you not know? She had heard that word too many times before, from various maids, courtesans, and passers-by, each claiming ignorance. But how could Rong Yin, standing before her, utter the same? "In the red maple forest, you said she was well. When I awoke, you also said she was well. I believed you. Sir, I believed you. These days I've sensed things worsening, yet I held on to that one word, and Oppo's. Her voice faltered, thick with unshed tears. It was this single statement from Rong Yin that had sustained her faith that her sister was indeed fine, merely unable to meet her. She had always assumed that he was privy to the truth, that he simply chose to conceal it from her. Now, having pleaded for his assistance, all she received was his admission of ignorance. Rong Yin placed his hand over hers. "I do not wish to deceive you, which is why I have told you the truth. I truly do not know." The warmth from the nearby brazier enveloped them, and his half-dry hair fell across his brow, adding an earnestness to his demeanor. When he lied, his gaze would momentarily drift, yet when he spoke the truth, he held her gaze with unwavering intensity. At that moment, Zhu Zheng found herself resenting her own understanding of him, realizing he was not concealing anything from her now. The fragile hope she had clung to crumbled, leaving her feeling hollow, and she unexpectedly managed a faint smile through her pallid lips. The stinging in her eyes finally overflowed, a long-suppressed tear cascading down, landing softly on Rong Yan's hand. The tiny tear shattered like glass, leaving a delicate wet mark, sending a jolt of pain to Rong Yan's heart. He suddenly knelt before her, covering the tear-streaked path on her cheek with his hand, cupping half her face. Zhu Zheng, look at me. Reluctantly, she raised her head, meeting his gaze, so close it felt intimate. I will bring her back, Rong Yin declared, his voice resolute. Trust me. His gentle eyes shone with a depth that seemed to draw her in, and the warmth of his cheek brushed against hers. Zhu Zheng trembled, whispering, Do not deceive me again. She could no longer afford to place her faith in anyone in Appo's words, having tasted the bitterness of unfulfilled hope too many times in recent days. The flickering candlelight danced across her pale face, the redness around her eyes glaring. Though he battled the urge to embrace her tightly, Rong Yin's hand rose and fell slowly, tucking her damp hair behind her ear instead. I will not deceive you. As Rong Yin gently brushed away the teardrops clinging to the corners of her eyes, he held them in his hand, allowing the warmth to seep into his palm. I never go back on my promises, he declared, his tone calm and unruffled, uttering a vow that might linger in one's heart for a lifetime. Whether it was mere sweet talk or a genuine assurance, it undeniably resonated as the most beautiful phrase Zhu Zheng had heard in recent days. Lost in the depths of his sincere gaze, she felt an unexpected surge of grievances welling up within her, recalling the long days of anxiety. She nearly succumbed to the urge to throw herself into his arms and weep freely. Yet, despite the overwhelming impulse, she managed to suppress the tumultuous emotions and merely stated, I should return to the Zhu residence. Outside, the rain continued to pour. As if to affirm Rong Yan's words, a deafening clap of thunder reverberated, and a bright flash of lightning illuminated the world for a brief moment. If I don't return tonight, grandmother will. Zhu Zheng's voice caught in her throat, worry gnawing at her. Her grandmother and Appo's concerns were often burdensome, and recalling this brought Zhu Zheng back to reality. She remembered that Gui Xiang and Fang Shichen were still at Shuiyun Tower, left waiting for her return in the dead of night, her dress even torn by Rong Yin. Upon returning to the Zhu residence, she dreaded the multitude of lies she would have to weave and the effort it would take to navigate through the situation. I will send you back tomorrow, Rong Yin suddenly offered. Zhu Zheng immediately declined. No, that's not necessary. With your sister, he continued. Zhu Zheng was taken aback. Take a warm bath, then have a good night and amp Appo's sleep. By morning, you will see the person you wish to meet, Rong Yin said, lifting her along with the blanket, his voice soft and reassuring. Do not fret, I will handle everything. His tone was so ordinary. It seemed less like a hollow promise and more like a statement of undeniable truth, a fact that would remain unchanged. As Zhu Zheng was securely held in his arms,